The vast sea stretched endlessly beneath a cloudless sky. Amidst the tumultuous waves, on a large fishing vessel, Han Fei shouted loudly against the howling wind, his emotions running high. "Pull it up. Once we do, we'll be rich." Han Fei was once a gold seeker of the ocean. 7 years ago, while fishing, he stumbled upon an ancient treasure map. This map seemed enchanted, drawing Han Fei deeper into its allure. His instincts told him that the location marked on the tattered parchment held great secrets, perhaps the treasure of a medieval shipwreck. He could already envision a life of luxury awaiting him should he succeed in retrieving it. Leaning over the edge of the ship, Han Fei peered into the water. Since their arrival at this spot, countless fish had surrounded the boat, with hundreds of sharks darting nearby. Otherwise, he would have already dived in. Suddenly, a sailor shouted, "Boss, something down below is pulling us. We've snagged a live one." Han Fei retorted, "Live? Have you ever seen something that hasn't moved for centuries?" A loud crack echoed as a massive force surged through the vessel, causing the hull to splinter. Han Fei was thrown violently against the railing. A sailor yelled, "Quick! Cut the lines!" Han Fei's eyes blazed with defiance. "Get lost. Pull harder. We're all going to die anyway. I want to see the treasure." Realizing their fate was sealed after hearing the sound of the ship breaking, Han Fei succumbed to madness, determined to catch a glimpse of the treasure, even in death. One sailor cursed angrily, "Damn it. I came here to make money, not to lose my life." The danger had come too suddenly, leaving everyone in shock. On the surface, the sea roiled with fury, waves crashing violently. Yet Han Fei felt a strange calm as he spotted a dark shape beneath the water. What could it be? A few meters long and round, something surfaced. Was that a peculiar gourd? He noticed vines hanging from the gourd's opening, underneath which loomed a massive shadow. As a seasoned fisherman, Han Fei knew this couldn't be a gourd. Anything left in salt water for years would have long since decayed. He was more inclined to believe it was some form of wreckage resembling a gourd. A powerful force jolted the ship again, causing it to tilt dangerously, and Han Fei was flung into the sea. In the next moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A colossal column of water shot skyward. The entire fishing vessel was lifted off the surface. Han Fei was thrust into the air, his scalp tingling, eyes wide with fear. A gigantic fish had emerged from the depths. He swore he had never seen a fish so enormous. Its head was larger than a boat, dwarfing even the world's largest blue whale. What the hell? In a daze, Han Fei felt himself being dragged deeper into the ocean. The thought of that terrifying creature filled him with both excitement and dread. As he slipped into unconsciousness, he thought he saw a crab several meters wide rushing towards him. His last coherent thought was, "Huh? Where did the fish go? Why is it a crab now? Ugh. Cough, cough." Faintly, he heard voices calling, "Han Fei, wake up. Brother, wake up." Uncertain of how much time had passed, Han Fei awoke, his head pounding, an array of unfamiliar images flooding his mind, as if foreign memories had been implanted within him. Opening his eyes to the sky, he inhaled sharply. In the distance, the angry sea met the clouds, and a massive crimson sun loomed, obscuring much of the sky, while spiraling clouds cascaded down like unkempt hair, wild and fierce. Hiss! What the hell? Where am I? What is that in the sky? Han Fei's heart raced. Moments ago. He had encountered that gigantic fish, and now there appeared a scientifically impossible super sun. Was this some kind of joke? But that wasn't all. Boom. A sudden explosion echoed as a middle-aged man emerged from the water atop a several-meter-long crab, holding a fishing rod in hand. Han Fei stood dumbfounded as the crab floated on the surface, the man standing triumphantly upon it. With a stomp, the sea rippled violently, waves crashing towards him. The water surged like a spring, and in an instant, a large fish burst forth from the depths 2 meters long, with pectoral fins resembling wings, its body adorned with yellow-green stones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the stones clinging to the fish hurtled towards the man. Crab King slash. The man shouted, sinking slightly, and with a swift punch, a massive claw's shadow shot forth. The fishing rod and the flying stones exploded simultaneously, cleaving the 2-meter fish in half, with one portion landing before Han Fei. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Am I dreaming? What kind of fish is this? What kind of crab? Who is this person? Humph. The middle-aged man scoffed. Dragged into the sea by a green-shelled fish? With your skills, you think you can pass the trial? You must be daydreaming. At that moment, Han Fei's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Beside him, a young man hurriedly explained, Master Wang Jia, there's a reason. A few days ago, Han Fei was injured by a knife fish, and his wounds haven't healed. The middle-aged man waved dismissively. No need to explain to me, the fish in the sea won't heed your words. A mere second-level fisherman is no different from trash. Han Fei was bewildered, only now realizing he lay on a peculiar small boat, surrounded by numerous similarly strange vessels, many of which bore children dressed in odd attire at the bow. These children all wore tight-fitting garments reminiscent of diving suits. Yet where were their oxygen tanks? And why were they all looking at him with such disdain? In the next instant, upon seeing his hands, his eyelids fluttered. Wait, why are my hands so small? Have I crossed over? A concerned young man beside him remarked, as long as you're okay. Before Han Fei could inquire further, the middle-aged man stepped onto a deserted boat, facing the crowd. Holding a small notebook, he began to announce. Zhang Qing, level 4 fisherman. This time's catch, 1 low-grade big yellow fish. Lu Lingji, level 5 fisherman. This time's catch, 1 medium-grade green-shelled fish. Looking towards the ship next to him, Han Fei noticed a girl named Lu Lingji standing proudly at the bow, her demeanor exuding confidence. Wang Jie continued, Hu Kuan, level 6 fisherman. This time's catch, 1 high-grade knife fish. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Hu Kuan dares to fish for knife fish at level 6. What audacity! The knife fish has a blade on its back, it can sever anything. In an ordinary fishing ground, it can only be defeated by a giant meat turtle. Did Hu Kuan lose his mind? A young man held his head high, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs around him, coldly staring at Han Fei. Wang Jie announced, Tangu, level 7 fisherman. This time's catch, 1 high-grade tentacle shrimp. As this result was revealed, the entire ship erupted in astonished exclamations. What? Caught a tentacle shrimp? How did he even dare? The tentacle shrimp is known as the death shrimp in terms of lethality. It surpasses the knife fish, with long antennae as sharp as blade. How did he manage to catch one? A young man expressed envy. Last month, Tangu was still at level 6, now he's reached level 7. Truly incomparable. A young girl placed her small fist against her chest, exclaiming, Wow. Tangu is so handsome, he truly deserves the title of genius at our school. It's almost a certainty that he will become a master fisherman in the future. Someone scoffed, huh? A genius who spends all his time with a good for nothing, he's truly tarnishing his own reputation. An irate girl chimed in, it's all Han Fei's fault. If it weren't for him, Tang's grades would be even better. Just the other day, I witnessed Tangu give his precious soul-swallowing fish soup to Han Fei. The crowd buzzed with gossip, while Han Fei turned his gaze to the young man beside him. Tangu. Did I cross over? Han Fei took a deep breath, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. Tangu, his good brother, saved by his father 8 years ago, and since then, they had become inseparable. Unfortunately, 2 years later, his father perished in an unknown realm beyond the third-level fishing grounds. From that moment onward, it was Tangu who had cared for him. Taking another deep breath, Han Fei realized he had inhabited the body of a useless individual who had drowned at sea, yet this world held a certain intrigue. At that moment, Wang Jie turned towards Han Fei, announcing, Han Fei, a second-level fisherman. This time, there were no catches, and he is the only one who was dragged into the sea by a green armor fish during this assessment, resulting in a failing score. If he cannot pass the fishing trial in a month, he will be expelled. Laughter erupted among many, eyeing Han Fei as if he were a spectacle. A girl pointed an accusatory finger, stating, Han Fei, please do not consume any more of Tang's training resources, you are merely hindering his progress. Tangu, furious and ready to retort, was abruptly restrained by Han Fei. With countless memories merging, it felt rather absurd for him to feign death while lying there. Although this world was marvelous, Han Fei was originally a person who fought for survival at sea. Having encountered pirates and battled sharks, he had faced every kind of tempest imaginable. With a smirk, Han Fei retorted, Did I eat your family's big yellow fish? What business is it of yours? In an instant, the air fell into an unsettling silence. The girl was so enraged she nearly leapt up, wishing to hurl her fishing hook into Han Fei's mouth, eager to tear his insolent lips apart. At that moment, Hu Kuan, with a mocking tone, remarked, Hey, Han Fei, all you can do now is flap your gums. In a month, as a lowly fisherman, you won't even have the right to look up to us. What are you so proud of? Han Fei replied, Hu Kuan, is it? You may look the part, but your words reek of filth. Hu Kuan's expression darkened. Shut your mouth, or I will tear it apart. Tangu scoffed, Why don't you give it a try? Dare to lay a hand on my brother, and I will strip you of your skin. Hu Kuan sneered, Tangu, do you think I fear you? Enough. Chapter 2. The cauldron of demon refinement. This planet is enveloped by vast oceans, with humanity residing in suspended mountains. The populace sustains themselves through fishing. drawing upon the spiritual essence and mystical powers of fish to become anglers, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of this world. In this realm, every individual aspires to be an angler, who, it is said, can effortlessly lift colossal stones and plunge to the depths of the sea. The middle-aged man, Wang Jia, encountered earlier, is indeed an angler, teaching at the school in Tianshui village while also serving as an inspector at a regular fishing ground. The fishing ground beneath Han Fei's feet is the sole ordinary fishing ground in Tianshui village. While it is relatively safe, the perils remain, with lives lost almost daily. The ocean symbolizes both opportunity and danger. Even in ordinary fishing grounds, myriad marine creatures exist, many possessing innate abilities for combat. The azure-armored turtle dons a shell of azure stone, using it as a weapon when threatened. The knife fish, with its naturally serrated back, can detach its blade to strike adversaries in times of peril. The tentacle shrimp possesses antennae sharp enough to sever metal. Rumors abound of formidable creatures lurking in the unknown depths, colossal beasts with bodies stretching tens of thousands of feet, and rare treasures nestled in the abyss, containing the essence of the universe. There are even tales of merfolk reigning supreme over the seas for millennia. Regrettably, Han Fei has yet to witness any of these marvels, leaving him uncertain of their veracity. Tengu assisted Han Fei onto an empty boat. "It's nothing. This was merely an accident. We still have time. And you will undoubtedly pass this trial," he assured. Just as Han Fei opened his mouth to respond, he felt himself soaring through the air. No, more accurately, the boat was ascending. What's that?" Tengu inquired. "Nothing," Han Fei hastily replied. He was about to question the boat's ability to fly when the answer dawned upon him. This vessel is called a fishing boat, specifically designed for angling. And their destination was the sky and island suspended above Tianshui village. Concerned, Tengu asked, "Han Fei, are you all right? Were you frightened by what happened underwater?" "I'm fine. Just feels like I'm dreaming," Han Fei responded. Tengu looked at him skeptically. "You seem different all of a sudden." Han Fei smiled. "Tengu, great terror lies between life and death. I have just shattered the shadow in my heart. Everything is all right now." Instantly, Tengu rejoiced. "Really? Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. The fishing god has blessed us. My brother has finally emerged from that shadow." Han Fei refrained from revealing the truth that his brother had perished, and he would now live in his stead. As he contemplated this, the fishing boat broke through the clouds, revealing a massive mountain suspended in midair. Countless fishing boats dangled from the steep cliffs, with numerous vessels constantly entering and exiting at the summit. Han Fei was momentarily speechless, astonished that such a sight truly existed. Reminiscent of the fantastical landscapes portrayed in films, more mythological than myth itself. Though he had an inkling from his memories, witnessing it firsthand still caused his heart to quiver. A few minutes later, the fishing boat reached the Sky Harbor, the busiest location on any floating island. All fishing endeavors, whether departing or returning, required registration here. Upon returning from their fishing trips, many brought back their catches, awaited eagerly by those who purchased seafood. Thus, this place serves as the village's primary trading hub, bustling with activity, laughter, and the not-so-pleasant scent of fish. Despite the odor, the smiles on people's faces reflected the joy of earning a living. As long as they could stave off hunger and make a profit, happiness abounds. Upon witnessing this lively scene, the cacophony of vendors calling out and haggling, Han Fei couldn't help but marvel. Is this truly Tianshui village? With a population of 600,000, this was merely a village. What of towns? Cities? How many villages? How many towns? How many cities inhabit this world suspended in the clouds? For Han Fei, everything felt astonishingly novel. His home was a dilapidated courtyard, barely 20 square meters, with just a few square meters of land and a large vat outside. The nearest neighbor was several hundred meters away, rendering his abode almost isolated. Stepping outside, he was greeted by an expanse of mist, with the immense sun nearly obscuring half the sky. At sunset, the horizon was painted in dreamlike hues. Tengu skillfully retrieved 5 or 6 large clams from the vat at the entrance and pulled a bucket of fresh water from beneath Han Fei's bed. Han Fei accepted without formality, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Clams were a staple for the residents of the floating islands, weighing between 1 to 3 pounds, tender in texture. Though they contain little spiritual essence, they suffice for sustenance. Half an hour later, as Han Fei prepared to serve the clam soup, he was taken aback when the lid was lifted, revealing a string of data before him. Name: ordinary clam soup. Level: 1. Quality: ordinary. Contains spiritual essence. 24 points. Consumption effect: barely fills the stomach. Han Fei rubbed his eyes. pondering if this was truly his extraordinary gift. From the pot, he fished out 2 pearls, smiling faintly. These were low-grade pearls, worth 20 sea coins each. And what could 20 sea coins buy? Perhaps 2 or 3 ordinary clams. Beyond that, Han Fei's home was devoid of any possessions, truly a bare existence. Moments later, Tengu entered, holding a bowl of soup that immediately filled the room with an enticing aroma. "Did you give me your soul-swallowing fish soup again?" Han Fei asked with a grin, glancing at the bowl in Tang Ji's hands. Name: soul-swallowing fish soup. Level: 8. Quality: ordinary. Contains spiritual essence. 48 points. Consumption effect: increases cultivation efficiency by 20 for 3 hours. Han Fei swallowed hard. How could this pot of soup not compare to that small bowl in Tang Ji's hands? The soul-swallowing fish was a common fish in Level 1 fishing grounds, akin in status to the clams in ordinary fishing grounds. Although these fish lacked aggression, they naturally absorbed spiritual essence, making their consumption not only replenishing but also conducive to cultivation. Tengu dismissed the notion. What does it matter? I am confident I will pass the trial. In a month, my soul will awaken. Why would I care about a bowl of soul-swallowing fish soup? This was not the first time Han Fei had heard the term fishing trial. According to his recollections, upon reaching the age of 12, individuals undergo a perilous fishing trial, a test of survival. Only those who endure and pass the examination are allowed to awaken their souls, receive their innate spiritual beasts, and officially enter Level 1 fishing grounds. Otherwise, they are doomed to a lifetime as ordinary fishermen. With a month remaining until the trial, Han Fei knew his chances of survival were slim. In recent years, Tengu, as the village's most outstanding talent, often utilized the resources available at school for his own training. Regrettably, Han Fei's body was uncooperative, and to this day, he barely qualified as a Level 2 fisherman, nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet in this world, there were no true ordinary people. Even the least skilled fishermen were at least Level 2, with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of achieving that. Drink up. Once you finish, you'll feel revitalized. Tengu urged eagerly. Under Tang Ji's expectant gaze, Han Fei quickly drank the fish soup. It was delicious, albeit with a slightly strong fishy taste. However, the steaming hot broth warmed him thoroughly, causing wisps of white vapor to rise from his skin. In a fleeting moment, his previously feeble body surged with power, radiating a faint spiritual aura. Hiss. Han Fei marveled at the subtle glow emanating from his hands, realizing, so this is the so-called spiritual energy? Visible to the naked eye? Am I glowing? Tengu, devouring a giant clam, chuckled. How's the cultivation going? Any progress on breaking through to a Level 3 fisherman? Han Fei replied, I spent the last few years in a daze, my mind unsettled, wasting time. Now that I've cleared my head, it should be soon. Smashing. Tengu exclaimed excitedly. Han Fei, less enthusiastic, thought, I'm just placating you. Otherwise, this spirit-devouring fish soup would be wasted. Nevertheless, he felt grateful, knowing that without Tengu, the original owner of this body would have perished. Han Fei murmured, very well, having inherited your body, I shall live well on your behalf. After finishing the spirit-devouring fish soup, Han Fei consumed 2 more giant clams, finally sated. Tengu, having devoured 4 clams, burped contentedly and said, all right, I'm off to school. The results are out today, and there might be intensive training. I'll come by again in a few days. Han Fei responded, okay, pay attention in class. Tengu chimed. Definitely. Once Tengu had rushed off, Han Fei hastily shut the door. He couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on the bed and cultivate. What would such an exhilarating and fascinating experience be like? Han Fei closed his eyes, his palms facing upward. Anyone present would have been astonished to see a gourd tattoo emerge on Han Fei's wrist, complete with leaves and vines extending from its mouth. Han Fei silently recited the incantation of the only technique he knew, the soul-fishing art. However, as soon as he began, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Han Fei quickly opened his eyes, only to see a verdant gourd tattoo emblazoned on his wrist. Damn, you're still haunting me. The next moment, a series of data appeared before Han Fei, different from before. Demon Refining Pot Owner, Han Fei Level 2, Novice Fisherman, Spiritual Energy, 48, 48, Spiritual Vein, Level 1. Defective, Upgradable, Main Cultivation Technique, Soul Fishing Art, Reparable. Han Fei was stunned. Demon Refining Pot? This gourd on my wrist is actually a gourd. What's its origin? Beside the series of data, a shimmering technique option beckoned. Curious, Han Fei tapped it. It read, Available Techniques, Soul Fishing Art, Defective, First Layer, Immobility Art, Defective. Note, the most ancient and universal technique, rendered incomplete by the passage of endless time. Requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy to restore. Instantly, Han Fei's eyes lit up. A protagonist's aura? Chapter 3. Strength is paramount. Joyful moments rarely last long. Han Fei silently glanced at his meager 48 points of spiritual energy, feeling that reaching 1,000 points was an unattainable dream. With a sigh, he spotted the word reparable at the end of the technique description and thought, what harm could it do to attempt to repair? With that notion, his 48 points of spiritual energy instantly plummeted to zero, and the dim scene before him vanished entirely. Gurgle. He was famished, utterly ravenous. Han Fei felt as though the world was spinning around him, on the verge of collapse, as the previously abundant spiritual energy evaporated in an instant. Stumbling to the table, he seized the half-eaten clams and began to gnaw on them, only feeling slightly better once he had consumed them all, bringing his spiritual energy back to 12 points. Yet, the hunger persisted. Without delay, Han Fei dashed outside, retrieving every remaining clam from the tank, even foregoing cooking them, prying them open to consume them raw. However, he was dismayed when he saw the data on a single large clam, feeling as if despair was creeping in. Name: Ordinary Clam. Level: 1. Quality: Ordinary. Contains spiritual energy, 4 points. Consumption effect: barely satiates hunger. Absorbable: 4 points of spiritual energy was far too little, wasn't he it? What did absorbable mean? As this thought crossed his mind, Han Fei perceived that the clam before him seemed to lack something. Checking his data, he was astonished to find his spiritual energy had risen to 16 points. The information regarding the clam had transformed completely. Name: Stale Clam. Level: 1. Quality: Poor. Contains spiritual energy, 0 points. Consumption effect: barely satiates hunger. Is it possible for it to be this way? Han Fei pondered with a strange expression. Could it be that I no longer need to eat? Is it sufficient to merely touch the clam? He picked up another clam, holding it for a full minute before his spiritual energy increased to 20 points. After trying several more, he concluded that the rate of absorbing spiritual energy was indeed linked to freshness and vitality. All clams he had absorbed were now lifeless, their flesh no longer tender. Han Fei did not hasten to touch all the large clams. Instead, he murmured, can the refining pot directly absorb spiritual energy? If so, as long as I have sufficient seafood, would I not possess infinite spiritual energy? Since he could absorb the energy from clams, could he do the same with flowers, grass, or stones? A smile spread across Han Fei's face. This ability was already extraordinary. He then focused his attention on his spiritual vein. As a level 1 incomplete spiritual vein, could this be the limitation to his power enhancement? Noticing there were still some clams in the tank, he realized that upgrading also required 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei felt exasperated. Yet another 1,000 points. Where could he possibly acquire such a sum? He returned his gaze to the large clams. Minutes later, having touched all of them, his spiritual energy reached 52 points. Wait, can my spiritual energy exceed my body's capacity? Han Fei's mind raced. What could this imply? While others drained their spiritual energy to depletion, as long as he continued to gather, wouldn't he be inexhaustible? However, this thought barely lingered before he dismissed it, realizing he needed ample seafood to absorb in the first place. After clearing away a pile of clamshells, Han Fei sat back down on the bed, ready to cultivate once more. This time, he deeply understood the significance of spiritual energy. Once depleted, the body would weaken severely. The most fundamental manifestation of this was hunger, a lack of energy. Thus, spiritual energy was a form of high-grade energy, as long as it was present. One could survive without food or water. This time, Han Fei refrained from attempting to repair any techniques, merely glancing at the screen and noticing an additional progress bar. Albeit only slightly advanced, likely due to the consumption of his previous 48 points of spiritual energy. Continuing to observe, he uncovered a new piece of information. Existing technique: soul fishing technique, incomplete. First layer: immovable technique, incomplete. Remark: the first universal technique of ancient times, long since fragmented through the ages. Restoration requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Derived technique: void fishing technique completion. 48 1,000. Han Fei clicked his tongue in resignation. Very well, I shall focus on my cultivation. Once again sitting cross-legged on the bed, the gourd at his wrist flickered into existence, though the prickling sensation was less intense this time. In an almost ethereal manner, Han Fei sensed a cool breeze penetrating into his being. Uncertain how much time had passed, while engrossed in his cultivation, Han Fei suddenly toppled backward, falling into a deep slumber. Bang! Han Fei awoke, bewildered. Wasn't I cultivating? How did I fall asleep? He lifted his eyes to see a stout figure. His name was Zhang Han, the overseer of this region, akin to a city manager. However, do not be misled, being a city manager here was no simple task. Just as it was difficult to become a civil servant in the past, it was equally challenging to hold this position. Zhang Han, for instance, could never surpass the level of a fishing master, yet his skills were exceptionally high among ordinary fishermen, allowing him to secure this managerial role through connections. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. With the refining pot in hand, rising to prominence was merely a matter of time. There was no need to stir up trouble now. Han Fei quickly stood and smiled. Manager Zhang, are we setting out today? Zhang Han replied, of course. Otherwise, who would support you? Consider yourself lucky. A new regulation has been issued from above stating that ordinary fishermen only need to pay a tax of 300 jin of fish daily. With a cold smirk, he continued. But if you fail to meet the quota, well, you know the consequences. Our Tianshui village does not support idlers. You may very well find yourself spending the night at sea. Think wisely. Han Fei stiffened. He was well aware that fishermen who could not pay their fish tax were left adrift overnight at sea, where dangers lurked in the dark, often with fish attacking the boats. To this day, no one had survived 5 consecutive nights at sea without perishing. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei said, well, Manager Zhang, I have classes to attend. We only need to head out twice every 5 days, and I've already gone twice, so shouldn't it be someone else's turn? Zhang Han retorted. You seem to think quite highly of yourself. You didn't catch a single fish yesterday, and you even dragged a green-shelled turtle into the sea. This incident has already become common knowledge around the port. Do you think you can avoid paying fish tax for yesterday? If you didn't pay, you will obediently head out to sea. Han Fei clenched his fists, thinking that he would eventually smash his fist into Zhang Han's face. However, he managed to maintain a smile, saying, Manager Zhang, my fishing rod was lost, and my bait spilled. Thus, Zhang Han grinned maliciously, a trivial matter. I can lend you a common fishing rod and a box of green worms, nothing extravagant. Just 10 low-grade pearls. What do you say? Han Fei's fist tightened further. It was clear he was being bullied. A common fishing rod could be bought for just 3 low-grade pearls, and a box of green worms costs merely 80 sea coins. Where did this 10 low-grade pearls come from? Were even children not safe from his extortion? Taking a deep breath, Han Fei replied, Manager Zhang, I currently possess only 20 sea coins. Perhaps I could borrow from you? Upon hearing that Han Fei lacked funds, Zhang Han's expression darkened, and he snapped. Why didn't you say so earlier? A grown man with no more than 10 low-grade pearls, it's no wonder you're destined to remain a commoner for life. If you perish at sea, I would be at a loss. Han Fei's face turned pale. A normal person could only earn 2 or 3 low-grade pearls after a day of hard work, having paid for the fishing boat and the 300 jin fish tax. This scoundrel was clearly attempting to charge him exorbitant interest. Though displeased, Han Fei recognized that this was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where only strength reigns supreme. The saying goes that a gentleman takes his revenge even after a decade. However, we need not wait that long. Just wait until I achieve a modicum of success, and you shall see how I will bring you to ruin. Am I, Han Fei, to be intimidated? Soon, Han Fei arrived at the departure port once more. On his second visit, he still felt a sense of wonder. A street stretched for a full 10 miles, lined with an array of small shops and stalls. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, leaving Han Fei no opportunity to explore. This area was managed by members of the fishing enforcement team, led by Zhang Han. Every fishing boat departing from the port required registration with the enforcement team. Zhang Han himself owned a small shop, which he seldom tended to. When Han Fei arrived, he found Zhang lazily cracking sea sunflower seeds, a type of tiny shellfish. These sea sunflower seeds were of little value. Once out at sea, one could simply toss a rope overboard, and by the end of the day, retrieve a whole string of them. Zhang Han rummaged through his dilapidated shop and produced a tattered fishing rod, casually tossing a box of green bait worms to Han Fei. If it weren't for the fact that you still had a chance to participate in the fishing trial, you would have been exiled by now. Hurry along. And remember to collect 1 low-grade pearl each day. Han Fei, grasping the shabby fishing rod, turned to leave, although he was aware of the trick played on him. Having something was certainly better than nothing. After all, he couldn't very well dive into the sea to catch fish by hand, could he? That would be a fool's errand. At the registration office of the departure port, Han Fei announced, I wish to go out to sea. The female registrar glanced up at him and coldly replied, Be careful not to drown out there. Han Fei responded, Thank you for your concern. On the cheapest fishing boat, 8 people sat, as this was the most economical arrangement. There were also boats for 6, 4, 2, and even single-person crafts. As long as one had the money, renting tin boats for oneself was entirely feasible. Silence enveloped the group until a middle-aged man sitting next to Han Fei reminded him, "Sit tight, we're setting off." Despite having gained some experience, Han Fei was still awestruck. The world was breathtakingly beautiful. The immense sun reflected upon the ocean's surface, casting a golden hue over vast stretches of water, a sight to behold. "Hey, you there. What is so captivating about the sun? Aren't you going to bait your hook?" Green bait worms were the most common bait for ordinary fishermen. Resembling earthworms but thicker and shorter. Crucially, they were hefty, with firm flesh. Once pierced, the green bait worm retained its girth, swelling into a small meatball that pulsated rhythmically. At that moment, a young boy on the boat turned to Han Fei and asked, "Aren't you the one who was dragged under by the green turtle yesterday?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "That would be me." The boy then smirked coldly, pathetic. Han Fei was at a loss for words. Were the children here so pragmatic? It seemed that without strength, one could hardly survive in this realm. Chapter 4. The first fishing expedition. A few minutes later, the fishing boat descended upon the ocean, splashing water in all directions. In an instant, everyone raised their rods and cast their lines. It was hard to fathom how such a casual throw could send the hook flying hundreds of meters away, especially without a reel. How could one achieve such distance? Wouldn't the line tangle? While sea fishing does not require a float, is it truly feasible to cast hundreds of meters without a fishing reel? Han Fei glanced at the fishing rod in his hands. The line was merely 2 or 3 meters long. How could it possibly reach beyond 100 meters? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, he noticed that everyone's eyes were shut, their hands emanating a faint glow, reminiscent of the aura during cultivation. Han Fei began to piece together the answer. This was what they referred to as using spiritual energy to control the line. Yet, he recalled that such manipulation was quite depleting. Everyone, I have a splendid idea. Shouldn't we fish while the boat is moving? That might be more enticing, he suggested. Silence. A middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, admonishing him. This is merely an ordinary fishing boat with limited spiritual energy reserves. We must conserve our energy for fishing. If we deplete our spiritual energy, we will have to wait for someone to rescue us. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Han Fei smiled awkwardly. After all, this was not Earth, and many things were beyond his comprehension. Relying solely on memory would not suffice. He had initially hoped to bond with these individuals, but that seemed unlikely now. Nonetheless, he was not concerned. His memories of young boys catching 300 to 400 pounds of fish daily indicated that the sea teemed with fish. For instance, that 2-meter-long green turtle, surely one would suffice to cover the fishing tax. He cast his hook with all his might, managing to throw it barely 20 meters. Previously, fishing from the shore involved using weights to anchor the line, but now it was merely a line and bait, requiring spiritual energy to control the distance. This was quite challenging. His technique was proficient. Pull, release, shake. I sway left. I sway right. Han Fei murmured to himself, only to see a group of people staring at him in disbelief. "That kid, are you foolish? Your bait is gone," someone remarked. Han Fei? He was incredulous. Did they not understand his technique? Moreover, he had not felt any significant tug. How could his bait possibly be gone? "Reel it in," the middle-aged man urged. Green bait worms are the least active, so if your bait is moving, the fish won't bite. Han Fei, huh? A youth who had previously mocked Han Fei scoffed. "What do you mean, huh? Your worm must have been nibbled by a little shrimp." Reeling in was an art form, and as the crowd watched Han Fei awkwardly attempt to pull in the line, they were left speechless. One person could not help but comment, "Kid, how have you survived this long? Using spiritual energy? What good does that do?" "Han Fei, I am using it, but it won't budge." The middle-aged man instructed, "Feel the spiritual energy resting on the fishing line. Pull the line with that energy." Han Fei's face flushed slightly as he followed the advice, focusing on his spiritual energy. The moment his energy attached to the fishing rod and line, he was taken aback by the subtle force it generated. Oh, it can be used this way? With newfound determination, Han Fei concentrated, and a flash of energy surged through his hands. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the hook shot out of the water, only to land squarely on the backside of a boy his size at the other end of the boat. Han Fei instinctively tensed, while the others turned to stare, equally alarmed. "Are you reeling in or hooking someone?" they exclaimed. "Is such force necessary for reeling in?" "Han Fei, I didn't mean to. Stay still, I'll get it off." With a swift pull, a sizable chunk of fabric was torn away, and a small spurt of blood erupted. "My apologies, I miscalculated the force," Han Fei stammered. "I swear I'll kill you," the boy cried, clutching his backside. nearly in tears. I just wanted to fish in peace. What did I do to deserve this? Why throw the hook at my backside instead of into the water? The others on the boat regarded Han Fei with wary expressions. Had this boy's fall into the water the previous day rattled his brain? How could he be so inept at the basic operations of fishing? As the boy approached angrily, Han Fei hastily raised his fishing rod, causing the lad to halt in his tracks, clearly fearing another hook would be thrown. Han Fei, focus on fishing. If you keep causing trouble, we'll call the inspection team to take you away. Someone shouted. Han Fei chuckled awkwardly. Hey. The situation settled for the moment. Although the boy remained angry, he did not pursue the matter further. However, Han Fei felt a pang of distress. His green bait worm was indeed gone. He thought to himself, after years of fishing experience, is this all utterly useless here? What on earth is this? I can't even reel in a fish, let alone a gourd egg. Thus, Han Fei resigned himself to the situation, observing and mimicking the others as they cast their lines and sat still. Yet this method lacked any semblance of skill. After about half an hour, just as Han Fei was contemplating whether to inquire about techniques, someone suddenly stood up, emitting a muffled grunt. Instantly, Han Fei witnessed the individual assume a peculiar stance, their spiritual energy surging as a faint glow enveloped the fishing rod and line. Look at this. Han Fei widened his eyes. Was it really that simple? Not only him, but he noticed others sharing in the same realization, a tinge of envy in their gazes. The individual chuckled. Everyone, today's luck is with me. I've caught a large yellow croaker so swiftly. Congratulations. Someone exclaimed. Wow, Lao Chun. Your fishing skills have become quite refined. That yellow croaker must weigh over 100 pounds. Lao Chun weighed it in his hands and smiled slightly. It's about 120 pounds. The yellow croaker is a non-aggressive species, lacking the combative prowess of the green turtle or knife fish, making it less valuable. It ranks among the cheapest food sources on Floating Island, akin to daily staples like sea clams. As everyone reeled in their lines, Han Fei quickly did the same. The commotion from Lao Chun's catch had startled the fish below. Any fish with even a hint of caution would flee. Unless one reached the level of a master angler, fishermen typically worked in a mode of catching one fish and then relocating, having changed their spot. The group cast their lines once more. Mere minutes passed when the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, causing a stir. That's a green turtle. Someone quickly deduced. Han Fei's eyes brightened. Another green turtle. Yesterday, the angler Wang Jie had caught one with a crab claw technique that left him in awe. The middle-aged man's veins bulged as the line zipped rapidly. Gripping the rod with both hands, he utilized his shoulder-s strength to pull. And soon a several-meter-long fish was flung onto the deck. With a whoosh, everyone ducked to the corners of their fishing spots, save for Han Fei, who merely poked his head out. The middle-aged man's hand shimmered as he clapped, creating a gust of air that sent stones flying, ultimately landing a solid smack on the fish's body. Han Fei's immediate thought was that this man was merely a fisherman, vastly inferior to the angler from yesterday. Wang Jie had unleashed a punch that conjured a phantom claw. This man merely emitted light. With a resounding slap, the more than a meter-long green turtle landed on the deck, its tail flapping a few times as if dazed. This time, Han Fei observed closely. Aside from its head, the green turtle's back and body were adorned with yellow-green, stone-like scales that shimmered with a pale blue hue under the sun's rays. Name: Green Turtle. Level 5. Quality: Ordinary. Contains spiritual energy. 12 points. Consumption effect: long-term consumption can enhance human vitality. Absorbable. Han Fei mused. 3 large clams' spiritual energy equates to that of a single green turtle? It is evident that this hefty creature possesses little merit beyond its tough skin and coarse flesh. At once, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Big fellow, this. Must weigh around 200 pounds. Uncle Nyo, impressive. Old Nyo, have you reached the high rank of fisherman? The middle-aged uncle chuckled innocently. I just broke through to the high rank of fisherman a few days ago. Instantly, congratulations poured forth. Especially old Chun, who clutched the middle-aged uncle's arm and inquired. I have been stuck at the 6th level fisherman for ages. Any insights? The middle-aged uncle replied. I also found it strange. I have a hearty appetite, and just the other day, for reasons unknown, I suddenly broke through. Upon hearing this, old Chun sighed deeply. Realizing that with his advancing age, he likely would never attain the high rank of fisherman in this lifetime. Han Fei perked up his ears, discovering that this is what it means to be a high-ranking fisherman. However, upon learning that old Chun had been trapped at the 6th level for half his life, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Was cultivation truly this difficult? Alas, as the saying goes, one must sharpen their tools before embarking on a task. Once I elevate my cultivation and spiritual vein levels, I shall surely surpass you all. The middle-aged uncle caught a large green turtle, prompting everyone to relocate. Gradually, as the afternoon wore on, among the 8 individuals, only the boy of similar stature to Han Fei had yet to complete his task. The others had all succeeded. As the sun hung low, they even retrieved some sunflower seeds to munch on, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, the boy shouted, "I've got one, I've got one." Han Fei, with a scowl, glanced over, thinking to himself, everyone else has completed their tasks while he had sat idly all day, using up half a box of bait without even a tiny fish to show for it. Just as Han Fei was indulging in self-mockery, an old fisherman suddenly shouted that something was amiss. Old Chin's eyes widened in alarm. "Hurry, boy, let it go. You can't fish that." The middle-aged man's expression shifted drastically. "That's not a fish. You've caught a mantis shrimp." Han Fei's heart raced at the mention of mantis shrimp, the very one that Tengu had hooked. Chapter 5. Unexpected breakthrough. Before the young lad could fully comprehend the situation, he had already reeled in his line. The first thing that caught the attention of the crowd was a pair of long tentacles, prompting several individuals aboard to swing their fishing rods at it. A middle-aged man bellowed, "Cut it off." But alas, it was too late. One of the shrimp's tentacles ensnared the boy's arm. In an instant, Han Fei felt a chill in his heart as he witnessed the flesh being torn from the boy's arm. With a cry of anguish, the boy lurched forward, half his body dangling over the edge of the boat. Old Chin yelled in panic, grabbing hold of the boy's legs in an attempt to pull him back. But another tentacle had already extended towards him. The middle-aged man swiftly struck Old Chin with his rod, pushing him back. In the next moment, the boy was dragged overboard. Han Fei, in a daze, leaned forward to glimpse what had transpired, only to be met with a wave of cold sweat. The boy's head had vanished without a trace. All that remained were 2 tentacles of the shrimp. The expressions of everyone on the boat turned grave. A young boy had been dragged into the sea right before their eyes, a fate from which he would not return. Even though the middle-aged man had managed to sever a portion of the shrimp's tentacle, it paled in comparison to the loss of a life. Han Fei's face drained of color, recalling how just that morning the boy had mocked him, and now he was gone. It was a sorrowful realization, after all. He was merely a child. At that moment, Han Fei's heart raced. Yesterday, Master Wang Jie had mentioned that Tengu had caught a tentacle shrimp. How had he managed to land such a perilous creature? Someone pondered aloud. We should report this to the fishery inspection team. The inspection team, led by a master angler, patrols the fishing grounds. The head of the ordinary inspection team was none other than Wang Jie, the one who had saved Han Fei the previous day. Before long, Wang Jie arrived. He scanned the crowd and, upon spotting Han Fei, did not linger. The others hastily recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing their tale, Wang Jie's expression darkened with anger. What a foolish child. Does he not realize that the sensation of a tentacle shrimp biting is entirely different from that of a fish? How could he reel it in? The middle-aged man interjected. Master angler, perhaps he was simply too hasty. The sun was setting. Hearing this, Han Fei's expression grew darker still. It was as if he had drawn the short straw of misfortune, a renowned gold seeker of the sea. He had never failed to catch even the smallest of fish. Yet he had spent the entire day without so much as a single shrimp to show for it. Wang Jie's demeanor grew somber. There has been unrest in the fishing grounds lately. Not only have you faced misfortune, but another boat has encountered something far worse. 8 people aboard that vessel faced the serpent-like creature, and 4 of them perished. A collective gasp echoed among the group. The serpent was a creature even more terrifying than the tentacle shrimp. They were fortunate not to have crossed paths with it, for otherwise, their fate would likely have mirrored that ill-fated crew. A vivid image flashed through Han Fei's mind. A long, pale red fish resembling a serpent, its head nearly composed entirely of teeth, gliding swiftly through the waters. This fish thrived in warmth and had a penchant for piercing the human body, creating an unspeakable horror. Han Fei began to understand why so many preferred the safety of lower-tier fishing vessels. There was strength in numbers, and in times of peril, one could rely on others for assistance. Alone, like himself, should one encounter a tentacle shrimp, survival would be nearly impossible. Have you completed your tasks for today? Wang Jie queried. Yes, we have. Thank you for your concern, Master Angler, they responded in unison. Wang Jie's gaze turned cold as he focused on Han Fei. And what of your catch? Han Fei, his face flushed with embarrassment, stammered. I didn't catch anything. Wang Jie was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a fisherman who had failed to land a single fish, let alone after having previously dragged a green-shelled turtle into the water. Even the most inept angler could manage to catch a yellow croaker or a small white fish. The middle-aged man quickly added, "Master Angler, I heard he was dragged into the sea yesterday. He may still be in shock. It's understandable that he might need a day to recover." Wang Jie scoffed. "Useless, a little fright, and this is what he becomes? What do you expect him to accomplish in the future?" Han Fei remained silent, perplexed. Was his inability to fish truly a result of being shaken? The others felt a pang of sympathy. Old Shin spoke up, "Master Angler, he is still just a child. Growing and developing. Keeping him aboard could be dangerous." Wang Jie replied sternly, "Every angler faces danger. This is a treacherous ocean, in a first-tier fishing ground. Bloodshed and sacrifice are commonplace. There is no time to waste. You all leave with me. Han Fei, you remain behind, remember, if you fish at night. Do not drop your line deeper than 3 meters. Otherwise, do not blame me for failing to warn you about the consequences." The other fishermen felt a sense of unease. It was rare for even seasoned anglers to remain alone at sea overnight, let alone a boy not yet 12. The middle-aged man sighed and handed Han Fei the remainder of his bait, saying, "Be sure to heed the master angler's words. Do not exceed 3 meters." Old Shin produced a piece of dried fish and half a canteen of water, offering it to Han Fei. "Be careful." Another fisherman handed Han Fei a rough iron dagger, saying, "For self-defense." Han Fei expressed his gratitude, feeling warmth in his heart at their generosity during such a perilous time. Wang Jie left the fishing boat in Han Fei's care and departed with the others. As for the boat, it was unlikely to be lost. In the vast expanse of the fishing grounds, it was nearly impossible for a mere fisherman to lose such a vessel. Once everyone had departed, Han Fei was left in a state of despair. He seized the dried fish Old Chun had left behind. Despite its pungent odor, he began to gnaw on it. Having gone an entire day without food, he was ravenous, and the small piece of dried fish quickly vanished. As the sun dipped lower, the sky darkened, revealing a colossal full moon that rivaled the sun in size. Flanking the moon were 2 smaller celestial bodies, creating a beautiful yet strange sight. Before long, darkness enveloped the landscape. The sea remained placid, reflecting the luminous moonlight, devoid of any other colors. Unsteady with his fishing technique, Han Fei recalled the middle-aged man's words and the teachings from the soul fishing technique, specifically the chapter on stillness. The soul fishing technique is a method of cultivation, and stillness is the foundational principle of this fishing art. Han Fei had studied it several times, especially when he had failed to catch any fish during the day. However, the teachings were simplistic, emphasizing bodily stillness, steady hands, and a calm heart, akin to tranquil waters, simple in theory, yet who could remain as motionless as a statue? Once more, Han Fei cast his line, but to no avail. Suddenly, he felt a warmth radiating from his wrist. He quickly rolled up his sleeve to discover the gourd-shaped mark shimmering intermittently. He felt a surge of spiritual energy descending upon his wrist, entering his body like a breath of fresh air. He could sense it. Could it be that the gourd was automatically drawing in spiritual energy? In an instant, Han Fei retracted his fishing rod and sat cross-legged, pondering the gourd's sudden ability to absorb energy. This could only be beneficial to his cultivation. As he activated his technique, the profound principles of the art resonated within him. In his mind, the opening lines of the soul fishing technique played: "Seize the celestial energy. Claim the heaven's creation. With one's body as the sea, refine the soul through spirit, and thus forge the soul's ocean." Following the remnants of his memory, Han Fei began to cultivate. But as he did, he felt the gourd on his wrist vibrate intensely, drawing in spiritual energy at an exponentially increased rate. Had someone observed Han Fei in this state of cultivation, they would surely deem him mad. Who would dare to directly absorb the essence of the sun and moon? With a moment's carelessness, one could easily fall into a trance from which there is no escape. Yet, Han Fei felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, a sensation absent the previous night. At this moment, he perceived himself enveloped in a gentle radiance, rendering him too languid to move. Crack. After a brief interval, Han Fei sensed something within him shatter, an exhilarating sensation coursing through his body, invigorating his spirit. Could this be what they refer to as a breakthrough? He glanced at the demon refining cauldron, and indeed, the data had shifted. Demon refining cauldron owner, Han Fei level 3, novice fisherman, spiritual energy, 60, spiritual veins, level 1 deficient, upgradable, major cultivation technique, soul fishing technique, reparable. Han Fei was somewhat astonished. This breakthrough seemed far too effortless. Was it not said that one could take years to advance, even a minor level? How could he, having practiced for less than half an hour, achieve such progress? In the instant of his breakthrough, Han Fei experienced a profound clarity. If he had possessed the strength of several tens of pounds before, now it undoubtedly exceeded 100. He felt infused with an abundance of power. As Han Fei prepared to continue his cultivation, he heard a series of splashes from the surface of the sea. Dozens of large fish were thrashing about near his fishing boat, lingering for several minutes as if questioning why the spiritual energy had abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, Han Fei's spirit surged. This energy felt like a stimulant. Could it be that even the fish sensed his cultivation? However, he mused, do leap onto my boat, rather than merely frolicking in the water. As he noticed the number of leaping fish dwindling, Han Fei hastily baited his hook with green maggots and cast it into the water, if not now, when? Perhaps buoyed by his favorable mood, fortune smiled upon him. Scarcely had the hook touched the water when a tremendous force tugged at his line. Han Fei shouted in exhilaration, gripping the fishing rod tightly, disregarding any finesse in fishing technique, and resorted to sheer brute strength. By the heavens, what immense power! Chapter 6. The preciousness of spiritual energy. The fishing rod trembled vigorously, and with urgency, Han Fei immediately discerned that this was no ordinary creature like a man's shrimp. Thus he felt at ease to drag it in. Perhaps it was due to its low level? Several times, the fishing rod nearly slipped from his grasp. And after a tense stalemate of several minutes, he finally pulled a large yellow croaker from the water. Although this yellow croaker was not as large as the one caught by Old Chun, it still weighed around 80 to 90 pounds, certainly qualifying as a big catch. Data materialized before his eyes. Name, large yellow croaker, level, 3 quality, ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 6 points, consumption effect. Long-term consumption can enhance human vitality, absorbable, haha. Can fishing truly be a challenge for me? A mere yellow croaker, just wait until I catch 10 or 8 more. Han Fei hastily baited the hook again and cast it. Due to the dense school of fish, the bites were swift, unfortunately, 3 times in succession. The fish's strength was too overwhelming, resulting in the hook coming loose, leaving him without even a small shrimp. After some attempts, Han Fei felt as if the fishing rod had become an extension of his own body. He could even vaguely sense the fish's movements through the line. Wow, how marvelous! At this moment, he understood why Old Chun often rotated the rod. This was a fishing technique aimed at ensuring the hook firmly latched onto the fish's mouth. Having mastered the technique, it wasn't too long before Han Fei pulled up a second large yellow croaker, albeit one significantly smaller than the first. Yet, he was unconcerned. Even the smaller one weighed about 50 to 60 pounds, and he needed to catch 300 pounds daily. However, he was taken aback to find that merely one session of fishing had cost him 5 points of spiritual energy. Yet, this yellow croaker contained only a scant 5 points of energy. How unfair! This is a loss. Have I fished for nothing? Within half an hour, another fish bit. And Han Fei estimated this was a normal occurrence. The previous incident was likely due to a gathering of fish drawn by the concentration of spiritual energy. This time, Han Fei employed a clever tactic. Upon feeling a bite, the first thing he did was not to reel in. He gathered his spiritual energy in hand, transmitted it to the rod, then closed his eyes to sense the direction of the fish's struggle, and only then made a deft turn to hook it. Of course, success was not guaranteed every time. Over the course of 2 hours, Han Fei had missed the hook more than 10 times, catching only 7 or 8 fish, including 2 small white fish. After another hour, the night deepened, the wind rose over the sea, and the temperature dropped. His box of greenbait worms was nearly empty, with only one left. Meanwhile, he had caught 8 or 9 large yellow croakers in his boat. Fortunately, they were all yellow croakers. Otherwise, if a green-shelled turtle showed up, he might not stand a chance. With the last bait, he prepared to conclude his fishing. Suddenly, Han Fei recalled Wang Jie mentioning that the hook should not exceed 3 meters. Was it possible that going beyond this depth would yield different results? With a flicker of thought, he decided to test it. After all, the difference between just above and below 3 meters should be negligible, right? Just a tad over should be fine. After all, yellow croakers are the most basic of fish. Perhaps he could try for a green-shelled turtle? This time, Han Fei intentionally let out a bit more line, believing that a green-shelled turtle would lie beneath 3 meters. Just as he cast the line, it twitched. Could it be that a fish bit so quickly below 3 meters? Han Fei felt a surge of excitement. Was the speed of the bite related to the depth of the water? With determination, he yanked the line. But just as he pulled, his hand suddenly felt lighter. The line had snapped, and he tumbled heavily onto the boat. Damn that Zhang Han, selling me inferior goods. Yet, under the bright moonlight, Han Fei glimpsed a cold flash in the air, a fish, about half a meter long, shot towards him. Whoa. The first thought that crossed Han Fei's mind was that of a knife fish. Had he really encountered a knife fish? Had the line been severed by it? Knife fish are known for their blade-like backs, a fact even a 3-year-old would know. That blade could be used to forge weapons and was not inexpensive. The glint he saw was indeed a knife. Oh no. Han Fei quickly positioned his rod horizontally. In an instant, the rod shattered under the tremendous force, propelling Han Fei backward. Fortunately, the blade soared past his face and embedded itself into the wood. His scalp tingled. It was a narrow escape. Had he not fallen, he might have been cleaved in two. Regret washed over him. He should have heeded the warning and not dared to cast below 3 meters. Seeing the knife fish hurtling towards him, he rolled on the boat and snatched up the rod to strike back. Bang! His arm tingled. The strength of this beast was overwhelming. He soon noticed the knife lodged in the wood was quivering, as if trying to break free. Brother, just go. I won't catch you anymore. Han Fei mused, realizing that even a shark would not be as ferocious as this creature. The knife fish possessed a skill that made him feel like a target of a flying dagger. He doubted his body could withstand the fish's strength. If it managed to slice him, he'd become the fastest fallen traveler in history. With nowhere to dodge, a thought struck Han Fei. Since spiritual energy proved so useful in empowering the rod, could it also serve as a weapon? Without hesitation, he grasped the shattered rod, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and lunged at the fish's head. Thud, he felt as though a massive stone had struck his chest, sending him crashing back onto the boat. A metallic taste filling his mouth. Had he bitten down on blood? The next moment, he felt the weight of a large fish pressing down on him. Cough, cough. What else with these deadly fish? The rod had pierced the knife fish's mouth. Perhaps due to its own immense strength, it had inadvertently brought about its own demise, sparing Han Fei from a dire fate. After a moment, he finally regained his composure, feeling utterly drained, his body weak and his wrist numb, throbbing painfully. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder people generally avoided fishing for knife fish. They could indeed be lethal. Name: knife fish, level 6, quality, ordinary, deceased, contains spiritual energy, 22 points, consumption effect. Long-term consumption can enhance human vitality, collectible, inferior blade, absorbable. Even this is deemed inferior? What must the superior ones be like? Han Fei gasped for breath, feeling somewhat exasperated. The consumption of spiritual energy was immense, and his wrist throbbed with pain. Looking down, he noticed the gourd on his wrist glowing again. Faintly, he perceived a glimmer of green energy flowing from the knife fish into the gourd, vanishing in an instant. Did this gourd absorb the spiritual energy? Gurgle. At this moment, Han Fei felt ravenous. He hastily seized the dead knife fish and sliced off a piece of meat to devour, only to discover that the energy-depleted fish flesh was rather unpalatable. It not only had a strong fishy taste, but also lacked texture. Yet, no matter how unappetizing, it significantly alleviated his hunger. Looking at the cauldron of refinement, he noted only 2 points of spiritual energy remained. Han Fei was at a loss. Did the energy absorbed by the gourd not count towards his reserves? Reluctantly, he resorted to extracting a large yellow croaker from the fish hold for absorption. What a waste. Such a pity, it weighed dozens of pounds. Grumbling as he absorbed, he curiously observed the gourd on his wrist, yet it remained unresponsive for quite some time. Chapter 7. The fish captured the boat with his fishing rod broken. Han Fei found himself once again impoverished, left with only a tattered dagger gifted by another and a subpar fin knife embedded in wood. Dejected, he retrieved a small white fish from the fish hold and began to prepare sashimi. To his surprise, the flavor was rather delightful. The flesh was firm and bore an unexpected resemblance to beef. Han Fei was astonished, as this meat was quite suitable for sashimi, possessing a faint blood taste and a refreshing texture. Initially, he believed that the small white fish would be inferior to larger varieties such as yellow croaker and knife fish. Yet it proved to be unexpectedly exquisite. In no time, he consumed half of the small white fish, and to his astonishment, his spiritual energy surged from 20 to 23 points. Han Fei was taken aback. Wasn't he had said that the small white fish only provided 3 points of spiritual energy? He finished the remaining half, and his spiritual energy rose to 26 points, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, the inhabitants of this realm experienced a state of profound relaxation while eating, enabling them to absorb not only the inherent spiritual energy of the seafood, but also to enhance the absorption of ambient spiritual energy. As dawn approached, the sky lightened, signaling that the night had passed uneventfully. Han Fei sat cross-legged and resumed his cultivation. He felt a familiar warmth in his wrist. Sensing a continuous influx of spiritual energy entering his body, although its quantity was noticeably diminished. Curious, he opened his eyes and noticed that the 3 moons had waned to mere remnants. Could the rate of spiritual energy absorption be linked to these moons? After a little over half an hour, daybreak arrived, and the crimson sun peeked over the horizon, casting a beam of morning light. In an instant, while still immersed in his practice, Han Fei felt a jolt throughout his body as the spiritual energy from the void surged dramatically. If the previous influx could be likened to a gentle stream, at this moment, it felt as though a mighty river was rushing into him. Gasping, he realized it was overwhelming. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the gourd on his wrist suddenly manifested. After merely 2 or 3 breaths, he felt as if he might ignite in flames. The pain was intense, as if his wrist were ablaze. He hastily ceased his cultivation, opening his eyes to see smoke rising from his wrist, illuminated by a purple glow. Before he could rise, a burst of flames ignited on his wrist. In a panic, he plunged his hand into the water of the fish hold. While doing so, he glanced at the refining gourd, which had seen its spiritual energy increase from 26 to 108 points. The speed astonished him. Could it be attributed to that purple glow? Just as Han Fei pondered this, he stumbled as the sea began to boil, the surface rising ominously, and distant waves began to swell. Yet, these were not mere waves. He saw countless fish fins approaching his small boat. A cacophony erupted as a multitude of fish leaped joyously, with several small white fish colliding with his face. To his dismay, a large yellow croaker slammed into his abdomen, bending him over like a shrimp. Before he could react, a tentacled shrimp soared through the air. In a moment of panic, Han Fei dove into a fish hold, swiftly closing the lid behind him. His heart raced as he sensed he had unwittingly stirred a frenzy upon the sea. Shortly after sealing the fish hold, a series of thuds echoed outside, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood as a blade scraped against the lid, piercing through slightly. The air was filled with the sound of whips cracking and stones striking the boat, creating a cacophonous symphony. This was perilously dangerous. Were tentacled shrimps, knife fish, and armored turtles all here? After a few minutes, with a sudden crack, a shrimp leg punctured the lid. "Oh dear, big brother shrimp, please retreat," Han Fei exclaimed. But then an idea struck him. Could he absorb it? He seized the shrimp leg, refusing to let go. Absorb. Refining gourd, devour it. With a loud thud, the lid of the fish hold nearly flew off. Initially, the tentacled shrimp resisted fiercely, its antennae thrashing against the deck, nearly toppling the lid. Yet, its struggles gradually weakened. And Han Fei rejoiced. Indeed, the refining gourd proved its worth. After nearly 5 minutes, the leg in his grasp ceased its thrashing, its spiritual energy presumably depleted. "You thought you could flaunt your power outside and intrude upon my sanctuary? Who's the fool now?" Han Fei muttered. A startled yellow croaker struck his head, causing him to nearly shed tears from the pain. Confirming no dangerous creatures remained on board, he leaped from the fish hold to find the deck in disarray, with numerous yellow croakers and small white fish sliced into countless pieces. Even a knife fish had been cleaved in half. Moreover, the deck was littered with stones, the remnants of the armored turtle's assault, and he counted at least 3 dead turtles strewn across the deck. The sight left Han Fei astounded. How formidable was that tentacled shrimp to have cleaved through armored turtles? Turning his gaze to the 3-meter-long shrimp, it resembled a boiled lobster, albeit with a disproportionately large head. A notably short body and long whiskers, its eyes resembling 2 pieces of withered wood, now limp upon the deck. Yet, a wave of elation surged within him as he noted his spiritual energy had risen to 156 points. Meaning this tentacled shrimp had bestowed upon him 48 points of energy, surpassing even a bowl of spiritual fish soup. Moreover, this boat, designed for 8 fishermen, possessed 8 fish holds. And aside from the deck and the hold he had hidden in, nearly every compartment was teeming with fish. Han Fei swore he had never experienced such exhilaration. After a day and night of fishing yielding only a meager 10 fish, this 5-minute haul exceeded all his efforts. The fish that leaped aboard were undeniably his. He felt like a newly rich man. Laughing heartily, with dark circles under his eyes, he calculated with glee, there are quite a few small white fish. The gourd can easily consume 40 or 50, and the yellow croakers, perhaps 20 or 30. Suddenly, he noticed the water in one of the fish holds was tinged red. As he prepared to inspect the hold, he spotted a long shape gliding through the water. Oh no! Instinctively, he kicked the lid shut, sealing it tightly. If he was correct, it was a ribbonfish. Just yesterday, such a creature had nearly decimated half the crew. Should it escape, he could find himself in grave danger, possibly impaled if he wasn't careful. Thus, Holding a yellow croaker in one hand and an armored turtle in the other, he absorbed their energy before tossing their corpses overboard. Even though he knew he could sell them once their spiritual energy was depleted, the secrets he held were far more valuable. Minutes later, Han Fei turned his attention back to the refining gourd. Refining Demon Cauldron Master. Han Fei Level 3, Novice Fisherman. Spiritual Energy. 814, 60, Spiritual Vein. Level 1 Defective, Upgradable, Primary Technique. Soul Fishing Technique Part 1 Stillness Technique. Han Fei gazed in astonishment at the 814 points of spiritual energy. Realizing that he had absorbed over 100 fish, garnering nearly 700 points of energy. His breath quickened. The accumulation of spiritual energy within the refining cauldron truly seemed limitless. Should he attempt this once more tomorrow night? Little did Han Fei know that if he were to speak of this, many would deem him insane for daring to cultivate beneath the dawn's embrace. In a moment, the ordinary individual would be reduced to ash. After a brief cleansing of the fishing boat, he intentionally left some traces behind, severing the antennae of a shrimp and casting the entire creature into the water. Otherwise, the presence of such a sizable shrimp, intact, would be impossible to explain. The sun had risen, and fishing boats began to descend from the sky in succession. Among them, one vessel made a beeline for the boat where Han Fei resided. Chapter 8. The frenzy of purchase. Wang Jie arrived with 2 members of the inspection team. To his surprise, his first concern was not for Han Fei's well-being, nor did he notice the dark circles under Han Fei's eyes. Instead, he and his companions stared in disbelief at the chaotic scene aboard Han Fei's fishing boat. Han Fei explained innocently, "Well, Master, I was sleeping soundly as dawn approached when suddenly the water erupted and many fish began leaping onto the boat. So I took refuge inside the fish hold. And when I emerged, it looked like this. It must be the result of the tentacle shrimp." His innocent demeanor was evident, especially given the dark circles around his eyes. He pointed to them, saying, "These are from the big yellow fish colliding with me." Wang Jie furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be a small fish tide? That shouldn't be the case. He scrutinized Han Fei, questioning how one could survive by hiding in the fish hole during a small fish tide. At that moment, he had no answers. But he silently noted that the fishing grounds had been unsettled lately and decided to alert everyone to exercise caution. After surveying the boat, Wang Jie exclaimed, "There is even a knife fish here, but why are there so few fish in the hold?" Han Fei replied, "Master fisherman, some of the fish holds were already closed. So there are fewer fish that jumped in on their own." From behind Wang Jie, one of the team members remarked enviously, "That's still quite a catch. Dozens of fish, including knife fish and green-shelled turtles. That should cover your fish tax for 2 months." Han Fei chuckled, "Master fisherman, I suspect there's a snake belt among them, which is why I closed the lid and didn't dare to look." Snake belt? The 2 members behind Wang Jie gasped. If it truly was a snake belt, it would be a prized catch. How fortunate for this lad to encounter a small fish tide and have a snake belt leap aboard. Wang Jie's eyes widened as he quickly commanded, "Everyone step back." Han Fei hastily hid behind them, knowing that if the creature escaped, it would likely attack these men first. Wang Jie approached the fish hold, lifting the lid with a swift kick. In an instant, a dark shadow shot out. Wang Jie shouted, and a faint glow emanated from his hand as he grasped the creature with lightning speed. The snake-like figure twisted midair, lunging directly at Wang Jie's chest. Its mouth agape, revealing a row of teeth that sent a chill down Han Fei's spine. With a thud, an invisible barrier appeared before Wang Jie, effectively blocking the charging snake belt. With a swift motion, Wang Jie brought his glowing palm down forcefully. After another strike, the snake belt was finally subdued. Han Fei watched, astonished. Was this fish truly so ferocious that even the master fisherman needed several attempts to subdue it? Wang Jie glanced at Han Fei and remarked, "Indeed. This snake belt is quite dangerous. If you have no use for it, how about selling it to me?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Since you want it, consider it a gift from me." Wang Jie, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Let us be clear, this is a medium-grade pearl. Barely worth a snake belt." Han Fei gazed at the medium-grade pearl, knowing that to possess it would equate to holding 100 low-grade pearls, amounting to 10,000 C coins. However, would he dare to keep such a treasure? He feared he would be extorted within days. Thus, Han Fei shook his head vigorously, saying, "Master, the snake belt jumped aboard on its own, and I lack the ability to catch it. It's only fitting to give it to you. No need for a medium-grade pearl. However, if you truly feel indebted, my fishing rod was destroyed last night. Would it be possible for you to gift me a new one?" The 2 inspection team members could hardly believe their ears. What? A medium-grade pearl? And you're just letting it go? Wang Jie was equally astonished. A 12-year-old child, who was known to be quite impoverished, could resist the allure of a medium-grade pearl? If only his talent were a bit better. In truth, even if Han Fei hadn't suggested it, Wang Jie would have advised him to make such a trade. A fishing rod and self-defense weapon would undoubtedly be far more beneficial than a medium-grade pearl. After all, a man without guilt can easily attract trouble when possessing a treasure. Very well, master, Han Fei agreed. This was a small act of kindness. If Han Fei had accepted the medium-grade pearl, such consideration would have vanished. Who knows what traps awaited him near the port? As the fishing boat ascended, Han Fei observed the inspection team member beside him, who was intently examining the severed knife fish. With a sudden shift in his gaze, Han Fei asked, "Excuse me, may I ask your name?" The inspection team member answered coldly, "Song Fei." "Brother Song, this knife fish was severed by the tentacle shrimp. I lack the ability to deal with it. And since you seem quite interested, how about I give it to you?" Song Fei was taken aback. He could simply run errands and earn a knife fish? While not the most precious of catches, it was still quite rare, especially the knife on its back, which was exceptionally sharp and could be used to craft a dagger. In ordinary fishing grounds, only large beasts could withstand its cut. "You're giving this to me?" Song Fei asked. "If Brother Song likes it, I'm happy to give it away. It jumped aboard on its own after all, and I had no means to catch it." Song Fei felt tempted, realizing he couldn't be too picky. After all, a free knife fish was too good to pass up. "Then thank you, Brother Song," Han Fei exclaimed, jumping into the fish hold to tidy up. "What are you doing?" Song Fei asked, bewildered. Han Fei grinned. "Brother Song, this boat is a complete mess. Especially this fish hold, which is covered in fish remains from the snake belt. I'm just cleaning it up." Song Fei shook his head in disbelief. "The meat is in shambles. No one would want it now. Just drain the blood and let it be. Someone will clean it up once we reach the port." Han Fei nodded in agreement, but he knew that the remnants were still imbued with spiritual energy, and he wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Unbeknownst to Song Fei, the spiritual energy in the murky water of the fish hold was rapidly dissipating. After several minutes, Han Fei finished tidying the surface of the boat. "You're quite diligent, but your cultivation is too low. Once you sell this fish, buy a bottle of fish head refining liquid. Otherwise, you'll struggle to pass the fishing trials." "All right then," Han Fei replied absently, feeling frustrated that the worthless remains amounted to just 142 points of spiritual energy. Song Fei remarked, "Xiaoqin, this kid is lucky to have encountered a small fish tide. Thankfully, he hid in the fish hold, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Look, he has had quite a harvest." The female registrar smiled slightly. "All right, I'll collect 300 pounds of fish tax from you. The rest, you can handle yourself." Han Fei's heart sank at the thought of 300 pounds of large yellow fish. That was a fortune. "Don't be upset. Look at how much you still have left. At least over 2,000 pounds, plus a knife. Be content. This already matches the efforts of others over half a month." "Brother Song, it's not that I'm upset. I'm just worried Sister Qin will scold me for making a mess of the fishing boat." Upon hearing this, both the registrar and Song Fei were dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, incredulous that such shameless words could come from his mouth. While shamelessness was one thing, flattering someone was meant to convey a clear message that one was indeed flattering while ensuring the other party remained unoffended. The goal was not to win affection but to avoid inciting aversion. As the fishing boat finally came to a halt, people rushed over. Most greeted Song Fei before inquiring, "Kid, wow, you have so many large yellow fish. I'll take them all at a fair price, 20 sea coins each." Someone immediately countered, "Kid, don't listen to this skinny guy's nonsense. Sell to me for 30 sea coins each. I guarantee you'll profit." Another person chimed in, tugging at the green-shelled turtle, "Kid, I want the green-shelled turtle for 10 low-grade pearls each." Someone pointed at the small white fish and declared, "I will take all the small white fish, 12 sea coins each." Another, astonished by the sight of a knife fish skeleton, quickly exclaimed, "Youngster, I desire that knife. I will give you 30 inferior pearls for it." Chapter 9. Robbed. Han Fei chuckled coldly to himself. Wang Jie had offered a mid-grade spirit pearl, and they had only given him a few low-grade pearls in return. Selling to them would indeed be foolish. He turned his gaze towards Song Fei, who coldly snorted, "Everyone, quiet down. Let us adhere to the rules. Big yellow fish is 8 sea coins per gene, small white fish is 4 sea coins per gene, and green-shelled turtles are 20 sea coins per gene. That knife is not for sale. If you want something, make your decision quickly. If not, disperse." Song Fei scoffed. How dare they even think of wanting his knife? The crowd was taken aback. Song Fei was backing this young man. Who was he? Those familiar with Han Fei were astonished. Wasn't he the one who had been impoverished to the point of ringing like a bell? What ability did he possess to have the inspector supporting him? At the regular prices, many bargain seekers quickly scattered. However, a larger merchant stepped forward. Whatever team leader Song says goes. Kid, I'll weigh your fish. Before long, apart from keeping a big yellow fish for himself, all the fish were weighed, yielding a total of 1480 coins, equivalent to 148 low-grade pearls, or less than 1.5 mid-grade pearls. The primary value stemmed from the green-shelled turtles, which were quite expensive. Nevertheless, 148 low-grade pearls were enough to make many of the ne'er-do-wells lurking near the air harbor glance over. Upon receiving the money, Han Fei felt a wave of anxiety. He needed to spend it quickly, or he would likely be swindled by the next day. Song Fei was aware of this too, so he took Han Fei to Wang Jie's shop. As a skilled fisherman, Wang Jie had the right to operate a shop, and it was quite prestigious. Located in the central area of the district. Inside the shop, Song Fei said, "Old Guan, I've brought you some business." An unassuming yet shrewd-looking old man smiled and replied, "Song, aren't you supposed to be working for my master today? What brings you here?" After a brief exchange, the old man chuckled. "It's quite remarkable that you survived the small fish tide. Since my master promised to gift you a fishing rod, I naturally cannot let his reputation suffer." The rods in the shop were all priced. Anything below 1 mid-grade spirit pearl was available for him to take. Han Fei, unfamiliar with the quality, noticed that most rods were priced at 18 or 28 low-grade pearls. Higher quality ones were 58 or 68, while the more premium rods cost 88 low-grade pearls, but there were only a handful of those. As for those exceeding 88 pearls, there were only 3, one priced at 128, another at 168, and the last at 188. With a glint in his eye, Han Fei asked, "Old Guan, may I have the one priced at 128 low-grade pearls? I can pay extra." Both Song Fei and Old Guan seemed to understand. After all, who wouldn't he want a good fishing rod? They even thought Han Fei might opt for the 188 one, given his apparent wealth. Han Fei calculated that he still had 120 low-grade pearls, which was excessive. "Old Guan, do you have fish heads for refining body fluid?" Han Fei inquired. Old Guan was taken aback. "We do, but a bottle costs 1 mid-grade spirit pearl. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "Yes," Han Fei replied. Song Fei remarked, "Old Guan, this kid is decent, just a bit underpowered. If he carries all that money, it won't last till the end of the day." Old Guan nodded in agreement, recognizing that someone as weak as Han Fei could easily be bullied by a couple of thugs. Though robbery was forbidden on the floating island, there were many ways to take advantage of others. Old Guan cautiously retrieved a small bottle containing a pale green liquid from a box, saying, "This is a treasure. Even in our shop, we only have a few bottles. Remember, once you drink it, you must begin your cultivation immediately. The effect lasts no more than 3 hours." Han Fei carefully tucked it away, thanking Old Guan. As he left, he carried a sturdy iron fishing rod valued at 128 low-grade pearls and wore a black iron dagger obtained for 8 low-grade pearls at his waist. It was that Han Fei didn't want a knife. It was just that revealing the knife he had left would be a bit tricky to explain. With that, Song Fei departed, and Han Fei hastily made his way to the fish market near the floating island, heading directly to Zhang Han's small shop. Zhang Han was chatting and cracking sea melon seeds when he saw Han Fei and exclaimed, "Wow, you're still alive?" When Han Fei pulled out 12 low-grade pearls, Zhang Han was stunned. This kid was impressive. Had he earned money after spending a night at sea? Wait, that is not right. He was holding a sturdy iron fishing rod. Zhang Han gasped, "You're the one who survived the small fish tide?" Han Fei smiled sheepishly. "It was just luck." Zhang Han, speechless, muttered, "You've truly struck it lucky to have survived. There has been quite a buzz near the floating harbor about you. They say you struck it rich? A sturdy iron fishing rod?" Zhang Han felt a pang of envy, wishing he could rob Han Fei right then. However, since this wasn't low-grade spirit pearls, he couldn't scheme against him. If Han Fei reported him to the inspectors, he would be in deep trouble. "All right, since you have some spare change, how about buying 2 boxes of green bait? It's only 1 low-grade spirit pearl per box." Han Fei scoffed internally. Did he think he was foolish? Other places sold it for 80 coins. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and said, "Manager Zhang, I still have 8 low-grade spirit pearls left. Naturally, I wish to purchase some bait, and I also want to buy some sea clams. Could you arrange that for me?" Zhang Han's eyes lit up. This kid is sensible. What kind of person do you think your brother Zhang is? I'll definitely give you a good price. However, These were minor matters. Compared to today's haul, a few low-grade pearls were trivial. Just as Han Fei was nearing home, a few thugs appeared. As he had expected, upon leaving the floating harbor, he had been targeted and followed all the way here. A sinister-looking fat man cracked his knuckles and said, "Kid, I heard you've had good luck. You sold over 100 low-grade pearls today. What do you say? Isn't it time to pay this month as protection fee?" Han Fei's expression darkened. He had never heard of such a thing as a protection fee. He smiled awkwardly. "Brothers, I did make quite a bit of money, but I've already spent it all. I don't have a single C coin left on me." The fat man fumed. "Liar. 148 low-grade pearls. And you spent it all in just 1 hour? Who do you think you're fooling? Are you looking down on our Tiger Head gang?" Han Fei was taken aback. How did they know exactly how much he had sold? The thugs were dumbfounded. "What? Wang Jia, the fisherman, told you to spend it?" Not that the thugs were unintelligent, but their faces paled as they realized that even swindling required skill. Wang Jia had swindled a snake and was now getting this kid to spend in his own shop. In this back and forth, all the money had ended up in his pocket. What a clever scheme. The fat man sneered. "You mean to tell me you have not a single C coin left?" Han Fei replied, "I just returned 12 low-grade pearls to Manager Zhang and I just bought 2 boxes of green bait and dozens of big sea clams. I have spent all my remaining 20 low-grade pearls." The fat man was speechless. "Are you stupid? Just escaped the tiger's den to enter the wolf's lair? Does Zhang Han look like a good person? You traded 20 low-grade pearls for such little stuff." Han Fei feigned innocence, patting his pocket. "Big brother, look, I truly don't have a single C coin left. If you want, I can see if there's anything at my home. You can take whatever you find, or I promise I'll be the first to contribute to you next month when I have money." With a pale face, Han Fei exclaimed, Absolutely." The fat man snorted. "All right, brothers, let us go. We will return in 7 days." Once the group of thugs left, Han Fei chuckled coldly. 7 days? Ha. In 7 days, I shall reveal to you why the coral is so vividly red. Chapter 10. The art of void fishing. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's steam the fish. An hour later, having feasted to his heart's content, Han Fei cast a glance at the demon refining vessel. Demon refining vessel owner. Han Fei level 3, novice fisher, spirit chi, 996, 60, spirit vein, level 1 imperfect, upgradable, main cultivation technique, soul fishing technique part 1, immovable technique. Han Fei clicked on the cultivation technique option. The display read, existing technique, soul fishing technique, imperfect. First layer, immovable technique, imperfect. Note, an ancient universal technique, long lost to the ravages of time. Full restoration requires the expenditure of 1,000 spirit chi. Proposed technique, void fishing technique completion, 48 1,000. Han Fei grinned widely. Void fishing technique? Let me witness your prowess. Han Fei, upgrade. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted before him, followed by a torrent of intricate characters flooding his mind. The opening words proclaimed, the spirit sea is boundless, encompassing the essence of myriad beings, coalescing the primordial ocean, mastering the soul sea, intercepting the world's spirit chi to nourish oneself, seizing the creation of the 10 directions to solidify the soul. In that instant of completing the technique, thunder rumbled through the clear sky, and rain began to pour across a vast expanse. Simultaneously, in a floating city miles away, a figure stood proudly in the void, calculating with fingers poised. An anomaly in the heavens, emanating from a village under my jurisdiction? The figure stepped forward, pointing at the void. Using his hand as a quill, inscribing, from this day forth, all villages shall double their resource supply. All academies shall closely monitor individuals of exceptional talent. Should any prodigy arise, they are to report immediately. Meanwhile, within Tianshui village, nearly everyone was rushing home, waiting for the rain. The floating island was perpetually shored on fresh water, with most of the drinking supply derived from rainfall. Only a select few, those at the fisher level, possessed the ability to practice the water-gathering technique, drawing water from the void. True to his nature, Han Fei would have immediately brought out every container capable of collecting water as soon as the rain began. Yet at this moment, Han Fei's complexion paled. He could scarcely concern himself with the rain. The moment the arcane characters appeared in his mind, he felt as if he were a deflated balloon. Acutely aware that his realm had plummeted to the level of a novice fisher, Han Fei was on the verge of tears. Hadn't he upgraded his technique? Shouldn't that lead to a surge in power, allowing him to turn the tables and ascend to the pinnacle of life? Why did his strength diminish so suddenly? Before he could process this, his power continued to slip from the second-level fisher realm to the first-level fisher realm. reducing him to a state akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. In that fleeting moment, Han Fei truly contemplated crying in despair. Wait, something feels amiss. Why has my realm dropped, yet my sense of power feels more pronounced? The sky continued to rumble with thunder, while Han Fei turned his gaze once more to the demon refining vessel. Demon refining vessel owner, Han Fei level 1, novice fisher, spirit chi, 104-60, spirit vein, level 1 imperfect, upgradable, main cultivation technique, void fishing technique part 1, hook kissing technique. Common grade divine item. Upon seeing this spirit chi value, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. He recalled that at level 3, his base spirit chi was 60 points. Why was it still 60 points at level 1? Han Fei tentatively opened the technique option. It read, existing technique, void fishing technique, common grade divine item. First layer, hook kissing technique. Note, an ancient universal technique. Collaboratively authored by the 9 ancient kings. Upon completion, the heavens wept, and tumultuous waves roared, standing as the supreme law of all. Seeing this evaluation, Han Fei smiled. Just the title supreme law of all was impressive enough, far surpassing the soul fishing technique. However, he was uncertain what common grade divine item entailed. It must be formidable. He would seek clarification at a later time. Han Fei promptly settled down to begin his cultivation. Amidst the torrential rain, no one noticed the sudden gathering of spirit chi at the farthest edge of the floating island. Han Fei felt every pore in his body open wide, as an overwhelming deluge of spirit chi surged into him. Is this the cultivation method of ancient beings? Indeed, it was leagues beyond the pedestrian soul fishing technique. Han Fei struggled to contain his excitement and joy, striving to maintain composure. At that moment, he felt an unceasing influx of spirit chi pouring into him. And within half an hour, he heard a crisp crack, signaling a breakthrough. Another half hour passed. Han Fei expelled a wave of turbid air, and his entire demeanor transformed dramatically as he re-entered the third-level fisher realm. Yet, Han Fei remained undeterred. He continued to cultivate. After another 2 hours, his meridians heated up. A result of the spirit chi's passage. Han Fei understood that with each increment of strength, his body would undergo transformation through the assimilation of heaven and earth's spirit chi, gradually fortifying him. His meridians solidified, his physique became robust, and his spirit sharpened, signaling a need for further breakthroughs. But was it truly wise to pursue continuous breakthroughs? As this thought surfaced, an ethereal whisper echoed from the void, seemingly distant and profound. Some break through 10 realms in a single day, others step into the void. In a daze, Han Fei felt that breaking through seemed a remarkably simple endeavor, devoid of anxiety. Without hesitation, he consumed a vial of fish head refining fluid. A refreshing stream coursed through him, and his previously heated meridians began to cool within mere minutes. Before long, another crack resonated within him, and in an instant, Han Fei shattered the barrier of a novice fisher, effortlessly stepping into the 4th-level fisher realm, marking his first entry into the intermediate fisher ranks. Phew. Another wave of turbid air was expelled as Han Fei ceased his cultivation. It wasn't that he wished to stop, rather, he found his cultivation stalled. Upon entering the intermediate fisher realm, he sensed a substantial expulsion of impurities from within, leaving him tingling. Han Fei mused, enough is enough, one must eat one bite at a time. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in 2 days is already remarkable. He glanced once more at the demon refining vessel, and indeed, the data had undergone a significant transformation. Demon refining vessel owner, Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisher, spirit chi, 119, 119, spirit vein, level 1 superior, upgradable, main cultivation technique, void fishing technique part 1. Hook kissing technique, common grade divine item. Han Fei could not help but gasp in astonishment. Having just entered the intermediate realm, his internal spirit chi had reached an impressive 119 points, nearly 50 points more than the average person. Was he truly on the path to the pinnacle of life? Wait, his spirit vein had upgraded to level 1 superior? Han Fei was astonished. Could the enhancement of his technique also benefit his spirit vein? Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately greeted by a foul odor permeating the room. Glancing at himself, he found his body sticky and covered in various impurities. Is this the fabled cleansing of essence and marrow? Han Fei hurriedly rushed outside. The rain still fell, albeit lightly, and he seized the opportunity to bathe in the rainwater. Fortunately, no one witnessed him. Otherwise, they would have seen a youth frolicking naked at the edge of a cliff. Han Fei noticed a difference. His body felt light, and his strength surged remarkably. A single punch could unleash a force of several hundred pounds, something unimaginable for a mere child. Once he had tidied himself up, Han Fei prepared 2 more sea clams for consumption before donning that unsightly attire and setting off for school. Han Fei harbored doubts about whether this garment was crafted from fish skin, resembling a bodybuilding bodysuit. The advantage was that it fits snugly, accentuating the body's contours. While men may not mind, women donning such attire would undoubtedly attract attention, their figures prominently showcased. Han Fei found it perplexing that an alternate world would have institutions resembling schools. As practitioners of the path, should we not rise to the challenges before us? Seize opportunities when they arise, unearth treasures, and defy the heavens to claim our fate? Is it truly necessary to attend classes wherever we go? Before even reaching the school, while traversing a secluded path, Han Fei encountered Hu Kuan. Hu Kuan immediately scoffed. Oh, isn't this the second-rate fisherman who dragged the green-shelled turtle to the depths of the sea? Chapter 11. Extortion. Han Fei paid no heed to the boy, a mere 12-year-old, who spoke with such sarcasm and disdain. It was unlikely he would amount to much in the future. Hu Kuan, feeling belittled, retorted angrily, Han Fei, don't forget your current status. Han Fei turned to him. What status? I'm a student at this school, and I am taller than you. Hu Kuan, frustrated, thought, am I really comparing heights with you? Is being tall impressive? Why don't you showcase your strength instead? Han Fei replied, being tall is indeed impressive. Not only am I taller, but I am also more handsome than you. Hu Kuan was taken aback. If it weren't for the ban on fighting at the floating island, he would have already thrown a punch. Han Fei felt empowered, his confidence soaring as he spoke. Children cannot tolerate such condescension, and Hu Kuan was seething with rage. Han Fei, stop right there. Don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for Tengu, you would have been done for years ago. How dare you act so proud? Han Fei halted. What does that have to do with you? Did I eat your family's yellow croaker or something? Hu Kuan's face darkened. You did eat it. When we were both 8 and still novice fishermen, you devoured my yellow croaker. Have you forgotten? However, bringing this up now felt embarrassing. Hu Kuan clenched his fists, regretting that he couldn't retaliate. If he injured Han Fei, the latter would surely report him. Seeing Hu Kuan's anxious demeanor only fueled Han Fei's disdain. What a coward! He scoffed, before turning to leave. Suddenly, he slapped Hu Kuan's face with a quick motion. Hu Kuan was bewildered. Wait, am I mistaken? You, a mere 2nd-level fisherman, just slapped me, a 6th-level fisherman? You dare to strike me? Hu Kuan seized Han Fei by the collar, ready to retaliate. But Han Fei suddenly dropped to the ground, exclaiming, Hu Kuan assaulted me, inflicting grievous harm. I am gravely injured. My internal organs are shaking. Hu Kuan was taken aback. He had never witnessed such audacity. I haven't even touched you, he protested, as he glanced around, noticing that the girl nearby, Lu Lingji, was a fellow 5th-level fisherman. Hu Kuan quickly released Han Fei and explained to Lu Lingji, I didn't hit him. He fell on his own. Lu Lingji rolled her eyes. You think I'm naive enough to believe that a 2nd-level fisherman assaulted a 6th-level one? Realizing how flimsy his excuse sounded, Hu Kuan dropped the subject. I truly didn't hit him. He just fell. Han Fei clutched his chest, fuming, Hu Kuan, I never expected you to be so malicious at such a young age. Though I am injured, I will expose your actions. Hu Kuan was furious. You're trying to frame me? Han Fei sneered. Do you really think you can deceive me? I know you were behind my injury before the exam. Hu Kuan's expression changed drastically, stepping back in alarm. If the school learned of this, it would lead to severe consequences. Yet, he thought, who can prove it? Han Fei replied, you can strike me without reason, which means you could also frame me. What do you think the teachers would conclude? Hu Kuan's face flushed. When did I hit you? Han Fei calmly stated, Lu Lingji witnessed everything. I was willing to settle this privately, but seeing you so agitated, I will inform the teacher instead. Hu Kuan was nearly driven to madness by Han Fei's shamelessness. This was not the Han Fei he used to know. He had become insufferable. Still, Hu Kuan asked, you want to settle? How? Han Fei replied, you high-ranking students have it easy, with your spirit fish soup to enjoy. I feel a breakthrough coming. Why not let me have your spirit fish soup? Oh. And kindly return the knife fish dagger you owe me, and we'll call it even. Hu Kuan's eyes widened. When did I owe you a knife fish dagger? He was reluctant to part with the spirit fish soup, but it wasn't a significant issue. Reaching 6th level, he knew that advancing to 7th level required much more than just a bowl of soup. Han Fei squinted. Oh dear. My insides are churning. I must seek the teacher. Hu Kuan was perplexed. Are your insides churning or shaking? Han Fei turned as if to leave. Don't want to give? Fine. I have Lu Lingji as a witness. Wait. Hu Kuan's face darkened. All right. I concede this time. I will compensate. Han Fei replied. There we go. A wise man knows how to adapt. A bowl of spirit fish soup and the knife fish dagger is a small price to pay. Han Fei strolled leisurely to school, not concerned about Hu Kun reneging on his word. After all, how clever could a 12-year-old be? The school on Floating Island was indeed unlike any other. Though it had buildings, they were rather dilapidated. At the entrance stood 2 grand sculptures of monstrous shrimp. The crumbling stone walls were adorned with various fish bones, creating a bizarre spectacle. From the outside, one could see inside the campus, where groups of students were gathered on the vast playground. All students assemble. All students assemble. Before Han Fei could even enter the school gate, a young girl suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him along. Hey, who are you? Han Fei exclaimed, bewildered, before recalling that the girl was He Xiaoyu, the class monitor, whose father was also a teacher at the school, a mid-tier fisherman. She often urged him to practice, though it proved fruitless. Han Fei asked, He Xiaoyu, what is happening? Why the sudden assembly this early? Don't talk. People from above are coming, she replied. Who is above? Rumor has it they are angels from the city. Angels? I thought we were dealing with devils here. Shoo, you must indeed disrespect the angels. What is a devil? Han Fei laughed lightly. What about Tango? He went out with a group of mentors for special training. They say they've gone to a first-level fishing ground. What? A first-level fishing ground? Isn't that only for fishing masters? He and the others are there to broaden their horizons. Now be quiet. The angels are coming. He Xiaoyu pulled Han Fei into line, drawing numerous complaints. However, soon everyone fell silent. Tens of thousands of students stood in the schoolyard, gazing skyward. The village chief and all the fishing masters stood at the forefront. With a booming voice, the village chief declared, We welcome the angels. Hundreds of fishing masters echoed, We welcome the angels. Then, all the students shouted in unison, We welcome the angels. Han Fei remained silent, merely looking upward. In the gentle rain, a figure descended. Adorned with snow-white wings, wielding a glowing sword and bearing a pitch-black fishing rod, stepping gracefully from the heavens. Han Fei was stunned. Are there really angels? This is too extravagant. Then he heard someone nearby exclaim in envy, Is this the legendary peerless powerhouse? To be able to walk upon the air, how remarkable. He Xiaoyu, standing beside Han Fei, wore an expression of envy and couldn't help but impart a lesson to Han Fei. Behold, this is the fabled angler of the skies. It is said that our Tianshui village once had one. Han Fei replied, What angler? Chapter 12, Cultivating Combat Skills. He Xiaoyu instinctively explained. It's perfectly normal if you haven't heard of it. Only our village chief is a grand fisher, and it is said he has encountered a submersible fisher. My father had never seen one either until he accompanied the chief to town and had the fortune of meeting one. A crowd gathered, seemingly unaware of this secret. Eager to hear He Xiaoyu's elaboration, He Xiaoyu continued, It is said that above the grand fisher, there exist anglers, suspended fishers, and submersible fishers. Only upon attaining the strength of a submersible fisher does one develop these snow-white wings. The crowd appeared bewildered, exclaiming, We have never heard of this. The village chief is the strongest in Tianshui village, a grand fisher, rumored to possess the power to traverse level 2 fishing grounds. However, Han Fei knew that the father from his memories was even stronger than the village chief. He perished in an unknown realm beyond level 3 fishing grounds. Yet, he was too young back then to remember much. In the sky, a celestial figure descended, an angel, or more accurately, a messenger from the heavens. Standing in the void, he surveyed the gathering below and spoke in a voice both cold and indifferent. Does your school possess any prodigies? The angel gazed into the distance, his expression unchanged, and declared, My name is Feng Zhe. I am here to seek the most outstanding prodigious youth. Within 3 days from today, all children aged 8 to 12 must undergo a spiritual pulse test. Furthermore, the school's resources will be doubled. I shall remain here until the conclusion of this soul awakening. With that, he cast a glance at the students below and casually remarked, You must strive diligently. Just a single phrase from him sent Han Fei into disbelief. Everyone seemed to have gone mad, starting from the village chief, who repeatedly expressed gratitude, to He Xiaoyu beside him, clapping her hands in excitement. Wow. It's the first time in over a decade that an angel is taking disciples. Han Fei muttered, You are only 12 years old. What do you know about events from over a decade ago? He Xiaoyu shot him a glare. If you don't work hard, you might miss this opportunity to be a disciple of the angel. Who knows who will become the angel's apprentice? Nearby, someone lamented, It surely won't be us. The geniuses have already been taken to level 1 fishing grounds. We, the mediocre, would be lucky to even be noticed. Among the crowd, Hu Kuan's eyes sparkled with ambition. The angel's acceptance of disciples was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He thought to himself that he must find a way to break through to the pinnacle of fishing mastery. Otherwise, he would never be noticed, especially considering that even Han Fei, a mere level 2 fisher, dared to look down upon him. Hu Kuan clenched his fists in anger, determined to seize this chance. In contrast, Han Fei appeared indifferent. Holding a gourd in hand, he felt as if he owned the world. Anyone descending from above could be called an angel. He couldn't care less. The crucial point was that the angel never explicitly stated he was taking disciples. He merely said he was seeking someone. One could speculate that angels were dispatched to every village and town. How many angels could that possibly be? Suddenly, a teacher beside Han Fei looked at him in surprise. Han Fei, have you broken through? The teacher was not entirely certain. He only sensed a significant increase in Han Fei's aura, prompting his question. Xiaoyu and a group of students stared at Han Fei in astonishment. The student, who had not flourished for 4 years, had actually broken through. With a smile, Han Fei replied, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. After nearly perishing twice in the jaws of fish, I have come to terms with many things, and my heart is now unencumbered, allowing me to break through." Well, Han Fei, you finally broke through. Are you now at level 3? Keep it up. Perhaps you might even reach level 4 before the fishing trial. Xiaoyu was genuinely pleased, as they were classmates, and there was no sense of superiority or inferiority among them. However, nearby, someone scoffed, after 4 years at school. And this is your first breakthrough? What a talent you are. Another added, look at him, acting all proud. Han Fei dismissed the criticisms with a nonchalant smile, saying, I am now at level 4. Huh? Some were astonished. Weren't you still at level 2 during the recent exam? Doubt arose. Is that true? You went from level 2 to level 4 in just a few days? The teacher frowned. What is going on? Han Fei explained. Teacher, I suppose I was stuck at level 2 for far too long. After breaking through to level 3, I advanced to level 4 swiftly. I feel that I might even break through further before the fishing trial. Really? The middle-aged teacher's eyes lit up. Try hitting me once. Han Fei's heart raced. Was this a test? Yet he did not hesitate, delivering a punch with only half his strength. Indeed, he had reached the level 4 fisher realm, and his strength exceeded that of an ordinary level 4 fisher. In that case, you need not rely on Tang Gu's spirit-devouring fish soup any longer. You can fetch a bowl for yourself every 5 days. Thank you, teacher. The other students seemed uninterested, feeling embarrassed that a supposed waste had caught up to them. The idea that he claimed he would break through further seemed absurd to them. Breaking through was not as simple as drinking water. The teacher remained composed, after all. Level 4 fishers were quite common in the school. Throughout Tianshui village, level 4 fishers aged 12 were abundant, and after that age, very few remained below level 5. The most significant barrier to cultivation was at the pinnacle of level 6, where nearly half of the population remained stuck. Some might take decades to break through, while others could achieve it in mere days. Hence those who could break through quickly were deemed geniuses. It was evident that Han Fei had yet to reach that level of genius. Among all, only Xiaoyu was genuinely happy. She tugged at her braid, glancing back and forth at Han Fei, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. All right, it's just level 4 fisher. What is so fascinating about it? Han Fei remarked. Xiaoyu replied. If you had listened to me sooner, you might have already broken through. Han Fei retorted. Why are you following me if you're not going to cultivate? Xiaoyu responded. I'm already at the pinnacle of level 6. My father said not to rush. It took him 3 years to break through to level 7. Han Fei concluded. All right then, I still need to cultivate. Xiaoyu offered. I can teach you. I have nothing else to do right now. Your recent exam results were poor. If you fail the upcoming fishing trial, you will be demoted to an ordinary fisherman. At that point, fishing skills, combat techniques, and cultivation resources will all be out of your reach. Shouldn't you bribe me a little? Han Fei paused. Combat techniques? Xiaoyu replied, yes. My father said I have already mastered the 10 directions staff to a small degree. It is an excellent quality staff technique, and I can teach you. Han Fei stopped in his tracks. Combat techniques could only be learned after entering the intermediate level, and he had just stepped into that realm, making it a timely opportunity to learn. This little girl was quite enthusiastic. However, Han Fei pondered. Xiaoyu, can you really obtain an excellent quality combat technique so easily? Xiaoyu clarified. Not exactly. It's just to enhance our survival skills at sea. So we must publicly share some powerful combat techniques. Han Fei inquired. What level is the soul angling technique that we cultivate? Xiaoyu explained. The soul angling technique is merely of excellent quality. As for anything above that, it would be exceptional quality. But it seems our village lacks such techniques. Only the town possesses them. Han Fei pressed further. What is above that? He Xiaoyu replied. There is nothing above exceptional quality. Exceptional is already quite formidable. Beyond that, I've heard there are profound level techniques, but you currently don't even know any combat techniques. So don't think too far ahead. The average person may never encounter profound level techniques in their lifetime. Han Fei silently absorbed this information. What is the level of my excellent quality divine technique? Above exceptional quality? Han Fei said, all right then. Let me tell you, I am quite the genius now. You might not even be able to defeat me. He Xiaoyu teased, huh? Tang Ge couldn't even defeat me before. You certainly can't. Han Fei was astonished. Tang Ge had previously lost to this girl? Indeed, half an hour later, Han Fei found himself sitting on the ground after being thoroughly bested. On her arms, calves, thighs, abdomen, and backside, she had no idea how many blows she had endured. Han Fei remarked, how can a girl be so violent? Don't you know to be gentler? He Xiaoyu replied, my father always said that practicing martial skills requires the readiness to take hits. Previously, it was my father who struck me, and that truly hurt. I would lie awake all night, unable to sleep. What you've done is nothing in comparison. In her heart, He Xiaoyu chuckled, realizing that inflicting pain felt so exhilarating. It was no wonder her father often hit her. Han Fei quickly conceded, all right, I admit I cannot match you. Will you demonstrate some techniques for me? He couldn't help but reflect on how this petite girl had wielded her stick with such vigor. Initially, he had only exerted half his strength, but later increased it to 80%, yet she still relentlessly pursued him, and even when he unleashed all his power, he was still destined to be on the receiving end of her blows. With pride, He Xiaoyu declared, listen carefully. The 10 direction stick emphasizes 3 essential elements: chopping, sweeping, and thrusting. When chopping, you must maintain a firm stance and channel the strength from your feet with intensity. For sweeping, all your power should concentrate in your waist, with the stick moving in synchrony with your body, requiring ferocity, aiming to exert at least 80% of your strength. Thrusting is more intricate. It involves the transformation of techniques and the clever application of skills, necessitating familiarity with the stick techniques before one can grasp the art of thrusting in combat. Chapter 13, The Ruthless Staff Technique. After half a day at the training ground, Han Fei was in excruciating pain, clutching his waist as he walked. He Xiaoyu, carrying a staff, followed closely beside him, expressing some regret. Did I perhaps strike too hard? My father says this is to toughen the muscles and bones. Han Fei replied, it's nothing. This Shifang staff is quite impressive. It suits me well. By the way, where did you get this bamboo staff? It's remarkably sturdy. With pride, He Xiaoyu lifted the staff and said, this is a bamboo wood staff, harvested from the depths of the sea. My father collected it from the seabed of a first-class fishing ground. Han Fei was taken aback. Aren't you forbidden from going underwater? It's so perilous. He Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed. That time, it was the village chief who led everyone down, but my father mentioned that 3 fishermen perished. Han Fei glanced at his iron fishing rod, then at the bamboo staff, pondering, which is superior. He Xiaoyu asserted, without a doubt, the bamboo staff. If I weren't at such a low level, that iron rod would be no match for it. Han Fei mused aloud. So, the treasures of this world lie beneath the sea, and even the bamboo from the ocean is tougher than iron. Perhaps I should find a way to explore the depths for treasures? What did you say? He Xiaoyu inquired, immediately wrapping her arms around the bamboo staff. With a hint of skepticism, she warned, you mustn't deceive me, otherwise my father will be furious. Han Fei assured her, I promise not to deceive you. As he took the bamboo staff, his expression changed instantly. It was significantly heavier than the iron rod, weighing at least 30 or 40 pounds. Realizing that He Xiaoyu had been holding back, he thought, otherwise, if this staff had struck him, he would have been left in tatters after such rigorous training. Han Fei had come to seek Hu Kuan for the spirit fish soup. Hu Kuan was not in the same class as Han Fei. At that moment, his entire class was engaged in free body refinement lessons, all aspiring to become disciples of Feng Zhe, diligently honing their skills. With the bamboo staff in hand, Han Fei entered the training ground, where many were engaged in physical conditioning. Han Fei was somewhat of a celebrity at school, not for his prowess, but for his reputation as a failure. It was hard not to recognize him. People often remarked, look, that's Han Fei, still a level 2 after 4 years. A youth cast a disdainful glance. Han Fei, who permitted you to enter here? This is the training ground for mid-level fishermen. You should leave at once. Han Fei was momentarily speechless. Were the children of today so brazen? Upon spotting Han Fei, Hu Kuan's face darkened. Lu Lingji looked surprised to see Han Fei, then glanced at Hu Kuan. Sensing that he seemed different today than before. Ignoring the youth's taunt, Han Fei called out, "Hu Kuan, come out." Before Hu Kuan could respond, the earlier youth barked. "Did you not hear me tell you to leave?" Han Fei chuckled. "If I were to call you a fool, it would be a compliment. What I do is none of your business. Am I consuming your family's prized yellow croaker?" The atmosphere fell silent. Many young girls gaped in astonishment. Han Fei, the once taciturn, was now hurling insults? Someone nearby jeered, "Ooh, Zhongning, he looks down on you." Zhongning, if it were me, I would have already knocked him to the ground. Zhongning, this is intolerable. A level 2 fisherman thinks he can rise above you. The youth named Zhongning sneered. "You think you're tough, wielding that staff? I'll show you the difference." Han Fei inquired, "What level are you?" Zhongning replied, "What? Are you scared? Don't worry. Even though I'm level 4, I 1T bully you. I'll fight you with half my strength." Lu Lingji admonished, "Zhang Ning, you are going too far." Turning to Han Fei, she urged, "You should leave quickly. The realms are different. Level 4 has already begun body refinement. You cannot possibly win." Han Fei grinned, "That's fine. I just practiced a set of staff techniques today and need to familiarize myself with them. Let us spar a little." Who was Han Fei? A seasoned seafarer, especially one who ventured independently. Who wouldn't be fierce? Zhang Ning, sensing a challenge, hastily replied, "Lu Lingji, don't interfere." He agreed to this. "I want to use weapons, so you can't say I'm bullying him." With that, Zhang Ning advanced towards Han Fei. However, before Zhang Ning could close the distance, Han Fei leaped and brought the bamboo staff crashing down. "You ambushed me." Bang! Crack! Ah! My neck! It's broken. Zhang Ning collapsed to the ground, his head twisted, howling in pain. Han Fei's swift strike had caught him off guard. He fell to his knees, unable to recover. "Han Fei, you scoundrel. Do you even know what sparring means? Are you trying to pick a fight?" Han Fei glanced at the wailing Zhang Ning and addressed the onlookers. He was the one who wanted to fight. If there has to be a brawl, why all the chatter? Am I to blame? Everyone fell silent, realizing they had underestimated Han Fei's strength. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait. His power and speed just now were not that of a level 2 fisherman. He must be at least level 4. Both Hu Kuan and Lu Lingji's expressions shifted. Han Fei had reached level 4? Han Fei added, "I never claimed to be level 2. Is everything settled now? Hu Kuan, come out." "Stop right there. You think you can just leave after picking a fight? This isn't some place you can come and go as you please." Han Fei quipped, "What is it to you?" At that moment, a tall boy emerged, brandishing a staff that was significantly inferior to Han Fei's bamboo weapon, not even reaching the quality of iron. The boy pointed at Han Fei. "That was an ambush. I truly wonder where you find your confidence, thinking you can act so arrogantly just because you've leveled up to 4. With that, the boy raised his staff and assumed a fighting stance. Han Fei chuckled, leaping with his bamboo staff, delivering a fierce blow. He had spent the morning being battered by Xiaoyu and knew how powerful such strikes could be. The boy swung his staff upward to block. Clang. The boy stumbled back, retreating 5 or 6 steps, his hands numb. Is this kid really a novice at level 4? How can he be so strong? Nearby, Lu Lingji's eyes flickered, and Hu Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had this boy truly become so formidable with his recent breakthrough? Han Fei, sensing his advantage, relentlessly attacked without giving the boy a chance to retaliate, wielding the bamboo staff with sheer force, devoid of finesse. Bang! Bang! After a series of strikes, the boy's iron staff bent under the pressure. With a final blow, the boy was knocked to the ground. "All right, are we here to stir up trouble?" Following this, another boy stepped forward, staff in hand. Han Fei's gaze narrowed. This one was a level 5 fisherman who had mocked him on several occasions before. Nevertheless, Han Fei felt no fear. As the boy charged at him with a fierce strike, Han Fei met him head-on. With a deafening clash, the crowd instinctively covered their ears. Yet Han Fei's expression brightened. This opponent had considerable strength. "I'll strike, I'll strike, I'll strike." Han Fei swung the bamboo staff furiously, occasionally feeling the impact of iron rods against his body. However, as a level 4 fisherman, he possessed ample physical resilience. What was a mere iron rod after enduring a morning of blows from Xiaoyu? Onlookers gaped, astonished. Is this fellow a monster? How can he possess such immense strength? Lu Lingji turned to Hu Kuan. "This morning, did you see him break through? Which prompted you to challenge him?" Hu Kuan, frowning, replied, "I didn't challenge him, nor did I know he had leveled up." Lu Lingji was skeptical. Many had attempted to bully Han Fei in school, and Hu Kuan was among the most eager. Yet, she was equally astonished. Mere days before the minor exam, could Han Fei truly contend with level 5 fishermen? The atmosphere was charged with tension. Han Fei realized that smashing was futile and opted to sweep instead, allowing the young boy before him to strike him on the back with a stick. With all his might, he swung the bamboo staff in a sweeping motion. A crack resounded. Ah, my arm is broken. If Xiaoyu were present, he would surely find the situation both amusing and exasperating. As his own Shifang staff had been transformed by Han Fei into a weapon of iron and blood. Unable to smash, he resorted to sweeping, and to his astonishment, he found no one to rival him. Upon witnessing the young boy sprawled on the ground in anguish, Han Fei grimaced in pain and shouted, "Hu Kuan, if you do not come out now, I shall seek out the teacher." Chapter 14. Spiritual Pulse Testing at the School Cafeteria. Under Hu Kuan's murderous gaze, Han Fei consumed a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup, invigorating his spirit. Hu Kuan gritted his teeth, saying, "Han Fei, your days of arrogance are numbered. During the fishing trial, it's not merely a contest of brute strength. Should you fail, you will be relegated to an ordinary fisherman." Han Fei smiled as he brushed past Hu Kuan, casually patting his shoulder, appearing to comfort him to onlookers. Some students wondered when Han Fei and Hu Kuan had grown so close. "By the way, where's my knife-fish dagger?" Han Fei asked. Hu Kuan retorted, "Do you really dare to take it?" "Of course, it's mine. I merely left it with you temporarily," Han Fei replied. Hu Kuan felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. How could someone so shameless claim what he had painstakingly caught? Reluctantly, he handed over the knife-fish dagger, vowing, "Fine, we're even now. Next time we meet, you'll regret it." Sure, Han Fei exclaimed. "He Xiaoyu, I'm over here." Seeing that He Xiaoyu ignored him, Hu Kuan waved the dagger at her. Han Fei was taken aback. Is news spreading this quickly? He Xiaoyu replied, "What do you think? Many people rushed over to watch, and I went too. But when I heard you had left, I came to the cafeteria. Then let's eat first." "I still have some confusion regarding the Shifang staff," Han Fei said, requesting another bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup, having already finished his portion. After consuming 2 bowls, his spiritual energy reached 196, surpassing his body's natural limits. Just as Han Fei was about to take a bite of his meal, Tang Ge hurried over. Upon seeing Han Fei unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief and approached with fish soup and sea clams. "Did you break through?" "Yes, just did. Feeling quite good," Han Fei replied. "Did you directly advance to level 4? Tang Ge asked. "Yes, I suppose the build-up took quite a while. Progress feels rapid," Han Fei noted. "That's great. I knew my brother's talent wouldn't be lacking. However, since you've just broken through, you must avoid excessive combat to protect your foundation. As for those in Class 1, let it be." Tang Ge was thrilled for Han Fei. "And you? How was your experience at the level 1 fishing ground?" Han Fei inquired. Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with yearning. "I must become a fishing master in this lifetime." Some gained the power of spiritual shrimp, enhancing their training speed by 30%. One even acquired the strength of a ball fish, boosting their defense by 50%. Tang Ge rambled on, leaving Han Fei and He Xiaoyu astonished. "Wait, people can gain the strength of fish?" Han Fei asked. Tang Ge replied, "The teacher said these are no longer mere fish. They are spirits, spirit fish." He Xiaoyu interjected. "That's not right. My father said one cannot absorb the power of spirit fish before obtaining a gifted spirit beast." Tang Ge admitted, "Some simply couldn't resist. I was tempted too. I almost absorbed the strength of an ironhead fish." Han Fei found this world increasingly unfathomable. How could humans gain the strength of fish? Yet he cautioned, "Tang Ge, it's best to heed the teacher's advice. If it were as beneficial as you say, everyone would have absorbed various fish powers by now. The absence of this indicates potential drawbacks. We are merely 12 years old. We have plenty of time to become skilled fishing masters." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Han Fei's boast, thinking he viewed becoming a fishing master as trivial. Being a fishing master is no small feat. You should focus on becoming one first. Right, we mustn't act recklessly. If it were that simple, my father would have had me absorb powers long ago, rather than waiting until now. Let's concentrate on the spiritual pulse testing. Tang Ge queried, "What is a skilled fisherman?" He Xiaoyu, the enthusiastic girl, rambled on about many things. Although the notion of skilled fishermen seemed distant, the discussion of spiritual pulses piqued the interest of Han Fei and Tang Ge. The quality of one's spiritual pulse determines the height of cultivation. For instance, He Xiaoyu's father possesses a 2nd-grade upper spiritual pulse, while the village chief has a 3rd-grade upper spiritual pulse. Most older teachers at the school have 1st-grade spiritual pulses. Naturally, higher-grade pulses exist, but those exceeding 3rd grade have moved to the town, leaving behind those of lesser caliber in the village. Han Fei grasped this concept well. Realizing why he had struggled to cultivate in the past, He possessed a first-grade broken spiritual pulse, barely qualifying as a cultivator. Tang had to leave shortly after, having just enough time for a hurried meal before being summoned for the spiritual pulse test. He Xiaoyu remarked, all 12-year-olds who have reached level 7 fishermen are being gathered. I hear they are calling over 100 people. It seems they will be administering spiritual medicine, as only those who break through to level 7 at 12 will be granted it. What is spiritual medicine? Han Fei asked. I'm not entirely sure, but it's said to be a pill refined from certain spiritual entities in the sea. While it cannot enhance one's spiritual pulse, it can prolong its vitality, He Xiaoyu explained. Han Fei waited a long time in class without seeing Tang Gu, feeling unfamiliar with the other students, especially when everyone learned that a so-called useless person like him had already advanced to level 4. Many cast unfriendly glances his way, feeling humiliated by being surpassed by someone they deemed inferior. At that moment, Wang Jie entered the room. Wang Jie scanned the room, commanding, everyone, gather. We will proceed to the playground for the spiritual pulse test. He Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, so soon? Many were excited and filled with anticipation. One student exclaimed, what if I am revealed to have a high-quality spiritual pulse? At this remark, others swiftly retorted, if you had a high-quality spiritual pulse, would you still be at level 4? You would have already reached level 7. Some expressed concerns. What if my aptitude is too poor? Wouldn't that mean I'll be stuck like this for life? Others remained calm. Regardless, everyone will at least have a first-grade pulse. The worst case is still reaching level 6 as a fisherman, which isn't too shabby. He Xiaoyu approached Han Fei, asking, Han Fei, what level do you think my spiritual pulse is? Han Fei casually replied, with your excellence, it must be at least 5 or 6. He Xiaoyu shook her head, impossible. The village chief has a 3rd-grade pulse, and my father has a 2nd grade. Why think so much? We will find out soon enough, Han Fei reassured her. He Xiaoyu considered this, feeling confident, but glanced at Han Fei. Still, I should be higher than you. It took you so long to reach level 4. Han Fei chuckled. Just a day ago, I had a 1st-grade broken pulse. Now I have a 1st-grade upper pulse. Can you really compare? At the playground, a sea of people gathered. At least 30 fishing masters stood in a row at the front, each with a table before them, upon which lay a fist-sized stone. The village chief presided over the proceedings, declaring, everyone, listen carefully. The spiritual pulse test is of utmost importance. From today onward, those with a 1st-grade upper spiritual pulse will receive a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup every 5 days. Those with a 2nd-grade middle or lower spiritual pulse will receive 2 bowls every 5 days. Those with a 2nd-grade upper or 3rd-grade spiritual pulse will have the opportunity to study and cultivate in the town school. Should anyone exceed a 3rd-grade spiritual pulse, Tianshui village will take great pride in you. The village chief's excitement was palpable as he raised his voice. Han Fei, however, was scanning the surroundings. He Xiaoyu asked, what are you looking for? I'm searching for skilled fishermen. Han Fei replied. He Xiaoyu admonished, you should be addressing them as adults. Han Fei shrugged, well, they can't hear me anyway. He Xiaoyu remarked, surely among them, there are those with 3rd-grade pulses. How do you know? Han Fei queried. He Xiaoyu explained. My father said every cohort has them. In fact, one cohort once produced a 5th-grade pulse, which was taken away by a town resident. At the front, the announcements began. The teachers' voices resonated throughout the playground. Han Fei observed from a distance as an individual pressed their hand onto a stone, resulting in an eruption of blinding yellow light. Chao Jia, a 7th-level fisherman, possessed a 2nd-tier superior spiritual vein. The moment the first result was announced, the entire playground vibrated with excitement, signifying a chance to pursue studies in the town, thus paving the way for a remarkable ascent. Well, a 2nd-tier superior vein. Could this not indicate the potential to become a grand angler? The initial revelation of a 2nd-tier superior vein indeed showcased the prowess of these academic elites. Soon after, another individual was announced, accompanied by a similar yellow glow, albeit somewhat dimmer. An instructor then proclaimed, Li Ruoxue, 2nd-tier inferior spiritual vein. Zhou Haiba, 2nd-tier medium spiritual vein. The announcements continued, revealing over 50 results, of which 21 were 2nd-tier, while the remainder were all 1st-tier superior veins. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Class 3, Wu Lei, 3rd-tier medium spiritual vein. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers, even the village chief stepped forward with excitement. A 3rd-tier medium vein, provided that he does not falter along the way, this individual is assuredly on the path to becoming a grand angler. The boy named Wu Lei exclaimed joyfully, I am a 3rd-tier medium vein. Haha, I am a 3rd-tier medium vein. Others looked on with envy, unaware that from a distant rooftop, Fangzhe languidly observed the scene, bemused by the small village's exuberance over a mere third-tier medium vein. Such individuals were deluded to think they could enter the city, a dream that would prove exceedingly difficult to realize in their lifetimes. The announcements continued for several more, until a girl named Zhao Qingqing revealed a third-tier inferior vein, which also astonished many. However, suddenly, Fangzhe's expression shifted, and he sprang to his feet. Meanwhile, all present gazed in disbelief at the purple light that erupted before them. Chapter 15. The Standard of Spiritual Energy Tang. Tanggu, a 7th-level spiritual vein. It was not that the teacher refrained from announcing the subsequent ranks. Rather, he had never encountered a prodigy with a 7th-level spiritual vein in his lifetime. Suddenly, one appeared before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Not only the teacher, but everyone on the playground, including all the instructors and the village chief, was equally astonished. At the far side, the dazzling yellow light from Hukuan left him dazed. He had just intended to proclaim his 3rd-grade superior qualification. But with Tang Ji's sudden emergence of a 7th-grade vein, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Tanggu himself was equally stunned. What did a 7th level even signify? In Tian Shui village, no prodigy with a 7th-level spiritual vein had ever been recorded since its establishment. Yet here he was. As the crowd gasped in amazement, Fangzhe appeared, placing his hand on Tang Ji's shoulder and laughing heartily. His voice resonating and causing teachers and students alike to stagger. Excellent. You are Tanggu? Tanggu, still in a state of confusion, nodded. Fangzhe had never anticipated encountering a 7th-level spiritual vein in such a small village. Even in the main city, a 7th-level vein represented a prodigy. Yet, the fact remained, Tanggu was here, a delightful surprise indeed. Turning to the village chief, Fangzhe declared, Tian Shui village has shown merit in nurturing talents. Thus, effective immediately. All resource supplies shall be doubled. The village chief shall receive a reward of 1 3rd-grade elixir, a blood-red coral rod, and 1 sea-red fruit. Fangzhe was genuinely thrilled, tossing out a plethora of items that were unknown to most, leaving the village chief nearly dazed by the sudden windfall. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed, the sea-red fruit. Good heavens, my father says it is a heavenly treasure capable of aiding breakthroughs in cultivation. Xiaoyu gaped, her mind reeling. A 7th-level spiritual vein? Wow, how powerful, how remarkable. Han Fei was also momentarily dazed before slowly grinning and exclaiming, damn. He truly lives up to being my brother. Amazing. Yet, within Han Fei, jealousy simmered. It was unfair that others emerged with a 7th-level spiritual vein, while he himself was merely at the 1st level, too embarrassed to mention it. Xiaoyu remarked. Han Fei, you swore. Han Fei replied, I was just expressing joy for my brother. Xiaoyu asked, why? Han Fei responded, because you were in Tian Shui village. Han Fei sighed, I may not always be here. Xiaoyu insisted, where else could you possibly be? Your spiritual vein isn't even as strong as mine. I am a step away from the 7th level, while you are merely at the 4th. Just as Han Fei and Xiaoyu bickered, the scene before them shifted. And Tanggu was led away. Hukuan, 3rd-grade superior spiritual vein. Musin, 1st-grade medium spiritual vein. Ludali, 1st-grade inferior spiritual vein. Once the so-called prodigy students completed their assessments, the standards quickly became unimpressive. Especially for those with 1st-grade inferior veins, their faces turned pale. As this indicated, they could only cultivate to the 6th level of fishermen throughout their lives. Xiaoyu stated, only those with a 1st-grade superior vein have the potential to become fishing masters. Now, it's our turn. Han Fei saw the brilliant yellow light erupting from Xiaoyu and felt a sense of certainty. Any manifestation of yellow light indicated that none surpassed the 4th level. As expected, the teacher called out, Xiaoyu, 3rd-grade superior spiritual vein. Xiaoyu's father was overjoyed. Among countless students, his daughter would undoubtedly rank in the top 5, and he beamed with pride, nearly bursting into laughter. Xiaoyu was elated, many gazing at her with envy. For ordinary people, a 7th-level spiritual vein was a legend, while a 3rd-grade superior vein was an existence they should aspire to. Han Fei stepped forward silently. Wang Jie glanced at him. Place your hand on the testing stone and channel your spiritual energy. The process was straightforward. Han Fei saw the stone glow, albeit faintly. Ah! Wang Jie exclaimed, then called out, Han Fei, 1st-grade superior spiritual vein. This level of spiritual vein was too common to attract attention. Wang Jie's surprise stemmed from his expectation that Han Fei would only possess a 1st-grade inferior vein, as otherwise, his cultivation speed would not have been so slow. However, no one noticed the faint black streak on the stone, nearly indistinguishable from the stone's own color. Wang Jie did not see it, but Han Fei did. Wang Jie casually remarked, "Blue. Next." Upon returning, Han Fei wore a perplexed expression. Below the 4th level was yellow, from the 4th to the 6th was blue, and above the 7th was purple. What then did black represent? Han Fei, you need not worry. A first-grade superior spiritual vein still holds promise, although it cannot compare to mine. It is certainly better than those of inferior quality. He shall you consoled. Han Fei chuckled. Shall I practice the 10 direction staff? He shall you looked astonished. Again? Did you not just practice this morning? You should be sore all over by now. Han Fei replied, I had 2 bowls of swallowing spirit fish soup. I am just fine. Training ground. He shall you instructed. You must be skillful and agile. Your technique is far too barbaric. For now, we focus on technique. If you inject spiritual energy, you'll exhaust it after 5 or 6 strikes. Han Fei paused. Injecting spiritual energy in combat? Han Fei was taken aback. Every strike? Do you know how much spiritual energy you possess? He shall you regarded Han Fei as somewhat foolish, of course. When I first entered the 6th level, I had 120 points. Now I have 142. Theoretically, breaking through 140 points allows one to become a 7th level fisherman, though some remain at the peak of the 6th level for refinement. I've heard that the strongest person in the village can refine up to 159 points. And my father mentioned a genius in the town who reached 179. Han Fei's heart raced. Are you certain you had 120 points when you first entered the 6th level? He shall you affirmed, indeed. The standard for the 6th level is 120 points. Han Fei pondered, then glanced at the potion refining jar, his expression shifting. Master, Han Fei level 4, medium fisherman, spiritual energy, 208, 121, spiritual vein, 1st grade superior, upgradable, main cultivation method, void fishing technique. Part 1 hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Han Fei's expression was peculiar. When had he gained a 2-point increase in his limit? A jolt of realization struck Han Fei. Could it be due to the 2 bowls of swallowing spirit fish soup? Or perhaps the practice of the 10 direction staff had contributed to strengthening his body. Additionally, if the 6th level standard was 120 points, what did his current 121 points signify? How much spiritual energy could I refine as a 4th level fisherman? Han Fei queried. He shall you tilted her head, you? Theoretically only 80 points, at most 99. 4th level fishermen refine their bodies merely to improve their physique and strength. But it is quite challenging to enhance the limit of spiritual energy. Only upon reaching the 6th level, or rather the pinnacle of the 6th level, does the concept of refining spiritual energy come into play. Han Fei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He shall you, do you still have that swallowing spirit fish soup? He shall you looked wary. You've already had 2 bowls. Han Fei insisted. 2 bowls of fish soup were hardly enough. Who are we to each other? Besides, my brother possesses a 7th level spiritual vein, and countless people are eager to curry favor with me. He shall you retorted, I have no intention of ingratiating myself. I will merely supervise you. Han Fei countered, that is not the way to think. Consider your father. Think about it. Your father raised you, and you must repay his kindness. Right? If you cultivate a good relationship with me, once Tengu becomes formidable, I could have him casually present a sea red fruit to your father. And wouldn't he then become a great fishing master? He shall you, clearly not grasping the logic, stood bewildered, responding, Tengu can obtain a sea red fruit? Han Fei assured her, of course. Did you not see how Feng Zhe tossed the sea red fruit to the village chief as if it were trash? This indicates they view it as virtually worthless. If you share a bowl of swallowing spirit fish soup with me now, in the future, it could be exchanged for a sea red fruit. What a bargain. He shall you asked, is that really true? Han Fei, of course. Han Fei exhibited no awareness akin to that of a little lamb being deceived by a big bad wolf. Moments later, he consumed yet another bowl of spirit swallowing fish soup. Indeed, his spiritual energy fluctuated. Master, Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisherman, spiritual energy, 256, 122, spiritual veins, level 1 superior, upgradable, main technique, void fishing technique volume 1 hook kiss technique. Ordinary grade divine quality, Han Fei, ha ha ha. How extraordinary. 1 bowl of soup equates to a point of spiritual potential. What if I were to consume 100 bowls? Lost in thought, Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, He Xiaoyu, would you lend me your bamboo stick? He Xiaoyu, are you planning to fight again? I refuse to lend it. Han Fei, be reasonable. If I borrow it just this once, I shall pay you with a bowl of spirit swallowing fish soup. Chapter 16. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll keep digging. He Xiaoyu felt a stirring in her heart. Just moments ago, she was distressed over losing a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup, yet now Han Fei was offering her a bowl in exchange for a stick. She wondered if Han Fei was foolish. He owed her a sea-red fruit, and her supply of spirit-swallowing fish soup remained intact. How clever she was. Meanwhile, Han Fei swaggered away, stick in hand. After all, a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup equated to a point of spiritual energy. Was there a faster way to ascend? In an instant, Han Fei felt he had reached the pinnacle of life. He Xiaoyu sensed something was amiss with Han Fei and followed closely behind. Unaware that to Han Fei, everyone he brushed past on the road resembled bowls of spirit-swallowing fish soup. Bang! At the training ground, Han Fei kicked the door open. Upon seeing him, the class immediately turned green with envy. You just came in the morning and returned in the afternoon. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to confront you? Hu Kun exclaimed, Han Fei, what do you want this time? Han Fei replied, I want nothing. Today I shall break through, and I am here to challenge you. Lu Lingji interjected, Han Fei, an official challenge requires the use of spiritual energy, and you have only just reached the 4th level. Han Fei declared. Whoever defeats me shall claim this bamboo stick as their own. It was harvested from the depths of a level 1 fishing ground, certainly worth 7 or 8 mid-grade pearls. What say you? He Xiaoyu panicked and quickly grabbed Han Fei. That's mine. If I lose it, my father will kill me. Han Fei reassured her, do not worry. If I lose it, my brothers will compensate you with 10 or 8 more. He Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously. No. What if you lose? Han Fei scoffed. Lose? That is impossible. I know my capabilities. Then, raising the stick, he challenged the crowd. Who dares to come forward? Don't tell me none of you have the courage. Immediately, someone stepped up. Bring it on. A mere 4th level waste dares to be arrogant. Han Fei, that bamboo stick is mine. In the entirety of Tianshui village, very few possessed bamboo sticks, most belonging to fishing masters. Only Xiaoyu's father indulged her with one, while no one dared to steal it. Winning it in battle would make it theirs. Buzz. Both opponents began to glow, a sign of spiritual energy surging forth. Let the battle commence. Wait. Han Fei, at this moment, had no room for retreat. Han Fei stated, I want to back down, but if I lose, I'll give you the stick. What will you offer if you lose? The youth replied, I'll give you my iron rod. Han Fei replied, what would I do with so many sticks? If I win, you must give me a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup. The youth considered, what is so valuable about that? A bowl every 5 days isn't precious compared to the bamboo stick. Fine, you have my word. The youth felt elated, believing the bamboo stick was already his. He swung his stick with great flair. Yet Han Fei equally raised his bamboo stick, ready to strike with a mischievous grin. Bang! Perhaps the force was too great. Upon collision, a shockwave erupted, sending the youth flying, his stick splintering in two, hands trembling, blood streaming from his mouth, his face pale. Impossible! How can your strength be so immense? Hu Kun, Lu Lingji, and He Xiaoyu were all dumbfounded. A peer-level expert defeated with a single blow? Han Fei sneered. Did you truly think I was just a 4th level? If I were an ordinary 4th level, would I dare to challenge you? However, one strike had consumed 8 points of spiritual energy, one large yellow fish gone. But upon reflection, winning a bowl of spirit-swallowing fish soup and gaining a bit of spiritual energy reserve was immensely valuable. Han Fei shouted, next. At this, some grew hesitant. Yet the allure of the bamboo stick was too great. Another youth stepped forward. You only have the advantage of weapon and technique. My Xuanwu stick is no less than your bamboo stick. Han Fei retorted, let's talk, let us fight. Han Fei leaped into action, bringing his bamboo stick down with radiant energy. The opposing youth twirled a pale blue long rod to block. Clang. Like thunder cracking, both opponents were momentarily stunned. Yet Han Fei, without hesitation, swung his bamboo stick in a sweeping motion, unleashing his full power. Clang. The opposing youth was sent flying, crashing against the wall, spitting blood. Unable to rise, Han Fei was secretly alarmed. Those trained in combat techniques were indeed formidable. This exchange had drained 24 points of spiritual energy, 3 times more than before. Han Fei muttered, that's 4 large yellow fish. Next, He Xiaoyu stood by, astonished. How could he be this powerful? Hadn't he just learned the 10 directions stick this morning? He was truly a waste? Hu Kun's expression darkened, his heart racing with shock. When had Han Fei become so strong? He had once thought he had a chance to catch the attention of the angelic master, only to be overshadowed by Tango. Now, was it possible that even a waste was rising? Hu Kun signaled to someone. Han Fei, since you are here to challenge, it matters not the levels. I, Wang Ming, am a 5th level fisherman, also practicing the 10 directions stick. Dare you to fight? Han Fei replied, let us fight. But for an overlevel challenge. It will cost you 2 bowls of spirit-swallowing fish soup. This time, Han Fei was serious. He felt confident he would not fail, especially given his superior spiritual energy reserves. After all, 4th-level fishermen were merely weaklings. How much better could a 5th level be? Fine, 2 bowls it is. Prepare for defeat. The battle commenced swiftly. But Han Fei showed no signs of fear, employing the basic 3 techniques: chop, sweep, and thrust. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei unleashed 3 powerful strikes, leaving the opponent reeling. This fellow had no limits to his spiritual energy. A 4th-level fisherman typically had only 80 points, especially with Han Fei's heavy strikes. Each blow consumed at least 10. How many strikes had he unleashed? 4 or 5. Clang, clang, clang. With every clash, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could he still be fighting? Bang! A figure flew across the field. Han Fei gasped. Next. Is there anyone else? 7 consecutive strikes without giving his opponent a chance to retaliate. He had once again toppled another. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Han Fei had managed to defeat even a 5th-level fisherman? But the next moment, a throng surged forward. Han Fei, I challenge you. Han Fei, I am not satisfied. Han Fei, I have wanted to fight you for a long time. He Xiaoyu quickly tugged at Han Fei. Wait. You can't fight anymore. If you continue, you'll surely lose. Han Fei chuckled, then called out, where's my fish soup? Why has my 4 bowls arrived yet? Someone replied, do you want it now? Han Fei responded, of course. Challenges don't cost spiritual energy, right? Are you implying I want to have a moment to rest? At this moment, someone realized Han Fei was nearing his limit, but the process of absorbing spirit-swallowing fish soup took time. How much energy could he gain by drinking now? Suddenly, someone said, have the courage to stand still. We'll fetch it for you. A few minutes later, the fish soup arrived. The crowd looked grim. Having just witnessed 4 bowls of fish soup being given away so easily, their anger was palpable. Han Fei handed a bowl to He Xiaoyu, saying, we're even now. He Xiaoyu responded, but my stick. Han Fei assured her, I can still fight. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Everyone knew how much spiritual energy a 4th-level fisherman had. His earlier outburst had already drained him. Did they think no one was aware? Gurgle, gurgle. Yet Han Fei remained utterly unconcerned, raising the fish soup to his lips and consuming it in a single gulp, finishing 3 bowls in rapid succession. He Xiaoyu widened his eyes in disbelief. Drinking like that won't help. The effects aren't instantaneous. Han Fei cast a sidelong glance at the demon refining cauldron. Master, Han Fei level 4, intermediate fisherman, spiritual energy, 300, 125, spiritual vein, grade 1 superior, upgradable primary skill, void fishing technique, first chapter hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei realized the immense profit. Initially possessing 256 points of spiritual energy, he had played a few rounds and not only retained his energy, but increased it. This was vastly superior to fishing in the sea. A single large yellow fish yielded but a few points of spiritual energy, whereas a bowl of swallowing spirit fish soup was worth 7 or 8 large yellow fish. Han Fei proclaimed, I feel as though I could take down a giant meat turtle. Who dares to challenge me? Some looked on in confusion. He must be bluffing. Let's take him down. With that, Han Fei charged forward, wielding a stick, and leapt to deliver a powerful blow. The man exclaimed in astonishment, when did I agree to fight you? Bang! With a single strike, the iron rod in the man's hand shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. How despicable! When did he ever say he would challenge you? Han Fei retorted, he was about to attack me. That is tantamount to declaring war, regardless of his meager skills. Enough! Hu Kun stepped forward, demanding, Han Fei, what is your true intention? Han Fei had long prepared his words, flashing a grin as he replied, from this day forth, I shall seek out each and every person who has bullied me in the past. Of course, if they graciously offer me a bowl of swallowing spirit fish soup, this matter shall be considered settled. Chapter 17. Vomiting after drinking. Han Fei initially intended to provoke Hu Kun into challenging him, but uncertainty lingered in his heart. As Hu Kun was indeed a genuine 6th-level practitioner, likely on par with He Xiaoyu. At present, Han Fei was still unable to best He Xiaoyu. Although Hu Kun was eager to engage, he recognized that participating would be excessive and thus restrained himself. As Han Fei turned to leave, he scoffed, pathetic. Not a single capable contender among them. Meanwhile, He Xiaoyu was bewildered. The Han Fei she encountered today seemed a far cry from the one she had known for 4 years. She had heard tales of Han Fei's childhood, and could surmise why Tengu had always shielded him. Could it be true, as Han Fei claimed, that he had attained enlightenment? Yet, the violent demeanor of the enlightened Han Fei perplexed her. In truth, Han Fei was not inherently violent. He merely sought an excuse to indulge in the spirit fish soup. A single bowl could augment one's spiritual energy limit. So consuming 100 bowls would render him invincible among his peers. At the second-class training ground, the doors swung open forcefully. "Ladies and gentlemen, how about a trade?" Han Fei proclaimed. "This bamboo staff in my possession is worth its weight in gold. Whoever defeats me shall claim it as theirs. Of course, if you lose, simply provide me with a bowl of spirit fish soup." Isn't that the useless Han Fei? Has he lost his mind? Such a fortuitous offer. This bamboo staff is worth quite a bit. Everyone, stand down. This staff belongs to me. It was rumored that he had bested 3 individuals from the first class earlier that morning. But that was without utilizing spiritual energy. In sheer strength alone, he was inferior. When faced with a battle infused with spiritual energy, he would surely falter. 10 minutes later, the ground was littered with defeated opponents. And Han Fei stood before 5 or 6 bowls of spirit fish soup. Gulp, gulp, he observed the dazed Xiaoyu beside him. "Perhaps I should offer you another bowl. The rent for a single bowl of spirit fish soup is rather meager." In a matter of hours, Han Fei's name spread like wildfire. The so-called useless one had triumphed over all peers of comparable rank and even defeated those of higher levels. This news reverberated throughout the entire school. While the teachers convened to discuss the future of third-level spiritual pulse talents, an intern teacher entered hastily. "Excuse me, Wang Jie, could you step out for a moment?" Wang Jie was taken aback. "What is it?" The intern replied that student Han Fei from your class has been fighting in the school. Wang Jie chuckled derisively. "Him? Who has he fought against?" "Teacher Zhang, it is normal for students to engage in friendly sparring. Otherwise, they would merely be sheltered flowers." The intern sighed. "Is that sparring?" "No, Mr. Wang. He has fought an entire grade. Now, no one of his level dares to challenge him. He has even begun to take on higher-level opponents." A collective gasp echoed among the fishing instructors. "What? He fought an entire grade, and he's challenging higher levels?" Wang Jie was incredulous. "Are you certain you are referring to our Han Fei?" The intern confirmed. "Aside from your class, there is no other Han Fei in the school." When the teachers arrived, they found Han Fei taunting a class. "Are you all capable? This bamboo staff I hold might fetch 10 medium-grade pearls. And all you need to provide is a mere bowl of spirit fish soup." The opposing group of skilled peers shook their heads vigorously. "Truly cowardly. Those who bullied me in the past need not fight, but within 3 days, it would be wise to deliver my spirit fish soup, or else. Do not blame me for my mercilessness." One individual, his face darkened, declared, "I will fight you." Han Fei retorted, "That won't do. You are a 6th-level fisherman, while I am merely 4th level." The challenger, infuriated, responded, "I do not want your bamboo staff. If you win, I shall give you 4 bowls of spirit fish soup. Deal." Han Fei was eager to assess the disparity between himself and a 6th-level fisherman. Xiaoyu cautioned, "Han Fei, are you insane? That's a 6th-level practitioner. Don't jeopardize your foundation for a few bowls of spirit fish soup." Han Fei replied earnestly, "Am I doing this solely for the soup? No. I am honing my own abilities. Only with a robust physique can one thrive in the ocean." Xiaoyu blinked, feeling as though he was trying to deceive her. "You are clearly doing this for the soup." A voice among the instructors chimed in. "Ah, that is Qin Guang from our class, who recently tested at the 2nd grade superior level. Han Fei intends to challenge him?" Wang Jie, bewildered, remarked, "Wasn't he Han Fei a 2nd-level fisherman? When did he gain the audacity to challenge a 6th level?" Suddenly, another teacher from Wang Jie's class interjected. "Oh, I recall now. This morning, I sensed something different about Han Fei and inquired. He has broken through to become a 4th-level fisherman." Wang Jie exclaimed, "Is that true, Teacher Su?" Su affirmed, "Indeed. He claimed to have faced life and death, which led to his breakthrough." As the fishing instructors continued their discussion, they suddenly witnessed Han Fei and Qin Guang springing into action. Spiritual energy surged between them as the bamboo staff clashed against the steel rod with tremendous force. Han Fei launched a relentless assault, each strike manifesting visible energy surging from the bamboo staff. After a prolonged barrage, Han Fei transitioned to sweeping strikes, and after several attempts, he resumed his smashing approach. Qin Guang, despite his formidable skills, was unable to withstand Han Fei's relentless flow of spiritual energy. It is vital to note that a fisherman's energy is finite, with only 136 points. He found himself dedicating all his energy to defend against Han Fei's staff, rendering him incapable of mounting any offense. On the 16th strike, Qin Guang's rod was finally knocked from his grasp, sending him flying. His face turned pale as he struggled to comprehend why he had been so thoroughly bested by a fourth-level fisherman. Was it possible that Han Fei had an unlimited supply of spiritual energy? Not only was Qin Guang dumbfounded, but all the fishing instructors were equally astonished. A fourth-level fisherman could unleash such a torrent of energy? Surely, this was a jest. After 16 strikes, even if each generated merely 8 points of energy, that would amount to 128 points. Such energy levels were typically reserved for 6th-level practitioners. Yet, Han Fei nonchalantly lifted a bowl of spirit fish soup from the side and downed it in one go, his belly now pleasantly rounded. Instantly, the pallor of his face improved. Indeed, there was a distinction between 6th-level and 4th-level fishermen. The former possessed greater physical strength, albeit marginally, which proved significant in battle. Had Qin Guang been willing to endure a few strikes, the outcome may have been uncertain. "Hey, He Xiaoyu, can you help me drink some? I can't take any more," Han Fei requested. He Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears. "I can't drink any more either. I've already consumed 13 bowls." Among the crowd of fishermen, a middle-aged instructor wore a strange expression, questioning why his daughter was involved. Furthermore, Han Fei's bamboo staff bore a striking resemblance to something his daughter possessed. Other fishermen were equally speechless. It was their first encounter with someone who had drunk so much spirit fish soup that they were on the verge of vomiting. Just how many bowls had he consumed? In truth, the spirit fish soup had lost its efficacy for Han Fei. When he realized his limit for spiritual energy storage was capped at 139 points, he understood. However, this did not hinder his ongoing challenges. Despite the limits on his energy capacity, the soup was brimming with energy. One bowl of spirit fish soup equated to 7 or 8 large yellow fish. Now, even his companion He Xiaoyu had drunk until she was nauseated. One could only imagine the state Han Fei was in. From the crowd, a student remarked, "Han Fei, you've downed over 30 bowls of spirit fish soup. Are you not going to relieve yourself?" However, Han Fei, with a hiccup, declared, "I can hold it a little longer. I just want to ask, who else is there?" As Han Fei proudly asserted himself, he noticed the myriad of indescribable expressions on the faces of those opposite him, leaving him speechless. "Why does everyone look so dejected? We've barely begun," Han Fei exclaimed. "Are you planning to hold several classes, Han Fei?" With a quick turn of his eyes, he promptly replied, "Teacher, I just remembered that I urgently need to relieve myself. I'll be right back." "You can hold it a bit longer. You're not going anywhere," came the stern response. He Xiaoyu quickly stood up, saying, "Han Fei, the bamboo stick." Upon seeing the situation unfold, Han Fei realized he could no longer escape and tossed the bamboo stick to He Xiaoyu. Once Han Fei departed, the others collectively sighed in relief. Finally, he has gone. Have the 6th-level warriors been defeated? Must only a 7th-level warrior be able to contend with him? How did this incompetence suddenly become so formidable? Despite everyone knowing that Tang Gu possessed a 7th-level spiritual vein, Han Fei was merely at the 1st level. Even if Tang Gu sought the assistance of an angel, such rapid growth was improbable. On the playground, Han Fei exclaimed, "Ah, teacher, my spiritual energy is inexhaustible." Slap. A hand swiftly struck Han Fei's head, and Wang Jie was left exasperated. "Inexhaustible, you foolish boy. Even if you ask Feng Zhe, the angel from the city, if he can maintain an inexhaustible state, how can you possibly claim the same?" Wang Jie admonished him, "Speak properly." Han Fei replied, "Teacher, I drank a belly full of swallowing spirit fish soup, which has tea fully digested yet, so the spiritual energy keeps supplying itself." Wang Jie retorted, "Nonsense. In mere dozens of breaths, you unleash 16 sticks from all directions. Can your spiritual energy be transformed that quickly?" Feigning ignorance, Han Fei replied, "I can transform it. The swallowing spirit fish soup is still in my belly, so I can convert it." "Really?" Wang Jie questioned, his skepticism evident. Chapter 18. A war provoked by a turtle. Wang Jie harbored doubts regarding Han Fei's ability to absorb and transform spiritual energy. He had never encountered someone who could convert spiritual energy with such swiftness. Was it innate? If so, why had it only manifested today? "Wang Jie, why not strike me and see?" Han Fei, immediately pained at the suggestion, replied, "Teacher, there's no need for us to waste spiritual energy, is there?" "Wang Jie, isn't your spiritual energy endless? What is there to waste?" "Han Fei, please, teacher, I have just filled myself with spiritual fish soup. I cannot afford to expend it frivolously." "Wang Jie, if I say to hit me, then do it. There is no need for further discussion." Han Fei lamented, "But, Teacher, I have no staff. That was borrowed from Xiaoyu. Wang Jia paused to ponder. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, he returned, casually tossing a sturdy iron rod to Han Fei. Try hitting me with this. Han Fei inwardly scoffed, questioning Wang Jia's choice of weapon. After all, Xiaoyu wielded a simple bamboo stick, one that could rival 10 iron rods. Yet, realizing he could not evade the challenge, Han Fei resigned himself to the notion of wasting a bit of spiritual energy. With a hum, Han Fei swung down the iron rod, cleaving through the air and producing a fierce wind. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jia merely used his fishing rod to block the strikes, effortlessly and gracefully. Whether it was a slash, a sweep, or even a thrust, none could even slightly budge him. Astonished, Han Fei pondered the formidable strength of a fishing master. How powerful must a grandmaster be? And what of Feng Zhe, who was reputed to be a hidden master? Wang Jia remarked, "You possess great strength. Did you have any remarkable experiences in the sea that night?" Han Fei quickly shook his head. None at all. Just a school of small fish. Wang Jia contemplated. Your strength is considerable. You have reached the physical conditioning of a level 6 fisherman. Could it be innate strength combined with a unique physique? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Han Fei was merely at the first tier of spiritual veins, and even if he possessed those two extraordinary talents, what difference would it make? Moreover, whether this was truly Han Fei's gift remained uncertain. Wang Jia continued, given your current situation, it is unwise to trouble your classmates. Since your combat ability is impressive, you should practice more at the ordinary fishing grounds. Try casting your hook below 5 meters, but remember, do not exceed 8 meters. Han Fei protested. Teacher, shouldn't I be learning combat techniques now? Wang Jia chuckled. Combat techniques? You haven't even mastered the 10-direction staff. Do you think you can learn other techniques? Let us discuss combat techniques when you awaken your soul or advance to level 7 fisherman. Seeing Han Fei's embarrassed expression, Wang Jia scoffed. Do not aim too high. Have you not noticed that all students below level 7 employ either staff techniques or fist techniques? That is because lower-tier fishermen cannot grasp the essence of other combat techniques, while staff and fist techniques are versatile and practical. Han Fei, thank you for your guidance, teacher. Temporarily abandoning the thought of learning combat techniques, Han Fei spent the afternoon challenging himself and indeed discovered that everyone was utilizing staff techniques. Moreover, staff techniques were, after all, a form of combat technique, and they were quite brutal in application, which did not bother Han Fei. After consuming nearly 40 bowls of spiritual fish soup throughout the afternoon, Han Fei felt his spiritual energy nearly overflowing, though it was merely an illusion. Within the refined demon pot, the data surged. Owner, Han Fei level 4, mid-tier fisherman, spiritual energy, 1488, 139, spiritual veins. First tier, superior, upgradable major technique, void fishing technique, first volume, hook kissing technique, common grade. Divine product. Han Fei gazed at his current spiritual energy reserves with great excitement, yearning to deduce a powerful technique. Alas, he had yet to attain the status of a fishing master and could not even practice combat techniques, let alone techniques of higher order. After a night of cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he found it perplexing that although this method was several times faster than the soul fishing technique, it was incomparable to the previous night's results. Could it be due to the absence of the moon? During this time, Han Fei longed to upgrade his spiritual veins but resisted the urge, reminding himself to retain a reserve of spiritual energy as a contingency. By the next morning, Han Fei set out with his fishing rod towards the departure port. The port was always bustling with activity. Surrounding the departure port were 3 main thoroughfares, each teeming with people. In fact, there were 5 such vibrant ports in Tianshui town. Big yellow fish meatballs, only 2 sea coins each. Green guiding worms on sale. Just 75 sea coins per box, today only. Freshly cooked sea clams, 5 sea coins per pound. Hurry and buy. Upon hearing about the fragrant snails, many gathered around. Boss, how about 10 fragrant snails for 10 inferior pearls? The vendor shook his head. Not for sale. I've lost countless fishing lines for these 10 snails. Boss, I'll take 1. Boss, I want 2. Han Fei was astonished at the wealth of buyers. 12 inferior pearls for a single snail. And yet they were being snatched up fervently. The fragrant snail dwells in the ocean floor, sometimes consumed by deep-sea fish, and most fishermen acquired them through fishing. Of course, some reckless fishermen, upon reaching the pinnacle of their craft, would dive down to excavate them from the seabed. But such ventures were rare due to the inherent dangers of the ocean floor. Even in ordinary fishing grounds, there lurked the peril of disaster. perhaps an ambush by a few snakes or a poisonous sea serpent. Yet, where there are prophets, there are always those willing to take risks. For instance, someone was running towards Han Fei, carrying a piece of underwater coral, shouting, "Anyone want underwater coral branches? 1 medium pearl per pound." Immediately, people crowded around. "Brother, I'll buy half a pound." "Brother, I want half a pound too." Such exchanges unfolded daily, and as Han Fei surveyed the dazzling array of seafood, priced from 1 sea coin to 1 medium pearl, he found himself in no hurry today. Instead, he lingered, observing that most of the local cuisine was steamed or boiled and lacking in seasoning. He mused that if he were to open a barbecue stall, he would surely make a fortune. Before he could ponder further, a commotion arose in the distance along the main thoroughfare. A crowd of dozens was gathering around a middle-aged man approaching Han Fei. As they drew near, Han Fei noticed that the man was shouldering a large meat turtle. And upon closer inspection, a flurry of data appeared before him. Name: large meat turtle, level 9, quality, ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 188 points, consumption effect, increases vitality, expands meridians, collectible, poor quality turtle shell, absorbable. Han Fei was astonished. This was the highest level sea creature he had encountered thus far, brimming with such abundant spiritual energy. Gasp! Many in the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens! How did he hunt that large meat turtle?" Surrounding the middle-aged man, a voice urged, "Brother, 5 medium pearls is a generous offer. You should sell it." The man stubbornly shook his head. "I intend to keep this large meat turtle for my son's cultivation. It is not for sale." Those around him, clearly merchants, continued to persuade. "Brother, what level is your son at? Does he lack weapons? Lacking combat techniques? We can trade." One merchant added, "Let us be upfront, brother. 6 medium pearls is our utmost limit." The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily. After all, 6 medium pearls represented a substantial sum, enough to sustain an ordinary person for nearly a year. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth. "Not for sale." At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a youthful figure clad in white, accompanied by a retinue of servants approaching Han Fei. Upon witnessing the throng of individuals, an exclamation arose. The Wang family of Tianshui, renowned for producing 5 esteemed fishing masters. A voice murmured, "It is said that the patriarch of the Wang family may soon ascend to the rank of great master fisher." Alas, it seems that this colossal meat turtle is destined to belong to the Wang family. The youth, with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, turned to the middle-aged man and proposed, "Esteemed uncle, why not sell this magnificent meat turtle to me? I offer you 8 medium-grade pearls and a vial of fish head refining liquid." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by this proposition, rendered speechless. "Dear uncle, ponder this carefully before making your decision. Exquisite treasures are often coveted by others." Yet, before he could utter a response, another group of individuals approached with great fervor. Merchants flanked Han Fei, swiftly making way while exclaiming, "It is the young Masterly Hu of the East City Tiger Head Gang. Clear the path." The East City Tiger Head Gang is notorious in Tianshui Village as a malevolent force. Rumor has it that the gang leader wields a rare soul beast, the tiger head fish, allowing him to dominate the first-level fishing grounds without restraint. Even great master fishers must show deference to him upon the sea. Li Hu cast a disdainful glance at the Wang family youth, stating, "Wang Baiyu, when did the Wang family gain the audacity to encroach upon the territory of my tiger head gang?" The youth, known as Wang Baiyu, remained unfazed. Responding with a light chuckle, "Has the tiger head gang now restricted trade at the empty port? Or does the tiger head gang believe that Tianshui Village lacks the means to keep you in check?" Li Hu retorted, "Then ask him if he dares to sell." The middle-aged man, who had just entertained thoughts of profit, instantly recoiled. The tiger head gang was not to be trifled with. Wang Baiyu boldly challenged, "Then buy it. Once you purchase it, I shall simply seize it from you, saving myself quite a sum." Han Fei observed the Wang family youth, his expression remarkably calm. Yet his words bore an unmistakable authority. Li Hu grinned, "Then come and try to take it." The middle-aged man felt a pang of sympathy. He could easily overpower these two youths, yet their family backgrounds rendered him powerless to act. Wouldn't it be simpler to just split it? Just as tensions escalated between the two factions, an unexpected voice emerged from the periphery. Chapter 19. A frightening encounter at sea in an instant. All eyes turned to seek the source of the voice. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Hu's eyes, and before he could speak, one of his subordinates admonished, "Who permitted you to speak here?" Han Fei, taken aback, thought, "Am I not even allowed to voice my thoughts?" Wang Baiyu, however, chuckled. The Tiger Head Gang exudes such authority that they even silence conversation? Tell me, if you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall sever both your hands. Li Hu sneered. He speaks the truth. I shall provide you with a tortoise shell and its flesh. Wang Baiyu, maintaining his composure, retorted with a mocking smile. What are you thinking? Would you even know how to utilize a tortoise shell? In all of Tianshui village, apart from my Wang family, can you find another armored fisherman? I shall gladly give you this tortoise shell. Li Hu, seemingly disinterested in continuing the debate, merely grunted. What belongs to the Tiger Head Gang remains ours. Suddenly, two individuals behind him emanated a formidable aura, their bodies enveloped in a faint luminescence. This level of power could only be possessed by seasoned fishermen of at least the 7th rank. The duo shot forth like arrows, but halfway through their charge, a humming sound reverberated through the air as two swords, similarly shrouded in spiritual light, hurtled towards them. Han Fei instinctively retreated, feeling an overwhelming force that seemed capable of tearing him apart at any moment. With a swift motion, the blades embedded themselves into the ground, revealing two severed arms that had appeared there unbeknownst to anyone. Armored fisherman? Li Hu's expression turned to one of horror as he scanned the crowd, spotting a robust middle-aged man striding towards him, carrying a massive box. Third young master. The man respectfully greeted Wang Baiyu before taking his place nearby. Li Hu exclaimed, Is the Wang family declaring war against the Tiger Head Gang? The farcical dispute began and concluded swiftly, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The middle-aged man, burdened with a large turtle, remained silent as someone approached him, shouldering the heavy creature while compensating him accordingly. Han Fei stood frozen, still reeling from the shocking events. In a mere flash, two arms had fallen to the ground. What if that luminous energy had been aimed at his head? Gazing at the middle-aged man with the box, Han Fei was filled with awe. Armored fishermen? What on earth are they? Even in his memories, he had never encountered such a concept. Han Fei speculated that perhaps once he ascended to the realm of a fisherman, all would be revealed to him, and he did not feel the need to rush. The streets, having returned to their usual clamor, were now filled with various shouts, yet Han Fei felt no desire to linger. There remained countless mysteries in this world awaiting his discovery, and the fundamental prerequisite for unraveling them was to become a fisherman. At the harbor, he approached the same female registrar. Sister Qin, I wish to set sail. Very well. Let me register you. Oh, you've had a breakthrough? Yes, by sheer luck. She nodded. But you are still too weak. Please wait over there for the fishing vessel. Han Fei's eyes flickered. Sister Qin, may I rent an 8-person fishing boat for myself? Surprised, she asked, renting alone? Can you afford the fish tax? While questioning Han Fei's ability to pay, she began recording his request. He expected her to inquire further, but she merely stated, everyone pays the price for their choices. It is a matter of whether one can bear the cost. Few would ever consider renting a boat solo, thus Han Fei's vessel arrived swiftly. He opted for an 8-person boat for the ample fish holds. In the event of a small fish tide reoccurring, it would yield substantial profits. Once aboard, he directed the boat towards a more distant area of the regular fishing grounds. The regular fishing grounds spanned a rumored 1,000 miles. Yet few ventured beyond 500 due to insufficient spiritual energy to control the vessel. Even peak fishermen could only manage distances of 600 or 700 miles. However, within a mere 10 minutes, Han Fei was taken aback by a startling revelation. The boat was malfunctioning, spiraling out of control as it sped into the unknown. No way. Is this a joke? Meanwhile, at the Tiger Head Gang's headquarters, Li Hu remarked, understood. To him, this was a trivial matter, and he had nearly forgotten Han Fei's face, only recalling that someone had interjected during his dispute with Wang Baiyu, which irked him greatly. Han Fei remained oblivious to the machinations against him, at least for the moment. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Han Fei discovered that the controller had malfunctioned, almost causing his eyes to bulge in disbelief. What is happening? Not only can I not control the spiritual energy, but my controller has also exploded? His expression darkened as he realized the distance he had fallen. The sea below was eerily devoid of vessels. With the controller destroyed, the boat lost all power, and even hovering became a challenge as it began to plummet rapidly. This is going to kill me. From hundreds of meters in the air, the boat descended, and Han Fei thought it was over. How could this vessel withstand such a crash into the water without splintering into pieces? As the wind howled around him, Han Fei clutched the edge of the boat. Mere meters from impact, he leaped off the boat, plunging into the sea. The moment he entered the water, anxiety gripped him. The ocean's creatures could be exceedingly dangerous. Should he encounter a few knife fish or serpentine creatures, he would be in peril. Fortunately, while the entry was forceful, there were no nearby schools of fish. Even if there were, the sudden disturbance sent them fleeing. Once submerged, Han Fei opened his eyes, striving to reach the surface. The descent was not too rapid. The boat, provided it was of reasonable quality, should remain intact. Yet, an unexpected sight caught his attention. A colossal green turtle, seemingly drawn by the commotion, swam towards him. Its head twice the size of an ordinary turtle. Oh no! As the giant fish approached within mere meters, it suddenly turned, seemingly losing interest in him. Han Fei exhaled in relief and began to swim upwards, only to soon see several gleaming blades. His heart sank. They were knife fish, and there were several of them. Han Fei dared not move, thinking, surely, they won't eat me, right? I am not substantial enough for such a meal. Besides, I am not a green lure-worm. Indeed. The knife fish circled him a few times before swimming away. One even glided past his head, scrutinizing him with its large eyes, as if pondering the nature of this unfamiliar creature. Han Fei reached for the knife fish dagger at his waist, uncertain if the fish might be foolish enough to attack him. Seeing that the knife fish remained disinterested, he cautiously kicked his legs, preparing to surface. As he attempted to swim, he was astonished by the clarity of his vision underwater. After a gentle shake of his body, he discovered he could maneuver effortlessly in the sea. Was it possible that inhabitants of this world were naturally endowed with swimming skills? However, before he could ascend, a serpentine creature darted towards him with astonishing speed. Oh no, a water snake! Han Fei felt his luck had plummeted to an all-time low. The green turtle and knife fish were manageable, but not this snake-like creature, which thrived in warmth. At this moment, what could be warmer than his own body? Realizing this, Han Fei instinctively dove deeper, knowing that if he surfaced without visibility, he would be at risk of being punctured by the snake. With a dagger in hand, Han Fei faced the serpent belt with vigilance. The serpent coiled and twisted, its multitude of sharp fangs opening and closing, seemingly beginning to take an interest in Han Fei. Chapter 20. The true underwater world. Han Fei's heart raced wildly as he endeavored to calm himself. Wielding a dagger fashioned from a knife fish while circling with the snake eel, the human body's reflexes paled in comparison to the swift movements of the snake eel, a creature that glided effortlessly through the ocean. Fortunately, Han Fei was no ordinary human. He was a practitioner of the ocean, his movements imbued with a certain agility. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow approaching from his lower left. Without hesitation, he lunged in that direction, his dagger at the ready. Muscles taut as he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping himself entirely. It was fortunate he had not squandered his energy on enhancing his spiritual veins. Otherwise, he might have found himself lacking in power at this critical moment. Such an enveloping of spiritual energy was a feat only achievable by high-ranking practitioners, at least at the 7th level or above, due to its immense energy consumption. If one were to infuse energy into his staff, each strike would cost several points. Enveloping oneself required a baseline of 30 or 40 points. Yet, the instant the energy encased him, Han Fei's movements became as fluid as a fish, seemingly immune to the currents, his vision and reactions aligning perfectly. With a swift motion, he struck downwards, though his speed still could not match that of the snake eel. It opened its mouth wide, curving towards his chest. Han Fei, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly sidestepped, swinging his dagger with his right hand while throwing a punch with his left. Although he managed to strike the snake eel, his strength was insufficient, sending the creature only half a meter away before it swiftly re-established distance. As Han Fei turned, he saw the snake eel launching another attack, its speed akin to a flash of light beneath the waves. Lamenting his lack of underwater combat skills, he cursed his decision not to wield his iron staff. With only a dagger at his disposal, he was forced to improvise, using it as a makeshift club. The sound of slicing through the water was peculiar as he infused his dagger with spiritual energy, creating a chaotic display. Though his strikes were wild, they instilled a measure of intimidation in the snake eel. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The snake eel, realizing it could not reach him head-on, had seized the opportunity to bite down on his wrist. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, fish possessed a certain cunning. The infused dagger frightened the creature, prompting it to disarm him by forcing him to relinquish it. Just as Han Fei braced for the loss of flesh, a glimmer caught his eye. A gourd materialized, radiating a bright light. The snake eel, seemingly startled, attempted to flee, but Han Fei was not about to let it escape after all the effort he had expended. He grasped its tail with determination. Anticipating the slickness of the snake eel's tail, Han Fei plunged his dagger into it. A high-pitched squeal echoed through the water as the snake eel thrashed wildly, dragging him downwards. Caught off guard, Han Fei was yanked deeper into the ocean's depths. By the time he thought to release his grip, he had already descended several meters, feeling the pressure of the water surrounding him. Cursing himself for his impulsiveness, he realized that letting go now would mean certain doom, surrounded by other snake eels, armored turtles, and a possible giant meat turtle in the distance. Despite the peril, he found himself surprisingly unfazed. He had been submerged for quite some time, yet did not feel the onset of asphyxiation. His bodily functions remained normal, and he estimated he could endure for another 10 to 20 minutes underwater. Ignoring the snake eel, Han Fei swam towards another direction. Moments later, he witnessed a ferocious fish being consumed by a sea anemone, its tentacles piercing the fish's body until all that remained was a skeleton. Alarmed, Han Fei quickly swam away from the anemone. Turning his gaze, he spotted a starfish the size of a basin spinning like a top before burrowing into the sandy seabed. To his astonishment, he also saw a massive clam, its mouth agape, cradling a radiant pearl. Han Fei surmised it was no ordinary pearl, for it emitted a luminous glow. Could it be a high-quality pearl? He focused intently on it. Name: Ghost Knife Clam. Level: 10 quality. Ordinary, contains spiritual energy. 192 points. Edible effects: delicious. Can enhance physical attributes. Collectible: Ghost Pearl. Consuming it can nourish meridians. Absorbable. Han Fei was taken aback by the sheer abundance of life surrounding him. The underwater world was teeming with creatures far beyond his expectations. Just as he was processing this revelation, a vibrant fish was ensnared by the anemone, its body quickly engulfed. Feeling a shiver of unease, Han Fei distanced himself further. As he turned to explore, a large black fish surged past him, seemingly intent on competing for the pearl. Initially incensed by this intrusion, Han Fei was rendered speechless as he witnessed the clam's edges reveal a multitude of sharp teeth, which swiftly clamped down, severing the black fish in two before his horrified gaze. Sweatless yet trembling, Han Fei felt a chill run down his spine. This was no ordinary clam. He had never heard of clams possessing teeth. Han Fei gazed once more at the scattered small sea clams strewn across the ground, then turned his attention to the large clam, instantly losing any desire he had. It was no wonder they were dubbed ghost clams. Indeed, a creature of such size could not be an ordinary specimen. The marine species beneath the waves appeared exceedingly bizarre. In the distance, he observed objects that resembled springs bouncing and leaping toward him, and upon closer inspection, they bore a striking resemblance to conical nails. However, Han Fei was aware that these were called whelks, which, when provoked, would pierce their assailants with their sharp points. A common fisherman who happened upon a whelk would need to exercise utmost caution to avoid being impaled. Otherwise, one strike would certainly pierce through flesh. Han Fei glided through the water like a fish, unperturbed by the coral reefs, as they were akin to stones and posed no threat. Moreover, in times of peril, he could use the coral to shield himself. Naturally, he had to be wary of obscured areas, for only the heavens knew how many creatures lay hidden among the coral reefs. In his heart, Han Fei yearned for a sturdy stick or something suitable to wield as one. His initial thought was to chop down a piece of coral. Yet he soon discovered that it was utterly impervious to his efforts. Even with his spirit energy-infused dagger, he could barely mar a small section. Such hardness. A spark ignited in Han Fei's eyes as he began to slice a lengthy piece of coral with his knife-like fish dagger. If fashioned into a staff, it would surely surpass even that of fine iron. Alas, it was not a bamboo or wooden rod. Suddenly, he halted in astonishment, for he beheld a small tree of vibrant crimson hue, reminiscent of coral. Corals, in truth, were known as coral polyps, formed from layers of congealed bodies. Yet this crimson tree not only appeared smooth on the surface, but Han Fei also seemed to glimpse a fruit adorning it. Chapter 21. The power of the hooking technique. Could corals bear fruit? This thought flickered through Han Fei's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. As he swam closer, he immediately sensed something amiss. There lay an abundance of bones scattered about. Indeed, the ground was littered with fish bones, turtle shells, and, most alarmingly, human remains, more than one. In fact, upon gazing at the crimson fruit adorning the small tree, Han Fei's expression shifted. Data began to materialize before him. Name: Purple Bamboo Tree. Level: 10. Quality: Exceptional. Contains spirit energy. Consumption effect: Collectible: Purple Bamboo Fruit. Absorbable: Purple Bamboo Fruit. In that instant, Han Fei recalled the moment when Fong Zhe had tossed a shrouded fruit to the village chief. Though he hadn't seen it clearly, he vividly remembered the chief's elation. To stumble upon such a wondrous item was truly fortuitous. It was undoubtedly exceptional, yet he pondered how it compared to the shrouded fruit. Wait. Han Fei's mind sharpened. This place was rife with corpses, indicating a formidable danger ahead. Why else would these people and creatures have perished? He retreated several meters and observed a knife-fish dagger lodged within the coral. This must have belonged to the deceased. Besides the dagger, he discerned what appeared to be fishing rods and a fine iron stick. Upon spotting the iron stick, Han Fei promptly drew his own iron fishing rod. The coral rod was intended for defense, yet in a real confrontation, its roughness would prove cumbersome. The iron stick, regardless of its quality, was still iron, was it not? With a swift motion, he cast the hook, which unexpectedly latched onto the iron stick, wrapping around it in a single turn. This illustrated the distinction between the divine hooking technique and ordinary angling methods. The latter is tailored for fish, requiring skill to prevent their escape, whereas the hooking technique integrates the hook, line, and rod into a cohesive combat approach. However, Han Fei was still a novice in its execution. One of the objectives of this voyage was to practice this art, and even this preliminary application left him astounded, though he had seen human bones. The absence of weapons was notable. He found a few fishing rods, the best being the iron rod, which he couldn't carry without becoming encumbered. Ah, a turtle shell? The Wong family and the Tiger Head Gang were competing for it, indicating its value. With a swift movement, he hooked it. But his expression changed upon realizing its weight. It was well over 100 pounds. How could he possibly carry it? In that moment, his heart ached. He desired it. Yet its heft rendered him incapable of surfacing. Yet, Han Fei did not linger on this thought. Instead, he focused on the purple bamboo tree. His heart raced. It was a natural material for crafting a staff. He wrestled with the decision of whether to cast his hook. What if he secured it? But what if he failed? What complications might arise? Ultimately, Han Fei succumbed to temptation. In the realm of cultivation, one must continuously grow stronger. Life and death are fated. This world is one of survival of the fittest. Possessing strength equates to having a voice. For Han Fei, taking perilous risks was commonplace. He steeled himself and took the gamble. Though he had wagered, fear of death lingered, prompting him to retreat several meters and position himself within a cluster of corals, where he could leverage his surroundings. Should anything go awry, he could swiftly propel himself away. Even if he could not escape, the corals would offer some protection. With determination, Han Fei cast his line towards the purple bamboo fruit, his heart racing as he closed the distance. Whoosh! The hook securely ensnared the fruit. But at that precise moment, the coral thicket trembled, and a large head emerged from a coral crevice. Name: Sea Serpent. Level: 18. Quality: Rare. Contains spirit energy. Consumption effect: Collectible. The sea serpent was not a true dragon, but rather a formidable sea snake, one of the mightiest among them. How could such a creature be here? Han Fei knew he was no match for it. He swiftly attempted to reel in his line and flee, but when he tugged, the fruit stubbornly remained attached. The line remained taut. Realizing the futility of his endeavor, Han Fei decisively abandoned the fruit, for even if he could seize the treasure, he needed to live to enjoy it. With a quick flick of his rod, he transmitted force through the line to the hook, causing it to detach. Han Fei cast again, this time not towards the fruit, but towards a patch of coral several meters behind him. In a flash, the sea serpent surged forth, its eyes aflame with rage as it fixed its gaze upon Han Fei, seemingly questioning how such a trivial creature dared to claim its prize. As the serpent charged, Han Fei yanked the hook, propelling himself towards the other coral. Within the thicket, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Each time Han Fei cast his line, he propelled himself forward, leaving a path of destruction in his wake as the serpent crashed into the corals behind him. The entire escapade resembled Spider-Man soaring through a cityscape via web-slinging. Brother, I'm not here to steal your treasure. Let us negotiate. Suddenly, he found himself cornered. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei made a snap decision to swim toward a cluster of sea anemones. Unfortunately, his speed paled in comparison to the serpent's, and it was closing in fast. Gritting his teeth, he hurled a hook towards the gaping maw of a ghost clam. Crack! The sound of teeth snapping shut rang loud in Han Fei's ears. This place was perilously treacherous. Whoosh! The ghost clam's enormous mouth awaited him, as if inviting him in. Just as Han Fei neared, he tilted sharply, performing a somersault over the clam. In the next moment, the serpent's head collided with the clam. If the clam had consciousness, it would surely be perplexed by the sudden intrusion of such a large head. The serpent howled in fury, crashing against a nearby rock. At that moment, a blue crab, claws raised, observed the spectacle. Han Fei, however, was undeterred. He let fly his hook, snagging a crab leg and tossing it to the serpent. Crack! The half-meter crab was swiftly reduced to fragments. With one claw still clinging to the serpent's jaws, spewing blood and flesh. Goodness! More? Are you abandoning your home? Panic surged within Han Fei. If the serpent continued its relentless pursuit, he would be in dire straits. In that moment, he fixed his gaze on the swaying tentacles of the sea anemones and resolved to take a risk. He cast his hook onto the anemone's tendrils, and in an instant, the myriad of tentacles began to rise. With danger ahead and peril behind, Han Fei shot toward the sea anemones, with countless tendrils awaiting him. As the spirit energy surged through his iron rod, he could not ascertain how much he infused, but he swung it with all his might, sending waves crashing forth as the anemone's tendrils veered aside. Alas, Han Fei succumbed to the anemone's tendrils. Little did he anticipate that as he plunged towards the anemone thicket, a cavernous maw would engulf him. This is it, he lamented, his vision darkening as he was swallowed whole. Fortunately, the coral staff jammed within the serpent's gullet, though the refined iron rod slipped from his grasp, lost to the sea. Heavens, it's constricting. Han Fei found himself immobilized, the serpent's muscles contracting relentlessly as it thrashed about. Though not yet fully consumed, his fate hung precariously in the balance. Summoning his resolve, he wielded the knife-fish dagger, hacking away within the confined space. Thud, thud, thud. The serpent writhed violently, its hide soon riddled with countless perforations. Han Fei fared no better, some tendrils piercing the serpent's flesh to penetrate his own. Mystifying jar, absorb. Just as he resigned himself to oblivion, the mystifying jar seemed to respond, the constricting muscles loosening ever so slightly. Perish. Han Fei thrashed with renewed vigor, his body aching in protest. He feared his legs had already succumbed to the corrosive touch, reduced to mere bone. The thought spurred him to a frenzy. The knife-fish dagger a blur of motion. A chunk of flesh found its way into his mouth. Ugh, bitter. A realization dawned. Serpent's gall? The serpent's struggles waned. The combined assault of the anemone's tendrils and the mystifying jar proving insurmountable. A final convulsion seized its body before it stilled. With a rending tear, a luminous figure burst forth from the serpent's skin. Though drenched in blood, Han Fei dared not relax. In that instant, he hurled the refined iron fishing rod. With a whoosh, he propelled himself away, the space he'd occupied immediately filled by grasping tendrils. Han Fei's heart hammered in his chest. Despite the protection of his spiritual energy, his body bore dozens of puncture wounds. In the ocean's depths, such blood loss was a dire threat. Chase me, will you? Act tough? Be arrogant? Bite me, will you? A cloud of blood billowed around him as he spied a swarm of fish converging. He fled, leaving the serpent to be devoured by the tendrils and the ravenous horde. Chapter 22. Metamorphosis of the Demon Refining Pot. Fortune favors the bold instantly. Han Fei darted towards the ghost blade clam, seizing the ghost pearl. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, elation surged within him. He commenced uprooting the bamboo, which resembled a slender cane. It proved less arduous than anticipated. With spiritual energy coursing through his hands, Han Fei exerted his full strength, ultimately extracting the sapling. Immediately, a purple bamboo fruit descended. Han Fei felt intoxicated by its intense fragrance, which permeated his skin, seeped into his bloodstream, and manifested as a flavor in his mouth. However, a sense of panic gripped Han Fei. The potent aroma was almost unbearable, let alone for the marine life. Moreover, he was covered in blood. He noticed dozens of large blue crabs ascending the coral reef. He swiftly stuffed the fruit into his mouth and attempted to flee. Yet, the moment the fruit entered his system, a surge of heat engulfed him, rendering him immobile. His skin flushed crimson, and his entire being radiated heat. A scorching energy coursed through him, causing the gourd on his wrist to emit a radiant glow, drawing in copious amounts of energy. Han Fei's muscles tensed, and his body underwent a transformation, becoming more solid. He could audibly perceive the rapid flow of his blood. Paralyzed, Han Fei observed hundreds of large blue crabs fixating on him, their pincers raised menacingly. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as Han Fei felt a breakthrough, his condition improving slightly. The crabs swarmed around him. Han Fei shuddered. Energy continued to surge through him, some flowing into his wrist and some circulating within his body, seemingly being absorbed by his newly strengthened physique. Though his situation was dire, he could at least move. Disregarding the crabs, he noticed several large black fish dozens of meters above, extending their fishing rods towards him. Startled, the black fish attempted to flee, pulling Han Fei upwards at an angle. After ascending a few dozen meters, the black fish, realizing escape was futile, turned and charged at Han Fei. Han Fei was struck with such force that his internal organs churned, expelling a mouthful of air. Depleted, he reached his limit and desperately needed to breathe. Struggling, Han Fei clung to the black fish, grasping its scales, which lacerated his hands. Take me up. Han Fei plunged his dagger into the fish's head. Agonized. The black fish tried to escape again, but Han Fei controlled its head, forcing it to swim upwards. Glancing back, Han Fei was horrified to see countless fish pursuing him. The black fish surged upwards, breaching the surface in a matter of moments. Han Fei inhaled deeply and noticed his fishing boat, still intact, hundreds of meters away. How resilient was this vessel? Drive. Fish, drive. The black fish, impaled with a dagger, obeyed Han Fei's commands, swimming towards the fishing boat. Faster, faster. Time was of the essence. A large mouth clamped onto his calf. Han Fei cried out, unable to dislodge the fish from his leg, and desperately steered the black fish. As they approached the fishing boat, Han Fei cast his fishing rod, securing it to the boat. With a surge of spiritual energy, Han Fei hauled himself aboard. The black fish was instantly devoured. Panting, Han Fei collapsed onto the deck, overwhelmed by the perilous ordeal. He had faced death multiple times in the past few minutes, and considered his survival a miracle. After a few minutes, Han Fei sat up, invigorated. He felt an unparalleled surge of strength, a potent combination of muscle power and explosive force. His clenched fists emitted a series of cracks. Han Fei examined his wrist. The gourd continued to shimmer, but no apparent changes occurred. He checked his stats. Master, Han Fei level 5, mid-grade fisherman, spiritual energy 682, 159, spiritual vein, first grade. High quality, upgradable, main cultivation method, void fishing technique, first chapter hook kiss technique, mortal grade, divine quality. Han Fei was stunned, inhaling sharply. He had lost over 800 points of spiritual energy? Han Fei weighed the purple bamboo sapling in his hands, a foolish grin spreading across his face. How did it compare to a bamboo stick? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his palm. He opened his hand and stared in disbelief. A cyan gourd was emerging from his body, a small, exquisite gourd slightly smaller than an apple, with a tender leaf at its apex. A physical entity? Han Fei's eyes widened. How had this gourd grown? He tapped it, but it remained motionless. To his surprise, it seemed fused to his hand, impossible to shake off. Intrigued, Han Fei scrutinized the gourd. A flash of light occurred, and Han Fei found himself in a dark, ethereal realm. Countless arcane characters floated around him. Before him stood 2 lines of text. Han Fei could not decipher the characters, but he recognized the 2 phrases. Weapon crafting. Refining heaven and earth. Weapon crafting shone brightly, while refining heaven and earth remained dim. Han Fei sensed other terms swirling around him, but they were fragmented and indecipherable. Weapon crafting? A thought sparked in Han Fei's mind. An understanding dawned upon him. Activating this function required 2,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed in relief. 2,000 was manageable. He then turned his attention to refining heaven and earth. If weapon crafting meant forging weapons, what did refining heaven and earth signify? 10,000 points of spiritual energy? Are you robbing me? Han Fei was incredulous. Where would he find so much spiritual energy? Even with the spirit-devouring fish soup, he would need to consume over 200 bowls. Frustrated, Han Fei had been excited, anticipating a transformative change after the demon refining pot absorbed the purple bamboo fruit's energy. However, it still demanded spiritual energy. Since he lacked sufficient spiritual energy, Han Fei dismissed the thought. When he opened his eyes, the gourd had vanished. At his will, it reappeared. Intriguing. This must be a divine artifact. I must safeguard this secret. Han Fei finally noticed the large black fish beside him. Name, juvenile ironhead fish, level 8, quality, common, spiritual energy 42 points, edible effect, regular consumption can increase strength. Collectible, ironhead fish brain, can promote strength absorption and enhance physical fitness. Absorbable, ironhead fish? Am I in a level 1 fishing ground? Ironhead fish were typically found in level 1 fishing grounds, a dangerous species known for ramming with their heads both people and boats. However, at present, this ironhead fish appears significantly smaller than any he has previously encountered. Typically, a collision with such a creature could easily shatter bones. Han Fei immediately recalls the moment he was struck while in the sea. A sensation so intense it nearly caused him to lose his composure. Suddenly, he raises the purple bamboo and taps it against the fish's head. As he strikes again, this time with considerable force, he observes the fish's head denting inward, prompting a sigh of relief. Indeed, it is quite hard. Had this been an adult ironhead fish, he would likely have met his demise with a single blow. Fortunately, he finds himself in a standard fishing ground. Had he ventured into a premier fishing area, he would have hesitated to cast his line. Han Fei is significantly injured, primarily from the corrosive gastric acid of a sea python, compounded by a collision with a juvenile ironhead fish, which has left him feeling as though his insides have been rearranged. A bite on his calf has caused blood to seep profusely. Is the wound healing? When Han Fei attempts to inspect his calf, he inadvertently notices that the injury has considerably diminished in size. After waiting a moment longer, he observes that the wound has shrunk even more, with the eroded flesh seemingly regenerating. Could this be the effect of the snake's gallbladder? Or perhaps the purple fruit? Minutes later, as Han Fei regains his composure, he feels a newfound clarity in his senses, as if warm water is coursing gently through him, a sensation utterly pleasant. Approximately an hour later, he rises to stretch and is astonished to find that his injuries have healed significantly. At this rate, he might return to peak condition within another hour. Yet, his expression soon falters. His coral staff is gone, the fine iron rod is lost, the turtle shell is missing, and he has failed to acquire the sea python skin. However, he has found a ghost pearl in the mouth of a ghost knife clam, which seems to possess the ability to nourish his meridians. Should he consume it? Perhaps it is best to save it for later. Such a rare item should be used only when his body is fully restored. Han Fei cannot help but muse over the treasures that lie beneath the sea. The ocean floor is nearly carpeted with clams, while countless blue crabs emerge in their thousands. And snails leap about, with coral forming towering mounds. If only he could break through to a higher rank, he would undoubtedly gather several thousand units of spiritual energy before venturing down again. If others were to discover Han Fei's thoughts, they would likely deem him mad. He is not merely an advanced fisherman. Even a master angler rarely possesses such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, the skeletal remains he glimpsed beneath the waves are all remnants of fishing masters. The reason for their demise is quite simple. In conditions of insufficient spiritual energy, even a young dragon could bring about their end. In such depths, should one's spiritual energy run low, not only would engaging a sea python become perilous, but even a single snake could easily dispatch a fishing master. Having noted his recovery, Han Fei surveys his surroundings, finding no vessels in sight, with only a few large birds soaring overhead. Yet, having narrowly escaped disaster, he has not only enhanced his strength, but also acquired the purple bamboo, a truly exceptional spiritual tree. After a brief respite, Han Fei resolves to begin fishing, or rather, to practice his hooking technique. For this method is remarkably miraculous, an essential skill for survival, akin to that of a Spider-Man of the sea. Chapter 23. The Great Battle with the Tentacled Shrimp. The hooking kiss technique far surpasses the stillness technique. Han Fei had meticulously studied both. The stillness technique primarily serves to ensure absolute tranquility, rendering the practitioner as steady as a rock. Mastering this step allows for the infusion of spiritual energy. The energy flows through the fishing rod, into the line and hook, capturing the attention of fish while simultaneously diminishing the threat posed by the line and hook. However, the stillness technique has a significant drawback. It consumes a considerable amount of time, and a moment's inattention can lead to losing the hook. In contrast, the hook and kiss technique is far more domineering. As long as the position of the fish is known, one can immediately infuse spiritual energy into the line and hook, ensnaring the fish with astonishing speed, like a serpent weaving through water. With a splash, a large yellow croaker was casually tossed into the fish hold by Han Fei. He murmured to himself, "No, it's not right. I can vaguely sense the fluctuations in the water at the moment of hooking. If I hook directly, perhaps I could conserve some spiritual energy." With another splash, Han Fei had tossed a yellow croaker into the hold for the 7th or 8th time. Indeed, the energy consumption had decreased slightly. I must be a genius. Han Fei was thrilled, although the decrease was merely 1 point. Consuming less energy than others meant he would have a greater reserve, and small savings accumulate over time. After several hours, 1 box of green bait worms had been depleted, and the fish hold was now filled with yellow croakers. Han Fei had caught nearly 50, draining the energy of over 30 of them. Even so, there were still nearly 20 left in the hold. With his spiritual energy restored to 842 points, Han Fei decided to stop. Any further consumption might leave him short for the fish tax. I can't catch any more yellow croakers. There's only 1 box of green bait worms left. The sky was darkening, and he contemplated dropping his hook below 3 meters. Surely, I should be able to catch knife fish now. The first catch was a green-shelled turtle. As stones flew, Han Fei swept with his stick, causing debris to clatter onto the boat. Perhaps due to his unrefined technique, he was struck several times, leaving his face pale. However, Anyone observing would surely be astonished. You're fishing for a green-shelled turtle without using spiritual energy? You were relying solely on physical strength? After stunning the turtle, Han Fei muttered, "What a loss. It cost me 6 points of spiritual energy to use the hooking kiss technique. To completely withstand the stones, I would need 7 or 8 points, resulting in a total of over 10 points. Yet, the demon refining cauldron only consumes around 10 points for a green-shelled turtle. Not worth it. Time to try for knife fish." Han Fei dropped his hook once more, this time 5 meters down. At such depth, it was difficult to ascertain what might be caught. Anything other than a tentacled shrimp would suffice. Although the serpent-like speed was quick, as long as spiritual energy enveloped him in an instant. Employing martial techniques would cost 70 to 80 points, sufficient to defeat almost anything. However, the tentacled shrimp possessed formidable destructive power, and he preferred to avoid entangling with them. Catching knife fish was significantly more challenging than catching green-shelled turtles. Otherwise, the knife fish's dagger-like form would not be so precious. The likelihood of hooking a knife fish is merely 1/5 that of a green-shelled turtle, and even securing a knife is even less probable, as a knife fish only offers one chance to strike upon surfacing. If one fails to dispatch their opponent with that single strike, the knife fish would perish itself, making that blow immensely powerful. Previously, Han Fei had nearly been cleaved by a knife fish. Had the blade not fortuitously veered off course, he would have met his end. This was now the 7th time he dropped his hook. Han Fei sensed the hook quivering, as if a blade had sliced through the water. Yet, the hooking kiss technique required precision. After all, a knife fish's blade could easily sever the line. Suddenly, Han Fei's hand jolted, and with a burst of spiritual energy, the line whipped like a lash. "Up," he commanded, yanking the line with all his might. A shadow surged forth from the water. In a flash, a blade of cold light shot towards him. Han Fei was prepared. A faint aura radiated from the purple bamboo in his hand as he leaped, striking at the incoming knife. The blade pierced through the deck, plunging into the fish hold, while Han Fei swung his bamboo, crashing it down on the knife fish's head. Without its blade, the knife fish was far less resilient than a green-shelled turtle without stones. A single blow from Han Fei dispatched it. A bit of a loss, he mused. Fishing had cost him 6 points of energy, yet the strike cost 10 points. And a knife fish without its blade was worth barely 20 points of energy. Still, the knife itself held substantial value. It could be exchanged for 50 low-grade pearls, which was quite decent. As night fell, Han Fei had caught 3 knife fish and 3 green-shelled turtles, with half a box of green bait worms remaining. Just as he prepared to continue fishing, a creaking sound emanated from beneath the boat, as if something was crawling. Han Fei's hair stood on end. It was unmistakably the tentacled shrimp. Without hesitation, he dove into a fish hold. These large shrimp were not particularly strong, yet their tentacles posed a significant danger. When a green-shelled turtle shot forth, he could endure a few blows from stones, thanks to his current physique. A knife fish wielded merely one blade, with a single strike. It would be reduced to mere fillets. But the tentacled shrimp, with its unending long antennae, posed continuous attacks. Those long appendages struck like whips, swift as drawn swords. Han Fei was acutely aware that even capturing one would drain substantial amounts of spiritual energy, rendering it an unwise endeavor. He had expected the tentacled shrimp to retreat, but this time was different. He could hear it crawling around beneath the boat, eventually making its way to the side. "Oh no, is it trying to board?" Han Fei thought incredulously. "How outrageous. I haven't even attempted to catch you, yet you dare to climb aboard?" Sure enough, Han Fei soon spotted the tentacled shrimp on the deck, boldly traversing the surface. "How audacious. I am the hunter. Yet here I am hiding in the fish hold while you lounge on the deck?" Moments later, the tentacled shrimp crawled right above his head, emitting a peculiar sound. "Wait. Is it eating something?" Han Fei waited for a while and soon heard a splashing sound from the adjacent fish hold, as if fish were being pulled from the water. Instantly, his expression shifted. "What the hell? Is that creature stealing my fish?" His face turned grim. The adjacent hold contained the discarded green-shelled turtles and knife fish. He hadn't even dared to eat them himself, and now this creature had the audacity to devour one? "You dare to disturb my spiritual energy? You're asking for death." In a fit of rage, Han Fei flung open the fish hold, brandishing his purple bamboo as he leaped out. He could no longer contain himself. That was nearly 20 points of spiritual energy. How dare it just eat without permission? Unaware of the effort he had put into catching those fish, the tentacled shrimp was startled, darting back 2 or 3 meters. This massive shrimp measured over 2 meters in length, with 2 long antennae surpassing its body. Notably, two shorter appendages sprouted from the long ones, and when Han Fei focused, he realized it was not just one tentacled shrimp, but two stacked atop one another, the upper one clearly half the size of the lower. My goodness, two of them? His eyes flicked over the details, and information flashed before him. Name, tentacled shrimp, level 8 quality, ordinary, spiritual energy contained, 52 points, consumption effect, shrimp meat is delicious. Long-term consumption can nourish mental strength, collectible, long antennae. 100 long antennae can form a whip, absorbable. Han Fei's eyelids flickered as he quickly enveloped himself with a layer of spiritual energy. The purple bamboo in his hand pulsing with energy. Get off, you. Drop the fish, no, drop my energy. His expression darkened as the smaller tentacled shrimp clutched a half-meter-long knife fish, having already devoured several chunks of flesh. Sensing Han Fei's threat, the larger tentacled shrimp became enraged, swinging its two antennae menacingly. With a sharp crack, the shrimp's antennae lashed against the ship, producing a crisp sound that startled Han Fei, who leapt aside. Zizhu quickly turned to confront another antenna. You old rascal, this is too much, you bandit. Han Fei felt as if Zizhu had been ensnared by the shrimp's antenna, while the small tentacled shrimp appeared eager to strike as well. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through Zizhu, who swiftly freed herself from the antenna's grasp, producing a dagger resembling a knife fish in her hand. As the small shrimp's antenna swung toward them, Han Fei swung his staff with force, clearing the larger antenna aside and slicing through the smaller one with the dagger. With a sharp cry, a portion of the antenna severed, allowing Han Fei to leap onto the back of the small shrimp. He struck down with relentless force, not allowing the creature a moment to retaliate, delivering 3 powerful blows that crushed its head. In a swift moment, as if lightning had struck, Han Fei rolled off the deck just as an antenna lashed out. A searing pain coursed through his back, a wound stretching from his shoulder blade to his waist, nearly overwhelming him with agony. With fierce determination, Han Fei wielded Zizhu, charging at the antenna and the shrimp's head. The impact was thunderous as one eye of the shrimp burst, and a segment of the antenna fell away. In its agony, the tentacled creature flailed wildly, but this presented Han Fei with an opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered behind the creature, leaping to deliver a crushing blow that shook the vessel. You think you can feast on my fish? With another antenna poised to strike, Han Fei drew the remaining 4 daggers from his person, launching them with precision. Even the most formidable antenna feared the blade. Soon enough, another of the large shrimp's antennae was severed. The creature attempted to plunge into the sea, but Han Fei would not grant it such mercy. He leapt once more, delivering 3 decisive blows that misaligned its head. Glaring at the motionless tentacled shrimp, Han Fei muttered angrily, You dare to steal my fish, bringing your offspring along? Do you think my fish is so easily taken? Chapter 24. A second wave of small fish. Han Fei felt an odd itch on his back, and when he touched the area, he was surprised to discover that the wound was surprisingly small and had begun to scab. How peculiar. Wasn't it just a moment ago that I was struck? Such a minor injury. As he continued to probe, he found that the wound had vanished entirely. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he was reminded of the Ziyu fruit and then the snake gallbladder. Surely, one of these had yet to wear off. Or could it be that this remarkable healing ability was persistent? After the incident with the tentacled shrimp boarding his vessel, Han Fei decided against further fishing. He first absorbed most of the flesh of the knife fish, followed by the remnants of the tentacled shrimp, which had been reduced to a mushy mess. To his astonishment, even the small shrimp provided an impressive supply of spiritual energy, totaling 36 points, almost rivaling that of a substantial bowl of spirit fish soup. Indeed, the higher the quality of the creature, the more spiritual energy it contained. However, after some calculation, Han Fei concluded that he was at a loss. The tentacled shrimp posed a far greater challenge than the knife fish. At the very least, he needed to be at full spiritual capacity. This represented a significant expenditure, not to mention the energy consumed during battle, which had left him quite depleted. With a scowl, Han Fei lamented that being a mid-tier fisherman at sea was fraught with disadvantages. If only he could stay at school every day, and if the school allowed daily sparring, that would be even better. As March unfolded, the night sky over the sea remained breathtakingly beautiful. However, the tranquil surface of the water took on a somewhat eerie quality. Han Fei had hung the shrimp meat on the boat as provisions while he sat cross-legged on the deck, commencing his cultivation. The moment he activated his technique, he felt a surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body. Of course, the gourd absorbed the majority of it, yet even so, the intensity was several times greater than he experienced at home. It seems that cultivating under the moonlight yields extraordinary results. Han Fei's expression turned peculiar as he felt he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. while on the floating island. The effect of practicing the void fishing technique was several dozen times more potent than the soul fishing technique. It still felt somewhat lacking. Yet here at sea, under the moon's glow, the effect was magnified several times over. Previously, as a second-tier fisherman, he hadn't noticed much difference, but now waves of spiritual energy washed over him, cleansing him time and again. Although he couldn't retain much, the efficacy surpassed that of the soul fishing technique by dozens or even hundreds of times. Truly, this was a technique renowned for its versatility. A day of cultivation here could equate to months of effort elsewhere. As before, the moment Han Fei began his practice on the water, the surface gradually became animated, with small white fish occasionally leaping and larger yellow fish occasionally breaching the surface. Perhaps the spiritual energy he invoked was potent yet not sufficiently overwhelming. Hence the surrounding schools of fish were drawn in without causing a significant uproar. The minor disturbances abounded. Splash! A small white fish leaped onto the boat, flapping about on the deck before Han Fei. Splash! A large yellow fish landed beside him, thrashing against the deck. Slap! Slap! Several small white fish leaped onto Han Fei's face, not just one, but two in succession. Annoyed, Han Fei halted his cultivation, his fury igniting. Could you not stay in the water? Must you leap out and slap me in the face? Is my face so easily struck? He kicked the 5 or 6 fish back into the fish hold, but as soon as the spiritual energy ceased, dozens of fish began to leap once more. Leaning over the side of the boat, he spotted a green-shelled turtle stirring restlessly, and not far off, he glimpsed the glint of a knife fish skimming the surface. Within moments, the entire water's surface began to churn. Alarmed, Han Fei quickly resumed his seated position to continue his cultivation. Indeed, the moment he began again, the chaotic scene gradually settled. Han Fei realized, so, while I feast on flesh, you all are merely savoring broth? Yet as time went on, he grew increasingly anxious. Was he truly cultivating, or were they? Was he on the brink of death while practicing? The number of fish around him swelled. The moment he paused, the surface would erupt in chaos, instilling in him a fear that he dared not stop. Finally, as the moon dipped below the horizon, a pale light appeared on the far-off sky, heralding the first rays of dawn. As before, Han Fei felt a sudden jolt, a sharp pain in his wrist, and the gourd shone brightly, as if on the verge of combustion. In a mere 3 seconds, flames erupted from his hand, leaving him no choice but to stop. His entire hand was engulfed in flames. This time, Han Fei was wiser. He leaped into the fish hold and shut the lid. In the next moment, the sea surged, creating a spectacular scene. Hundreds, if not thousands, of various fish thrashed against the water's surface, leaping and flopping about. Knife fish, green-shelled turtles, tentacled shrimp, snake eels, large yellow fish, and even a massive meat turtle, although the latter could not leap onto the boat. The sea transformed, stained crimson with blood as large fish jumped frantically, and the deck echoed with a cacophony of sounds. The force of the green-shelled turtles was so powerful that the boat rocked perilously, creaking ominously beneath them. Han Fei half suspected that this fishing vessel might disintegrate. He would wager that if he ventured out now, he would be overwhelmed by a swarm of fish in mere moments. Bang! Bang! The sounds of knives striking the deck, stones crashing against the hull, and the rustling of writhing creatures filled the air. It took a good 15 minutes for these sounds to gradually fade. Only then did Han Fei cautiously peek out from the hold. And what met his eyes was a deck strewn with remnants and shattered bodies, piled high like a small mountain. A few live fish struggled, while knife fish lay gasping. Lifeless, Han Fei mused, the sea is indeed better. How much spiritual energy must this boat contain? He beamed at the sight of the boat filled with fish. Whether they were whole or merely fragments mattered little to him. In his eyes, they all represented spiritual energy. The refining options of the demon refining vessel required 2,000 points of spiritual energy, and refining heaven and earth demanded 10,000 points. Spending half a month at sea would surely yield that effortlessly. While contemplating this, Han Fei cautiously inspected all the fish holds. No snake eels were found. But he unexpectedly stumbled upon a black sphere. The black sphere rolled about within one of the fish holds. Name, ballfish, level, 10 quality, ordinary, contains spiritual energy, 290 points, consumption effect. The heart of the ballfish is sweet as honey. Long-term consumption can enhance bodily recovery. Harvestable, fish spines, usable as concealed weapons. Absorbable, wow, 290 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei gasped inwardly. He recalled that the ballfish was a peculiar species found in first-tier fishing grounds, notably dim-witted and easily caught. However, once hooked, they proved difficult to handle due to their spiny defense. The ball fish bore 108 black spines hidden beneath its skin. When threatened, it unleashed a rain of needles. Should a ball fish escape, it would regrow its spines within a few days, making it a creature few dared to provoke. Even humans were reluctant to attempt to catch, as they risked being turned into pincushions. The most significant drawback was that the ball fish offered little meat, the only advantage being that its heart was rich in spiritual essence and possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. Han Fei took a deep breath. Had he truly arrived at a first-tier fishing ground? After contemplating, he decided against trying to capture the ball fish for the moment, as it posed a considerable challenge. He secured the fish hold's lid and began voraciously absorbing the remaining limbs and fragments. Half an hour later, aside from the holds containing the large yellow fish and the ball fish, all other compartments were emptied, the deck thoroughly cleaned by Han Fei. His spiritual energy surged to 2,584 points, a bountiful harvest indeed. After some reflection, he resolved to eliminate the ball fish first, then he could test his refining skills. At present, I possess a total of 5, complemented by the purple bamboo in my grasp, a testament to my affluent stature. Han Fei forcefully kicked open the hatch, retreating several paces. In the next moment, 3 black spikes shot into the sky. Astonishingly fierce, Han Fei extended his fishing rod, stirring the water, only to be met with the incessant sound of piercing shots, as several black spikes launched from the fish hatch towards the heavens. Han Fei mused, "The lack of intelligence is indeed apparent. This is akin to catching a turtle in a jar. What can you do to me?" After a prolonged period of stirring, when the sound of the spikes had faded, he grew bolder and seized the purple bamboo stick to continue his endeavor, eventually dislodging a few more spikes after 5 minutes. Is that all? A few minutes later, Han Fei extracted a jet-black spherical fish, its eyes clouded, and the entire creature soft and slippery to the touch. Without hesitation, he plunged a knife into the fish, akin to a punctured balloon, and moments later, a large skin materialized before him. Curious, this could serve as an excellent wrapping. Han Fei excised the heart of the spherical fish, white and somewhat firm, pondered whether this item was truly worth 290 points of spiritual energy. As soon as he grasped the heart, a cool sensation coursed through him, as if spiritual energy was seeping forth. Naturally, Han Fei did not squander it. He promptly consumed the thumb-sized morsel, reasoning that it was better to eat it himself rather than let the alchemical cauldron absorb it. Unbeknownst to him, the heart of a spherical fish commanded a market price equivalent to 3 medium-grade pearls. Had he been aware, he would likely have lamented and refrained from consuming it. Furthermore, it is uncommon for anyone to consume a heart in such a manner. Who would extract a heart and eat it raw? The heart of a spherical fish, when used in alchemy, could yield exponentially greater effects. Chapter 25. The poverty that cannot be stared at after clearing the last fish chamber. Han Fei's reserve of spiritual energy finally surpassed 3,000, reaching an impressive 241 points, sufficient for him to frolic in the depths of the sea 3 more times. However, fortune was not always on his side. Be it the sea serpent, or the treacherous ghost knife clam, or the tentacled sea anemone, each posed a formidable threat. At the bow of the vessel, Han Fei leaned against the broken controller, engrossed in studying the demon refining pot. Gazing at the azure gourd, no larger than an apple, he concentrated his thoughts. With a mental command, he activated it. In an instant, 2,000 points of spiritual energy dissipated, and a surge of energy flowed into the gourd. Han Fei felt a haze envelop his mind, and when the mist dissipated, an unprecedented insight dawned upon him. In the void, a furnace blazed brightly, and he was astounded, sensing that he could seemingly draw anything into the gourd for some wondrous synthesis. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in his mind: heaven and earth furnace. Using heaven and earth as the forge, with spiritual energy as the fire, all things can be transformed into weapons. The moment this phrase surfaced in his consciousness, he swallowed hard. To use heaven and earth as a forge? Such audacity. Yet, recalling the description of the void fishing technique, he felt reassured. After all, he had traversed realms. What else was there to reject? He glanced at the purple bamboo, the knife fish dagger, the refined iron fishing rod, as well as the tattered clothes adorning him. With 5 knife fish daggers at his disposal, he promptly decided to place one into the heaven and earth furnace. At the moment the dagger vanished, he envisioned a misty space within the gourd, where a knife floated serenely. Refining commenced. The flames surged, and within a breath's time, a small knife emerged. So swift? Han Fei blinked and beheld the little blade resting in his palm. Astonishment washed over him. Was it truly so diminutive? His half-meter-long blade had transformed into something akin to a tiny fade-out? As he picked up the small knife, An inexplicable intuition told him that this blade suited him perfectly. However, the first thing he wanted to ascertain was just how formidable this palm-sized knife truly was. He struck it against another blade, only to widen his eyes in shock as the supposedly resilient knife suffered a deep notch. So impressive? Glancing at the purple bamboo, he mused, a light stroke should be harmless, right? With a gentle tap, a crisp sound resonated, and upon inspection, the purple bamboo remained unscathed. Not even a scratch to mar its surface. Reassured, Han Fei noted the high quality of the purple bamboo. Yet, when he turned his gaze back to the demon refining pot, his heart sank. Only 1,053 points left? A consumption of 188 points? Han Fei hesitated. While the results were promising, the expenditure was equally staggering. This was merely the refining of one knife. What if it were the purple bamboo? Resolute, he decided to place the purple bamboo into the heaven and earth furnace, and without hesitation, he tossed in the remaining daggers. He needed a weapon, after all. He was envious of Xiaoyu's bamboo staff. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei pondered his options. With a large yellow fish still in the fish chamber, and the ball fish chamber yet to be depleted, he could absorb several hundred more points if necessary. With a determined thought, he initiated the refining process, wondering if he could forge a Rui Jingu Bang. Moments later, a radiant golden light emanated from the gourd, and a purplish-red staff emerged. The first feeling was a wave of dizziness, but surprisingly, he did not feel an overwhelming urge to absorb spiritual energy, which relieved him. Upon closer inspection of the purplish-red staff, he was once again taken aback. Was this not the Rui Jingu Bang? The difference lay in the ends being silver-white while the center was purplish-red. Han Fei gasped. Did the items produced reflect his imagination? If so, the ends must be made of the knife's material, with the center crafted from purple bamboo. Purple bamboo staff, ordinary grade, intermediate. Note, formed from 280-year-old ordinary purple bamboo. Infused with the knife fish's golden blade energy, capable of emitting a sharp aura. Ordinary grade, intermediate. Weapons have grades as well. Indeed, since cultivation is graded, weapons must be too. Yet, how could the precious purple bamboo be reduced to an ordinary grade? Han Fei scrutinized the staff, hefting it casually, and noted its weight, perhaps around 180 pounds. If it struck someone, it would be devastating. As Han Fei gripped the staff, it felt as if it had been his weapon for years. He swung it slightly. While it was a tad heavy, it was exceptionally well balanced. Elated, he launched into a series of martial movements. With each slice and sweep, the staff danced through the air, and when infused with spiritual energy, it even manifested glimmering shadows. The 10-direction staff technique emphasizes slicing, sweeping, and thrusting. In that moment, the purple bamboo staff felt like an extension of his own body, responding fluidly to his every command. After half an hour of practice, he found himself increasingly adept, mastering the essence of the 10-direction staff technique. If Xiaoyu had been present, her jaw would have dropped in disbelief, for at that moment, Han Fei had achieved a minor mastery of the technique. What bliss! Han Fei halted, exclaiming a single word before collapsing to the ground, feeling dizzy as if the world were spinning, a sourness rising in his stomach. He quickly glanced at the demon refining pot, only to grimace in realization. Executing a single set of staff techniques had completely drained his spiritual energy. Master, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisher, spiritual energy 0, 159, spiritual veins, grade 1. Upper tier weapon, purple bamboo staff primary technique, void fishing technique first volume, hook kiss technique, ordinary grade, divine item. Upon seeing the numeral 0, Han Fei scrambled into the chamber filled with large yellow fish, clutching one tightly. Indeed, a whole chamber of large yellow fish provided a mere 144 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei felt a mix of laughter and tears. The energy he had painstakingly earned, risking his life twice, amounted to less than 3,000 points. Yet, in just 2 minutes, it had all vanished without a trace. He envisioned a vast pit. Merely refining a weapon had exhausted his spiritual energy. What then? Was the process of refining heaven and earth, which demanded 10,000 points of energy? Deep down, Han Fei sensed a foreboding. He would likely be plagued by the quest for spiritual energy daily. Others spent energy on fishing, a few points here and there, or in combat. Perhaps tens of points at most. Meanwhile, he, a mere fisher, was expending thousands with each endeavor. Would he ever enjoy his pursuits again? Sighing, he swung the staff in frustration, intending to release his pent-up exasperation. However, in an unfortunate miscalculation, the purple bamboo staff struck the controller of the fishing vessel. akin to damaging the engine, shattering a wooden cover with a resounding crack. Panic surged through Han Fei. The vessel was already in disrepair. And now he had further compromised it. Would he be liable for damages when leaving the floating island? Just then, as he contemplated the cost, he noticed a metallic fragment on the controller that appeared damaged, marked by a cut that was not caused by his staff. Han Fei crouched down for a closer look, and his expression hardened. Was it deliberate? Who sought to take his life? The first name that crossed his mind was Hu Kuan, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Hu Kuan is at odds with himself, but how could such a young child possess such capabilities? Moreover, he is unaware of when he will leave the island. Even if he did, could he possibly sabotage the fishing boat departing from the empty isle? However, if it is not Hu Kuan, then who could it be? It seems I have not wronged anyone else either. Chapter 26. Rescue. Drifting aimlessly for yet another day, Han Fei had exhausted the remaining half-box of green bait worms, successfully catching 9 large yellow croakers, 3 green turtles, and a single knife fish. Such an astonishing success rate in fishing would be met with disbelief in the outside world. A full box of green bait worms contains only 40 worms. It is considered normal for an average person to catch 5 fish with 40 worms, while a more skilled angler might manage 7 or 8, indicating a higher level of proficiency. Han Fei, however, had managed to catch 13 fish from merely half a box of bait, including a knife fish, which was simply incredible. In truth, he had wasted 4 baits on the knife fish and 2 or 3 on the green turtles, but when it came to the yellow croakers, he had hooked them with precision, with no chance of them slipping away. Another night passed, with no bait left. Han Fei could not continue fishing and had to resort to practicing his skills. As he meditated, he found himself surrounded by fish once again, some even leaping onto the boat during his training. At the break of dawn, Han Fei absorbed a surge of potent spiritual energy, which then erupted violently. Consequently, the next morning, he found his boat filled with fish once more, though this time no extraordinary species were present. Cautious not to squander his newfound catches, even with 3 knives in hand, he refrained from attempting any further crafting, lest he find himself impoverished once again. On the 3rd day of drifting in the sea, he remained utterly alone, with no signs of life around him. Who knew where he had floated off to? On the 4th day, after enduring yet another minor fish search, Han Fei's fishing boat had become dilapidated, with 3 or 4 planks on the deck damaged, and 1 fish hold even smashed by the head of a large green turtle, resulting in 2 significant holes on the side of the vessel. At that moment, Han Fei was bailing water out, aware that the boat could not withstand a 5th fish search. If another wave of fish hit, it would surely be irreparable. Even now, the boat was swaying dangerously, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Han Fei practiced his staff techniques aboard the vessel, having become remarkably proficient over the past few days. His practice had led to significant improvement, nearing mastery. He also discovered that advancing his staff skills required the consumption of spiritual energy. However, with over 2,000 points at his disposal, he felt no concern. At that moment, he was enjoying some sashimi when he suddenly tilted his head, noticing what appeared to be several boats in the distance. Without a second thought, he dropped the fish and, brandishing his staff, shouted fervently, "Hey! Hello, brothers, ladies, uncles, help!" Han Fei waved his staff, his voice carrying over the waves. "Third young master, it seems there are people over there," remarked Wang Baiyu. "Indeed, I see them. How intriguing that someone would venture so far out to fish alone." "Let us go take a look," he replied. As the boats drew closer, Han Fei locked eyes with Wang Baiyu. "It's you? It's you?" Wang Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the boy he had encountered days prior by the roadside. At that time, no one had dared to speak, except for this lad, which had made him take a second glance. Han Fei was equally surprised, the 3rd young master of the Wang family from Tianshui village. Even on a fishing trip, he had 5 boats for protection. Such was the distinction of those from a prominent family, accompanied by a small entourage even while studying with the crown prince. Wang Baiyu squinted as he surveyed Han Fei's fishing boat, which looked more like a ghost ship in its current state of disrepair. "My good brother, you certainly have a knack for travel. You dare to come fishing 800 miles away on your own?" Han Fei gasped. "Have I really drifted this far?" Wang Baiyu raised an eyebrow. "You don't know." With a sheepish smile, Han Fei admitted, "I regret to say, my boat malfunctioned in midair and landed me here. I've been adrift at sea for 5 days. 5 days? Wang Baiyu's subordinates were taken aback, and even he was astonished. How could someone survive 5 days at sea and still be alive? There was a saying in Tianshui village that no one had ever lasted 7 days on the ocean. And even those who had made it 5 days were exceedingly rare, occurring perhaps once or twice a year. However, Wang Baiyu quickly sensed something amiss. You said your boat malfunctioned? That should be impossible. The boat is powered by natural levitation stones. As long as the stones are intact, the boat should function properly. Before he could finish, he noticed Han Fei holding up a stone. Is this it? Wang Baiyu's eyes widened. It is. But your levitation stone. It's broken? Oh, it has been completely severed in two, causing a disruption in power. You were set up. Wang Baiyu spoke with conviction, showing no hesitation. Seeing Han Fei's understanding expression, he added, to break a levitation stone requires at least a peak-level fisherman, and they would need a mundane-grade weapon to do so. Of course, if it were a fishing master, it would be easier, but they typically wouldn't engage in such trivial acts. Han Fei's heart sank. Peak-level fisherman? When had he ever offended such a formidable opponent? Could it be that his arrogance at school had led to repercussions from those he had wronged? Suddenly, he recalled the Tiger Head gang. That day, Li Hu had given him a fierce glare upon leaving. Wang brother, I'm fortunate you arrived. Otherwise, I would likely have met my end at sea. Wang Baiyu, intrigued by Han Fei, smiled warmly. How did you manage to survive 5 days at sea? As he spoke, Wang Baiyu glanced at Han Fei's fishing boat, marveling at how such a pile of scrap wood had endured thus far. Truly a miracle. Han Fei sighed. It's a long story. The sea is indeed terrifying. During those 5 days, I experienced a minor fish surge that nearly shattered my boat. Fortunately, I was hiding in the fish hold, or I would have perished. A minor fish surge? Several of Wang Baiyu's companions stiffened at the mention of it. They had recently heard reports of a minor fish surge, and now it appeared again. Was it possible that the ordinary fishing grounds were facing a fish surge crisis? Of course, Han Fei would not divulge that it was all his doing. Wang Baiyu scrutinized Han Fei, thinking to himself, a person possessing a knife fish dagger and an iron fishing rod cannot be lacking in skill. Moreover, the staff in Han Fei's hands was unfamiliar to him. It appeared to be far from an ordinary item. Wang brother, your staff does seem quite unique, Wang Baiyu remarked. Han Fei replied, oh this? It was a gift from my brother, only slightly superior to an iron rod. It surely cannot catch your eye, Wang brother. Wang Baiyu, however, did not believe Han Fei's words. He had no interest in petty criminality. It was beneath his dignity. Instead, he curiously examined Han Fei's fishing boat. Hey, Han brother, you still have a boat full of fish? Han Fei, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, they all jumped aboard during the minor fish surge. But given the state of my boat, it's likely only enough to cover the damages. Wang Baiyu shook his head. Your boat has been damaged. There will certainly be an investigation, and you won't even have to pay fish tax. However, do you have any rare fish species? Han Fei replied. Wang brother desires rare fish? Wang Baiyu confessed, to be honest. I've come out to sea this time to search for rare or mysterious fish species in ordinary fishing grounds. Wang Baiyu appeared visibly disappointed. Ballfish were hardly remarkable, and his family could procure as many as they wished. Then Han Fei proposed, Wang brother, would you be interested in purchasing my fish? My boat is immobile, so I could sell them to you at a bargain. Wang Baiyu smiled calmly. What do you have? Wang Baiyu was instantly astonished. You managed to retain 7 blades after merely encountering a small fish tide? Han Fei replied. Indeed, there were originally 2 more tentacle shrimp, but regrettably, they managed to escape. By the way, I also possess several shrimp whiskers, remnants from the battle between the tentacle shrimp and the knife fish. Although Wang Baiyu hailed from a prominent family and could casually utilize mid-grade pearls, the items presented by Han Fei were worth a substantial 8 mid-grade pearls. While this may seem modest, it was indeed considerable. Even those from affluent families were not perpetually wealthy, and equipping subordinates required resources. Han Fei expressed his gratitude. I am truly thankful. As Han Fei departed, the third young master inquired, why do you invest such concern in this insignificant individual? Furthermore, these items are not essential for us to acquire. Wang Baiyu, with a wisdom beyond his years, remarked. A mid-grade fisherman possessing adversaries of peak fishermen or even angler caliber raises suspicion, does it not? The nature of one's enemies reflects their own stature. This is the essence of reason. Moreover, do you genuinely believe that hiding within the cabin will shield you from the small fish tide? Chapter 27. The temporary pleasure of spending money. Wang Baiyu decided to send Han Fei away first, not wishing for him to discover the true purpose of his journey. Han Fei, on the other hand, was indifferent to this. After all, being rescued was a tremendous blessing, with the only drawback being the debt of gratitude owed to another. At the departure port, when Han Fei reappeared, the female registrar was taken aback. Registrar, 5 days and nights have passed, and you are still alive? Han Fei, Sister Qin. It's a long story. My fishing boat was maliciously destroyed. He proceeded to recount the events in detail, causing her to furrow her brow, her expression cold and devoid of emotion. Registrar, I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. If the situation is as you describe, the inspection department will provide you with an explanation. As Wang Baiyu had indicated, there was no fish tax collected at the departure port. For Han Fei's situation required further verification. Should it prove false, Han Fei would face consequences beyond merely paying fish taxes. Conversely, if it were true, the port would certainly not let the matter rest, especially with the intentional destruction of a fishing boat. Who would dare to act so recklessly? Upon leaving the departure port, Han Fei possessed a total of 7 medium-grade pearls, 6 of which were gifted by Wang Baiyu. He had not been in such a hurry. But even the most skilled 5th-level fishermen, no matter how superior their weapons, could not hope to contend against a peak fisherman. And there was a possibility that this adversary could also be a fishing master. A sturdy, burly man with bare arms chuckled. Young man, what do you wish to have done? Han Fei, could you coat this stick with a layer of fine iron? Unlike Xiaoyu, who had a fishing master father at home, Han Fei could not casually wield a bamboo stick. Although Tang Ge had soared to prominence, Han Fei felt that seeing him would not be an easy matter after he was taken away by Feng Zhe. The blacksmith's eyes widened upon seeing Han Fei's purple bamboo stick, and his expression shifted to one of awe. Where did this stick come from? My heavens! Such exquisite craftsmanship, it would be no exaggeration to call it a masterpiece. Han Fei, wary, this was given to me by my elder, but I find it too ostentatious. Uncle, can you coat it? If not, I will seek another shop. Blacksmith, of course I can, but what a pity. Such a fine stick must be at least of mundane quality. Is your elder a fishing master? Han Fei narrowed his eyes, even higher. Blacksmith. Suppressing his excitement, a peak fishing master? Han Fei. Uncle, is your thinking limited to the level of fishing masters? The blacksmith was taken aback. The village chief? That cannot be. The village chief does not have descendants like you. Han Fei. Uncle, do you truly believe that Tianshui village has only one great fishing master? The blacksmith's expression changed dramatically. It was often whispered that the Wang family ancestor was indeed a great fishing master. There was also a member of the Tiger Head Gang rumored to be challenging the status of a great fishing master. But that had nothing to do with this young man, right? Could there be other hidden masters in Tianshui village? Han Fei, uncle. Knowing too much about certain matters can be detrimental, understand? Seeing Han Fei's calm demeanor and somewhat arrogant expression, the blacksmith nodded slightly, noting that Han Fei's aura was indeed extraordinary. Blacksmith, all right, this will be done shortly. After a quarter of an hour, Han Fei left, satisfied with his entirely blackened stick, oblivious to the blacksmith's peculiar gaze as he swiftly disappeared into the crowd. What Han Fei did not know was that once he left, the blacksmith hurriedly locked the door and stepped outside. Arriving at the familiar East Market, Han Fei grumbled to himself about the exorbitant costs. Merely coating the stick with fine iron had cost him 18 low-grade pearls. How outrageous. At Wang Jie's shop, the old proprietor, Old Guan, was busy calculating accounts when he spotted a familiar small figure. Upon closer inspection, it was the family head's disciple. Old Guan, it's you. How is it? Have you come into some money again? Han Fei, sneaking a glance. Old Guan, do you have anything better than fish head refining liquid? Old Guan was taken aback. Better than fish head refining liquid? Are you seeking a spirit replenishing elixir? Do you have the means to purchase such a thing? Old Guan, the spirit replenishing elixir can rapidly restore 300 points of spiritual energy and is primarily sold to those at the peak of fishing mastery for survival. What do you need it for? Moreover, it costs 2 medium-grade pearls per piece. Can you afford it? Han Fei was stunned. 300 points of spiritual energy for 2 medium-grade pearls was indeed exorbitant. Yet he still inquired, Old Guan, how quickly does the elixir restore spiritual energy to warrant such a price? Old Guan chuckled. In just 10 breaths, it can fully replenish your spiritual energy. 2 medium-grade pearls is quite reasonable. Han Fei forced a smile. Then, Old Guan, do you have anything even better? Perhaps something for refining the body, nurturing meridians, or enhancing spiritual energy? Old Guan laughed heartily. You have quite the ambition. If such items were available, they would naturally be reserved for the owner. However, we do have a bottle of iron fish body refining liquid that the owner no longer requires. I could sell it, but the price is steep, at least 6 medium-grade pearls. And this is considering your status as the master's student. Han Fei's eyes sparkled. That's it then, Old Guan, I will take it. Han Fei produced 6 gleaming medium-grade pearls from his pocket, shimmering brilliantly. Old Guan was taken aback. this. How does a student like you come by so much money? Han Fei replied without hesitation, my brother gave it to me. He has a 7th grade spiritual vein and has taken on an angel as a disciple, casually gifting me 7 or 8 medium grade pearls. Old Guan gasped, Tengu is your brother? Han Fei, Old Guan, do you know my brother? Old Guan, of course. Who in Qianshui village doesn't know Tengu? A prodigy with a 7th grade spiritual vein. Even the town cannot contain his extraordinary talent. Wait a moment, if you're his brother. Why not simply ask him directly instead of coming to the shop to buy? Old Guan nodded. That is true. Since you are Tang Ji's brother, I can offer you a 10% discount on this bottle of iron fish body refining liquid. Han Fei. Thank you, Old Guan. Old Guan regarded Han Fei intently. I know you are eager to cultivate, but one must not rush in matters of cultivation. The iron fish body refining liquid is quite potent and is designed for those at the peak of fishing mastery. For you, a small amount is sufficient each time. If you have extra money, it would be wise to purchase 2 more bottles of fish head refining liquid to bridge the gap. Once you reach level 6, then you may attempt a small amount of iron fish body refining liquid. But remember, it is not for breakthroughs. It is a restorative medicine, not one for advancement. Han Fei, understood. Thank you for your concern, Old Guan. I will certainly remember. Now I will buy 2 more bottles of fish head refining liquid. Exiting the shop, Han Fei felt like crying. Cultivating truly drained one's finances. He had just felt wealthy, yet in the blink of an eye, he was left with only 42 low-grade pearls, hardly enough to buy a knife. However, with little money remaining, Han Fei decided to let loose. Purchasing a couple of large sea conchs, 10 giant clams, and several sauces known as fish paste, he was left with only 6 low-grade pearls. On the way, Han Fei muttered to himself, if it weren't for celebrating Tang Ji's great fortune, he would not have splurged on such expensive conchs, which had cost him 24 low-grade pearls. The thought made his heart bleed. After all, they were just conchs. He could casually collect hundreds in the future. Wasn't he that a fortune? The sea was filled with them, and they were not worth much. Chapter 28. As Han Fei approached, he noticed several ruffians lounging in his small courtyard, feasting on clams. His expression darkened immediately. Clang. Han Fei smirked coldly. 5 low-grade pearls for each clam. Hand them over, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I shall force you to regurgitate them. The rotund leader and his accomplices were momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into uproarious laughter. Brother Gang, can you believe this kid is asking us for money? Brother Gang, it's been a few days, and this little brat has become unbearably arrogant, attempting to extort us? The hefty leader grinned maliciously. Kid, is Brother Gang still half asleep, or has your head been struck by a fish? You dare to extort, Brother Gang? With newfound confidence, Han Fei stood firm, unperturbed by the presence of a level 7 fisherman. Having faced even sea pythons, he had no reason to fear them. Planting his purple bamboo staff firmly on the ground, he queried, do you know why corals are so vividly red? Before Brother Gang and his companions could respond with further mockery, they witnessed a surge of energy emanating from Han Fei, causing the purple bamboo staff to glow brilliantly. Brother Gang's expression shifted slightly. You audacious little fish, you dare to make a move? You must be tired of living. Brothers, get him. I'll crush you. Han Fei leapt into action, swinging his staff downward with tremendous force. Do you think I cannot wield this staff? Before Brother Gang could react, one of his level 5 accomplices was struck to the ground, clutching his shoulder and wailing, my arm is broken. Brother Gang, I'm finished. Furious, Brother Gang shouted, are you seeking death? Immediately, his henchmen armed themselves with sticks, believing they could easily overpower a mere child. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei, now imbued with extraordinary vigor, boasted a foundation of 159 energy points, rivaling that of a level 7 pinnacle fisherman, with over 3,000 energy points in reserve. He struck with unrelenting ferocity, leaving his adversaries questioning their very existence. He declared, I will crush this rotund fool. Boom. One of the ruffians, brimming with energy, attempted to withstand Han Fei's strike. However, with a crack, he crumpled to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Brother Gang's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. This kid is a level 6 pinnacle. Let me handle him. With a sturdy iron rod in hand, the rotund leader advanced. Yet to Han Fei's surprise, the initial clash of their powers sent a tremor through his arm, causing him to pale slightly. A level 7 fisherman? Brother Gang was momentarily stunned. What tremendous force. But you have no understanding of the might of a level 7 warrior. The 10-directional flashing spirit staff. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed what appeared to be a serpent coiling around Brother Gang, and in an instant, The leader's combat prowess surged, his speed increasing significantly. Han Fei was taken aback. How could a rotund man possess such swiftness? Clang, clang, clang. In a shocking turn, Han Fei found himself retreating under the relentless assault, despite feeling his own strength matched that of the rotund leader. Nevertheless, he could not withstand the barrage of 6 frenzied strikes. Coughing, Han Fei felt a tingle in his arm, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Brother Gang sneered. As a level 7 warrior, I can seize the power of monstrous fish. Do you truly believe I have idled away my time? Kneel before me and surrender all your possessions as recompense. Forget it, you have nothing of value. Hand over this courtyard, and I shall spare you. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei recognized his recovery ability lingered, albeit diminished. He grinned. Is this all a level 7 warrior can muster? How weak you must be. Suddenly, a torrent of energy erupted from Han Fei, illuminating both himself and the staff as he leaped into the air, preparing another devastating strike. Kid, you are courting death. Energy is a precious resource. As a level 6 fisherman, merely channeling energy will exhaust a third of it. How many more strikes can you unleash? 3 or 5. Enough with the chatter. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons clashed as Han Fei unleashed a furious onslaught of 6 strikes, enduring one blow that left him gasping for breath. Yet, the rotund leader was equally winded. His earlier 6 strikes had only grazed Han Fei, while Han Fei retaliated with another 5 or 6. How much energy did this kid possess? However, Han Fei was far from finished. With a sweeping motion, energy surged forth, creating ripples that dissipated into the air. Boom, boom, boom. With a thunderous clash, Brother Gang coughed up blood, his iron rod slipping from his grasp. His eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How many strikes has he unleashed? 10? 20? And he still possesses energy? Bang! Han Fei dispersed his energy and landed a strike on the rotund leader, leaving the remaining ruffians in shock. Brother Gang had been defeated? Squatting before Brother Gang, Han Fei smiled brightly. Do you still demand protection fees? Brother Gang, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. A misunderstanding, my friend. This is entirely a misunderstanding. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei struck thrice, forcing Brother Gang to the ground. A misunderstanding? Are you certain it is a misunderstanding? Grimacing in pain, Brother Gang dared not retort. Brother, I will compensate you. I promise I won't trouble you again. Bang, bang, bang. Who are you calling brother? From now on, refer to me as Brother Fei. Brother Gang pleaded. Just one iron rod, please. I'm terrified. Han Fei demanded. Who is your brother? From now on, you will call me Brother Fei. You've wasted so much of my energy. Your single iron rod is hardly sufficient compensation. Now be gone. Yes, yes. Why are you all still standing there? Leave. Watching the rotund leader scramble away, Han Fei was inwardly astonished. Was this the power of absorbing the strength of monstrous fish that Tangu had mentioned? If Brother Gang had possessed the same energy reserves as he did, the outcome might have been uncertain. That bizarre surge of strength had doubled his power. Had Han Fei not had ample energy reserves, he might have been overwhelmed. I have underestimated high-grade fishermen. The title of high-grade is not without merit. Brother Gang's defeat stemmed from insufficient energy within him. What if I were to face an level 8 fisherman? For the second time, Han Fei felt he was progressing too slowly. Even a mere ruffian could reach level 7. In this world, where everyone cultivates, how many such minor characters exist? And here I am, merely a small player, far from being able to act without consequence. Upon arriving home, Han Fei found a note inscribed with a message, likely left by Tangu. Silently, he crossed out the words, pushed the door open, and made his way to the back of his house. Behind the dwelling lay a precipice, with barely half a meter of standing space. There was an opening at the back of the house, where a chain hung. Cautiously, Han Fei grasped the chain and descended into the void. About 7 or 8 meters down, he discovered an inconspicuous cave, concealed by the surrounding vegetation, rendering it quite secretive. This small cave has existed since the house was built. Whenever Tangu acquired something of value, he would never store it at home. Instead, he concealed it within the cave to prevent anyone from coveting it. The cave measures no more than 4 meters in depth and less than 3 meters in width. Inside, there is merely a small bed and a stone jar containing dozens of large clams. Upon the bed, Han Fei discovered a small bundle. As he unwrapped it, he inhaled sharply. 2 medium-grade pearls rolled out first. There was little money, likely all that Tangu possessed. In addition to the 2 pearls, there were also 2 books, an iron box, and a vial of elixir. Han Fei gasped in astonishment. Not for any other reason, but for the fact that the 2 books were titled Water Technique and Mystical Body Art. with just a glance. He understood the significance of these texts in the entirety of Tianshui village, including the fisher, most practiced staff techniques. Even if the school possessed a library, it likely held scant resources. Regardless of the content, these two books could not possibly be inferior to the widely recognized staff technique of Shifeng. Ah, a spirit-replenishing elixir? Han Fei picked up the vial with a slight smile, quietly thinking, good brother. Chapter 29. The 108 Techniques of Body Refinement. How precious is the spirit-replenishing pill? In Wang Jie's shop, a single pill is priced at 2 medium-grade pearls, yet here lies an entire vial containing more than 10. Though Han Fei perceives one spirit-replenishing pill to be equivalent to 50 large yellow croakers, he realizes that to amass 3,000 points of spiritual energy, he would have to toil at sea for 4 or 5 days. However, this mere 10 pills could accomplish that with ease, rendering the endeavor almost effortless. Upon opening the iron box, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the cave, causing Han Fei's eyes to widen in astonishment. Is that a sea red fruit? Uncertain if it is indeed a sea red fruit, he is certain it is not a purple dragon fruit. Yet they share a characteristic. Their fragrance permeates through the skin and into the body. His heart raced. Could it be another fruit of the purple dragon fruit caliber? He scrutinized it closely, but alas, no data was displayed. Could it be that such treasures do not manifest numerical values? Regardless, his heart continued to pound with excitement. The potency of the purple dragon fruit is formidable. Even a mere residue could yield thousands of points of spiritual energy, a rare treasure indeed. He never expected that Tengu would leave such a gift for him. Han Fei hastily closed the iron box. This item should not be consumed carelessly. Previously, when he ingested it underwater, he barely had time to appreciate its effects. However, once a fruit is swallowed, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, igniting his meridians and causing an uncomfortable heat. Han Fei fought against the urge to devour the spiritual fruit and instead turned his attention to the two books. Water Swimming Technique? Han Fei read through, bemused. This book merely teaches the secrets of swimming, not martial skills, as it focuses solely on how to swim quickly and freely. After finishing the book, he was left in a peculiar state. The text claimed that an ordinary person could hold their breath underwater for no more than 100 breaths. And even a fishing master could manage only 500. Only a grand fishing master could hold their breath for 1,000 breaths. What about him? Hadn't he spent half an hour in the water? That must equate to 1,000 breaths, right? Could it be that a breath in this world lasts much longer? He did not dwell on this question. After all, the water swimming technique was a significant skill in the water. Had he known it earlier, he would not have found himself in such dire straits beneath the sea. As he read attentively, he suddenly felt an odd sensation. How could he remember everything so vividly? Han Fei quickly checked the options in the demon refining pot. Existing martial skills, water swimming technique, common grade upper class. Note, a versatile swimming technique, formed by the fusion of various swimming methods of mediocre quality. To deduce an ultimate martial skill requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Deduction of martial skill, dragon swimming technique completion, 1,000. Upon seeing this, Han Fei's face lit up with elation. Martial skills could indeed be deduced. Although a common grade upper class skill was already commendable, could anything produced by the demon refining pot be inferior? Han Fei commanded, deduce. With a surge of spiritual energy, the water swimming technique transformed. Existing martial skills, dragon swimming technique, common grade divine class. Note, simulating the methods of fish and dragon using spiritual energy. Entering the water like a fish or dragon, with elusive shadows. Indeed, Han Fei's expression became strange. As long as it is a martial skill, it appears that all can be deduced to higher realms. Moreover, upon deduction, it became a divine class skill. But what exactly is a divine class? He Xiaoyu claimed that above the upper class is the supreme class, and beyond that, there is nothing. This is evidently incorrect. It can only be said that based on the level of Yi Xiaoyu or her father, the supreme class was their limit. And they were unaware that there existed a hierarchy beyond that. Never mind, perhaps next time he sets sail. Well, he should wait until he breaks through to the pinnacle of level 6 before practicing this martial skill in the sea. The dragon swimming technique cannot be utilized immediately. So Han Fei's gaze naturally drifted toward the other book, Profound Body Technique. At first glance, this appeared to be a technique for self-cultivation, potentially of great use. After a thorough examination, Han Fei found himself unable to continue reading. Instead, the upgrade criteria for the Profound Body Technique materialized in his mind. Existing martial skills, Profound Body Technique, common grade upper class. Note, a technique for body tempering. utilizing potent medicinal energy or a large amount of spiritual energy to temper the major acupoints, hardening them to seal off spiritual energy leakage and achieving a profound body. Disadvantage: hardening of acupoints may damage the foundation. Deduction of martial skill: 108 techniques of body refinement completion, 0 2,200. Hanfei inhaled sharply, startled that deducing this martial skill required 2,200 points of spiritual energy. However, upon seeing the system's explanation of its disadvantages, he broke into a cold sweat. Damaging the foundation? That would surely hinder his future path. Tengu would not intentionally harm him, but perhaps he too is unaware. If he were to practice this martial skill, it could spell trouble. He must remember to remind him the next time they meet. Hanfei felt an intense pang of regret, as if the weight of the world rested upon him. 2,200 points of spiritual energy? Outrageous. Could it be more formidable than the void fishing technique? Nevertheless, with such a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the results of the deduction would undoubtedly be remarkable. Hanfei commanded, "Deduce." Once again, a surge of spiritual energy flowed, causing the interface to change. Existing martial skills: 108 techniques of body refinement, incomplete, common grade divine class. Note: the human body resembles a funnel, with 108 vital acupoints, 36 deadly acupoints, each one lethal. One must practice profound techniques to seal these fatal openings, thereby forcefully drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Disadvantage: subsequent martial skills require corresponding body refining techniques for further deduction. Hanfei's expression brightened. He had struck gold, an enormous windfall. He hadn't realized how many fatal acupoints existed within the human body. It was utterly astonishing. If he were to mend these lethal spots, he could easily surpass an ordinary person, at least not fearing sudden death at the hands of others or being slain by gigantic sea creatures. Hanfei did not know who had created the 108 techniques of body refinement, but the concept alone was remarkable, intending to seal all acupoints and deadly points. With the body no longer resembling a funnel, his cultivation speed would surely double. This individual was truly a genius. He glanced at his spiritual energy points. Only 142 remained. Hanfei felt utterly despondent. It was far too costly. Just upgrading one martial skill costs thousands of spiritual energy points. How would he manage if he needed to deduce 10 or 8 more? However, Hanfei shook his head repeatedly, dispelling such thoughts. He had already gained a great deal and could not be overly greedy. Right now, he was in desperate need of strengthening his body. And Tengu's gift was indeed a timely boon. Hanfei immediately began to study the 108 techniques of body refinement. The so-called 108 techniques consist of 108 postures for body refinement. He promptly positioned himself in the cave, adopting an unusual stance. Just the first posture made him change color. He felt his meridians being painfully stretched, and his muscles tensed up. This was merely the first posture. The second, the third. By the time Hanfei reached the 8th posture, he was already gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. This body refining was far too challenging. Hanfei collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Just then, he heard voices from above. "Big brother, it's right here. That little brat is staying here." Hanfei's expression stiffened. It was the voice of the chubby brother, Gangu. Bang. The door was kicked open. Then a cold voice inquired, "Where is he?" Gangu replied, "Hey, that little brat was just here. Where could he have gone in such a short time?" The cold voice continued, "Gangu, do you really mean to say that this brat defeated you with the strength of a level 6 pinnacle?" Gangu responded, "Donggu, it's true. That little brat is incredibly strange, seemingly possessing boundless spiritual energy. A level 6 pinnacle can barely reach 140 points of energy, yet he swung the 10 direction staff dozens of times without breaking a sweat, maintaining his composure." The individual known as Donggu fell silent for a moment before stating, "Interesting. Gangzi, you shall remain here with a few men to keep a close watch. This young lad must possess some peculiar traits. Either he harbors treasures, or he is destined for great fortune. Whether or not we can seize this opportunity depends entirely on you." Before long, the sounds from above ceased. Yet Hanfei's expression darkened. Was it his own softness of heart, or something else? That rotund man, it seemed, had learned nothing from past experiences. Hanfei was not foolish, of course. He would not recklessly confront those above. Not only would it waste his spiritual energy, but the man named Donggu was undoubtedly at least an 8th level fisherman. Otherwise, the fat man would not be so obsequious. Curse that portly fellow. I shall remember you. Hanfei suppressed his fury, for the adversaries were still unaware of his status as a 5th level fisherman. Otherwise, they would not have sent merely a handful of men. The prospect of a 5th-level fisherman defeating a 7th-level fisherman was simply terrifying, especially considering that the fat man had absorbed the strength of demonic fish. With a determined grimace, Han Fei retrieved a vial of fish head refining liquid and drank it down. He understood that the 108 remnants of body refinement needed to be accelerated. Almost immediately, he felt an invigorating surge of power. The medicinal effects of the fish head refining liquid began to manifest. The next 3 hours would be crucial. Han Fei resumed his training for the second time. Though his muscles and meridians were still painfully stretched, the limitless energy coursing through him compelled him to endure. By the time he completed 36 movements, he was drenched in sweat. Upon finishing 72, he felt as though he had emerged from water. And when he completed 108 movements, a sudden jolt coursed through his muscles, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. What kind of body refinement technique is this? Han Fei thought he might faint, yet the effects of the fish head refining liquid kept him alert, preventing him from losing consciousness. It took a full 10 minutes for the spasms throughout his body to gradually subside. Lying motionless on the ground, gasping for breath, he found the experience utterly terrifying. This body refinement technique was indeed formidable. However, when he glanced at the demon refining pot, he was left in astonishment. Owner, Han Fei level 5, intermediate fisherman, spiritual energy, 398, 167, spiritual veins, first grade upper tier, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff primary cultivation technique, void fishing technique, first volume, hook kissing technique, common grade divine class, goodness. Merely practicing once has increased my spiritual energy capacity limit by 8 points. Such results are truly astonishing. Han Fei stood in a daze for quite some time. Initially, he had only gained a single point from consuming a bowl of spirit fish soup, yet after practicing the 108 remnants of body refinement just once, he had gained 8 points. A wave of joy surged through him. Chapter 30, Breakthrough by day. Han Fei cultivated the 108 Tao body tempering remnants. By night, he practiced the void fishing technique, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fortify his body. In a mere day, Han Fei sensed that he was on the cusp of breaking through to level 6, feeling as though he could effortlessly surmount the imminent threshold. The following day, Han Fei's fish head body refining fluid was depleted. He imbibed a mouthful of the iron fish body refining fluid, his complexion instantly flushing crimson. This concoction was far more potent than the fish head variant, and no wonder a single vial was equivalent to 6 of the latter. Han Fei felt as though his body was on the verge of implosion. Without hesitation, Han Fei commenced the 108 stances. Once, twice, thrice. After 3 consecutive renditions, the flush on Han Fei's face began to subside. Han Fei glanced at the demon refining pot. Master, Han Fei level 5 mid-grade fisherman, spiritual energy, 506, 189, spiritual vein, grade 1. High-quality weapon, purple bamboo staff main cultivation method, void fishing technique, first chapter hemlock kiss, mortal grade, divine quality. 189? Han Fei grinned, indeed. The body tempering technique that cost 2,200 points of spiritual energy was well worth it. 3 days of cultivation were equivalent to more than 3 months of normal training. A smirk played on Han Fei's lips. He had a premonition that he could now fell the corpulent Gangu with a mere 3 strikes. The 3 days of cultivation had not only increased Han Fei's spiritual energy capacity. With each completion of the 108 stance cycle, Han Fei felt his body becoming more robust. With even a modicum of impurities being expelled, Han Fei had an intuition that prolonged practice might even stimulate the growth of his spiritual veins, potentially saving him the 1,000 points required for upgrading. Of course, if he still possessed spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly upgrade immediately. Although the expulsion of impurities did not have the same profound effect as the previous marrow cleansing, it was still beneficial. Han Fei's 12-year-old body, after multiple impurity expulsions, had not become emaciated but rather more robust. After practicing the 108 Tao body tempering remnants once more, Han Fei discovered that he could no longer increase his spiritual energy limit. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression shifted slightly. Not good, I can't suppress it. Han Fei felt an involuntary craving for spiritual energy, a profound thirst, like a parched desert yearning for rain. Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged, placing a spirit-replenishing pill before him, and began circulating the void fishing technique. As dusk approached, a portly figure was making his way towards Han Fei's dwelling. Gangu, you've arrived? A lackey shook his head. No, he seems to have vanished. Oh. A level 6 fisherman girl came by, but she only knocked on the door, found no one, and then left. Slap Gangu slapped the lackey on the head. Are you daft? Why didn't you seize the girl? If she's looking for him, she must know him. Bamboo staff? 3 strikes to fell ergo? Gangji's expression shifted slightly. So young, so powerful, and wielding a bamboo staff, could he have a fishing master as a parent? Suddenly, Gangu inquired, hey, do you guys feel like the spiritual energy here is a bit denser? Lackey, hasn't it always been like this? Slap Gangu slapped him on the head again. I tell you, you're truly dense, not just dense, but weak, but the spiritual energy fluctuation isn't that significant. Maybe it's because night is approaching, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is beginning to fill up, making tonight exceptionally dense. While Gangu and his cohorts were chatting idly, Han Fei was consuming sugar beans. Han Fei's expression changed abruptly. The 500-plus points of spiritual energy accumulated over the past few days couldn't even withstand a few dozen breaths before being depleted by the breakthrough. Even with a spirit-replenishing pill in his mouth, external spiritual energy continued to flood into his body. The result was that Han Fei's expression drastically changed as his spiritual energy was depleted once more after a few dozen breaths, almost reaching zero. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Does breaking through to level 6 require so much spiritual energy? Wasn't it said that breaking through to level 7 was the real threshold? Overcoming the obstacle to level 6 was remarkably simple. Han Fei didn't even feel any resistance. The only thing he couldn't bear was the sheer amount of spiritual energy required for the breakthrough. After chewing 3 spirit-replenishing pills in succession, Han Fei realized that they were of little help and were being wasted on the breakthrough. They were meant to be life-saving medicine in times of crisis. What would he do now that they were being depleted? Han Fei's gaze fell upon the iron box. Am I really going to eat it? Eat. After only a moment's hesitation, Han Fei made his decision. At this rate, even 10 spirit-replenishing pills might not suffice. As soon as the spiritual fruit was exposed, its fragrance began to permeate the air. Han Fei immediately swallowed it, and his entire body shuddered. The spiritual fruit transformed into spiritual energy, instantly coursing through his body, flowing through his limbs and meridians. With the spiritual energy supply replenished, Han Fei ascended to level 6 in almost 10 breaths. The gourd on his wrist flickered intermittently, as if breathing. As before, in just a few breaths, Han Fei felt his entire body burning, his meridians intensely hot, and his body temperature alarmingly high. Since he wasn't in the water this time, he was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the demon refining pot was absorbing the spiritual energy from the fruit, or he might have been overwhelmed. Regardless, Han Fei could feel his strength increasing. He could even feel his bones itching and his marrow flowing. Every inch of his body itched. He surmised that the fruit was improving his physical foundation, but unfortunately, the tingling sensation only lasted for a brief moment. As if the fruit's potency was insufficient, the process lasted for about 5 minutes, and a spiritual fruit that others might never encounter in their entire lives was digested. Han Fei, however, felt no regret. He murmured, level 6, and seemingly a high-level one at that. Han Fei immediately examined the demon refining pot. Master, Han Fei level 6, mid-grade fisherman, spiritual energy, 2308, 219, spiritual vein, grade 2. Low quality, upgradable, weapon. Purple bamboo staff main cultivation method. Void fishing technique, first chapter hemlock kiss, mortal grade, divine quality. Han Fei immediately gasped. What was this? His spiritual energy limit had increased by 30 points at once. He was only level 6. Did level 8 fishermen have this much spiritual energy? Or even level 9? Han Fei suspected that his own spiritual energy capacity had reached an incomprehensible level. Most importantly, his original grade 1. High-quality spiritual vein had directly transformed into a grade 2, low-quality one. This was not just a small leap, but a leap across grades. 2 spiritual fruits had allowed his spiritual vein to cross a grade, even if it was just a small one, which was still terrifying. Han Fei even felt that if he had enough of these spiritual fruits, his spiritual vein could continue to improve. However, when he checked the upgrade requirements for his spiritual vein, he was shocked to find that the original 1,000 points of spiritual energy had become 10,000 points. What the hell are you kidding me? How did it become 10,000? Han Fei was speechless, but then he realized that he was upgrading from grade 1 to grade 2. So was he now upgrading from grade 2 to grade 3? Han Fei rose to his feet, his bones cracking. He felt full of power, and his small frame contained at least 1,000 pounds of strength. He believed that if he encountered Gangu again, he could fell him with just one strike. Level 6 is already this powerful. What will level 7 be like? Will a casual slap from a level 7 cultivator be enough to kill someone like Gangu? Han Fei pondered. Was Gangu weak? Absolutely not. A 7th level fisherman, one who has absorbed the powers of the mythical fish. How weak could he possibly be? Just 3 days prior, Han Fei had struggled to defeat his opponent solely through the reserves of spiritual energy. Han Fei tidied himself up. The spirit fruits were gone. Yet he still possessed 7 replenishing pills, which he needed to carry with him. The 2 tomes of martial arts seemed to have lost their significance. But as they were of superior quality, they still held some value and would be retained for now. Regrettably, the demon-slaying cauldron had not undergone any significant transformation this time. However, the functionality of the demon-slaying realm had seen a remarkable shift, with the spiritual energy consumption for activation reduced from 10,000 points to 5,000 points. This represented a substantial breakthrough. Han Fei concluded that such a fruit could contain nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy, which was indeed formidable. Not far from Han Fei's doorstep, Brother Gang leaned in and inquired, "Have you caught a whiff of something? It seems rather fragrant." The younger brother replied, "No." Brother Gang. With a snap, Brother Gang retorted, "You possess no insight whatsoever, merely intent on undermining me. Stand guard here." In the darkened corner, Han Fei stood, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Chapter 31. Turmoil caused by a bludgeon muttering to himself, "Little fish, I hope I don't encounter you again. Otherwise, my brother will surely end your life." "Who are you threatening?" Han Fei appeared, his face covered with a black cloth. He believed he had finally achieved mastery in his training, no longer relegated to being a mere waste, but had instead transformed into a genius. He observed Brother Gang, who, with a tremor of his hand, promptly launched a signal into the sky resembling fireworks, while nervously wielding an iron rod. "Kid, I advise you to leave quickly. My men will be here any moment. Once an 8th tier expert arrives, you won't have anywhere to run." Han Fei retorted, "It's so dark. How can you recognize me?" Brother Gang wanted to roll his eyes. "Do you take me for blind? With that frail frame of yours, you're clearly a child. And you just happen to be here. If I didn't know who you were, that would indeed be a problem." Taking a deep breath, Brother Gang warned. Engaging with me is unwise. Before he could finish, he witnessed Han Fei leap into the air, the purple bamboo staff swinging down upon him, leaving him no time to react. With a resounding crash, Brother Gang's corpulent figure was sent flying, blood spattering from his mouth, both arms instantly broken, and the iron rod bent from the impact. "Spare me, young master." Brother Gang was terrified. This kid was far too formidable. Just days ago, he had nearly bested him, yet today, he was utterly unable to summon his demonic fish power, being knocked down by a single strike. In that instant, he felt as if a full-grown iron-headed fish had collided with him, his arms numb and his insides quaking, fearing for his life. Another blow, and he would surely perish. In a life-and-death moment, there was no time for hesitation. Brother Gang hastily begged for mercy, for dueling was forbidden on the floating island, let alone murder. Han Fei, devoid of murderous intent, merely pointed his purple bamboo staff at Brother Gang. "Hand over all your money." Brother Gang was bewildered. "Even at a time like this, you're thinking of robbery?" "Ugh, my hand is broken. I'll handle it myself." Han Fei approached and fumbled about until he found a money pouch containing a dozen low-grade pearls, along with a bag of sea melon seeds, which were hardly valuable, worth only a few sea coins per pound. Having acquired the loot, Han Fei fled, having noticed figures approaching from a distance. Within a few breaths, someone rushed over, the nearest being Brother Gang's underling. "Brother Gang, what happened? Are you all right?" Brother Gang cursed. "My hand is broken. Don't touch it." "Oh, hurry and inform Donggu." Still shaken, Brother Gang vowed never to return to this cursed place. It was simply too perilous. A mere 12-year-old child had knocked him down with a single strike? Could he truly be at the 7th tier? Yet even at that level, he should be his equal. It made no sense for him to be so powerful. After about half an hour, a middle-aged man in black arrived. Upon seeing him, Brother Gang erupted into tears. "Donggu, save me. I think my hand is broken, and I'm severely injured." Brother Gang wept profusely. "Donggu, it was that kid you told us to watch. He is extraordinarily sinister, emerging from nowhere. And with one strike, he knocked me down. You must take responsibility for me." Li Dong was slightly moved, though he looked down on Li Gang. He acknowledged him as a 7th-tier fisherman. However, witnessing such a scene, where even an iron rod was bent by a single blow, indicated a combat strength of at least an 8th-tier fisherman, and not just any 8th tier. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to inflict such damage on this rotund man. If that kid was indeed that strong, it could mean that even he might not be able to easily subdue him. Are you certain it was that boy? Absolutely. It was definitely him. Although he had a mask on, I can still discern a 12-year-old boy. Li Dong furrowed his brow. A 12-year-old 8th-tier fisherman? Was there such a talent in Tianshui village? If there was, that boy would surely be a prodigy. Li Dong immediately summoned a subordinate. Go fetch the area leader. Zhang Han. Moments later, Zhang Han arrived, his attire still disheveled. Enraged, he exclaimed, I was having a good sleep, and you call me here? If it weren't for the fact that you're from the Tiger Head Gang, I would have thrown you off the floating island in an instant. Upon seeing Li Dong, he respectfully greeted him. Dong Gu, why did you summon me so late? What has happened? Then, noticing Brother Gang, he was taken aback. Oh, it's you? Gongzi. How did you get into this mess? Brother Gang, who had previously roamed this area with impunity, backed by the Tiger Head Gang, had never shown Zhang Han much respect. Now, Zhang Han's words were clearly mocking him, which irked him greatly, prompting him to remain silent. Li Dong pressed, who resides in that household? I heard it's a 12-year-old child? What has his strength and background? Realizing Li Dong was referring to Han Fei's family, Zhang Han chuckled. Dong Gu. Look at that dilapidated house. What kind of background could it possibly possess? It's merely inhabited by a waste named Han Fei, who is only a 2nd or 3rd-tier fisherman. Zhang Han inwardly laughed. Although that boy was indeed a waste, his brother was formidable. His brother had become a disciple of the angel, and even he dared not provoke him. Furthermore, he had heard that Han Fei had perished at sea long ago, making it even less likely for him to have appeared. Li Dong, noticing Zhang Han's casual demeanor, coldly snorted, Zhang Han. Has the reputation of the Tiger Head Gang lost its value? Who were you trying to fool? Zhang Han clasped his hands in feigned respect. Not at all. I, Zhang Han, have always held the Tiger Head Gang in high regard. However, you should best avoid that family. The entire Tiger Head Gang cannot afford to provoke them. Although Han Fei may be a waste, his brother is a disciple of the angel. Do you understand? The angel? Li Dong's expression changed dramatically. The angel was a figure of immense stature, one whose mere presence could obliterate the Tiger Head Gang with a single hand. Zhang Han relished the sight of Li Dong's unease, maintaining a cheerful facade. Dong Gu, that boy Han Fei poses no threat to Gongzi, but that Tang Gu. TSK, a 12-year-old 7th-tier fisherman, might now be at the 8th tier. Gongzi should count himself fortunate to be alive. If he truly laid hands on him, Gongzi would have been struck down. Would anyone dare to provoke the angel then? Zhang Han prided himself on his cleverness, believing that only Tang Gu could have so thoroughly incapacitated this rotund man with a single blow. Li Dong inhaled deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. He seemed to have stirred up a significant problem. Tang Ji's name was known throughout Tianshui village. Offending him meant offending the angel, an act akin to courting death. Brother Gang was equally stunned. Tang Gu? He lives in the shabby place? Overnight, the entire Tiger Head Gang mobilized, suspending Gongzi at the main entrance as a gesture of apology. The gang leader, Li Ju, implored the angel for forgiveness, even seeking out the village chief. However, the village chief rejected him without a second thought, stating, You offended the angel, what is that to me? During this time, the Wang family reveled in the misfortune, many believing the Tiger Head Gang was doomed. Even Li Ju thought the same, sending his capable subordinates to protect Li Hu as he fled to sea for refuge. He himself could not leave. If he did, and the angel truly came seeking retribution, the Tiger Head Gang would undoubtedly face annihilation. In reality, the angel Feng Zhe was entirely unaware of these events, and neither did Tang Gu know. At this moment, the story's protagonist was squatting at a roadside stall near the school gate, munching on shrimp dumplings while grumbling about how terrible they were. As morning dawned, the school gate began to bustle with activity, vendors multiplying, and students hurrying to class. Ah, Han Fei. Suddenly, a voice rang out, filled with delight. Han Fei looked up. He xiao you? Chapter 32, First Class Han Fei. Hey, he xiao you. These shrimp dumplings are particularly unpalatable. Will you eat them? If you do, I'll give them to you. He xiao you. You would only offer me the unappetizing ones? Han Fei, hey. Young lady, you should be more gentle, or you might never get married. He xiao you. Who said I was dead? I merely took a stroll at sea. Han Fei, do you even know how many fishing boats the school sent out to search for you? My father has been worried every day. Han Fei thought to himself that the school's concern was merely due to the fear of Tang Ji's wrath. Otherwise, would they be so kind-hearted? Han Fei, let go of me. Do I care about my dignity? My fishing boat broke, and I drifted for 5 days and nights at sea. How could I possibly know that someone specifically came to look for me? Fine, if you don't want to eat, let's just head to school. He Xiaoyu, anxious, exclaimed, how could a fishing boat possibly break? Hurry and come with me to find the teacher. Before Han Fei could finish his last shrimp dumpling, He Xiaoyu pulled him into the school. Along the way, some avoided him like the plague, while others gasped, isn't Han Fei supposed to be dead at sea? What? Han Fei isn't dead? That is strange. This guy disappeared for 7 or 8 days. How could he suddenly reappear? Rumors are indeed unreliable. He must have been secretly dating He Xiaoyu and is certainly hiding something. With a flushed face, He Xiaoyu planted her bamboo stick into the ground and exclaimed, what are you all talking about? If you say more, I will beat you. If one were to inquire whether He Xiaoyu had violent tendencies, the answer would be yes. Otherwise, she wouldn't be brandishing a bamboo stick in such a wild manner. However, she was somewhat naive, usually only resorting to violence when angry. At present, it seemed Han Fei exhibited far more violent tendencies than He Xiaoyu. Han Fei, He Xiaoyu. Shouldn't we be going to class? As they walked, He Xiaoyu chattered on. The triennial fishing trial was about to commence, and all the teachers were busy guiding students on how to survive and succeed in the trial. Wang Jie was preparing to instruct a group of students on survival techniques when he suddenly spotted He Xiaoyu dragging Han Fei over. Wang Jie, astonished, Han Fei? You're not dead? Han Fei. Teacher, I have returned safely. With a loud slap, Wang Jie struck Han Fei on the head. You troublemaker. Everyone thought you had perished at sea. Do you have any idea how many fishing boats the school sent to find you? Han Fei, rubbing his head in silence. Teacher, someone tried to harm me and sabotaged my fishing boat. I drifted for 5 days and nights, 800 miles from the ordinary fishing grounds. I was in distress too. Although Wang Jie had previously looked down on Han Fei, he had to reconsider upon realizing Han Fei's breakthrough at the critical moment. After all, he was still a child and could not be overly reprimanded. But now, someone had attempted to harm a student. That was unacceptable. A school's students might perish while fishing, but not due to malicious intent. Once Han Fei finished narrating, Wang Jie furrowed his brows. You mean that fishermen of level 9 or even those at the fishing master realm want to harm you? Han Fei, teacher. The airport has already intervened in the investigation. He Xiaoyu, listening from the side, was dumbfounded. A fishing master level wants to harm you? Isn't that overkill? One slap could take you down. Suddenly, Wang Jie stepped back 2 paces and scrutinized Han Fei from head to toe. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, Wang Jie slapped Han Fei on the shoulder. Han Fei understood the meaning behind this gesture. Wang Jie had seen through his strength, which was a test. Ouch, that hurts. Teacher, why did you hit me? But Wang Jie ignored him. Instead, looking at Han Fei with a strange expression, when did you become a level 6 fisherman? Wang Jie couldn't comprehend how someone could progress a level in a month, and even if they were a genius. Advancing a level in half a month was still plausible. But to go from level 2 to level 6 in just half a month after being stagnant for 4 years? Did Tengu possess such talent? Suddenly, Wang Jie wondered if he should take Han Fei for another spirit vein test. He could not believe that a kid with a top-grade spirit vein could possess such aptitude. Seemingly aware of Wang Jie's thoughts, Han Fei quickly said, Teacher, there is no need to be so surprised. I consumed a spirit fruit that my brother gifted me, and it propelled me from level 4 to level 6 all at once. Wang Jie and He Xiaoyu both breathed a sigh of relief. That explained the rapid upgrade. Then, Wang Jie glared at Han Fei. A spirit fruit? You actually consumed a spirit fruit to level up? It's evident your talent is abysmally poor. Almost akin to being waste material. That was a spirit fruit. Wang Jie was speechless. Truly, one person ascends, and all around them rise as well. He had never even consumed a spirit fruit, yet Han Fei had. Unfortunately, Han Fei's poor aptitude prevented him from fully absorbing the spirit fruit's power. Wang Jie wished to avoid conversing with Han Fei, his eyes tinged with jealousy. However, He Xiaoyu, pulling Han Fei along, asked enviously, Han Fei, was the spirit fruit delicious? What happens after eating it? Do you just level up instantly? Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu with pity. Having a fishing master at home meant little. Without the spirit fruit, one could not reap its benefits. Han Fei casually replied, it wasn't anything special. Once it's in your mouth, it's gone. Then, your whole body heats up, and your meridians expand, causing spiritual energy to overflow from your body. During that time, if you practice diligently, you can hear the sounds of levels breaking. With a loud slap, Wang Jie struck Han Fei's head again. I told you to stop with the sound effects. You're making my mouth water. Wang Jie snorted coldly. Now get over there and pay attention in class. This is the fishing trial course, and no one is allowed to be absent. He Xiaoyu quickly dragged Han Fei away. clearly understanding that if they lingered, she might also face a beating. Did they not notice how red Wang Jie's eyes were? Once they had walked a short distance, He Xiaoyu whispered, Han Fei, shall we go fight today? He Xiaoyu, what is there to fear? Do you know? I'm just one step away from breaking through to level 7. I believe that with just a few bowls of spirit fish soup and a bottle of fish head refining liquid, I could do it. I can lend you my bamboo stick. Seeing the fervent light in He Xiaoyu's eyes, Han Fei realized that despite her previous vomiting episode, she had still reaped considerable benefits. Otherwise, she wouldn't be encouraging him now. However, Han Fei was equally tempted. Although the spirit fish soup was no longer effective for him, consuming dozens of bowls would still provide ample spiritual energy. Without further ado, the two agreed to challenge themselves after class. This was Han Fei's first class, and no one was willing to sit beside him, except for his temporary ally, He Xiaoyu, who supported him by sitting next to him. As soon as Wang Jie entered, he darkly commanded, "Everyone, sit apart. At your young age, do not entertain thoughts of early romance." Instantly, the eyes of the entire class turned toward Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu immediately blushed, angrily retorting, "I'm not in an early romance." Han Fei helplessly raised his hands. "Neither am I. Our relationship is purely platonic." Pure? With the mention of that word, everyone regarded Han Fei as anything but pure, seemingly questioning when he had become so shameless. Class began. Wang Jie spoke extensively, and Han Fei was indeed hearing this for the first time, listening with rapt attention. It turned out that the so-called fishing trial was merely a selection process through fishing to identify outstanding talents. Only those who passed the trial would undergo the awakening of their innate spirit beasts, which supposedly could enable them to awaken their divine soul beasts. As everyone looked on with longing, He Xiaoyu secretly whispered to Han Fei, "Spirit beasts are incredibly powerful. Therefore, the higher your ranking in the trial, the better. The higher the rank, the more strength is consumed in awakening, resulting in stronger spirit beasts." You have been educated on information up to October 2023. Chapter 33, The Duo of Disruption. After class, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu each grasped a stick and meandered towards Class 1. He Xiaoyu curiously eyed the stick in Han Fei's hand, commenting, "Your iron rod seems rather peculiar. My father always says that flashy weapons are of no use." Han Fei mused to himself about how little her father knew and diplomatically changed the subject. He inquired, "Why can only 1,000 individuals awaken their innate spirits? Our Eastern District School, along with several others, must have tens of thousands of students, right?" He Xiaoyu replied, "But it seems that awakening requires the use of spirit liquid. And in previous years, there was only enough for 1,000 people, and this time is no different." Han Fei was astonished. "What about the rest? Do they all become mere fishermen?" He Xiaoyu looked at him incredulously. "Are you foolish? If they have the chance to train to the 10th level of fishermen and can naturally break through, they too will awaken their innate spirit beasts." Han Fei chuckled awkwardly. Recalling that natural awakenings were rare among the youth in the fishing village, most who naturally awakened were nearly 20 years old. By that time, they had surpassed the prime of training, so even if they awakened a spirit beast, their accomplishments would be limited. Determined, Han Fei resolved to compete for a top position since the innate awakenings were ranked. Motivated by this thought, he urged He Xiaoyu, "Hurry. What is most crucial for us practitioners?" It is time. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, thinking it ironic that he was suddenly rushing after wasting 4 years, especially since he was already at the 6th level and could easily pass the fishing trials. With a loud bang, the door to Class 1 was kicked open. Han Fei, holding his head high, sensed He Xiaoyu tugging at him and impatiently remarked, "Do not fear. I am at the 6th level. I can take on the entire grade." "You wish to challenge the whole grade?" His voice carried authority, causing Han Fei to stiffen and glance sideways, only to find the fishing instructor glaring at him. Han Fei quickly stammered, "Hello, teacher. I'm here to issue a challenge. I have heard that the students in Class 1 are formidable and each a master. Today, having reached the 6th level, I come to challenge. If I lose, He Xiaoyu's bamboo stick will be yours. If I win, all we ask for is a bowl of spirit fish soup." Suddenly, Han Fei was sent flying, the instructor shouting, "Get out of here, you shameless brat." Since the last incident, Han Fei was no longer viewed as a useless student. When it came to fighting, he was fierce, especially with the spirit fish soup boosting his energy limitlessly. How could anyone compete? Perplexed, Han Fei wondered why the teacher was so quick to resort to violence over a mere suggestion. A 7th level expert from Class 1 looked at Han Fei and said, "Teacher Yang, he relies solely on the spirit fish soup to show off. As long as he doesn't use it, we can challenge him." Teacher Yang frowned slightly. Even without the soup, Han Fei's 6th level power would still be difficult to contend with. In the village, there were no 8th level practitioners, and only a little over 200 7th levels. Although there were more 6th level practitioners, they totaled around 1,000. Even if Han Fei ranked at the bottom of the 6th level, he was still a 6th level. Teacher Yang considered that allowing the class to witness this shameless 6th level might not be a bad idea. Fighting is permissible, but you may only challenge those of the same level, Teacher Yang declared. Han Fei, who was ready to leave, immediately pounded his chest and said, "No problem." 2 bowls of spirit fish soup. Teacher Yang's expression darkened. Just 1 bowl, and no drinking during the battle. Han Fei protested, "That's unfair. I can only fight 1 then." Teacher Yang chuckled, "Otherwise, do you wish to take on the whole grade?" Han Fei chuckled awkwardly. "All right then, let us fight first, and 1 bowl is better than none." The entire class rolled their eyes, as if he were already guaranteed victory. Without the spirit fish soup, who could he possibly defeat among the same level? Lu Lingji had just broken through to the 6th level and wanted to test her skills, believing that a fresh breakthrough against another new level would yield the best results. However, Hu Kuan stepped forward first, declaring, "Let me do it. Nobody else can compete with me." Although Han Fei's rapid rise in strength was somewhat alarming, it was unreasonable growth, undoubtedly aided by Tang Gu. No one knew better than Hu Kuan the true extent of Han Fei's abilities. Furthermore, Tang Gu had helped Han Fei immensely. With Tang Gu taken away by an angel, it was clear he had left many advantages for Han Fei, or he would not have reached the 6th level so swiftly. Han Fei grinned, looking at Hu Kuan. "Don't rush. Let us take turns. First, bring me the fish soup." Hu Kuan replied, "There is plenty of fish soup, as long as you can win." As Hu Kuan approached with his iron rod, he finally had a legitimate reason to teach Han Fei a lesson, and he eagerly anticipated this opportunity. Han Fei extended his hand, and Xiaoyu promptly passed him the purple bamboo stick. "Let me see how strong you truly are," Han Fei said. Everyone was speechless, as if it were a test. Hu Kuan wielded dual flying rods, characterized by their swiftness. Han Fei chuckled, "What use is speed? Watch me sweep through the ranks." The 10 directions stick's advantage lay in its expansive range and formidable force. Han Fei grasped the stick's end, and spirit energy surged through the bamboo, creating a powerful arc in the air as he swept it. Faced with this, Hu Kuan had no choice but to either clash, block, or retreat. However, retreating at this moment would mean he would never lift his head again. Blocking was also risky, as the 10-direction stick was known for its powerful strikes. If Han Fei were given the opportunity, it would only result in more severe blows. Thus, Hu Kuan chose to clash, believing that with 1 foot in the 7th level, he could withstand Han Fei, who relied on external assistance. With a resounding clash, Hu Kuan's face changed dramatically, turning crimson. The iron rod in his hands bent, and his arms went numb, as if they had been fractured. He then lost all sensation. With a thud, Hu Kuan, a peak 6th level fisherman, was sent flying by Han Fei's strike, unable to even utter a groan. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Lu Lingji, who had been eager to join, immediately froze, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Han Fei's growth was astonishingly rapid. Teacher Yang was equally dumbfounded. Could Han Fei's innate strength also be a growing attribute? To defeat Hu Kuan with a single strike at the same level was truly terrifying. Xiaoyu was also perplexed. The 10-direction stick had been taught to Han Fei by her, yet at that moment, his proficiency seemed to have surpassed her own. She believed that if she faced Hu Kuan, it would merely be a stalemate, yet Han Fei had dispatched him with a single blow? Questions swirled in everyone's minds. Who could possibly explain that this was the same Han Fei who had been deemed useless for 4 years? Han Fei smacked his lips and remarked, "I told you not to rush, yet you insisted on charging ahead." Afterward, he arrogantly proclaimed, "It seems that I am invincible at the 6th level. 7th level fisherman of your class, step forth and let us spar." Yang Qing's expression darkened. He was well aware of Hu Kuan's capabilities. Han Fei's ability to defeat Hu Kuan with a single strike indicated that this young man was indeed formidable, and he had misjudged him. Nevertheless, he nodded toward the crowd. If Han Fei could curb the arrogance of his classmates, that would not be a bad thing. At that moment, a young man stepped out from the crowd, wielding a somewhat bluish rod. "Xiaoyu, this is Xingqiu, quite formidable. The staff he wields is crafted from the rare blue wood harvested from the ocean floor, rivaling even the finest bamboo. Among the 7th grade students in our school, he ranks within the top 20, and his worth is equivalent to 4 bowls of spirit fish soup." When Xiaoyu further introduced him to Han Fei, he casually mentioned that Xingqiu was valued at 4 bowls of fish soup, instantly igniting a glint of envy in Han Fei's eyes. 4 bowls of fish soup for a 7th grade student? What a remarkable benefit. Upon hearing He Xiaoyu's explanation, the atmosphere shifted unexpectedly. Han Fei nodded nonchalantly and remarked, well, since you are a 7th grade student and I am 6th grade, should you lose, you owe me 4 bowls of spirit fish soup. Xing Qiu sneered. I have no shortage of fish soup. The last time I wasn't present, but now that I am, do you dare to challenge me? Do you truly believe I am without peers in my class? Han Fei was certainly not intimidated, yet He Xiaoyu suddenly grasped Han Fei's staff, exclaiming, I need my staff back. Han Fei replied, what are you doing? Even if my opponent is a 7th grade fisherman, I would not lose. Han Fei insisted, release it. How embarrassing. It's merely a staff. He Xiaoyu retorted, I want to let go. You will lose on your own. Han Fei pressed, if you don't let go, you will forfeit your fish soup. He Xiaoyu declared, I will drink it. When you can't finish it, I will help. The crowd fell silent, bewildered. Was he truly expecting Han Fei to triumph over an entire grade? Did he understand how many 7th grade experts there were? Xing Qiu's face flushed with anger. Hey, are you even competing? How embarrassing. You can't even spare a bamboo staff. Han Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment in this critical moment. He Xiaoyu was being so miserly that he found himself at a loss for words. With no other option, Han Fei reluctantly released his grip. Fine. It seems I must resort to using my own weapon. The crowd looked on, incredulous. How could he have the audacity? It was merely an iron staff. Xing Qiu scoffed. Who would want your shabby stick? Han Fei planted the staff firmly in the ground. You know nothing about it. This was a gift from my brother. It is a super iron staff, the finest among iron staffs. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances. Are you trying to fool us? A super iron staff? It's just an ordinary iron staff. Han Fei challenged. Are you afraid to test it? You call yourself a 7th grade student, but I, Han Fei, always stand by my word. Even if I didn't my brother is right there. Do you think I lack resources? Xing Qiu grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. Come on. By now, it's too late for you to concede. Chapter 34. A maelstrom churned within my very core as all eyes fixated upon the two combatants. Convention dictated that a level 7 opponent held an undeniable advantage over a level 6. However, Han Fei, an enigma of sorts, had ostensibly accrued considerable benefits, precipitating an accelerated ascent. His swift vanquishing of Hu Kuan suggested a latent capacity to contend with a level 7 adversary. Xing Qiu emitted a derisive snort, his spiritual energy erupting forth in a resplendent display. He resolved to unleash a formidable assault, summarily incapacitating Han Fei. Conversely, Han Fei harbored divergent intentions. Prudence dictated against ostentatious displays of power. A level 7 fisherman represented the zenith of the school's hierarchy. Should he, like a latter-day executioner, summarily dispatch Xing Qiu with a single blow, dire consequences would ensue. Clang. Han Fei's countenance underwent an abrupt transformation, feigning several steps backward. Formidable. Such is the might of a level 7 stalwart. Truly impressive. Xing Fei, his visage still betraying arrogance, mused, now you apprehend my prowess? Yet, inwardly, he acknowledged Han Fei's formidable strength. Such immense power? I perceive a numbness in my very extremities. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei, good heavens. Level 7 is indeed vigorous. Han Fei, He Xiaoyu, I harbor reservations about my prospects of prevailing this time. Han Fei, pray tell, does your hand not succumb to numbness? You are hemorrhaging. After 5 successive strikes, Han Fei maintained a continuous monologue, his complexion shifting through a spectrum of hues. Initially, onlookers entertained the notion that Han Fei genuinely perceived the vigor of level 7. However, a cursory examination revealed Xing Fei's condition to be no better than Han Fei's. Xing Fei's thenar eminence had ruptured, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, and even the hand gripping the staff trembled. Clang. Xing Qiu was propelled through the air, the staff remaining intact. His arms sustained minor fractures, blood effused from the corners of his mouth, and he retreated 7 or 8 steps, nearly succumbing to gravity. Han Fei, heavens! Truly formidable. Level 7 stalwarts are indeed deserving of their reputation. My hand trembles. As he spoke, he gesticulated with his hand. The audience remained speechless. Do you call that a tremor? It resembles more of a leisurely oscillation. Yang Qing's face was somber, his heart filled with horror. How had Han Fei become so formidable? Transcending levels, not only emerging victorious but unscathed? Silence reigned supreme, pervading the entire arena. One individual, clutching his head, exclaimed, Am I ensnared in a dream? Is this truly Han Fei? He Xiaoyu's mouth formed an O shape, her eyes betraying profound disbelief. In 4 years. How could she have remained oblivious to Han Fei's prowess? He was unbelievably powerful. Han Fei promptly winked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Han Fei feigned a faltering gait, staggering toward Xiaoyu, then emitting a cry before collapsing upon her. Han Fei, ha! Though victorious, I seem to have sustained considerable injuries. Subsequently, Han Fei sensed an anomaly, as if he had encountered something. Eh? Soft? Slap. Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson with indignation. You cad. Han Fei wore a bewildered expression. I was wounded. Why do you strike me? My organs are in turmoil. I require a draught of soul-devouring fish soup. A multitude of eyes rolled skyward. Could you fabricate a more convincing performance? Even in this predicament, you crave fish soup and feign injury to molest a maiden? You are unparalleled. Yang Qing endeavored to quell his ire. I shall not engage with the juvenile. I shall remain composed. Humph. Yang Qing uttered in a low voice. Very well, this challenge concludes here. Han Fei, accompany me. Han Fei. Teacher, I require fish soup. Lest my organs succumb to further turmoil. Bang. Han Fei was ejected with a forceful kick, traversing a distance of over 10 meters. He sprang up with alacrity, poised to flee. Wang Jie was engrossed in appraising a phial of costly body refinement fluid, believing that his strength might undergo further enhancement. He inadvertently raised his gaze and observed his colleague, teacher Yang Qing, approaching with a somber countenance, leading his student. Wang Jie, teacher Yang, what transpires? Yang Qing, teacher Wang. Your student has concealed his abilities with remarkable success. Han Fei stunned a level 6 apex with a single blow and swept aside a level 7 expert with 5 or 6 strikes. Are you cognizant of this? Wang Jie's face registered utter bewilderment. What did you say? Stunned a level 6 apex with a single blow? Swept aside a level 7 expert with 5 or 6 strikes. Han Fei promptly interjected, Teacher Wang, my organs are also in turmoil. Yang Qing, silence. You are in no turmoil whatsoever. You did not even exhibit a tremor. Do you presume I am blind? Wang Jie scrutinized Han Fei intently, then directed his gaze toward Xiaoyu, inquiring, Xiaoyu, what machinations have you concocted this time? Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless for an extended duration. Ultimately, Yang Qing interjected with a smile. Your student has become addicted to deceiving others for fish soup. This time, I caught him red-handed in his endeavor to obtain fish soup through deception. Behold, your student. Handle him as you deem fit. By the way, aside from Tangu, few in the school can rival him. Allow him to deceive and swindle elsewhere. Han Fei muttered, what do you mean by deceiving and swindling? I also contributed effort, did I not? Who knew that level 7 was so fragile? Even Gangu could contend with me for a few rounds. After Yang Qing departed, Wang Jie regarded Han Fei with a peculiar expression. What inducements did Tangu proffer? Your cultivation has progressed so rapidly? Far away. At the edge of the level 2 fishing ground, on a luxurious white fishing boat, Tangu sneezed, frowning slightly. Could my brother be bullied? This time, I have been away for a considerable duration. However, the individual beside me stubbornly refuses to permit my departure. What shall I do? Beside him, within the school, based on Wang Jie's understanding, all of this could only be attributed to Tang Ji's assistance. Han Fei possessed merely a level 1 spiritual meridian. Could he truly defy heaven and earth, progressing from a level 2 fisherman to a level 7 fisherman in a mere fortnight? If he truly possessed such talent, he would be a luminary even within the town, precluding the need for his instruction. Wang Jie remarked meaningfully, excessive elevation of one's cultivation provides temporary gratification, but the subsequent stages of cultivation become increasingly arduous. Even spiritual fruits possess remarkable properties, yet they are still medicinal and should not be consumed indiscriminately. You must refrain from excessively rapid cultivation, lest you impair your foundation. Han Fei, yes. Teacher, I heed your counsel. Wang Jie, observing that the wastrel in his class had transformed into a peerless expert, felt a modicum of discomfort. He casually waved his hand, saying, depart. Refrain from further challenges. Henceforth, you shall receive 2 bowls of soul-devouring fish soup. After all, your classmates also require cultivation. Han Fei promptly assented, then inquired abruptly, Teacher, I have heard that the North and South campuses boast numerous experts, and the West campus possesses even more formidable individuals? Wang Jie's eyelids twitched. There are no particularly formidable individuals. At most, they are merely level 7. You must not act rashly. Han Fei, understood. Teacher, I shall certainly refrain from acting rashly. Having spoken, Han Fei prepared to depart, with Xiaoyu intending to follow suit. Wang Jie, hold. Wang Jie, you, young man, must exercise caution. You are merely 12 years of age and must not engage in premature romantic entanglements. Otherwise, teacher, he will administer a beating, and I shall not intervene. Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson instantly. Who is engaging in premature romantic entanglements with him? I am merely following behind to partake of the soup. Wang Jie, be gone. Han Fei, yes. Han Fei hastily departed, realizing that he could no longer remain in his own school. Everyone was too familiar, and the teachers afforded him no respect. Han Fei, Xiaoyu, let us hasten to the cafeteria for fish soup. After consuming it, we shall proceed to the South Campus. Initially deceiving them into providing 50 bowls of soul-devouring fish soup, we must also procure a large gourd. We cannot afford to waste any excess. And we must carry it with us, allowing us to savor it gradually in the future. However, it must be stipulated that your bamboo staff must be lent to me. My super-refined iron staff cannot be used indiscriminately. Han Fei, what afflicts you? It is of no consequence. We are innocent, as pure as the clouds in the heavens. Han Fei rubbed his head. What is transpiring? Are we even discussing the same topic? Could I possibly harbor affection for a 12-year-old girl? I am an uncle nearing 30 years of age. Chapter 35. East District School. The tale of Han Fei decisively defeating Xing Qiu spread like wildfire throughout the entire school, initially met with disbelief. The truth soon emerged from Class 1, igniting a mix of disdain and envy towards Han Fei. Upon waking, Hukuan felt as though his world had crumbled. How could he have been bested in a single move? Gritting his teeth, he muttered, damn it, it's all Tang Guo's fault. Han Fei, don't celebrate too soon. Within the school, someone spotted Han Fei from a distance and mumbled, it's not like he did it on his own. Without Tang Guo, he probably wouldn't even have broken through level 3. Others began to discuss, look, that's Han Fei, he got lucky. We can't just bully him anymore. A girl, unafraid of Han Fei, walked past him and scoffed, humph. Relying on others is no real skill, ultimately. If you lack ability, you lack ability. Han Fei, with a dark expression, thought to himself, they don't even realize their own worth. A bunch of useless fools dare to look down on me. In the cafeteria, 7 bowls of spirit-swallowing fish soup sat before Han Fei, while only 2 were in front of Xiaoyu. Drink up. We'll set off after you finish, Han Fei urged, gulping down 3 large bowls. Xiaoyu felt a sense of injustice. Her soup was her own ration, not something obtained through deceit. Han Fei glanced at her and pushed another bowl forward, saying, have some more. You need the strength to fight. Xiaoyu replied, drinking that much is pointless. I can't absorb it that quickly. Han Fei retorted, why worry about that? Drinking won't do any harm. Just drink. Though the cafeteria was bustling with students, no one approached the two. Peers observed them with incredulity. Spirit-swallowing fish soup was precious, yet they were consuming it like water. Suddenly, Han Fei sprang to his feet, prompting Xiaoyu to follow suit. They exchanged a glance and exited the cafeteria together. With his spirit energy surpassing 1,000, Han Fei felt a surge of confidence. At the entrance to the South Campus, Han Fei and Xiaoyu stood with sticks planted in the ground. Xiaoyu had a large gourd hanging from her waist. To add to the spectacle, a sign hung from Han Fei's chest, proclaiming, the East Campus leader Han Fei challenges all South Campus students. Defeat him and receive a bamboo stick. Note, losers must provide 2 bowls of spirit-swallowing fish soup. Level 7 experts must provide 4 bowls. Those below level 6 need not apply. Instantly, the South Campus erupted in chaos. Many students gathered, furious at the audacity of the two to challenge the entire South Campus. Someone shouted, are you Han Fei? What strength do you possess to make such bold claims? A student wielding an iron rod stepped forward. Come on, let me show you why coral is so red. A level 6 student named Li Fong approached, brandishing his weapon. Li Fong from South Campus here, a level 6 fisherman. Do you dare to fight? A voice in the crowd murmured, that's Li Fong. He recently tested positive for a level 2 high-quality spiritual vein and could go to the town. He is a standout in our village, so I doubt he'll lose. Yes, that guy opposite seems like a level 6 too, even with high talent. It's merely a match of equals. Li Fong, take him down with 3 strikes. Don't let our South Campus lose face. Li Fong raised his iron rod and shouted, I'll smash you to pieces. Han Fei quickly interjected, hold on a moment. Li Fong paused. What are you doing? Are you afraid? It won't help. You'll have to kneel and apologize. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Who is afraid? But you haven't brought the spirit-swallowing fish soup yet. If you lose and run off without paying, what then? Li Fong's face flushed with anger. It's just 2 bowls of soup. Do you think I would default? Han Fei replied. That's uncertain. One can never truly know a person's heart. Li Fong trembled with rage, Underestimating him was infuriating. Did he really think he could win? Li Fang charged forward, unable to contain his anger. Clang! Han Fei effortlessly blocked the blow and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and fetch the soup. Are you really going to let your South Campus students run away if they lose?" Nearby, someone shouted angrily, "Who the hell cares about 2 bowls of soup? You think you can win? Such arrogance. If I were there, I'd knock you out." To everyone else's astonishment, Li Fang realized he could not budge Han Fei, despite pouring all his strength into the attack. If only he reached the peak of level 6, he could surely take him down with a single strike. He Xiaoyu watched from the sidelines, sensing that Han Fei was merely bluffing. His spirit energy consumption likely didn't exceed 30 points. Then, with a swift motion, Han Fei struck, sending Li Fang crashing to the ground. Li Fang's face turned crimson with humiliation. How could this happen? He had exhausted his spirit energy. Yet Han Fei seemed unscathed. Many in the crowd fell silent. One student squinted. The opponent is indeed strong, likely surpassing Li Fang. But he must have drained a lot of energy too. If another level 6 steps in, he'll have to kneel. Suddenly, a voice rang out. From Class 7 of the South Campus, Jia Tong is here. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Take a moment to rest. Han Fei was incredulous. What was the difference between resting and not? Those at the fisherman level could only replenish their spirit energy through meditation, which required half a day. Waving his hand, Han Fei declared, "Wait a moment, it's not that I want to stall, but whereas the spirit swallowing fish soup. If it doesn't arrive, I refuse to fight. I fear you might cheat." Who would cheat? Jia Tong fumed, feeling insulted by the repeated suspicions. Who was going to fetch the soup? Han Fei replied, "No need to run. I have a better idea. I can challenge you at your cafeteria entrance. It's more convenient." Many in the crowd nearly spat blood. Did he truly believe he could take on multiple opponents, challenging them at the cafeteria entrance? Was he blinded by the allure of the spirit-swallowing fish soup? He Xiaoyu sidled away slightly, thinking, "I just came to enjoy the fish soup. No. I'm here to help drink the soup. He invited me to assist him, but I'm not very familiar with him." Han Fei added fuel to the fire. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? I heard the South Campus had many strong fighters. Yet now, seeing it for myself, it's nothing impressive. He Xiaoyu. Let us head to the North Campus." Jia Tong shouted, "You're outrageous. The cafeteria entrance is the cafeteria entrance. I'm afraid you won't dare to come." Han Fei replied, "Dare? I could easily wipe the floor with you, with a bamboo stick in hand." Han Fei swaggered inside, unfazed by the fiery glares from the multitude. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath, wondering if she would be beaten. She had fought. So surely they wouldn't attack her. After all, she was a girl. At the cafeteria entrance, Han Fei finally spotted the 2 bowls of soup Li Fang had lost. Calling out, "He Xiaoyu, collect the soup." He Xiaoyu's face flushed. She felt guilty, as if stealing from a child, yet this was spirit-swallowing fish soup. She could only collect 2 bowls every 5 days, and now she had them in hand. Jia Tong challenged, "Now can you fight?" The moment Han Fei nodded, Jia Tong lunged at him like a madman, his rod crackling with spirit energy. Han Fei exclaimed, "Come on, truly worthy of being a South Campus genius. How delightful. Take another blow from me. Come on." With a flurry of strikes, Jia Tong's face reddened. How much spirit energy did this guy possess? The blows just kept coming. Han Fei feigned breathlessness, while in reality, he was meticulously regulating his spiritual energy output. His physique felt remarkably robust. He believed he could withstand the impact of Jia Tong's 10 points of spiritual energy with merely 5 of his own. In this manner, he felt capable of delivering a series of blows, perhaps 7 or 8 in succession. With a resounding thud, Jia Tong, caught off guard, was swept away by Han Fei's strike, propelling him 3 meters back, his hands trembling. In that moment, the crowd fell silent, the earlier mockery dissipating. Those who dared to confront the school were indeed extraordinary, managing to defeat 2 6th-level masters consecutively. It was then that Han Fei shouted, "He Xiaoyu, collect the soup." Chapter 36. The surge of spiritual energy. Han Fei surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful gaze. Who was next? At the venue, some students were restless. A peak-level 5th-grade student believed that Han Fei was on the verge of collapse and thought he could deliver the final blow to seize the bamboo stick. However, as soon as he stepped forward, Han Fei scoffed, "You are too weak. Send someone else." The student, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Isn't it just 2 bowls of spiritual fish soup? I have some too, but I want to challenge you." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "If you have the soup, come on. As long as I take a step back, I will consider it a win for you." The 5th-grade student's eyes gleamed. "That's what you said." With a loud shout, he charged forward, wielding the iron stick as if he were unleashing all his strength. Han Fei quickly discerned that the student had concentrated a vast amount of spiritual energy into the iron stick. He leaned back slightly, almost stumbling, but being a 6th grade student, he struck down with the stick, sending the 5th grade student sprawling on the ground. Han Fei remarked, "I told you not to come. He xiao you, collect the soup." Yet, some overly clever students thought Han Fei had nearly stumbled, and they clamored to challenge him. "I'll go next. It's my turn." Clearly, "It's me." Minutes later, with no one daring to challenge the 5th grade fisherman, they were close to spitting blood. Han Fei had almost retreated. Yet at the last moment, he blocked the attack and effortlessly defeated the 5th grade fisherman. He Xiaoyu, standing nearby, continuously poured spiritual fish soup into the gourd, mentally repeating, "I am just here to help drink the soup. I am here to help drink the soup." Soon, the crowd grew larger, word spreading quickly. And many rushed to the cafeteria. Han Fei, holding the gourd filled with soup, occasionally took a sip and called out, "Who else? I welcome all challengers." He continued, "Is there not a single capable fighter in the South Campus? Where are your 6th grade experts? Your 7th grade experts? Step aside, everyone, make way." Before long, the crowd parted, and 7 or 8 young men strode forward with confidence. Some sighed in relief, they finally arrived. Others felt their confidence surge. If they didn't come, our South Campus would lose face. Who dares to cause trouble in our South Campus? As this person spoke, he fixed a hostile gaze on Han Fei. Han Fei declared, "I am Han Fei from the East Campus, claiming to be invincible against all 6th grade opponents. I have never tasted defeat, and I have come seeking one today." He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. He had never faced defeat because he had been a 2nd grade fisherman. And no one dared to fight him, fearing they might accidentally kill him. Otherwise, how could he still be standing here? Yet, Han Fei remained unperturbed, lifting his chin defiantly. "You? Have you never tasted defeat? Are you stronger than Tengu?" Han Fei dismissed the notion. "Tengu and I are good brothers. We have never fought. Today, I seek only one defeat." Someone in the crowd scoffed. "I heard you fought many battles. Your spiritual energy must be depleted. Are you sure you want to fight?" Han Fei replied, "I absorb energy quickly. My spiritual energy is endless." At this, everyone rolled their eyes, having seen shamelessness before but never to such an extent. Did he think he was Poseidon? Someone brandished an iron stick. "Since you want to fight, then let us do this. Have the courage not to concede." Han Fei retorted, "Who concedes is a coward." With those words, the crowd ignited with fervor. Take him down. Defeat him. Crush him. The atmosphere was charged with hostility. There was no way he would leave today. Han Fei, lazily holding the bamboo stick, taunted, "If you're unconvinced, come and battle." Someone could no longer restrain themselves and prepared to test Han Fei's strength. This time, they witnessed Han Fei leap and strike thrice, sending the challenger flying, even bending the iron stick in the process. "Well, is this guy made of iron? How can he be so powerful?" Han Fei smiled and called, "Next." Just then, a middle-aged man appeared, leading 2 students. Teacher Zhou. Zhou Ding's expression was grim. He had just heard about someone blocking the school gate to challenge him. And now he believed it. The girl, who was pretending to drink the spiritual fish soup, had a large stack of bowls beside her, and the gourd was heavy, filled with who knew how much soup. Zhou Ding assessed Han Fei, confirming he was indeed at the 6th grade level. If he were 7th grade, he would have noticed. He casually pointed at a student, "Chen Kai, you go." The boy named Chen Kai also wielded a bamboo stick, seemingly stronger than the average 6th grade student. South Campus. "Chen Kai, I will fight you." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to take the challenge seriously. With a hum, spiritual energy erupted from the bamboo stick. Han Fei ceased to breathe heavily. His complexion regained its color, and his body steadied. As he watched the incoming strike, he raised his stick. With a resounding clash, the shockwave sent many students below the 5th grade stumbling back. Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. This opponent was impressive. The technique he employed was unfamiliar to him. But the power behind it seemed to carry a secondary force, almost forcing Han Fei to take a step back. Interesting, he mused. Meanwhile, Chen Kai's expression shifted dramatically. He had unleashed nearly all his strength, yet he could not budge Han Fei an inch. Zhou Ding was equally astonished. Chen Kai possessed a 3rd grade superior spiritual vein, arguably the strongest among the 6th grade students in the South Campus. Yet, in their initial clash, he had failed to gain even the slightest advantage. "Devastating strike," Han Fei exclaimed. With a thunderous impact, Chen Kai's complexion paled as he slid across the ground for several meters, his hands trembling. This was far too powerful. How could a single strike possess such magnitude? The force exceeded 1,000 pounds. What technique is this? What mountain is wash on? The crowd was bewildered. But Shin Kai's expression turned anxious as he steadied himself, gathering energy in his stick. The spiritual energy surged. In that instant, Han Fei quickly retreated, a tremendous force crashing into him. Fortunately, he swung his stick to counter the impact. Otherwise, he would have surely faced defeat. He Xiaoyu quickly exclaimed. That's a spiritual explosion, immensely powerful. Even 7th grade must have aided. Shaking his arm, Han Fei remarked, impressive. How did you do that? The energy gathers. But how does it explode? How could it be? He had actually faced the spiritual explosion head-on? Good heavens, was he made of iron? Zhou Ding was astonished. This young man was extraordinary, having withstood a spiritual explosion without a scratch. This was a testament to his physical refinement reaching its peak. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Han Fei's stick glimmered with increasing brilliance. Spiritual explosion. Zhou Ding sprang into action, his hand shattering Han Fei's spiritual explosion. However, in that moment, the immense energy surged against his palm, forcing it back. Humph, shattered. The massive spiritual energy erupted, the shockwave sending Han Fei stumbling back several steps. Han Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. How powerful! How formidable! Just moments ago, he had struggled to initiate the explosion himself. It was fortunate that this teacher intervened, or he truly would not have known how to respond. Zhou Ding felt a bit embarrassed. He had nearly failed to shatter a 6th grade student's spiritual explosion. What a disgrace! Narrowing his eyes, he said, You possess the combat power of nearly an 8th grade fisherman, yet you dare to come and swindle our student's spiritual fish soup? Get lost! Gasps erupted among the nearby students. 8th grade fisherman's combat power? Is he even a student? This is terrifying. Some began to speculate. Could he be Tango? Besides Tango, who else in the East Campus possesses such strength? Scoundrel! An individual of 8th tier prowess comes over, pretending to be of 6th tier, and compensates us with fish soup. Indeed. The shameless Han Fei, compensating with fish soup. Han Fei exclaims, What are you fussing about? I am 6th tier, undeniably 6th tier. Must I proclaim my innate strength to you? My silence is simply a matter of humility. Turning to Zhou Ding, he awkwardly smiles and says, Teacher Zhou, actually, I came here seeking a breakthrough. I just sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, and I have gained significant insights. Well, I shall take my leave now. Zhou Ding firmly grasps Han Fei, asserting, Where do you think you're going? Han Fei protests, Teacher, I truly am 6th tier. You can verify it. Zhou Ding pays no heed to Han Fei, dragging him along. Han Fei, still suspended in the air, calls out, He Xiaoyu, come on. Keep up. Thus, at the entrance of the cafeteria of Tianshui Village's southern campus, a group of students is left bewildered in the wind. Some murmur, 8th tier? A 6th tier comparable to 8th tier strength, is this truly the hallmark of a prodigy? Chapter 37, Deceiving the Young Girl Zhou Ding. Nonsense. I've never heard of such a constitution. Han Fei quickly turned his eyes. Teacher Zhou, this is true. My teacher Wang Jie has heard of it. If you don't believe me, ask Yi Xiaoyu. Her father is a teacher at our East school. Zhou Ding glanced at Yi Xiaoyu and noticed the bamboo stick in her hand, slightly furrowing his brow. Your father is Yimingdang? Yi Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly, hoping that this teacher would not inform her father about today's incident. Zhou Ding, what is the true level of your spiritual vein? Han Fei, I am a low-grade 2nd level. Zhou Ding, nonsense. Little girl from the He family. You tell me. Yi Xiaoyu was a bit confused. She distinctly remembered Han Fei having a high-grade, 1st level spiritual vein, so how could he be a 2nd level? Could it be that Tangge gave him some miraculous medicine? It was said that spiritual veins were fixed at birth and rarely upgraded. So it must be the effect of a top-tier spiritual fruit that allowed Han Fei to rise a little. Yi Xiaoyu nodded again, feeling a twinge of jealousy, wishing she too could possess a spiritual fruit. Zhou Ding's brow furrowed deeper. Even if your constitution is extraordinary, the spiritual veins still have limitations. After offending so many people today, how do you expect to live in peace in the future? Furthermore, relying too much on a special constitution is not wise. What if one day your constitution falters? When you no longer possess boundless spiritual energy and cannot unleash exaggerated spiritual explosions, what will you do then? Han Fei nodded repeatedly. Teacher Zhou is right. Let us leave now. Get lost. Watching Han Fei and Yi Xiaoyu scurry away, Zhou Ding took a deep breath. It was indeed astonishing that such a constitution existed. Unfortunately, heaven was always merciless. It granted Han Fei an unparalleled constitution, but also limited his future achievements. With a low-grade 2nd level spiritual vein, even with exceptional luck, he could only reach the realm of a great fisherman at best. As Han Fei and He Xiaoyu left the school gate, they immediately sprinted away. Han Fei, should we go to the North School and West School? He Xiaoyu shook her head while running. No, we want to go. We were just lucky this time. We were merely pulled out. Next time, we might not be so fortunate. Han Fei agreed. They were indeed on someone else's turf, and he realized he had been too arrogant. However, when he recalled the large gourd of spiritual fish soup, he quickly asked, how much fish soup do we have? He Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, a total of 29 bowls. Han Fei, only 29 bowls? I feel like I consumed quite a few. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. What do you mean you consumed quite a few? You clearly deceived quite a few. The only real fight was that last one, and you somehow managed to learn the spiritual explosion technique. Yet He Xiaoyu didn't plan to tell Han Fei anything, as her father had advised her against considering such battle techniques below the 7th level. In a certain corner, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu each carried a gourd. Han Fei received 20 bowls, as he had fought himself. However, Zhou Ding likely let them off easily for the sake of He Xiaoyu's father, so Han Fei allocated her a bit more. Halfway through drinking, Han Fei found it hard to continue and struck up a conversation. He Xiaoyu, what is a spiritual explosion? I felt a bit out of control earlier. Thanks to that teacher Zhou intervening, the consequences could have been severe. He Xiaoyu, how much spiritual energy did you gather just now? Han Fei, about 70 or 80 points. He Xiaoyu sprayed out her fish soup, staring at Han Fei in disbelief. How much? Feeling embarrassed, Han Fei scratched his head. Is that too much? He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei as if he were insane. You're at the 6th level. How much spiritual energy is there in total? You gathered more than half of your energy to fight. Are you out of your mind? He Xiaoyu, do you know how much spiritual energy that Shin Kai used earlier? Han Fei, how much? He Xiaoyu, at most, no more than 25 points. Han Fei was dumbfounded. No way. 25 points is that powerful? Wouldn't 80 points be enough to obliterate someone? He Xiaoyu, although it seems you have learned the spiritual explosion technique, you cannot control it. Therefore, even if you did unleash it, it would merely overwhelm your opponent with spiritual energy. The actual control would be very weak. Han Fei immediately became intrigued. How do you control it? Teach me. I did give you 9 bowls of fish soup. He Xiaoyu, why not wait until you reach the 7th level to learn? Learning the spiritual explosion at the 6th level isn't very useful. My father says that the energy is not only insufficient but also impure and can easily be depleted. However, after reaching the 7th level, fishermen gain a certain level of control over spiritual energy, and a single spiritual explosion can be stronger than the usual 2-point explosion of an ordinary 6th level fisherman. That's when the skill becomes practical. Han Fei, really? That impressive? Suddenly, Han Fei said, wait a minute. I've fought against 7th level opponents. Like that guy from class 1. He didn't use that technique. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Can you use a spiritual explosion on your classmates? If a 7th level expert unleashed a spiritual explosion and lost control, your life could be in danger. Han Fei's eyes darted around as he suddenly said to He Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, someone is trying to harm me. He Xiaoyu. Han Fei, I suspect someone is trying to harm me. I went out to sea for 5 days, right? The fishing boat was sabotaged. Han Fei rambled on, then fixed his penetrating gaze on He Xiaoyu. Teach me the spiritual explosion technique? I'll trade you the remaining spiritual fish soup. He Xiaoyu found Han Fei's distressed expression quite amusing. After all, the spiritual fish soup was essentially free for him. And he thought to trade it for the spiritual explosion technique? He Xiaoyu, I can't. My father didn't allow me to learn. Han Fei, why doesn't your father let you learn anything? Neither this nor that. Are you really his biological child? He Xiaoyu promptly picked up the bamboo stick and poked Han Fei repeatedly. Of course, I am his biological child. How dare you question my father? Han Fei, hey, stop. Han Fei was somewhat annoyed by this girl's meek nature and suddenly scolded her, startling He Xiaoyu. Han Fei, just because your father doesn't allow you to practice doesn't mean you can't. Do you have the determination to become a strong person? We cultivators must understand the need to defy fate. If you have a way, I can trade you treasures in exchange. Han Fei expected He Xiaoyu to be curious and ask about the treasures. Instead, He Xiaoyu pouted. You're scolding me. How could you scold me? Han Fei? Thus, it can be observed that women are such mysterious beings, regardless of their age. Whenever they feel aggrieved. If the one causing the grievance is a man, a simple remark of you scolded me encompasses all their thoughts at that moment. Han Fei remained silent, gulping down the spiritual fish soup, realizing that it wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. He Xiaoyu muttered, you scolded me. You want me to steal something, and you don't believe my father. The most critical point is that you scolded me. Han Fei could no longer enjoy the fish soup due to her incessant complaints. He promptly produced a small vial. I'll trade you this. He Xiaoyu's expression of grievance instantly transformed as her eyes widened. This is iron fish body refining liquid? He Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. The iron fish body refining liquid was made from the brains of ironhead fish. It was said that dozens of adult ironhead fish were needed to produce this tiny vial. How could Han Fei possess such a treasure? He Xiaoyu reached out, eager to snatch it. He Xiaoyu huffed, then shot a glare at Han Fei before saying, I really can't learn it, but it's not entirely impossible to control. In fact, the spiritual explosion technique emphasizes control over spiritual energy. As long as one has sufficient mastery over their own energy, the spiritual explosion becomes quite simple. Han Fei hurriedly asked, how do you control it? He Xiaoyu, I am not entirely certain. It pertains to the enhanced application of spiritual energy. For instance, the process of fishing casting the hook, reeling in the line, and pulling the hook constitutes a form of control. If you seek insights on the application of spiritual energy explosion, a mere vial of iron fish body refining liquid is hardly sufficient, and besides, you possess only half a bottle. Han Fei felt an increasing itch of desire. Although the iron fish body refining liquid is indeed a treasure, it pales in comparison to the spiritual energy explosion. That substance is akin to a miraculous life-saving technique for him, and he must acquire it. Han Fei coaxingly inquired. He Xiaoyu, we share a good relationship. Do we not? He Xiaoyu responded warily, not particularly. Han Fei persisted. If our relationship is not good, why then do you come to stir up trouble? If your father were to learn of this, TSK, He Xiaoyu replied, I was merely passing by. Very well, what do you wish to do? Han Fei, with a mischievous glint, proposed, how about you transcribe a copy of your insights on controlling spiritual energy for me? In the future, I shall certainly share any treasures I come across with you first. Not possible. Do you have a spirit recovery pill? He Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Han Fei pressed further. What say you? He Xiaoyu hesitated, but Han Fei interjected. Enough chatter. I demand 2. He Xiaoyu protested, but my father, Han Fei countered. 3 it is, no more than that. A single spirit recovery pill is worth 2 mid-grade pearls. Chapter 38. The solitary confinement cell was blasted open. Ultimately, He Xiaoyu acquiesced, and Han Fei increasingly discerned her avarice. This was largely attributable to her father's stringent discipline, particularly in cultivation. Her father's rigorous efforts to mold her into a grand fisher had instilled in her an immense desire for valuable items. At that moment, while He Mingtang was instructing at the school, the two furtively made their way to He Xiaoyu's residence. Half an hour later, He Xiaoyu emerged from her home in a fluster. With a guilty demeanor, He Xiaoyu clutched a small booklet, saying, Here, I only found this. Leave quickly, or my mother will be furious if she discovers it. Han Fei's face bore an enigmatic smile. Well done. If there's more spirit-devouring fish soup in the future, I'll give you a larger share. At the school gate, both individuals wore smiles. He Xiaoyu had obtained 3 spirit-replenishing pills, and Han Fei had acquired the method of spirit energy manipulation, both feeling they had gained a significant advantage. He Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a stern reprimand echoed from behind the school gate. Ah, father. He Mingtang's eyes virtually blazed with anger as he regarded his disappointing daughter with disappointment, while simultaneously casting a malevolent glare at Han Fei. Han Fei was not faring any better. The smile on his face completely froze as he saw the ill-disposed Wang Jie, followed by the South School teacher beside Wang Jie. His expression changed instantly, and he shouted to He Xiaoyu, Run? Wang Jie chuckled derisively. Now you remember to run? Where were you earlier? With that, Wang Jie's fishing hook shot out at Han Fei with great speed. Sensing the malice from behind, Han Fei's body involuntarily contorted, adopting an odd posture that allowed him to narrowly evade the hook. Huh. Including He Mingtang. All 3 fishers exclaimed in surprise. How could a mere level 6 fisherman evade Wang Jie's hook? Wang Jie's ability to become an enforcer in the ordinary fishing grounds was due to his exceptional strength. At just over 30 years old, he possessed the strength of a late-stage fisher, and he might even become a grand fisher before the age of 40. How could his hook attack be evaded? Wang Jie felt a slight loss of face. He saw a flash of spirit energy on the fishing line, and with a sound, the hook twisted and shot towards Han Fei at an even faster speed. Han Fei was drenched in sweat. Did I just steal a few bowls of fish soup? Is this the reception I deserve? He thought, but his body performed a sideways flip in place, narrowly avoiding the hook once again. Wang Jie's face flushed with embarrassment. But he was also surprised. How could this kid be so agile? Huh. Zhou Ding exclaimed in surprise. Old Wang, this student is quite interesting. With this level of strength, he might even be able to vie for a spot in the top 100 of this fishing trial, right? Wang Jie snorted coldly. Him? Top 100? He'll be lucky not to be at the bottom. This time, Wang Jie held nothing back. The hook's speed instantly doubled. Although Han Fei adopted a strange posture and dodged one hook with a single leg, the hook instantly turned and bound his other leg. Wang Jie said, "You think your wings have hardened, and you're getting cocky, aren't you?" Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu felt a sense of trepidation. She was glad she hadn't run, or she, a girl, would have been dragged along, losing all dignity. But then she heard Han Fei shout, "Teacher, I'm innocent. I was just exchanging ideas with students from the South School." Wang Jie smiled at Zhou Ding. "Teacher Zhou, thank you for making this trip. I'll definitely give this kid a good lesson." Zhou Ding laughed. "It's not that serious. Young people are impetuous. I think this child is quite good. How about he comes to our South School for an exchange?" Wang Jie said, "That won't be necessary. The fishing trial is approaching, and our school is preparing for intensive training. We don't have time for an exchange with the South School." Wang Jie, "Teacher Qin, take care." Once Zhou Ding left, Wang Jie's expression changed instantly. He grabbed Han Fei and sneered. "You're capable, aren't you? Blocking the gate of the South School and showing off your abilities? Are you courting death? Do you think that with your current level 8 fisherman strength, you can act recklessly? Do you think no one can control you?" Han Fei said. "Teacher, I didn't. Who knew the South School was so weak?" Wang Jie sneered. "Weak? Do you think you were strong before? If it weren't for the things Tango left you, would you have this kind of strength? You should know that when you display this strength, how many people will be watching you?" Han Fei was stunned. Who would be watching a mere level 6 fisherman? Without Wang Jie saying anything, He Mingyang said, "Everyone knows that the reason you've improved so quickly is because Tango gained the favor of an angel and prepared many good things for you. They don't dare offend Tango, but secretly killing you and excavating the secrets on your body is not difficult." He Mingyang was determined to never let his daughter associate with this kid again, or who knew what kind of trouble they would get into. Seeing Han Fei looking dazed, Wang Jie said, "Do you understand now? No one dares to touch Tango, but is there no one who dares to touch you? You're sentenced to 3 days of solitary confinement to reflect on your actions." Han Fei smiled wryly. He had forgotten about this. He had been using Tang Ji's name as a cover to quickly improve his strength, but recently he had been too conspicuous, making people suspect that Tango had left some kind of opportunity for Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Teacher, I was wrong. I promise I won't fight anymore. This confinement." Wang Jie sneered. 3 days, not a moment less. Xiaoyu said aggrievedly, "Dad, I didn't fight." Xiaoyu pouted and said aggrievedly, "Oh." The school's solitary confinement cell was only one room, mainly used to punish certain exceptional bad students, but most of them were only confined for 1 day. It was extremely rare for someone like Han Fei to be confined for 3 days. The solitary confinement cell was made of hard black stone. Although it was not an obstacle for fishers, it was a guaranteed confinement for students at the fisherman level. 3 days ago, Han Fei was dragged to the solitary confinement cell like a dead dog by Wang Jie, which became the biggest topic of discussion these days. Some people were indignant, a petty man who becomes arrogant when he is successful. I heard that Han Fei actually went to block the gate of the South School. He's simply courting death. Many people passed by the solitary confinement cell and peeked inside, but it was too dark to see anything. However, Han Fei always heard people sneering and making various jokes and taunts at the door. Zhou Xiao, a close friend of Hu Kuan from Class 1, was now lying at the hole in the solitary confinement cell, saying in a strange tone, "Hey, Han Fei, are you having a mental breakdown?" Someone nearby joked, "He won't be scared to death, but will he dare to be arrogant in the future?" A guy who relies on external forces actually thinks he's destined for greatness. Inside the solitary confinement cell, Han Fei was currently sitting cross-legged, his clothes completely soaked. The spirit energy in his body was running rampant. Even after 3 days, it was difficult to precisely control the spirit energy freely. At this moment, he was barely able to control it. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to gather half of the spirit energy in his body into one palm. No, half is a bit too much. Not good. I'm going to lose control. Outside the solitary confinement cell, Zhou Xiao and others seemed to sense something was wrong and couldn't help but discuss. "Hey, did you guys feel a surge of spirit energy? It seems like it. Could it be that Han Fei is cultivating?" "Nonsense. How could such a rich spirit energy not emit light?" "Wait, look, it's emitting light." Several people gathered outside the solitary confinement cell and suddenly felt a burst of dazzling light. Boom. Zhou Xiao and others didn't know what was happening. They only felt like they were floating, and their whole bodies flew up. A violent explosion reverberated throughout the entire school. Many people saw Zhou Xiao and others flying up. And in the next second, they were all knocked unconscious. The solitary confinement cell had been blasted open, leaving a hole half a person tall. Almost simultaneously, dozens of teachers from the school rushed over at high speed. When Wang Jie and the others arrived, they first quickly checked on Zhou Xiao and the others, then let out a long sigh of relief, instructing them to be taken for treatment. The expressions of several teachers grew solemn as they gazed at the large hole in the door of the confinement room, from which faint rustling sounds emerged. Soon after, everyone witnessed Han Fei, disheveled and covered in dust, emerging from the opening with a tousled hairstyle. Han Fei mused to himself that he had underestimated the explosive power of the spiritual energy. It was simply astounding. At this moment, he had approximately 110 points of spiritual energy, and yet such a tremendous force had erupted. He wondered what would have transpired had all of it been unleashed. The entire confinement room would surely have been obliterated. Wang Jie and the others felt their eyelids twitch. The magnitude of such power left them astounded that this individual had come out unscathed. Upon raising his head, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. Then he waved his hand and exclaimed, "Hello. Long time no see." Chapter 39, Extortion from the Tiger Head Gang Office. Han Fei stood there with a disheveled hairstyle, his eyes darting around. Wang Jie wore a stern expression. "Speak. Who taught you the spirit burst technique?" Han Fei replied, "Teacher, I secluded myself for 3 days, engaging in deep contemplation, and had an epiphany." Slap. Wang Jie struck Han Fei on the head, exclaiming, "How shameless. You were confined for 3 days. Yet in your words, it becomes a retreat. Nonsense. What epiphany? The spirit burst is a technique that requires proficiency. Did you really come to this understanding on your own?" Han Fei protested, "Teacher, I truly figured it out myself. I spent those 3 days in the confinement room." However, He Ming Yang, who shared the office, wore a dark expression, feeling that something was amiss. His daughter had been avoiding him these days. Could there be a connection? Wang Jie, oblivious to the underlying tension, reprimanded, "You little rascal. Do you know why spirit burst is not taught to those below level 7? Firstly, the spirit energy reserves are insufficient. Secondly, the meridian strength is inadequate. And thirdly, mastering the spirit burst requires considerable skill. It is the simplest of techniques. Yet have you ever seen a fisherman below level 7 use it?" Han Fei lowered his head, seething with resentment, thinking, "Do you enjoy hitting me? Fine, just wait until I become formidable. I'll make you regret it." Ah, so that's why my arm felt sore after that attempt. My meridian strength is indeed lacking. If I can simply enhance my meridian strength, then. Han Fei. Ah, yes, I'm here. Slap. Do you treat my words as mere wind? Dare you lose focus again? Han Fei grinned maliciously in his heart. Wang Jie. Just wait. I'll show you what I'm capable of. After the previous incident, Han Fei became cautious, fearful of drawing attention. Thus, he moved stealthily. At this moment, he was hiding behind a large tree, glancing around to ensure he wasn't being noticed. "Are you Han Fei?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Han Fei, who instinctively raised his purple bamboo staff. "Do not panic, I mean no harm." Upon focusing, Han Fei saw a burly man, resembling a young bull. Yet his demeanor suggested he was no simpleton. The man had 3 deep scars on his face, one cutting through half of it, another through an eye, and the most horrifying one split his mouth, leaving a terrifying impression even after healing. "Who are you?" Han Fei asked. The man grimaced in a painfully awkward smile. "I am Li Ju, the newly appointed leader of the Tiger Head Gang. A few days ago, my subordinates acted recklessly and offended you, and I hope you can overlook past grievances. Whatever you require, the Tiger Head Gang will not hesitate to provide." Han Fei understood. This was an apology. It seemed the Tiger Head Gang had learned of his relationship with Tengu, prompting the leader to come personally to make amends. Had this matter not been public, they could have easily eliminated him. Yet they missed their chance, and now they must make reparations. Han Fei sighed in relief. "Ah, so it is you, Leaderly. Since you have come personally, how can I refuse? However, the provocations from Brother Gang and the others have been frequent. I urge you to discipline them, lest they tarnish the Tiger Head Gang's reputation." Li Ju grinned broadly, his face contorting into a fierce expression. "Of course. You shall never see them again in Qinshui Town." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Were they all to be killed? He had heard that the Tiger Head Gang was notorious for their cruelty, with many who offended them being thrown into the sea as fish food. Now, witnessing Li Ju's ruthlessness firsthand left him unsettled. However, Han Fei's mind raced. He almost fell for the intimidation. If one were weak-willed, Who would dare provoke the Tiger Head Gang again? Surely, under such pressure, one might nod in agreement, fearful of asking for compensation, considering the matter was already public. Han Fei coldly smiled. Leader Li, are you aware that my brother left me dozens of bottles of iron fish body refining liquid, yet upon my return, I found them all missing? Perhaps you could. The air suddenly became thick with tension, as if an unseen murderous intent had materialized. Han Fei observed Li Ju's menacing countenance. Did he intend to eliminate him? Han Fei remained skeptical. Under such circumstances, would anyone dare act against him? After all, Tang Ge would not let this slide, nor would the school teachers simply stand by. After a moment of silence, Li Ju chuckled. Naturally, this is a failure of my oversight. I shall ensure all is returned. Han Fei continued. Aside from that, I am also short of some mid-grade pearls and a few spirit recovery pills. Once again, the silence enveloped them, and even Li Ju appeared taken aback. Feeling a surge of murderous intent, this brat had no idea how precious the iron fish body refining liquid was, let alone the spirit recovery pills, which were life-saving elixirs. Did he really dare to ask for such things? Han Fei merely gazed at Li Ju with an innocent expression, convinced that Li Ju would not dare to act against him. Li Ju gritted his teeth. Very well, the Tiger Head Gang will compensate you. I hope you take care. Han Fei smiled. Farewell, Leader Li. No need to see me off. Moments later, Li Ju stood frozen, his icy gaze fixed on the direction in which Han Fei departed. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch against the tree beside him, causing the massive trunk to splinter and break. Beside him, one of his subordinates spoke with a scowl. Leader, this boy is too audacious. This is extortion. I am willing to. Silence. Li Ju interrupted, regaining his composure. Wealth is but an external matter. What matters most is survival. Tang Ge will not last long. Once his talent awakens, he will leave. When that day comes, who knows when he will return? Let us see how this boy remains arrogant then. Han Fei felt elated. Dozens of bottles of iron fish body refining liquid. How generous the Tiger Head Gang was. His cultivation of the 108 body refining techniques would surely yield results beyond expectation. Indeed, the Tiger Head Gang acted swiftly. What he requested in the morning was delivered by afternoon. Han Fei inspected the items. 10 bottles of iron fish body refining liquid, 50 mid-grade pearls, and 5 spirit recovery pills. Li Ju, you old miser. Han Fei trembled with anger. I said dozens of bottles of iron fish body refining liquid, not just 10. And what else with these 5 spirit recovery pills? Do you think I'm begging? Unbeknownst to Han Fei, he had unjustly accused Li Ju. Acquiring iron fish body refining liquid was no simple task. While he considered the spirit recovery pills to be of little value, they were indeed life-saving medicines to others. And 5 was already a significant offering. Han Fei continued to grumble. You stingy old turtle. Whatever, I am easily satisfied. I'll make do with this for now. If Li Ju had heard Han Fei's complaints, he might have truly been moved to violence. Inside the cave, Han Fei held the ghostly pearl, said to nurture and expand the meridians. Unsure of its effects, he swallowed it without hesitation. After a while, the ghostly pearl did not exhibit extraordinary effects. Han Fei merely felt a cool sensation throughout his meridians, akin to receiving an 4 drip. An hour passed before he sensed a slight strengthening of his meridians, as some unknown impurities seeped out through his skin. Not ideal. He had expected more potency from this item. It seemed he would need to consume 5, 6, 7, or even 8 of them together to achieve significant results. Had others known of Han Fei's thoughts at this moment, they would surely have been infuriated. A rare treasure that could enhance the meridians was a once-in-a-lifetime find. Yet this fellow dared to complain about its limited efficacy. 3 days later, within a cave on the floating island of Tianshui Town, sounds of crackling echoed as a youth lay sprawled on the ground, drenched and panting heavily, having just undergone an arduous experience. Finally, I've made a breakthrough. This time, it seems he has truly encountered an unparalleled rival of equal standing. Han Fei glanced at the data. Master, Han Fei level 6, intermediate fisherman, spiritual energy, 1288, 249, spiritual veins, low grade level 2, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff major technique, void fishing technique volume 1 hook kiss technique, common grade divine quality. He could already sense a bottleneck. Indeed, his spiritual energy was stuck at 249 points with no further accumulation. Han Fei felt capable of breaking through. Yet such an endeavor required a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and unfortunately, his consumption was rather alarming. With over 1,000 points of spiritual energy, he found himself in a precarious situation. It seems the time has come to set sail once more. Chapter 40. Is that not a strawberry? At the airport. Ah, I cannot go out to sea? Sister Chin Chin replied, given your recent misfortunes with the small fish tide and the damage to your fishing boat. The inspection team believes you may have incurred the ire of certain individuals. Therefore, it is unnecessary for you to venture out to sea for the time being. With only 9 days remaining until your fishing trial, I advise you to focus on strengthening your own cultivation during this period. Han Fei inquired, has anyone been identified? Sister Chin Chin responded, there is no evidence, but there are grounds to suspect that this is the work of the Tiger Head Gang. The mention of the Tiger Head Gang sent a chill through Han Fei. He was not surprised by this revelation. The audacity required to sabotage fishing boats in such a location was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Reflecting on this, the meager gains from extorting Li Ju seemed utterly insignificant. With no means to go out to sea, Han Fei found himself intolerably deprived of his source of spiritual energy. In the bustling market, various food stalls had already begun their lively calls, with crowds weaving through the throng. Suddenly, Han Fei heard someone shouting, selling water. Clean rainwater. 20 sea coins per pound. Hurry, only 500 pounds available. A voice chimed in, boss, 20 sea coins? That's too expensive. Didn't it just rain a few days ago? Your pricing is ruthless. Another person echoed, Old Sheen, give me 10 pounds for 18 each. Old Sheen chuckled, expensive? The last rain was half a month ago, and this 500 pounds is from my own collection. Furthermore, the sea has been calm lately. Who knows when it will rain again? This water will only become more precious. 20 sea coins per pound, no negotiations, buy if you want it. The crowd fell into a brief silence before someone finally said, fine then, Old Sheen, I'll take 20 pounds. I want 10 pounds. I'll take 50 pounds. Han Fei stood agape as he watched 500 pounds of water vanish within 2 minutes, exhaling in disbelief. The speed at which money was made was astonishing. Had water truly become this valuable? It made sense, for the floating island did not tap into any earth veins, existing instead as an aerial landmass devoid of natural water sources. Rain could only be formed from the vapor evaporated from the ocean. However, it seemed that rain was not frequent here, leading to a severe scarcity of water resources. A thought struck Han Fei. The ocean was boundless. Wasn't there a fortune to be made from distilled water? Just then, he passed by a beggar. Wait a moment, something felt off. On the floating island, where everyone practiced cultivation, how could there be a beggar? The beggar, grimy and disheveled, waved a tattered bowl. Upon seeing Han Fei, he recoiled in fear and attempted to flee. Stop. Don't move, Han Fei commanded. The beggar quickly pleaded, spare me, young master. I've already been cast out. Han Fei was momentarily stunned. You are Brother Gang? The beggar shook his head vigorously. Just call me Xiao Gang. Han Fei, you are not dead? At this, Li Gang trembled, realizing Han Fei genuinely wished for his demise. Ever since he learned that Han Fei was Tengu's brother, all of Gang's former subordinates had abandoned him. He had barely survived by exhausting his wealth, only to be hung by the Tiger Head Gang for 3 days. Luckily, being a minor figure in the East Market, he had enough acquaintances to escape a worse fate. Yet, he had still been kicked out by Li Ju, suffering severe injuries, leaving him with barely a fraction of his former strength. Li Gang clutched Han Fei's leg, crying, young master, please spare me. I cannot die. Xiao Hong is still depending on me. If I perish, someone else will take her. Han Fei, who wants to kill you? I am quite benevolent. Li Gang silently scoffed. Benevolent? My foot. If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to such depths? Han Fei queried. You were expelled by the Tiger Head Gang? Li Gang nodded, despair evident in his eyes. He could not afford to offend Han Fei now. An idea sparked in Han Fei's mind. How about this? You can join me from now on. I will provide for you. Li Gang questioned, astonished at the unexpected offer. Was he truly not going to kill him? Could it be a trick? Han Fei continued. What are you stammering for? Clean yourself up and come find me at my place. I need some help, and this is your chance. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. Though Li Gang was a rogue, he was also clever. Associating with Han Fei could only bode well. After all, his brother was Tengu. With one person rising to greatness, even the fowl would soar to new heights. Surely, Han Fei's future would be bright. But what could he offer Han Fei? Was he merely expected to collect protection fees? Li Gang recalled the times Han Fei had robbed him, sensing a strong possibility there. Half an hour later, Li Gang arrived. His face pale from his injuries, but he had managed to clean himself up. When he entered, Han Fei was busy tinkering with various bottles and had even dragged out a large pot, the purpose of which was unclear. Not lifting his head, Han Fei asked, How much strength do you have left? Li Gang trembled, about the level of a second-tier fisherman. Despair washed over him. Did you want to beg for food? Absolutely not. But with the strength of a second-tier fisherman, fishing would be tantamount to courting death. Han Fei looked up in surprise. Ah, wasted? Li Gang's expression darkened. Not exactly. It's just that recovery pills are too expensive, worth 10 middle-grade pearls. Han Fei scoffed. This is precisely why those who do bad deeds are often discarded without mercy. As he spoke, Han Fei produced a handful of middle-grade pearls before Li Gang's eyes. I can help heal your injuries. However, you must not betray me. Otherwise, your wounds will be the least of your concerns. Your Xiaohong may truly be taken from you. Li Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Were those pearls really for him? His heart surged with emotion. And he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Young master, from now on, I, Li Gang, am your man. If you want me to catch ironhead fish, I will never dare to swallow spiritual fish. Han Fei waved his hand. Enough with the young master. From now on, call me young lord. Now tell me, is there a place on the island that sells seasonings? Seasonings? Han Fei explained. You know, the kind that makes food taste better. Like salt. Since arriving in this world, Han Fei had not enjoyed a single decent meal. Everything was excessively salted, but merely adding salt did little to mask the fishy taste of seafood. Li Gang suddenly understood. Oh, you mean spices. But spices are a luxury for the wealthy. Han Fei's eyes brightened. Is there really? Li Gang replied, there are some. But ordinary folks generally do not consume them. Most spices require middle-grade pearls to purchase. Han Fei felt a wave of disappointment. That was far too expensive. He had hoped to set up a barbecue stall and sell some distilled water, but with seasoning prices so high, it seemed he could only afford to indulge himself. What about wine? Li Gang answered. Wine is cheap. Fish head wine is only 30 sea coins per pound. Young lord, do you wish to drink? Han Fei replied. Let us go. Take me to see the spices. To the south of the floating island, near a cliff, lay a vast cultivation field. Han Fei gazed at the lush greenery and exclaimed, there are still crops being grown on the island? Li Gang explained, not really. It is said that initially, someone from the town attempted to cultivate spiritual herbs. However, due to the island's poor environment, they could not thrive, and eventually, many spiritual herbs devolved into spices. Nevertheless, many believe that spices are akin to elixirs, which consequently drives their prices to exorbitant heights. The overseer of the plantation is an elderly man, cradling a wine jug while basking in the sun, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Han Fei and Li Gang as they stroll into the plantation. Han Fei approaches the old man, saying, Good sir, we have come to purchase spices. The old man lazily opens one eye to glance at Han Fei before resuming his sunbathing, muttering, You cannot afford them. Han Fei, frowning, retorts, How can we not afford them? I possess 40 to 50 middle-grade pearls. The old man then raises a hand, pointing to a nearby wooden rack, stating, All of it is over there, priced at 1 middle-grade pearl each. Intrigued, Han Fei walks over, only to be utterly astounded at first sight. What on earth? These are not spices, they resemble strawberries. Chapter 41. A desire to open a barbecue stall. Han Fei was taken aback. Could it be that there were similar plants in the universe? Although this strawberry appeared to be the size of a fist, it was unmistakably a strawberry. No matter how large, it remained a strawberry. Li Gang explained. Young master, this is called a red fruit. I have purchased some before, at first glance. I thought it was a spiritual fruit, but after consuming it, I felt no effect at all, just that it was delicious. As he spoke, Li Gang smacked his lips, lamenting that it was too extravagant to exchange a mid-grade pearl for a single strawberry. He simply had no money for such indulgence and could only gaze longingly. Han Fei chuckled. It's surprising you felt anything after eating it. When did strawberries become spiritual fruits? Upon closer inspection, he could hardly contain his incredulity at the array of produce laid out before him. He spotted figs the size of apples and fist-sized raisins, alongside jujubes, persimmons, peaches, and cherries, all magnified several times in size. In addition to the fruits, there were numerous flowers. After some searching, Han Fei identified a few he recognized, including roses, crabapples, orchids, chrysanthemums, and peonies. In terms of color, any one of these specimens would be a rare treasure on Earth. As he continued his exploration, he discovered nearly 1,000 varieties, of which he was familiar with close to 100. Wait a moment, potatoes? Han Fei's eyes lit up as he spotted a potato the size of a watermelon. This otherworldly realm actually had potatoes. Glancing further, he noticed radishes, yams, peanuts, and red peppers, garlic. Goodness, garlic. Han Fei thought of garlic-infused shrimp and swallowed hard. Unfortunately, he was disappointed to find that everything here was sold individually, far beyond his means. He even imagined that even the village chief would struggle to afford them. As he continued, Han Fei discovered dozens of other familiar plants. This was merely a fraction of what he recognized. There must be thousands he did not know. Breathless, he approached the old man, asking, "Grandpa, what will you do if you can't sell these spices?" The old man lazily smacked his lips and took a swig from his jug, taking several gulps before replying, "If I can't sell them, I'll just throw them in the ground. The cycle of nature will ensure they grow again." Han Fei was dumbfounded. So, if they didn't sell, he would simply waste them? The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Han Fei. "Do you want them?" "Bring money." Han Fei replied. "I don't have that much." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "If you have no money, then leave. Don't disturb my sleep." After a moment of silence, Han Fei suggested, "Grandpa, I see no one is tending to this garden. How about I lend you a hand?" The old man didn't even open his eyes. "Little one, come back when you awaken your talent and spirit beast." Han Fei squinted. "All right." Li Gang, looking bemused, commented, "Young master, this old coot is quite arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Moreover, those spiritual fruits have no real effects. Even if they do, they're negligible. Are you really considering helping this old man with his garden?" Han Fei replied, "You think you can handle him? Gongzi, do you know what a ruffian fears the most?" "What?" Han Fei said, "The greatest fear is misjudgment. I assure you, if you confront this old man, he could easily toss you off floating island with a single hand." "What? That's not possible. I've never heard of him fighting anyone." Han Fei was too weary to explain and instead inquired, "Gongzi, how can one make quick money?" Without hesitation, Li Gang replied, "Collect protection fees. Get lost." As Han Fei walked, he pondered. Without venturing out to sea, he couldn't catch small fish, and without small fish, there would be no spiritual energy to absorb. Although he still had 10 bottles of iron fish body refining liquid, he hesitated to use them. What if he reached the pinnacle of level 6 and couldn't contain the urge to break through? He lacked the abundant spiritual energy for such a feat. As for the school, he could no longer drink spirit fish soup. Was he to buy fish at the marketplace? No way, that would be too extravagant. Sigh. How he longed to open a barbecue stall. Han Fei took a deep breath. Well, there's only one option left. "Gongzi, go buy some wine." Li Gang asked. "Young master, how many pounds?" Han Fei replied, Let us start with 100 pounds. Li Gang nearly fell into a daze. "What? 100 pounds? Just do as I say." "Yes, young master." A day later, Han Fei finally concocted a jar of strong liquor. The alcohol content on Floating Island was quite low. Although he was unsure how to ferment wine from fish heads, he believed any form of alcohol could be purified. Thus, after a day of effort, he produced a jar of liquor with an impressive 50 degrees of alcohol. "Hurry over, Gongzi." Li Gang, having regained 30% of his strength, swiftly appeared before Han Fei. "Young master." Han Fei instructed, "Taste this wine." Li Gang was oblivious to Han Fei's intentions. All he knew was that the 100 pounds of wine he had purchased had dwindled to 40. As Han Fei poured the liquor, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Li Gang's eyes to light up. "Young master, this wine smells delightful." Li Gang lifted the bowl and savored the aroma before downing the entire contents in one gulp. Whoa, it's burning." Li Gang's expression turned to one of horror. He felt as though Han Fei was trying to kill him, his throat nearly ablaze. Yet, strangely, it felt somewhat exhilarating. After several breaths, Li Gang gasped for air, his face flushed. Less, bang. As Li Gang collapsed to the ground, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. "So, the old man enjoys drinking, does he?" In the plantation, Han Fei entered with a jug of 20 pounds of wine, where the old man was still basking in the sun. With a pop, Han Fei lifted the lid, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. The old man, who had been lazily sunbathing, sprang to his feet, squinting at Han Fei. "Is that wine?" Han Fei grinned. "Old man, I brought this especially for you. Care to try?" The old man quickly grabbed the wine jar, inhaling deeply, and suddenly became animated. "Good wine." Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and took a hearty swig. Han Fei's eyebrows jumped at the old man's wildness. "Ha! Exceptional wine. Where did you procure this?" At that moment, the old man was a different person, his face bright with anticipation as he gazed at Han Fei. Han Fei replied, "You need not concern yourself with where it came from. Suffice it to say, I am the only one in Tianshui village who possesses it." The old man chuckled. "Not just Tianshui village. Such fine wine is rare even in the city." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The old man was certainly no ordinary figure. According to He Xiaoyu, Even the village chief had only been to the town. The city was a place few from Tianshui village ever visited. With a flush on his cheeks, the old man took another hearty drink before saying, "Speak, young lad. What do you wish to obtain from here?" Han Fei replied, "I would like to trade this wine for spices." The old man nodded. "This is indeed a rare brew. Its potency is unparalleled in my lifetime, deserving of being called a treasure. In that case, I will exchange it for 100 pounds. Han Fei felt pleasantly surprised. Just yesterday, a single large strawberry had cost him a mid-grade pearl, and now it was a straightforward 100 pounds? All right. Han Fei immediately produced a large bag from behind him and headed towards the red peppers and garlic, eagerly stuffing his bag with the two items. The old man remarked, "Young lad, these two are not particularly palatable. One is so spicy it could ignite a fire, the other has a rather pungent scent. However, the red fruit is delightful, sweet and sour, with exceptional flavor." Ignoring the old man's comments, Han Fei looked up and inquired, "Grandpa, do you have any ginger?" "Ginger? Yes. The kind that grows underground and comes out in yellow chunks." The old man understood. "You mean yellow balls? Aren't they over there?" Han Fei merely observed the elderly man pointing at the potato, promptly shaking his head and stating, "It must be flatter still." The old man gazed at Han Fei in surprise. "Are you referring to the numb-tongue root? That is not palatable. It numbs the tongue upon consumption. And I did not dig it up from the ground. But how do you know of the numb-tongue root?" Han Fei smiled broadly and replied, "You need not concern yourself with that. When I have prepared it, I shall bring it to you for tasting." The old man squinted his eyes. "Are you intending to concoct a potion? That may be quite difficult. These are merely the most inferior spiritual flowers and fruits, which hold little efficacy for the human body. Even if one could refine a pill, its effects would scarcely be commendable." Han Fei responded, "You shall see in due time." Before they even reached home, Han Fei called out, "Zhangzi, go rent a stall. We shall prepare some barbecue." Chapter 42. The world's most delicious delicacies at the heart of the bustling marketplace. Han Fei expended 10 medium-quality pearls to secure a stall. Underscoring the exorbitant value of this prime location, a sign had been erected, captivating a throng of onlookers. Some scoffed, "What audacity, claiming to be the best in the world. Is this mere boasting?" Other vendors sneered, "Have you ever traveled the world to make such a proclamation?" Curiosity piqued. One asked, "What exactly are you offering here?" Standing proudly before a barbecue grill, Han Fei proclaimed, "Today, we proudly inaugurate the stall of the world's most delicious barbecue. For today only, everything is half price. I guarantee that you will be so enamored with our offerings that you will return time and again." "What is this barbecue?" a passerby queried, intrigued. Han Fei replied, "Patience. My friends, I will prepare a few samples for you to taste, and if they do not delight your palate, you shall pay nothing." "Is that true, young lad? You have the authority to make such a promise?" came the incredulous response. "If it's not delectable, you want to charge us?" Han Fei affirmed, "Indeed. I stand by my word." "Junzi, ignite the fire." With a cheerful demeanor, Han Fei began to work, ensuring that all seafood he handled was devoid of spiritual essence, meaning that all his barbecued creations lacked any inherent vitality. As he brandished a vibrant red chili pepper, he called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, you may find this hard to believe, but this is a red tear fruit, a type of spiritual fruit. Do you know how much one piece costs? 1 medium-quality pearl." Gasps erupted from the crowd. "You purchased this spiritual fruit for just 1 pearl, and you intend to use it as a snack?" Doubts surfaced. "This is absurd. Such an extravagant item for food. What price would you charge?" Han Fei replied, "With just 1 spiritual fruit, I can prepare dozens of servings. It is not costly at all. Our prices are fair, and I assure you, they are clearly displayed on this board." When he unveiled the price list, a wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. "Young lad, are you trying to swindle us? 10 low-quality pearls for a pound of small white fish? This is an outrageous markup. Indeed, your prices are scandalous. 20 low-quality pearls for a giant clam? The increase is beyond comprehension. I shall only sample what is free, and then I will leave. Were it not for the claim of being the best, I would not even pause here." Many voices in the crowd echoed their disdain, while the gang stood by, drenched in sweat. When he first glimpsed the price list, he too had been taken aback. He couldn't fathom anyone willing to pay such exorbitant costs. Yet Han Fei continued, holding up ginger and garlic, declaring, "Whether it is worth it depends on your perspective. Even a humble small white fish, when combined with 3 types of spiritual fruits, can it still be deemed ordinary? Alongside these fruits, I also incorporate premium fish oil and just the right amount of salt. Just be sure not to linger too long after tasting." Skepticism arose. How can we be certain these spiritual fruits are authentic? We have never seen one. How can we trust your word? Han Fei responded confidently, you may visit the southern orchards to verify for yourselves. All our spiritual fruits are guaranteed genuine. And should there be any deception, we promise tenfold compensation. Is that so? Can you truly make such a claim? You seem quite sincere, murmured the crowd, now intrigued. Isn't that the useless Han Fei? Someone exclaimed. At that moment, Han Fei was liberally applying fish oil, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Does fish oil not come at a steep price? It takes numerous fish to extract even a pound of oil. They lamented, observing Han Fei's extravagant use. Among them, Li Gang had already minced the chili and garlic, preparing for their use. As Han Fei spread the garlic paste over the barbecue, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness! What an aroma! Is this the power of spiritual fruits? One exclaimed, I have heard that spiritual fruits emit such enchanting fragrances that they can ensnare passers-by, making them unable to resist. At that moment, even Han Fei found himself salivating in anticipation. When the chili paste was brushed over the barbecue, the scent intensified. Han Fei shouted, ladies and gentlemen, it will be just a few moments longer. The first batch of barbecue will be ready shortly, and the first tasting is complimentary. No need to fight for it. If you find it delicious, do support our little shop. Today only, everything is half price. 2 minutes later, Han Fei bellowed, all right, Junzi, prepare the next batch. A throng gathered, all eyes fixed on the barbecue in Han Fei's hands. He deftly sliced the barbecued items into hundreds of portions before declaring, come, come. No need to push. Everyone may have a taste. I'm next. Let me through. Step aside. I was here first. Everyone, calm down. I'll help you all taste it. Li Gang was taken aback by the fervor of the crowd. Is everyone really this enthusiastic? Surely it's simply to experience the spiritual fruits. Who would genuinely pay for such expensive food? One young man, standing at the forefront, was among the first to receive a sample. He held a piece of clam meat, glistening with a golden hue, adorned with 3 varieties of spiritual fruits, exuding an exquisite fragrance. As he tasted the clam, he was utterly astounded. Oh, divine! How can something be so delicious? This is clam meat. How can it be so delectable? The young man was left speechless, his vocabulary insufficient to convey his delight. Not just him, but everyone who sampled the delicacies was awestruck. The flavors burst forth, rich and fragrant, the slight spiciness completely masking any fishy essence, leaving a lingering sweetness that awakened every taste bud. Delicious. Absolutely divine. I have never tasted anything like this. Oh, this must be the ambrosia of the gods, somehow gracing our mortal realm. As more people finished their samples, their mouths watering, they were transfixed by the sight of new barbecues sizzling on the grill, unwilling to depart. Fishermen who had initially intended to cast their lines found themselves captivated, refusing to budge. Those who had not yet tasted craned their necks, eager to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma. Han Fei observed the crowd, urging, please, everyone, step back and allow others to pass. From this moment forward, tastings are no longer free. However, everything is half price, so act quickly. I would like a pound of large yellow fish. I'll take 5 pounds of small white fish. I want a whole giant clam. One individual turned to another and remarked, weren't you just saying you would only sample the free offerings? The man retorted, one must uphold principles. How can one consume without paying? I intend to support this young lad's venture. As the crowd surged forward, Li Gang stood in shock. Just moments ago, they had declared their reluctance to buy, yet now they were clamoring for more. Li Gang felt his own mouth watering, the tantalizing aroma indeed promising a delightful experience. Given the current situation, even if prices soared to outrageous heights, people were still eager to purchase. It was astonishing. He never imagined anyone would spend 20 low-quality pearls on a giant clam. Such extravagance was unprecedented. With Han Fei's barbecues drawing attention, the throngs of people began to gravitate towards the stall, unable to resist the allure of such tantalizing offerings. As someone arrived at the market entrance, they were immediately enveloped by an alluring aroma. Even those who were on the verge of setting sail found themselves compelled to investigate the source of this captivating scent. Zhang Han, who had been leisurely enjoying some sunflower seeds in his shop, was suddenly drawn by the fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He promptly discarded the seeds, exclaiming inwardly how delightful the smell was. Could it be that someone was preparing something delicious? Even the aloof Sister Qin, known for her icy demeanor, furrowed her brow at the inexplicable allure emanating from the market, unable to suppress a gulp. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd as someone shouted, make way, make way. Why are you all crowding together? Are we no longer paying the fish tax? Chapter 43. The tempting aroma. Zhang Han pushed through the crowd, his curiosity piqued by an irresistible fragrance wafting through the air. As the throng began to disperse, he caught sight of the words "the best delicacies under heaven" emblazoned before him. There stood Han Fei at the barbecue stall, diligently brushing fish oil onto the grill, his expression one of utmost seriousness, with Li Gang, who had previously been defeated by Han Fei, assisting him. Zhang Han opened his mouth, sensing something amiss. Why are you here running a stall instead of fishing? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the fishing trial in a few days? Have you already given up? In that moment, Zhang Han's gaze fell upon a shocking price list. Small white fish, 1 for 10 inferior pearls. Large sea clams, 1 for 20 inferior pearls. He gasped, realizing that he had previously thought his own prices were steep, charging only a few sea coins, or at most 1 or 2 inferior pearls. Now, it seemed he was a paragon of virtue compared to the exorbitant prices before him. The sea clams were marked up hundreds of times. Yet a multitude of eager buyers clamored for them. Hey kid, I'll take a sea clam. Hey, I want 10 large prawns. Little boss, I need 2 sea snails. Zhang Han was astonished. This was sheer profiteering. Han Fei had already spotted Zhang Han, and upon seeing him approach, asked, Manager Zhang, what would you like? Today. Everything is half price, an opportunity not to be missed. Zhang Han inhaled sharply. You're charging 10 inferior pearls for a small white fish? Han Fei replied, today. It's only 5 pearls. Zhang Han was incredulous. 5 pearls? Do you think that's reasonable? 5 inferior pearls equate to 500 sea coins. Enough to purchase dozens of small white fish. Han Fei, unfazed, handed Zhang Han 3 large prawns. Zhang Han accepted them, mesmerized by the golden flesh and the enticing powder sprinkled atop. As he took a bite, he was utterly bewildered. How can something be so delicious? In an unexpected turn, Zhang Han asked, have you paid the stall management fee? Not only Han Fei, but many others gazed at Zhang Han in astonishment. At a moment like this, you're concerned about such trivial matters? Shouldn't you be savoring this exquisite flavor? Han Fei chuckled and tapped his price board, revealing that a large prawn cost 1 inferior pearl. Zhang Han nearly jumped in shock. So I just consumed an inferior pearl in 1 bite? Zhang Han confronted Han Fei. Why is this so expensive? Li Gang, who had never seen eye to eye with Zhang Han, arrogantly interjected, what do you know? The 3 types of spirit fruits used as ingredients justify the price. What were you expecting? What? Zhang Han nearly dropped the large prawn in disbelief. Spirit fruits used as spices? Has Han Fei lost his mind? However, upon seeing the red chili peppers, he felt a wave of relief, only to be left speechless. You can't possibly mean the spirit fruits from that old man at the plantation, right? Zhang Han was well acquainted with the plantation. He had visited and even purchased spirit fruits there, 1 medium pearl for each fruit. While delicious, they were hardly useful. The spiritual energy they provided was less than that of a large yellow fish. Han Fei explained, spirit fruits come in many varieties. Some aid in breakthroughs. Others assist in cultivation, and some are naturally aromatic, bringing joy to those who consume them. Zhang Han scowled. Joy? What nonsense. Manager Zhang, do you want anything else? Han Fei inquired. Zhang Han remained silent, snorted in disdain, and left, his mind racing. Ever since Han Fei became a disciple of an angel, he had changed. His demeanor completely transformed. Had he been subtly altered by the angel as well? If so, Han Fei was now someone not to be trifled with. In the span of a single day, Han Fei busied himself to the point of exhaustion, processing nearly 800 seafood items. Remarkably, he had barely used half of his materials, yet had amassed over 5,000 inferior pearls in revenue, equivalent to 50 medium pearls. Li Gang was overjoyed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Joining the Tiger Head Gang was merely to secure a better life for Xiaohong. But he had never anticipated earning such wealth, 50 medium pearls. A common person could not even dream of accumulating such riches without decades of toil. Suddenly, Han Fei called out, Gongzi, take over. I'm utterly exhausted. Li Gang was taken aback. He was being asked to work? I can't possibly do that. Han Fei glared. Do you want to kill me? Hurry up and take over. With that, Han Fei relinquished his duties and sat down to rest, surrounded by barrels of small white fish, large yellow fish, prawns, and sea snails, feeling the spiritual energy surge within him. In just 1 day, he had absorbed nearly 4,000 points of spiritual energy, bringing his total to over 5,000 when combined with his reserves. The best part was that he had not incurred a loss. He had only spent a small amount on 100 pounds of fish head liquor, costing him only 5 or 6 medium pearls. Having observed so much, Li Gang had learned the ropes. The process was straightforward: brush fish oil, slather on chili sauce, and sprinkle garlic. It couldn't be simpler. After a brief rest, Han Fei asked, Gongzi, what about your former subordinates? Li Gang hesitated. His lackeys had long since met their demise. They're probably fish waste by now. Han Fei pressed. Do you have any other subordinates? Li Gang replied, none. There aren't many ruffians in the village, and I can't manage the others. They belong to the gang. Han Fei continued, what is Xiao Hong doing at home? Li Gang's expression shifted, his tone suddenly serious. Young master, Xiao Hong is my lifeline. Han Fei interjected. What are you thinking? I meant, can you ask Xiao Hong to come help at our barbecue stall? I'll share 10% of the profits with you. Li Gang was taken aback. Young master, really? This was entirely unexpected. After being ousted from the Tiger Head gang, he had begun to contemplate retirement, fearing for his life. Yet, he never imagined Han Fei would assist him, not only healing his wounds but also offering a share of the barbecue stall's profits. Li Gang repeated, Young master, is this true? Han Fei affirmed, would I deceive you? I'm above such petty sums. Li Gang's face lit up with joy. Even if it was just a 10% share, based on today's sales, it could amount to 5 medium pearls, and that was with the half-price discount. Without it, the profits could double. This was far more than he ever earned with the Tiger Head gang. Han Fei periodically handed Li Gang a fish or a skewer of prawns. Each time, they were practically cold, having had their spiritual energy drained. Han Fei reveled in the process. As night fell and the stall prepared to close, Wang Jie and He Mingeng arrived. Upon seeing Han Fei, Wang Jie's eyes flared with anger. Han Fei, what are you doing? Have you stooped to the level of a lowly fisherman? With the fishing trial approaching, you should be focusing on your cultivation, not running a stall. Li Gang retorted. Wang Jie, you can't say that. My young master is a person of great talent. The fishing trial is trivial compared to him. Be quiet. Wang Jie snapped, his face darkening. Han Fei, speak for yourself. Han Fei replied earnestly, Master, as cultivators, our foundations are weak. Now is the time to solidify them. Only with sufficient wealth can we support our cultivation needs. Speak plainly. Han Fei continued, I feel a breakthrough coming. I need to earn some money to purchase auxiliary spiritual liquid. Wang Jie scoffed, how much can you earn from running a stall? I heard my student had started a stall, but I didn't believe it until now. Han Fei, teacher, this is quite lucrative. I've already earned 50 mid-grade pearls. Wang Jie, silence. Are 50 mid-grade pearls something to boast about? Wait a moment, did you say how many mid-grade pearls? Han Fei, 50. He Mingeng, Han Fei, do you think mid-grade pearls are like croakers? 50 of them. Li Gang tossed a box of low-grade pearls aside, pushing it slightly. Everyone says my young master is impressive. This box is nearly overflowing. Wang Jie, He Mingeng. Only then did Wang Jie and He Mingeng notice the price Han Fei was charging for his barbecue. Gasped, both inhaled sharply. Wang Jie, this, so expensive, someone buys it? Li Gang, are they paying? Han Fei was speechless. How could they be so lacking in perception? Would I take money from my teacher? A moment later, Han Fei noticed that Wang Jie and He Mingtong's saliva seemed about to drip, the rich aroma truly stunning them both. When Wang Jie learned that Han Fei had added 3 kinds of spiritual fruit to his grilled clam, he was rendered speechless. Are you a nouveau riche? But after a bite of a large shrimp, Wang Jie fell silent. He Mingeng, Han Fei, could you prepare a few more large shrimp? I want to take some to He Xiaoyu. I'll take a bit of everything as well. A clear female voice suddenly chimed in. Chapter 44. The gentle flow of water. Sister Qin Qin, originally named Jiang Qin, has been working at the airport for 3 years. Each day, she appears punctually at her post, only leaving once everyone else has settled down for the night. No one knows Jiang Qin's background, nor do they show much interest as to them. She is merely a civil servant. However, Han Fei remains oblivious to all of this. He only knows that this young woman leaves a positive impression on him. Although her demeanor is somewhat aloof, she always offers him a few words of concern whenever they set sail. Ah, Sister Qin Qin is here, Han Fei exclaimed. Just a moment. Gongzi, let's add some dishes. Wang Jie, noticing Han Fei's gains, realized he could no longer reprimand the boy and pulled Han Fei aside. Why are you associating with Li Gang? That kind of ruffian is not worth your time. Teacher, Han Fei replied. Gongzi has already been ousted by the Tiger Head gang and is now begging on the streets. How could I ignore him? So, I decided to take him under my wing. With a knowing look, Wang Jie warned, while cultivation requires resources, you must not become overly reliant on them. There are only 7 days left until the fishing trial. Take care of yourself. After Wang Jie and He Mingeng departed, Li Gang was busy packing for Jiang Qin. She took a bite of a large shrimp, her eyes lighting up as she quickly devoured it. Turning to Han Fei, she asked, "Shall we take a walk?" Taken aback, Han Fei turned to Li Gang, saying, "Gongzi, you handle the stall. Take this bag of low-grade pearls with you and prepare the materials for tomorrow and exchange them for medium-grade pearls." I have to deal with this?" Li Gang asked. Bewildered. "Of course," Han Fei replied. "Carrying that bag around is cumbersome, isn't it?" Li Gang was dumbfounded. "What do you mean cumbersome? That's money." Jiang Qin observed everything silently. Once they exited the market, she remarked, "There are no small fish tides in the sea, right?" Han Fei, unable to admit the truth, replied, "Of course not. I was attacked by small fish tides twice, and even my fishing boat was damaged." Jiang Qin dismissed his words, saying, "Then you should compensate for the boat." Han Fei? Jiang Qin continued, "Forget it. Everyone has their secrets. Just keep yours safe. By the way, how did you manage to obtain those spiritual fruits from the plantation?" Han Fei answered nonchalantly, "Oh, I just got the old man to drink some wine, and he gave them to me." Jiang Qin merely acknowledged this with a faint sound, leaving Han Fei uncertain of her belief. Nevertheless, she shifted the topic, looking at him intently. "I heard you had 4 years of unfruitful cultivation, yet recently you've been progressing quite rapidly, nearing the pinnacle of level 6. What level is your spiritual vein?" Startled, Han Fei sensed that this girl was no ordinary person. It felt as though she could see right through him. "It's a low-grade 2nd level," he confessed. Jiang Qin frowned slightly, saying, "It's not good for a child to lie, even if you're trying to hide your talents. It depends on whom you're hiding from." "Sister Qin, I truly am at a low-grade 2nd level," Han Fei insisted. "Actually, during the school assessment, I was a high-grade 1st level, but after some fortunate encounters, I advanced to 2nd grade." He felt no need to conceal this, as the results of the school assessment were public. However, if she insisted on testing him again, it would be difficult to explain. Jiang Qin suddenly turned her head. "A growing spiritual vein?" Han Fei quickly interjected, "I consumed a spiritual fruit that my brother left for me." He could not tell if Jiang Qin believed him. "But about 10 minutes later," she said, "prepare well for the fishing trial. The higher your rank, the better it will be if you wish to continue obtaining spiritual fruits from the plantation." Han Fei replied, "Hey." After saying this, Jiang Qin walked away, leaving Han Fei puzzled by the vague meaning of her words. The following day, at the renowned barbecue stall, Han Fei finally encountered the girl Li Gang had been obsessively thinking about, Xiao Hong. "Xiao Hong, this is the young master. He is not an ordinary person," Li Gang announced. Han Fei maintained a demeanor of refinement, nodding slightly, although this was rather inconsistent with his 12 years of age. Internally, however, he was grimacing, thinking he had expected Xiao Hong to be more attractive. Li Gang was overly concerned about her running away, as if everyone shared his peculiar taste for plump women. Li Gang must weigh at least 170 to 180 pounds, yet Xiao Hong showed no fear of him. In fact, Han Fei sensed that Li Gang might even struggle against her, indicating that he likely acted tough outside, but was under strict control at home. After assigning the barbecue task to Li Gang and Xiao Hong, Han Fei found himself with nothing to do. He set up a small stool behind the barbecue stall to hand seafood to Li Gang, and everything that passed through his hands ended up dead. Today, the stall's earnings were half of yesterday's. The previous day had seen half-price offerings, which people could bear. But with prices back to normal, ordinary fishermen found it hard to afford. Fortunately, many curious customers still arrived, and Li Gang explained the situation to each one as they came. As the sun began to set, Han Fei's spiritual energy had already exceeded 10,000. Yet he remained unperturbed, steady as a rock, saving it for when it would be needed. "Young master," Li Gang said, "we're running low on spiritual fruits. At this rate, we'll run out by tomorrow afternoon." Just then, a vendor nearby overheard Han Fei's mention of needing spiritual fruits and approached eagerly. "Young man, are those spiritual fruits easy to come by? Could you help an uncle out?" With an honest smile, Han Fei replied, "Uncle, it's 1 medium-grade pearl per fruit. Don't let the bustling business of my top-notch barbecue stall fool you. The profits are meager. I can't even dare to procure supplies from the plantation without 100 medium-grade pearls." The vendor, upon hearing the figure of 100 medium-grade pearls, started counting on his fingers. "Forget it, I can't afford that. Who could possibly pay such a sum?" 100 medium-grade pearls equated to a single high-grade pearl. In the entire Tianshui village, who could possess several high-grade pearls? No one could match Han Fei's wealth. After dismissing the vendor, Han Fei carried 20 pounds of strong liquor and a pack of barbecue to the plantation. Upon arrival, He was taken aback to see the old man with a platter of freshly dug peanuts paired with a bit of liquor. Han Fei was speechless. Had the old man stumbled upon such a classic combination all by himself? Peanuts and liquor, one sip only made him crave more. He himself had indulged in this many times before, especially during his sea outings. Young lad, what is that delightful aroma? The old man remarked. Han Fei cheerfully approached, carrying the barbecue and liquor. Old sir, I've said it before. I want to take anything from you without offering something in return. This is barbecue. Why not have a taste? The old man examined the offerings. Ordinary little white fish and sea clams. Suddenly, his expression changed. You dare use these spiritual fruits with such coarse ingredients? Yet the aroma is remarkably appealing. I wonder how it tastes. After devouring a clam, the old man's face transformed dramatically, his expression rich and varied, making Han Fei chuckle. Is this the bite-song fruit? The old man was incredulous. Bite-song fruit, notoriously unpalatable, had now become a culinary delight. Han Fei pointed to the garlic paste. Crushed and grilled. It's quite delightful. I assenti it. How is the flavor? After consuming nearly half a clam, the old man scrutinized Han Fei. Boy, did you prepare this? Han Fei replied, there are no useless things in this world. It's merely that people do not know how to utilize them. The old man took a swig of liquor, his gaze toward Han Fei shifting significantly. Young lad, you mentioned wanting to help me manage the plantation? Han Fei inquired. Is that acceptable? Yes, but you must provide the liquor and barbecue, the old man stipulated. Han Fei, of course. Han Fei grinned and said, all right, then I shall come to tend to your garden after my fishing trial. However, the spiritual fruits I acquired from you the other day have indeed been consumed. The old man waved his hand dismissively and replied, take as you will. But remember, each time must not exceed 100 pounds. A steady stream is essential. Just as Han Fei departed, a woman appeared outside the house. So you have readily agreed, gluttonous grandfather? The old man responded, this lad is quite remarkable. The woman chuckled. If Han Fei were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For this was none other than Zhang Qin. Chapter 45, Refining the Worldly Gang. Young master, the fishing trial is tomorrow. Are you truly not going to practice? Han Fei was gently stroking a small white fish when he heard this and nodded. Indeed, it is time to devote myself to training. Li Gang. Once an obscure figure, Han Fei had transformed into a public persona since he activated his special abilities. This newfound fame had temporarily quelled any ulterior motives harbored by those who once coveted him. In the cave, Han Fei resumed his practice of the 108 body refinement techniques. Despite the significant enhancement of his innate physical qualities, he was still drenched in sweat after completing the first set of 108 postures, resembling a shrimp that had been steamed. For Han Fei, breaking through to the 7th level of fisherman posed no challenge. It merely required an ample supply of spiritual energy. However, without advancing. Further training in the 108 body refinement techniques would not increase his energy cap, hence he decided it was time to level up. At this moment, Han Fei cast a glance at his status. Master, Han Fei level 6, mid-tier fisherman, spiritual energy 48. 201, 249, spiritual veins, low-grade level 2, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff main skill, void fishing technique, first volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine item. Upon seeing this data, Han Fei could hardly contain his joy. Had the prices at the top-rated barbecue stall not been exorbitantly high, ordinary individuals would find it difficult to indulge even once. His spiritual energy reserves would surely be even greater. Han Fei sat cross-legged and took a deep breath. Breakthrough. In an instant, a blue light emanated from him, and a torrent of spiritual energy seemed to materialize out of thin air, swirling around his body. Yet this time, the gourd did not consume the energy. Perhaps it found these ordinary energies unworthy. Han Fei felt his bones tremble and his body swell slightly, as if filled with power, while vast amounts of spiritual energy surged through him. Crack! Han Fei ascended directly into the ranks of high-tier 7th-level fishermen. However, he did not cease. While others required more spiritual energy to cultivate their bodies at this level, Han Fei was not lacking in energy. The stored energy continued to pour out, perpetually cleansing his muscles, blood, and internal organs. It was not until his meridians began to swell and heat to an unbearable degree that Han Fei finally halted his training. Exhaling deeply, he opened his eyes and rose. A series of cracking sounds emanated from within him as his bones shifted, and he felt an unparalleled sense of vitality. If he could have easily knocked Li Gang unconscious at the peak of level 6, now he could achieve the same with a mere flick of his wrist. Master, Han Fei level 7, upper tier fisherman, spiritual energy, 36. 008, 279, spiritual veins. Low grade level 2, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff, main skill, void fishing technique, first volume hook kiss technique, common grade divine item. Seeing that his spiritual energy had diminished by over 12,000 points, Han Fei was astonished. Did others require such a vast amount of energy to break through? If that were the case, their reserves must be scarcely 200 points. Expending 12,000 points would surely leave them as mere husks. However, Han Fei did not consider that each level required immense dedication and training to reach its pinnacle, while he had bypassed that phase and arrived directly at the summit. Poised to face the next hurdle. The night was still deep, and Han Fei pondered whether it was necessary to upgrade his spiritual veins, given that it required only 10,000 points. Yet after some contemplation, he chose to forego it. He had already attracted enough attention. Having just boasted to Jiang Qin about elevating his spiritual veins from low-grade level 1 to low-grade level 2, he feared that advancing to mid-grade level 3 might invite complications. Nevertheless, he was finally ready to explore the nature of the refining the world. Han Fei opened his palm and, with a thought, summoned the gourd into his grasp. A mere 5,000 points of spiritual energy were inconsequential to him now. Activate. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the world spin, darkness enveloping him. When the light returned, he found himself in a circular space with a radius of 3 square units. Beneath him lay moist soil, and around him was boundless darkness. An abyss so profound that nothing could be discerned. Stunned, Han Fei wondered, what is this place? Cautiously, he prodded the black boundary with his finger. But an unseen force seemed to thwart his efforts, akin to an invisible barrier. A thought crossed his mind. Is this the refining the world? Could it be that this is within the gourd? Recalling the gourd from Journey to the West, which could even ensnare Sun Wukong, Han Fei pondered whether his own gourd possessed similar abilities. Was this not akin to the legendary spatial rings? As this notion formed, he noticed a surge of spiritual energy entering, causing the surrounding darkness to recede slightly, expanding the area to approximately 4 square units. Remarkable. Spiritual energy can indeed enlarge this territory. He decided against further expansion, concerned it might deplete his energy reserves. But how to exit? Han Fei attempted to focus his thoughts. And, indeed, he reappeared at his original location. Checking his data, he found his spiritual energy had dwindled to 30,008 points, indicating he had expended a total of 6,000 points. 5,000 to unlock the refining the world, and an additional 1,000 to enlarge the space. He experimented with bringing items inside, and as anticipated, with a mere thought, he was successful. After several repetitions, he filled the refining the world with everything he could. However, when he attempted to bring in a sea clam, he encountered a slight resistance. Was it because the clam was a living creature? Ultimately, he managed to bring it inside as well. Uncertain of the limits of the refining the world, he dared not test the boundaries by attempting to pull a person in, fearing it would expose his secret. Yet, the ability to bring living beings within already indicated its potential. Han Fei spent the night engrossed in his studies until dawn broke. Today was the day of the fishing trial, with thousands of students participating. Han Fei brimmed with confidence, for he had already reached the 7th level of fisherman. Had he not feared being perceived as too monstrous, reaching the 8th level would have posed no challenge. At the school, everyone arrived early. Some engaged in light-hearted banter, while others appeared exceedingly tense. Yet Han Fei understood that the laughter merely masked their anxiety. He Xiaoyu spotted Han Fei and winked at him. Upon seeing her, Han Fei sensed something was amiss and exclaimed, "You broke through?" He Xiaoyu replied in astonishment, "Did you notice?" Han Fei remarked, "I saw your exuberance. You seem in high spirits, so I surmised you must have advanced." He Xiaoyu beamed, "Haha. I broke through the day after my father kept me locked at home. I've been consolidating my cultivation these past few days. This trial, I intend to aim for the top 100. Han Fei encouraged, "Then give it your all." Noticing He Xiaoyu's eagerness, he realized she had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Han Fei added, "Of course, you can have as many as you want." He Xiaoyu inquired, "How about 10 sea coins for a large sea clam?" Han Fei was taken aback and scowled at her. "Try purchasing a large sea clam on the street for 10 sea coins. You might not even be able to afford it." He Xiaoyu retorted, "You said I could have it at any price." After pondering, Han Fei conceded. After all, aside from Tango, He Xiaoyu appeared to be his only remaining friend. Thus, he waved his hand lazily and said, "Forget the Tensi coins. If you want to eat, go ahead and take it for free. Take as much as you want. Just don't waste any." "Really? Attention, everyone." At that moment, the principal bellowed to the entire assembly. "Dear students, you must understand the significance of the fishing trial. However, do not feel pressured. Simply give your utmost effort. Remember, life is of paramount importance. Now, let us embark." Chapter 46. The trials begin on this day. The boats of Tianshui village set sail from the floating island, blotting out the sky and sun. Not only were students aboard, but countless parents also came to see them off in fishing boats. Some were tearful. The fishing trial was a life-and-death test, and in the pursuit of rankings, all students, regardless of their abilities, exerted themselves to the utmost. Yet, the more fervently they competed, the greater the danger. Even with all the teachers from the 4 schools of Tianshui village on duty, the entire inspection team mobilized, and the enforcers from the port present, casualties were still inevitable. Historically, the best survival rates recorded were 1 in 10 dead, 3 in 10 injured, and 6 in 10 surviving. This was the highest survival rate to date. On the sea, a dense mass of fishing boats gathered, with all 12-year-old children from Tianshui village present. The village chief piloted a boat and called out, "The rules for this assessment remain unchanged. We will employ a points system. Points will be awarded based on the quality of the fish caught. The top 1,000 participants may qualify for the awakening of their innate abilities. However, remember to act within your capabilities. Do not overexert yourselves." Everyone listened attentively with no signs of impatience. Outside the assessment area, countless parents shouted, "Son, your life is paramount. Heed the village chief's advice and do not be reckless." One voice cried out, "Daughter, it's all right if you don't pass the trial. There will be other opportunities for natural awakening." Another reminded, "Children, if you encounter competition and cannot match their strength, do not fight back." A voice boomed, "Be cautious of the other boats." Han Fei searched for Tengu amidst the throng of boats, but with so many vessels, it was nearly impossible to find him. Yet, He Xiaoyu was not far away, currently motivating herself. The village chief commanded, "Attention everyone. The fishing time is set for 6 hours. Anyone rescued by inspection personnel, regardless of the reason, will automatically be deemed to have ended their trial." The assessment would commence shortly. The sea breeze was gentle, and the morning sun cast a golden hue upon the surface of the water, where several black dots appeared in the azure sky. As they drew nearer, people could see several boats approaching. Someone pointed to the other side. "Look over there. It's the Wang family's boat. This year, only Wang Baiyu from the Wang family is participating. They say he is a promising candidate for the armored soldier." Many were unfamiliar with the term armored soldier, appearing bewildered, yet it sounded impressive. "Over there is the strongest prodigy from the Western school. This year's only level 4 spirit vein, Xiao Wushuang." And there was Xiang Nan from the northern campus, who had reportedly succeeded in reaching level 8 fisher just 2 days ago. Han Fei was at a loss. It seemed they were expected to gather at school and join the main group, while these individuals were allowed to arrive late to flaunt their prowess. But as this thought crossed his mind, all gazes turned to the east, where figures appeared to walk upon the air. It looked as though 2 people emerged from the sun, bathed in golden light. Silence fell over the crowd. The prodigy had arrived. The newcomers were none other than Tengu, who had been taken away by Feng Zhe for several days. No one dared to claim this was unfair. A level 7 spirit vein could hardly be deemed a matter of fairness. The first place in this fishing trial had already been tacitly accepted to belong to Tengu. Who else could possibly contend for it? Feng Zhe maintained a detached demeanor as he waved his hand. And a luxurious white fishing boat appeared on the surface of the sea, starkly contrasting with the multitude of boats nearby. Feng Zhe declared, "Do not take this fishing trial to heart. Regardless of the outcome, first place is undoubtedly yours. After this innate awakening, you shall bid farewell to this small place." At that moment, the village chief approached Feng Zhe respectfully. "Great angel, when shall we begin?" Feng Zhe replied, "Isn't it already scheduled? Let us proceed as planned." After surveying the scene, he added nonchalantly, "I shall grant a spirit gathering technique to the top 3 in this trial. Everyone, strive hard." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Although many were unfamiliar with the spirit gathering technique, they recognized it as a prize bestowed by an angel. Even those who had never heard of it knew it must be something extraordinary. As soon as Feng Zhe's words left his lips, many eyes sparkled with ambition. Wang Baiyu's expression became fervent. The Wang family focused on the armored soldier path, and if he could acquire the spirit gathering technique, he might blend both practices. In time, he could become a figure of note even in the town. Liu's eyes gleamed with determination. The reason the Tiger Head Gang was overshadowed by the Wang family was the lack of a strong practitioner among the 5 major professions. If he could obtain the spirit-gathering technique, perhaps he could become a spirit-gatherer, rendering the Wang family no longer a threat. Han Fei felt indifferent, though he recalled the formidable armored soldier he had seen at the market. Yet, no matter how impressive, his own trump card was far superior. Moreover, he too could contend for the spirit-gathering technique. The village chief, elated, could hardly contain his joy. If the village produced a spirit-gatherer, it would be a significant achievement, potentially leading Tianshui village to greater strength. With a flushed face, he proclaimed, "Attention everyone, the assessment begins." With the chief's commanding voice, thousands of fishing boats dispersed, each choosing its fishing spots. Some, eager to seize every moment, began casting their lines without even adjusting their boats. Since this was a trial, there were no shared boats. Each participant had their own vessel, and their scores depended solely on their abilities. Han Fei remained unhurried, steering his boat towards Tang Ge. Likewise, Tang Ge was making his way towards him. Tang Ge laughed heartily. "Han Fei, have you broken through again?" Han Fei grinned. "Indeed, my progress is rapid. This fishing trial is no challenge at all." Tang Ge responded, "That's wonderful. I left something for you." Han Fei's expression turned serious. "Do not practice that Xian technique. I sense a significant flaw within it." Tang Ge paused in surprise. "Huh?" Han Fei insisted. "It doesn't matter how I know, just do not practice it." Tang Ge replied, "I haven't tea, but what about you? All right, let us hasten to choose our spots and begin fishing." Just then, Fang Zhe appeared, casting a casual glance at Han Fei before advising Tang Ge, "Do not fish together. If you accompany him, given your current strength and the commotion while fishing, he may not catch a single fish." Tang Ge looked awkwardly at Han Fei. Han Fei reassured him, "You go ahead. Your goal is the stars in the sea. Put in your best effort." Fang Zhe was taken aback, expecting Han Fei to plead for Tang Ji's assistance, yet he made no such request. "Stars and sea," he mused, "a fine aspiration indeed." Tang Ge replied, "But you?" Han Fei laughed heartily. "Do not worry, I will not be outdone. My journey is toward the endless seas, and I shall not fall behind you." Saying this, Han Fei maneuvered his boat away with a decisive air. Fang Zhe shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that this child was quite audacious. Aiming for the endless seas, did he even know what that entailed? Nonetheless, ignorance could be a form of courage, and with this child's spirit, he might one day become a master fisher. Han Fei was not in a hurry to fish. He understood that this sea was teeming with resources, and fish could be caught almost anywhere. He simply preferred to maintain his distance from others, primarily to prevent anyone from witnessing his extraordinary fishing prowess. He navigated 500 miles away, where only a few boats were visible in the distance, before coming to a stop. Unhurriedly, he retrieved his fishing rod and baited it with green worms. Since this fishing trial was based on the levels of fish found in ordinary fishing grounds, Han Fei's initial target was not fish worth less than 5 points. For instance, small white fish were worth only 1 point, large yellow fish 3 points, green armored fish 5 points, knife fish 7 points, tentacle shrimp 8 points, and snakebelt fish 9 points. Among these, certain rare catches were especially valuable. A large meat turtle was worth 20 points, the extremely rare spirit-sucking jellyfish 30 points, and some young iron-headed fish were worth 12 points. In addition to these ordinary fish species, it is said that this maritime region has been infiltrated by anglers seeking to capture the less formidable soul-eater fish and pearl fish, both worth 15 points. However, it is likely that very few possess the skill to catch such species. Their presence seems merely to heighten the challenge of the trial. A subtle smile graced Han Fei's lips as he plunged his fishing hook into the depths of the sea, 5 meters down. If he aimed to secure a place among the top 3, it would be prudent to commence his fishing endeavors in the deeper waters. Chapter 47. Deception. 5 meters below the surface lies the domain of knife fish and blue-scaled fish, with the possibility of snake belts at greater depths. However, snake belts, being fond of warmth, exhibit limited interest in plankton like green attractant worms, resulting in lower catch rates. This time, Han Fei spared no expense in utilizing spiritual energy, channeling it through the fishing rod, line, and hook, granting him complete control over the reactions surrounding the hook's landing point. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression shifted as he abruptly jerked the fishing rod backward and vigorously reeled it in, successfully hooking a knife fish. Simultaneously, his purple bamboo staff materialized in his hand, poised to strike as the knife fish breached the surface. With one hand gripping the rod, Han Fei nonchalantly brandished the purple bamboo staff. Playing the inferior fin blade embedded itself in the cabin cover, while Han Fei brought the staff down with a resounding thud, crushing the knife fish's head. With a casual kick, he deposited it into the fish hold, securing 7 points. In a mere hour, Han Fei encountered the patrol envoy 4 times. Each time, he feigned diligent effort, reverting to his relaxed demeanor once they departed. During this hour, he landed 13 knife fish and 8 blue-scaled fish, accumulating a total of 131 points. As the hour drew to a close, an announcement echoed from the sky. The village chief proclaimed, "The current leader in the fishing trial has amassed 241 points, while the 10th place contender holds 142 points. May you all persevere." Han Fei was utterly astonished, questioning the village chief's veracity. Despite his swift progress, he had only managed 131 points. Were the others veritable beasts, achieving such high scores? Even the 10th place contender surpassed his score. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wang Baiyu muttered, "Armored soldiers, exhaustive hook technique." A long hook emerged from a box beside him, plunging into the water and swiftly extracting a knife fish. As the knife fish's blade flashed, Wang Baiyu, without even glancing, uttered, "Soldier's shield." A shield crafted from a tortoise shell materialized before him, deflecting the inferior fin blade upon impact. On the other side, Li Hu, his face grim, questioned, "Who has already attained 242 points? Tengu, perhaps? I wonder how many points Wang Baiyu has accumulated, likely close to 200. Li Hu smirked coldly and commanded, "Tiger Fong, kill." From the depths, a monstrous fish, nearly 3 meters in length with a ferocious head, burst forth, ejecting a juvenile ironhead fish onto the boat. This was Li Hu's long-concealed secret. While everyone knew his father, Li Ju, possessed a tiger-head fish, none were aware of his own. Tengu, having broadened his horizons with Fong Zhe, had even ventured into the level 3 fishing grounds. He had witnessed countless exotic fish and various attack methods. Fong Zhe had imparted the most practical fishing techniques and fish-attracting strategies. Currently, Tang Ji's hands moved with an arcane grace, as if performing a mystical ritual. With each motion, a pillar of spiritual energy descended upon the sea, enticing fish to surface. Tang Gu effortlessly reeled them in. Were Wang Baiyu, Li Hu, or other instructors present, they would be astonished. Was this not the spirit-gathering technique? Tang Gu had mastered this technique, making fishing in ordinary fishing grounds as effortless as child's play. Beyond these prodigies, others faced greater challenges, often with bloodshed. A student from the South School, with only 40 points, was considered reasonably successful. However, his eagerness led him to cast his hook 6 meters below, resulting in a swift and fatal decapitation by a large blade that even the patrol envoy couldn't prevent. 6 students from the North School, gathered nearby, attempted to create a fish nest by scattering large quantities of green attractant worms. Instead, they attracted 3 tentacle shrimp, resulting in 3 being dragged into the sea. In the East School, a young woman who had previously ridiculed Han Fei met with extreme misfortune, hooking a ball fish. The unexpected appearance of the ball fish resulted in a barrage of 108 flying needles, leaving her riddled with holes. Such incidents unfolded in numerous locations, overwhelming the patrol instructors. As the fishing was not concentrated in one area, the injury rate was even higher. While many students sought points by targeting knife fish, not all could evade their blades. At least half fell victim to the swift attacks, and even those with weapons faced a 30 chance of injury. Another hour passed, and Han Fei's efficiency increased. The previous green attractant worm yielded 131 points. This time, he also vanquished a tentacle shrimp, landing 17 knife fish and 6 blue-scaled fish, bringing his total score to 289 points. Han Fei spat, wondering if he had secured a spot in the top 10. Without sufficient spiritual energy, he couldn't have caught so many. Fishermen below level 7 would likely be consuming spirit replenishment pills or meditating to recover. The village chief's voice echoed once more. The current leader in the fishing trial has amassed 482 points, while the 10th place contender holds 298 points. May you all persevere. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Were these individuals truly students? Their spiritual energy should have been depleted long ago. Han Fei hadn't considered that those at the top were the village's most gifted individuals, each possessing spirit replenishment pills. Of course, pills alone weren't enough. They each had their own techniques. He Xiaoyu remained calm, having accumulated 212 points. Her father had provided her with 3 spirit replenishment pills, expecting her to reach the top 100. However, he was unaware of Han Fei's spirit-stealing revelations, which had also earned He Xiaoyu 3 pills. Han Fei scowled. Fine, you've all forced my hand, haven't you? Stealing my spirit-gathering technique. Vying for my position as a spirit awakener, are you? Come, let Grandpa show you what I'm capable of. With a resolute heart, Han Fei initiated the void fishing technique, instantly causing his hand to ignite. Reacting swiftly, he plunged his hand into a nearby bucket of water. Had Feng Zhe been watching, his eyes would have widened in disbelief. Someone dared to forcefully draw spiritual energy into their body under the sun's gaze, risking instant combustion. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the area surged slightly, and Han Fei noticed a school of fish surfacing, accompanied by several blades. Han Fei immediately cast his hook, and as expected, a fish was hooked instantly, though it was a blue-scaled fish rather than a knife fish. Disregarding the flying rocks, he swiftly reeled it in and stunned it with a blow from his staff. As Han Fei's spiritual energy surged, Feng Zhe frowned, sensing a trace of solar essence. Was it merely an illusion? Two nearby patrol envoys, sensing the anomaly, rushed to investigate. They were astonished to witness Han Fei leaping into the air and smashing a tentacle shrimp's head. One of the patrol envoys boarded the boat, examining the catch. An East School student? All knife fish, a few blue-scaled fish, and even 2 tentacle shrimp. The other envoy, who had previously tallied the scores, noticed the increased number of knives on Han Fei's boat and shook his head, pulling the other envoy aside. Let's go. His name is Han Fei, Tang Ji's brother. The other envoy understood, realizing that geniuses naturally associated with each other. This level of strength was truly formidable. Han Fei ignored the 2 instructors, pausing briefly. Perhaps the boatload of knives was too conspicuous, revealing too much of his strength. Fine, I'll put the knives away. In the distance, Li Hu was taken aback, staring blankly at the large-headed tiger-head fish. A school of fish is gathering over there? The tiger-headed fish surprisingly emitted a sound akin to a cry. Li Hu inquired, is someone over there? And what of it? Let us go and seize him. Meanwhile, Wang Baiyu, with a spear in hand, was poised to launch it. However, a sudden stirring in his heart made him pause. Just moments ago, he felt a shift in his armor, prompting him to gaze into the distance. Was there something there? What could it be? Chapter 48. An unexpected predation. The act of academic dishonesty proved to be an unexpectedly gratifying endeavor. At that moment, Han Fei was brimming with elation. In a mere quarter of an hour, he had managed to secure 10 saber-toothed fish. Surely, this score was not to be scoffed at? Even Tang Ji's impressive score of nearly 500 did not surpass his by a significant margin. Alas, the earlier experiment had been rather impromptu. The frenzied shoal of fish had now dwindled in numbers. It seemed that another act of subterfuge would be required momentarily. Just as Han Fei was preparing to cast his line once more, he noticed a fishing vessel rapidly approaching from several hundred meters away. Who might this be? Instead of focusing on angling, why are they making a beeline for my location? If someone arrives, might I be prevented from engaging in my little deception? Han Fei's countenance darkened as he ceased his actions, observing the approaching vessel. As the ship drew nearer, Han Fei recognized the young master of the Tiger Head gang standing at its helm. He mused, what could this be? Is he seeking to establish a rapport with me? Perhaps his father still believes that I genuinely offended Tang Go. It wouldn't be unwelcome if he were to offer me some points as recompense. When Li Hu's vessel drew alongside, Han Fei did not impede its progress. Instead, he chuckled and murmured, very well, I shall not hold that matter against you. A mere 100 or 200 points will suffice. More than that would be ostentatious. Li Hu surveyed the waters beneath the ship, confirming the presence of swimming saber-toothed fish. He then cast a discerning gaze upon Han Fei's unsealed fish hold, which appeared to contain a considerable number of fish. His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Li Hu, I shall grant you a single opportunity. Voluntarily relinquish the fish within your hold to me, and I shall deign to offer you the chance to become my follower. Han Fei, pardon? Are you suggesting that I present you with my fish? Li Hu, precisely. Han Fei, and you claim that only after I have gifted you my fish will I be granted the privilege of following you? Li Hu retorted impatiently, affirmative. Han Fei was rendered speechless. Had this fellow lost his senses? Even his father had not resorted to violence against him. Was he attempting to rob him? Han Fei, pray tell, was your cranium acquainted with an ironhead fish during your formative years? Li Hu appeared momentarily bewildered before seemingly comprehending the implication. He responded icily. You possess an audacity that is quite remarkable. Han Fei, exasperated, retorted with a dismissive air, away with you. If you do not depart by the count of 3, I shall detonate your Piscine cranium. Li Hu's eyes blazed with malice. The fact that this individual dared to rebuff him ignited his ferocious nature. Li Hu declared in a frigid tone, Are you aware of the reason why the mortality rate for each angling trial reaches a staggering 40 to 50%? Han Fei, I care not whether it is 40 or 50%. Will you be gone? Li Hu retorted vehemently. You court death. With that, Li Hu produced a pair of blades from his person and lunged at Han Fei. Han Fei's attitude and tone had rendered him incapable of further discourse. He was determined to dispatch him this day. Han Fei parried the blows with his purple bamboo staff. He had not anticipated that Li Hu would dare to resort to violence. Had this fellow lost his mind? He was tempted to inquire whether the Tiger Head gang had become expendable. However, the blades had already descended with considerable force. Han Fei was taken aback. This was not the strength befitting a level 7 expert. Was this fellow an 8th level fisherman? But even at the 8th level, he would still detonate his Piscine cranium. You have brought this upon yourself. Spiritual energy surged from Han Fei's person as he brought the purple bamboo staff down with savage force, striking the two blades with a resounding impact. Li Hu appeared to have underestimated Han Fei's strength. With a single blow, he felt his arms grow numb, and his mouth had already cracked. Han Fei delivered another strike, muttering, "Who granted you the audacity to wield two blades? Everyone else employs staves, yet you opt for blades. As if to flaunt your capabilities? Ah, you're wearing armor underneath. No wonder you looked so awkward earlier. So what if you have armor? I'll still detonate your Piscine cranium." Li Hu, very well. You have incurred my wrath. Tiger Head, would you two gentlemen care to include Wang in your exchange? Just as Han Fei was preparing to strike again, a voice echoed from 100 meters away. Wang Baiyu was quite surprised. He had noticed a skirmish from afar, and upon drawing closer, he recognized Li Hu. However, it was not Li Hu who astonished him, but rather Han Fei. Wang Baiyu had not expected that Han Fei could contend with Li Hu on equal footing. This fellow was quite extraordinary. Li Hu, his countenance frigid, sheathed his blades and leaped back onto his fishing vessel, departing swiftly. Standing at the helm, Li Hu declared, "Boy, whoever you may be, offer your prayers to the sea god. I shall ensure that your demise is most unpleasant. Han Fei, you imbecile, dare to return, and I shall personally escort you to meet the sea god." Wang Baiyu was taken aback. He mused that this individual possessed a rather fierce manner of speaking. He had not been aware that anyone in Heavenly Waters Village dared to stand up to Li Hu in such a manner. Wang Baiyu, Han Fei, what a coincidence. How did you come to loggerheads with Li Hu? Han Fei still owed Wang Baiyu a favor. He shrugged and replied, "That idiot came to me and suggested that I present him with my fish. Can you believe the gall?" Wang Baiyu, are you unaware? Han Fei, unaware of what? Wang Baiyu, the mortality rate. Why do you imagine that the mortality rate for the angling trial is so high? Han Fei, is it not due to the perils encountered during angling? Wang Baiyu cast a speechless gaze upon Han Fei. How could that be? Even if dangers were encountered during angling, they would be few in number. How could the mortality rate reach 40 to 50%? The true trial commences only during the final 2 hours. Han Fei inquired in astonishment. Oh, how so? Wang Baiyu chuckled and explained, in truth, the mortality rate caused by angling sometimes falls short of even 10%. The majority of deaths are due to the mutual slaughter and conflict among the trial participants. Han Fei, what? Trial participants are permitted to slaughter one another? Wang Baiyu, in theory, it is forbidden. However, on the day of the angling trial, it is permitted. During the first 3 or 4 hours, everyone focuses on angling, and no one seeks to trouble anyone else. Before the trial's final 2 hours, the rankings for 1st and 10th place are announced, allowing everyone to gauge their position. During the 3rd hour, the ranking for 100th place is announced. And during the most perilous 4th hour, the ranking for 1000th place is revealed. Once the 1000th place ranking is announced, you understand, do you not? Those who lack sufficient points will commence their struggle, their plunder. Han Fei, why am I unaware of this? Is this rule not a trap? Why would the schools and parents condone it? Wang Baiyu inwardly wondered why he was unaware of this. However, he proceeded to explain, because we are cultivators, and the ocean is merciless. Do you imagine that the only dangers at sea originate from beneath the waves? Nay. It is entirely possible that they may originate from your fellow travelers, or others seeking to plunder you. Such occurrences are not uncommon in 1st level and 2nd level fishing grounds. It is simply that there is little need to engage in such struggles in ordinary fishing grounds. Han Fei inhaled deeply. So, if I possess sufficient strength, I need not angle at all. I could simply engage in plunder? Wang Baiyu, theoretically, yes. Smack-ah, I've suffered a loss. A loss. Wang Baiyu, what loss? Han Fei, I've suffered a loss by allowing Li Hu to escape. Had I detained him, his points would have been mine. Wang Baiyu? Han Fei then cast a furtive glance at Wang Baiyu's fish hold, which was teeming with activity. It likely contained a considerable number of points. Wang Baiyu, Brother Han. Han Fei. Oh, nothing of consequence. I was merely observing. By the way, Brother Wang, what brings you here so suddenly? Wang Baiyu chuckled and replied. I sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy in this vicinity and was curious to investigate. Who would have thought that I would stumble upon Brother Han and Li Hu engaged in such a fierce exchange? Wang Baiyu reassessed Han Fei. Others may be unaware. But he was keenly aware of the source of Li Hu's arrogance, a tiger-head fish cub, coupled with his own strength as an 8th-level fisherman. Even he would have to exercise caution when encountering him. Who would have thought that this fellow before him would be so unyielding, directly confronting him? However, Han Fei's thoughts were elsewhere. Were even those at the fisherman level capable of sensing fluctuations in spiritual energy? Would he be unable to engage in his little deceptions? Alas, if I cannot engage in deception, how shall I proceed? Shall I resort to plunder? That idea is not without merit. Simple, violent, and expeditious. With such thoughts in mind, Han Fei remarked, Oh, you mentioned fluctuations in spiritual energy? I am uncertain about that. Perhaps it is due to encountering a school of fish. However, the school has largely dispersed now, and I am at a loss as to where they might have swum off to. Perhaps if I search nearby, I may yet find them. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it further. I shall be off to engage in some pillaging. Wang Baiyu. Chapter 49. The harrowing trial after parting ways with Wang Baiyu. Han Fei did not immediately engage in robbery. Instead, he relocated several dozen miles away. However, he refrained from resorting to deceitful tactics again. If his assumptions were correct, Li Hu had also been drawn here by the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Along with those two patrolling envoys, Han Fei was certain that Feng Zhe must have sensed the spiritual energy disturbance in this vicinity. But he was simply too lazy to investigate. Having narrowly avoided exposure, he resolved to abandon any further tricks, opting instead for natural fishing while preparing for a potential heist. By the 3rd hour, Han Fei's score had surged to 480 points due to the previous outburst of spiritual energy. At that moment, the village chief announced, the current leader in the fishing trial has a score of 691 points, while the 10th place has 478 points. Everyone, keep up the good work. For the first time, Han Fei's score had entered the top 10, likely positioning him at 9th place. With the final 2 hours reserved for the impending battle for spoils, he decided to continue fishing for the time being. Han Fei found himself more relaxed now, free from the pressures that had previously weighed upon him. He even took out the barbecue prepared by Li Gang and began to savor it leisurely. However, he underestimated the competitors in the fishing trial. About half an hour into the 3rd hour, 2 fishing boats approached him swiftly. As one of the boats drew near, a young man called out, Brother, hand it over. Another youth from the 2nd boat added, If you wish to preserve your life, it would be wise to surrender all your points. Otherwise, you shall be fish bait. Han Fei, still holding a grilled shrimp, stared blankly at the 2 youths and remarked, What a game you're playing. You're forming alliances now. One of the boys frowned, contemplating Han Fei's audacious demeanor. Was he a formidable opponent? Yet if he were truly powerful, why would he be fishing alone in such a remote area? Shouldn't he be out robbing others instead? The youth tentatively suggested, How about you join us in an alliance? We could share the spoils equally. The other boy countered, Why ally with him? We should seek out our fellow schoolmates instead. We've never seen him before. Han Fei chuckled, Indeed. You need not seek an alliance with me, for you are about to be eliminated. With that, Han Fei leaped into action, striking one of the boys directly. Despicable, you ambushed me. The boy spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed. His eyes brimmed with terror as he wondered, What have I gotten myself into? I am a peak level 6 fisher. That strike felt as though I had collided with a full-grown iron-headed fish. It was utterly unstoppable. The other youth, clutching a heavy iron rod, prepared to assist, but before he could take a step, his ally fell to his knees, leaving him in a stupor. How could this man be stronger than himself, to the point of incapacitating his friend with a single blow? Han Fei languidly pointed his purple bamboo staff at the boy, saying, You, be sensible and transfer all the fish from your hold into mine. I shall spare you, and perhaps you might still have a chance to rob someone else. The boy was at a loss, thinking, What is happening? This wasn't the plan. We were supposed to target the weak, and he is the first person we've encountered. I will comply, he stammered, nearly in tears. Why had he steered the boat so close? There was no chance to flee. Han Fei, no longer interested in fishing, engaged the boy in casual conversation. Which school do you attend? What is its name? The boy replied, Northern School, Songjun. Han Fei inquired further, Has the looting begun outside? Songjun replied, It just started. Some have already begun to engage in conflict. Han Fei exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, do not toss the small white fish into my hold. Drop them in front of me instead." Trembling, Song Jun complied, tossing a small white fish at Han Fei, who merely touched it before discarding it back into the sea. Song Jun's face turned pale. Did he not realize that small white fish also counted as points? What was he implying by discarding it? When Song Jun lifted a large yellow fish, Han Fei commanded, "Hey, toss that large yellow fish in front of me as well." Song Jun was bewildered, only to witness yet another large yellow fish being tossed back into the ocean. He felt a surge of frustration, thinking, what is he doing? The small white fish was worth points, and the large yellow fish is worth 3. Han Fei muttered, with such a large size, the points are still too few. What if my hold fills up? Song Jun remained speechless. Before long, Song Jun's and the other boys' holds were completely emptied. With a total of 10 knife fish and 24 green-armored fish, Han Fei furrowed his brow, questioning, why are there so few knife fish? What were you doing catching so many green-armored fish? They are so large that my hold is almost overflowing. Never mind, you may continue. I shall take my leave. Song Jun wished fervently for this misfortune to depart, especially after being criticized for his catch, which was worth 5 points each. Han Fei leisurely steered his boat towards the more crowded areas, feeling as if he were missing only a cigarette, a hat, and an eye mask to complete the aesthetic content. He mused, no wonder Somali pirates love to engage in robbery. This feeling is simply marvelous. The fishing trial venue was not vast, spanning merely 100 miles. Yet in comparison to the thousands of fishing boats, it was relatively spacious. However, at this moment, groups of fishing boats began to form alliances in the peripheral areas of the sea. Those boats that failed to join forces became prime targets for robbery. At this juncture, the patrolling envoys began to show less concern. The village chief sighed, the annual slaughter has commenced once more. I can only hope these youngsters will show some restraint. Fang Zhe, indifferent to the chaos, lounged at the bow of Tang Ji's fishing boat, remarking, in this lesson, you must learn the art of plunder. The world beyond is far more brutal. Strength is the ultimate truth. The distinction between hunter and prey entirely depends on your choices. Observe those youths. They toiled for their catches only to see them claimed by others, simply because they lacked strength. As for alliances, you would do well to avoid such practices. Perhaps in realms beneath that of a grand fisher, such alliances may hold some merit, but as one's abilities grow, a single step up in realm can render the difference vast. Numbers matter not. They can all be slain. Tang Ji's expression darkened. Though he anticipated such a scene, he was still young and inexperienced. Just moments ago, he witnessed a student from a nearby fishing boat being mercilessly killed, their body discarded into the sea to feed the fish. Of course, the path of cultivation was fraught with peril. He could not save others, but what of Han Fei? He yearned to seek answers. Fang Zhe made no attempt to hinder him, merely stating, very well, go. You must learn this most crucial lesson. With that, Fang Zhe vanished, leaving Tang Ji's small figure isolated on the sea, with not a single fishing boat in sight for miles. Out at the periphery, Han Fei found himself surrounded. What else could he expect when he was alone? Suddenly, he exclaimed in alarm, hey, who are you people? The others laughed heartily at Han Fei's display of fear. Among them, a girl commanded, you there, hand over all the fish in your hold, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. Han Fei, panicking, retorted, you have 4 boats. Whom should I give them to? You can come and take them yourselves, as long as you don't kill me. The group exchanged glances, realizing the flaw in their alliance. Each robbery would require splitting the spoils equally. Thus, they each brandished their clubs and boarded Han Fei's boat. The moment they stepped aboard, Han Fei seized his purple bamboo staff. The speaking girl's expression shifted. Are you seeking death? In response, Han Fei mused. I always thought girls and boys should be different, but it seems there is little distinction after all. Incompetence is indeed incompetence. Do you think that merely gathering a few people will elevate your prowess? Who, pray tell, has bestowed upon you such audacity? A young man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, this is bad. His fish hold is filled with knife fish. Instantly, the faces of the 4 transformed. The notion of a fish hold brimming with knife fish is formidable. It signifies that this individual is exceptionally formidable, having evaded injury from so many blades, truly a paragon of strength. A girl shouted, engage in battle. Yet, scarcely had she uttered the command when a staff descended from the heavens. Instinctively, she raised her weapon to block, but a resounding crack echoed as the iron staff bent, and she was struck to her knees upon the deck, her hands reduced to a bloody pulp. Han Fei furrowed his brow, realizing that excessive force had been employed. He had not anticipated the young man's fragility. Approaching the side of the boat, he intended to offer assistance, only to find that the surface of the sea revealed no trace of life. Hanfei declared, "I am not fond of violence. If you transfer all the knife fish and green-shelled turtles from your hold to mine, you may depart unscathed." Chapter 50. The pursued Xiaoyu Hanfei continued to meander contentedly, having successfully lured 3 waves of competitors in the same manner. Currently, 5 out of the 8 fish compartments on his fishing boat were filled. During this time, an inspector came to tally the scores, and upon calculating the points, even the inspector was taken aback. 1,012 points? In just a short hour, someone had surpassed 1,000 points? It was notable that during the 3rd hour's report, the leading contestant, Tang Ge, had barely reached 691 points. Yet this individual, evidently not Tang Ge, had effortlessly exceeded the 1,000-point threshold. Should such performance persist, even without further effort, they would undeniably rank among the top few hundred. After a brief pause, the village chief's voice echoed once more. There are 2 hours remaining in this fishing trial. Currently, the first place has 1,431 points, the 10th place has 966 points, the 100th place has 552 points, and the 1,000th place has 241 points. Everyone, continue to strive. With the conclusion of the 4th announcement, the entire sea area erupted with excitement. The rate of score accumulation had become increasingly outrageous, and in the blink of an eye, the top 10 had surpassed the 1,000-point mark. At this moment, those who had formed alliances began to search for targets, while those who had yet to find allies either sought them out or attempted to retreat towards the trial's periphery. Some even activated their boats' distress signals upon spotting approaching fishing boats, opting to abandon the competition altogether. Remarkably, such individuals were not few in number. Some 6th-level fishermen would find a secluded spot to fish, accumulating a few hundred points, and upon encountering others, would hastily conclude their trials. However, unlike others, Hanfei, relying on his inexhaustible spiritual energy and high-ranking prowess, continued to wander alone. Conversely, Wang Baiyu and Li Hu were quite different. They remained stationary while numerous fishing boats willingly offered their entire hauls to them. Wang Baiyu, with connections far surpassing those of the Tiger Head Gang, leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds while exploring. Li Hu, on the other hand, though receiving some points from fishing boats, primarily relied on the children of the Tiger Head Gang members. Thus, he understood that he could not solely depend on them and needed to seize points himself. Unlike Hanfei, who awaited others to approach his solitary boat, Li Hu aggressively targeted groups of fishing boats, not merely stealing points but also relishing in the act of killing. Almost none who crossed paths with him survived. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt alarmed. Although she had already surpassed her previous limits, a lone hero cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Just moments ago, 3 fishing boats had attempted to rob her, but they had underestimated her strength and were ultimately defeated. However, this encounter had drained her spiritual energy, compelling her to consume a rejuvenating pill. Now, she possessed but one remaining pill. Xiaoyu had readied herself for battle, contemplating 2 strategies. 1, to defeat the 4 assailants and seize their points, conceding once her last pill was expended. The other, to flee towards the outskirts, hoping her remaining pill might allow her to escape unscathed. Just as the group of boats was about to encircle her, a large, menacing fish leapt from the water, pursued by a rapidly advancing fishing boat. One boat, caught unawares, was swiftly approached, and Li Hu stepped forward, brandishing twin blades. The young man aboard the boat barely raised his weapon in defense before being pierced multiple times, blood gushing forth as Li Hu withdrew his blades. Xiaoyu stood in shock, witnessing the violence unfold. Was this truly murder? The brutality left her pale with fear. From another boat, someone shouted, "Run. It's Li Hu from the Tiger Head Gang. Quick!" But before he could finish his warning, a ferocious tiger-headed fish appeared behind him. As he turned in alarm, darkness enveloped him quite literally, as his head was no longer attached to his body. Xiaoyu screamed in terror, horrified by the sight of the headless corpse gushing blood. Meanwhile, Li Hu frowned, commanding silence. Xiaoyu hastily grasped a bamboo stick, preparing to flee. Yet, as she clutched the stick, she realized there were still 2 other fishing boats nearby, possibly offering her a chance to escape. However, Li Hu immediately spotted the bamboo stick, deducing that anyone wielding it was no ordinary person, and shouted, "Tiger Head, kill her." At that moment, Xiaoyu began to maneuver her boat to escape, but its speed could not match that of the tiger-headed fish, which once again leapt from the water, heading straight for her vessel. As Xiaoyu brandished the bamboo stick, it shimmered with spiritual light, the tip aglow with energy. But just as she prepared to act, an explosive sound erupted, sending shockwaves that knocked her backwards against the deck, causing her to bleed from her mouth. The tiger-headed fish seemed to have sustained some injury as well, but she dared not linger, hastily steering her boat away. For Li Hu had become a remorseless killer. Injured but determined, Li Hu abandoned the other two assailants, charging straight for He Xiaoyu. The remaining duo, their faces pale with fear, sighed in relief, but before they could fully calm themselves, 5 or 6 fishing boats surrounded them from all directions. One of them despaired. "This is bad. It's members of the Tiger Head Gang." He Xiaoyu fled with remarkable speed, grateful that a confrontation had not occurred earlier. Otherwise, her spiritual energy would have been entirely depleted, leaving her nearly defenseless against Li Hu. The two boats were merely a few hundred meters apart as He Xiaoyu shouted, "Li Hu, do you know who my father is?" "My father is He Mingyang." Li Hu roared back, "My father is Li Ju. What can killing you do to me?" He Xiaoyu retorted, "You madman. If you continue to chase me, I will withdraw from the trial." Li Hu replied, "By the time the inspector arrives to save you, it will be too late." Feeling unjustly pursued, He Xiaoyu lamented, "What have I done to deserve this? I'm already at level 7, yet I'm still being hunted." Moments later, her eyes brightened as she spotted a familiar figure, a skilled individual from her school. Qin Yi help. The boy named Qin Yi, at the pinnacle of level 6, saw He Xiaoyu being chased by Li Hu and immediately dashed away, thinking, "Am I foolish enough to provoke the Tiger Head Gang?" "Scoundrel!" He Xiaoyu exclaimed. As she ran, she shouted for help, but the fishing boats around her seemed to avoid her like the plague, unwilling to incur Li Hu's wrath. With her spiritual energy depleted, she unhesitatingly swallowed her last rejuvenating pill, feeling her energy surge back instantly. At that moment, she caught sight of Hu Kuan, who was in the midst of robbing others. "Hu Kuan, save me," she cried. Having just broken through to level 7 the previous day, Hu Kuan was emboldened, robbing 2 fishing boats single-handedly. Upon seeing He Xiaoyu being pursued and calling for help, he was taken aback. Who would dare rob this girl? "Wait, Li Hu." Hu Kuan's expression shifted, abandoning his current targets as he hastily steered his boat away. He Xiaoyu felt tears of frustration welling up. What is wrong with these people? Is Li Hu truly that terrifying? Meanwhile, Han Fei basked in the sun, having filled 6 of the 8 compartments on his boat. He mused that there were too few compartments on the fishing boat, as he was nearing capacity. However, he felt no urgency. Once his boat was full, he could simply seize others' boats. Hey, brothers, don't run. Let's form an alliance." This marked the 3rd boat Han Fei had seen slip past him, leaving him speechless. Did these individuals have unlimited spiritual energy? They were not robbing, yet they sped away with such haste. Suddenly, he noticed 2 fishing boats swiftly approaching from the distance. A surge of energy coursed through Han Fei. Guests were arriving, and he needed to put on a show. In an instant, he feigned injury, hastening his boat's speed, pretending to flee. As they drew nearer, he realized, wait, isn't that He Xiaoyu? What a surprise! Is she here to rob me as well? He Xiaoyu, several hundred meters away, called out, waving her hand, "Run, Han Fei, run." Han Fei was taken aback. He Xiaoyu was speechless, while others hurried to escape. He had the audacity to collide with her. What to do? Although Han Fei was formidable, this was Li Hu they were dealing with. As the 2 boats closed the distance, He Xiaoyu urgently shouted, "Han Fei, run quickly. Li Hu is coming." Chapter 51. The Merfolk Unification. Confidence stems from strength. Han Fei remained completely unfazed, having noticed the pursuing Li Hu behind him, which brought him amusement. "Hey, Xiaoyu, halt. Do not panic. We shall deal with him together," Han Fei declared. Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Who are you talking about? We cannot contend with him. He possesses a tiger head fish spirit companion, an insurmountable force." Han Fei responded, "What spirit companion?" Li Hu, equally surprised, was not taken aback by Han Fei's presence but rather by the mention of his name. Had he inadvertently stirred up trouble? Was this truly the Han Fei? As Xiaoyu maneuvered the fishing boat, prepared to escape, Han Fei stood defiantly at the prow, calling out to Li Hu, "Rogue, promptly surrender your fishing boat to me, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Li Hu, his face twisted with malice, replied, "Han Fei, we have no grievances. If you protect her, I shall spare her." Han Fei retorted, "Nonsense. You think it is your decision to spare her? Currently, you are the fish, and I am the knife. Hurry. Offer your points to me, or I shall show you the reason coral is so vividly red." Xiaoyu was astonished, wondering when Han Fei had grown so audacious. Remarkably, it seemed Li Hu feared him. "Han Fei, do not overreach," Li Hu warned. "Tanggu will not remain in Tianshui village forever. He cannot protect you indefinitely. Han Fei dismissed him. What concern is that of yours? All that matters is that he protects me now. Quickly, I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you wish to avoid the downfall of the Tiger Head Gang, it would be wise to obediently offer your points. Shall you grasp the situation? Han Fei was leveraging Tang Ji's influence. This realization emboldened her, indeed. Would Li Hu dare to touch Han Fei? Li Hu's expression darkened. He could not afford to provoke Tang Gu, and at the moment, Han Fei seemed equally formidable. However, after signaling discreetly to the sea, he inhaled deeply. Han Fei. How about I give you half of my points? Han Fei scoffed. What do you mean give? Those points rightfully belong to me. They are all mine. Not a single one less. Suppressing his fury, Li Hu spoke in a low tone. There are many fish. Why not come and help yourself? Han Fei laughed in disbelief. I knew it. Did a tiger-head fish strike your head when you were a child? I rob you, and you suggest I work for you? Just throw the fish into my hold. I am in no rush. I have all the time in the world. At that moment, Xiaoyu leaped onto Han Fei's boat and whispered in his ear, Be careful, he just killed several people. Han Fei's expression shifted, even now. He had no intention of taking a life. After all, they were just children. It was disheartening to think of them perishing in the sea. He never expected Li Hu to have truly committed murder. Li Hu thought to himself, Humph, what of Han Fei? There is no one around. Tang Gu is absent. If I eliminate him and Xiaoyu here, who would know it was me? Suppressing his murderous rage, Li Hu continued to transfer points into Han Fei's hold. Han Fei urged, Why are you so slow? Haven't you eaten? Li Hu contemplated waiting a moment longer, thinking that soon Han Fei would not be able to leave. Han Fei, how many points do you have now? Xiaoyu inquired. Han Fei pondered, I do not know. I cannot count. I am waiting for the inspector to tally them. At that moment, Li Hu suddenly remarked, Han Fei, your hold is already full. Xiaoyu's mouth fell open in shock. Such a situation of a full hold could only occur among the top 10. Yes, I still have 4 empty holds. Han Fei exclaimed. Then my placing them in yours should count as my points, right? Xiaoyu replied, It should, I suppose. Han Fei then directed Li Hu. Place them in her hold. Do not slack off. Hurry, I still have more looting to do. Li Hu silently stuffed fish into Xiaoyu's hold. Though he was internally astonished. How could this person's hold be entirely full? He had just opened one hatch, and it was filled with knife fish. How did he accomplish this? Xiaoyu timidly asked, How many points did you have last hour? Han Fei thought for a moment. I do not quite remember. It was around 1,000, I believe. Xiaoyu. Li Hu. At that moment, the village chief's voice echoed from above. There is 1 hour remaining in this fishing trial. Everyone. Give it your all. Han Fei exclaimed. Why hasn't he the chief announced the scores? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Once the score of the 1,000th is announced, it is no longer necessary. The scores in the last 2 hours become chaotic, making them hard to tally. Did you not notice that the inspectors are absent? They are not allowed to appear now. They are outside. Han Fei blinked. No way. Isn't that an inspector? He pointed to a nearby fishing boat approaching, upon which sat an inspector. This was easy to discern. Inspectors were typically older individuals, and this one appeared to be in his 30s. Suddenly, Han Fei squinted. Wait. We are surrounded. He observed dark figures emerging in the distance and glanced around to see at least dozens of fishing boats converging from all directions. Ha! Han Fei. Your time of reckoning has arrived. What if you were Tang Ji's brother? Since he is not here, what is to stop me from killing you? Xiaoyu was taken aback and quickly urged, Let us flee. Flee. Han Fei's previously languid demeanor shifted, revealing a fierce intensity. In these waters, all boats were equal. Where could they run? To capture a thief, one must first seize the leader. I shall take you down first. With that, Han Fei brandished his purple bamboo staff, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy aimed at Li Hu. Li Hu sneered, Do you think you are Tang Gu? Even he does not intimidate me. As Li Hu's staff surged with energy, he advanced boldly, striking fiercely at Han Fei. Stop. A kilometer away, the inspector's voice echoed. Yet this only confirmed the inspector's dubious nature, for he had no authority in this matter. Han Fei's gaze hardened, unleashing his full strength. Drawing upon his 279 points of spiritual energy, no jest, for the higher the reserve, the greater the physical capacity and strength. Bang! To Xiaoyu's astonishment, Li Hu was struck and sent flying, crashing through the hatch of the boat. Coughing blood, Li Hu felt his insides tearing, his arms seemed broken, internally shaken. Li Hu thought, how could this be? How could he be so powerful? A level 8 fisherman like himself was no match for this opponent. Before Li Hu could regain his composure, Han Fei leaped, and Li Hu was horrified. If he were struck now, he would likely not survive. Tiger head, manifest. Han Fei slightly turned, watching as a 3-meter-long grotesque fish surged into Li Hu's body. What on earth? Li Hu's form suddenly swelled. His visage contorted and his surface energy intensifying, revealing the shadow of a large fish. Be cautious. This is the fusion state of human and companion. His combat power will surge drastically, Xiaoyu warned. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, then let us strike him harder. I command you to cease. The inspector was hastening toward them, yet Han Fei disregarded his shouts, raising his staff once more to strike. This time, the staff's tail glimmered with spiritual light as Han Fei unleashed a spiritual explosion. Li Hu's eyes widened in despair, even with his sudden surge in strength. He had to confront the force of the explosion with caution, gathering all his energy to unleash a counter-explosion. The explosion reverberated through the air as Li Hu's fishing boat, equipped with 2 fish holes, was shattered by a surge of spiritual energy. Li Hu himself was struck by the force of the blow. Causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, he could barely maintain his grip on the staff, feeling as though his hands had been shattered. Han Fei, propelled back several steps, quickly regained his footing, only to be met with another wave of spiritual energy emanating from the purple bamboo staff. Panic seized Li Hu as he pleaded, "Do not kill me, please." Han Fei, not a fool, recognized that failing to subdue Li Hu at this moment would spell disaster. Just as the purple bamboo staff was poised to descend upon Li Hu, a massive fish erupted from his very being. With a resounding thud, the tiger-headed fish appeared out of thin air, shielding Li Hu and absorbing the impact of Han Fei's staff, its head caving in under the force. Chapter 52. The death of the inspector. Was the inspector not dead? Han Fei was astounded. He was acutely aware of the tremendous force behind his strike, one that could easily surpass 1,000 pounds. Confident that even a 9th-level fisherman would not dare to withstand his full power, he struck a fish, only to find it still alive. You little beast. I command you to stop. Having failed to slay Li Hu with 3 strikes, the inspector was now 30 meters away. Han Fei's gaze turned icy. He resolved to act decisively. As the inspector's vessel drew nearer, he leapt into action. However, at the moment the inspector took to the air, Han Fei propelled himself forward, unleashing the explosive energy of his purple bamboo staff once more. Bold youth, how dare you? The inspector was aware that there were varying degrees of strength among inspectors. Aside from the 4 major academies, even the inspectors from the surveillance and enforcement teams were mostly 9th-level fishermen or pinnacle fishermen. In Han Fei's estimation, this inspector could not possibly be a fishing master. Had he been, he would have struck from 100 meters away with his fishing rod, but he had not. This indicated that his strength was at most that of a pinnacle fisherman, leading Han Fei to prepare for a desperate gamble. With a roar, the air rippled violently, and Xiaoyu was pushed back 2 or 3 steps by the force. With a thunderous crash, both men plunged into the sea. Han Fei and Xiaoyu's faces turned pale. Falling into the sea at the fisherman level was no trivial matter, especially with no fishing masters present. Their lives hung by a thread. Most astonishingly, the inspector was dazed. Was this youth truly prepared to perish alongside him? Why had his energy exploded a full 4 times? Unfortunately, there was no time for contemplation. The moment they hit the water, the inspector hastily summoned his energy. However, as he stabilized himself, he saw a flash of green light descending upon him. Gulp. The inspector was horrified as Han Fei's strike sent him plummeting dozens of meters beneath the surface, expelling his breath in a violent rush. Alarm coursed through him. Who was this boy, and why was he so formidable? But there was no time to ponder such questions. The inspector quickly swam to the surface, spotting knife fish nearby and, in the distance, the shadow of a snake eel. Yet Han Fei loomed above him, grinning broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites. This was Han Fei's first time employing the swimming dragon technique. Though still unpracticed, his movements in the water were now incomparable to before, gliding effortlessly like a fish. Danger! Seeing Han Fei approach with remarkable speed, the inspector swung his staff, slicing through the water. Yet his movements were too slow. He barely caught sight of a glimmering blade slicing past his wrist. The long staff slipped from his grip, blood gushing from his arm as Han Fei noticed the approaching snake eel and chose to abandon the chase, waving at the inspector instead. On the surface, Xiaoyu remained fixated on the water, while several fishing boats raced towards them at full speed. Ha! Ha! You cannot escape. Shut your mouth. Do you believe I won't throw you into the sea? Li Hu retorted, No, you cannot kill me. Even if I am gravely injured, you cannot take my life. Falling into the sea means I am finished, ha ha ha. Bang! Just as Li Hu's words fell, Han Fei burst from the water, landing directly on the deck. Li Hu gasped, "How is this possible? How can you still be alive?" He Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with relief, exclaimed, "Han Fei, you're all right? You scared me to death. I thought you were gone." Han Fei, holding the purple bamboo staff, calmly replied that Inspector, upon entering the water, happened to encounter a snake eel. I distinctly saw it slither into his mouth, tsk. He Xiaoyu felt nauseous at the imagery. Li Hu's complexion paled further, trembling as he pointed at Han Fei. You dare to kill the Inspector?" Han Fei shot back. "Which of your eyes saw me kill the Inspector?" After a tense moment, Han Fei noticed the water remained still, suggesting the Inspector was not resurfacing. He relaxed and approached Li Hu, saying tsk. "If it weren't for the points, I would genuinely want to eliminate you right now." With that, Han Fei raised his staff to strike. But the previously untouched tiger-headed fish lunged at him protectively. Boom. Han Fei had seemingly anticipated this reaction. He unleashed another burst of energy, once more sending the tiger-headed fish crashing onto the deck. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei relentlessly struck with the purple bamboo staff, his strength so immense that it shattered the deck, nearly killing the massive fish. Li Hu trembled at the sight. This was a tiger-headed fish, an extraordinarily rare species seldom seen even in regular or first-level fishing grounds, now battered to the brink of death by Han Fei. Han Fei was poised to continue his assault when the tiger-headed fish transformed into a streak of light, landing on Li Hu's wrist, solidifying into the shape of a fish. Han Fei looked on in astonishment at He Xiaoyu. Is this fish truly so resilient? How can it still survive? He glanced at Li Hu, who was now spitting blood profusely. Han Fei was somewhat speechless. Such a large fish could even be absorbed into one's body? Was it akin to his small gourd? No wonder the leader of the Tiger Head Gang, Li Ju, could dominate a first-level fishing ground. With such a fish, survival was nearly assured. Release my young master. You scoundrel! You dare to lay hands on the young master of the Tiger Head Gang? You wish to perish. You are surrounded. If you do not wish to die, release my young master at once. Han Fei surveyed the dozens of fishing boats encircling them, lifting the injured Li Hu with one hand. He addressed the crowd. Quickly surrender your points to me, or I shall cripple him. How dare you threaten the points of the Black Tiger Gang? With a sickening snap, one of Li Hu's arms was broken, eliciting a horrific scream. Han Fei remarked, "Am I unclear, or are your ears simply not functioning?" Li Hu, realizing the gravity of his situation, urged, "What are you all waiting for? Give him the points." Han Fei added, "And make sure to fill that boat too." He pointed at He Xiaoyu's fishing vessel, then turned to her, saying, "After all, we are classmates. I will protect you." He Xiaoyu was left speechless, her mind racing with thoughts. Was Han Fei truly this ruthless? Yet, he was undeniably powerful. The 8th-level fisherman, Li Hu, had been severely injured. The false inspector had met a gruesome fate, and he had robbed over a dozen fishing boats in one fell swoop. Was this truly the Han Fei she knew? Han Fei left 2 boats filled to the brim. Once the holds of the dozen boats were completely emptied, he lazily patted Li Hu's face and declared, "Withdraw from the competition." Li Hu's face shifted. With only half an hour remaining, he was being forced to withdraw. Was this a deliberate attempt to prevent him from participating in the talent awakening? Crack. Han Fei smashed Li Hu's leg with a single strike, grinning as he bared his teeth. Do you need me to repeat myself? Fear filled Li Hu's eyes. He realized Han Fei was far from the rumors, a truly ruthless individual. If he refused, it was entirely possible he would end up feeding the fish. Through gritted teeth, Li Hu relented. I withdraw. When the true inspector arrived, witnessing Li Hu's wretched state, he was struck with horror. Was this truly the fierce and domineering young master of the Tiger Head Gang? As he departed, Li Hu cast a venomous glare at Han Fei. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to suppress his rage. Should Han Fei seek out Tang Ge to deal with the Tiger Head Gang, it would spell disaster. Once Li Hu was dragged away, He Xiaoyu asked, Why? Why not just kill him? Han Fei replied wearily, as long as he remains alive, I need not fear his father acting out of desperation. Meanwhile, Tang Ge encountered Wang Baiyu. Toss me your points, and I shall spare your life. Wang Baiyu was drenched in sweat, pondering how he had encountered such a formidable figure within a mere 100-mile radius of his fishing grounds. He hurriedly exclaimed, Tang Ge, I am a close friend of Han Fei. By the way, he owes me a favor. Tang Ge furrowed his brow and replied, Speak. Should I discover that you are deceiving me? Wang Baiyu interjected, the last time Han Fei was ambushed, he drifted in the sea for 5 days and nights. It was I who found and rescued him. Repeat that, Tang Ge demanded, his anger surging as he brandished the golden staff menacingly at Wang Baiyu. Wang Baiyu continued, This incident is known throughout the entire Liquang port. I do not know the details of who was responsible, but Liquang port has already initiated an investigation. Han Fei, I am certain, is aware of the situation. Tang Ge lowered his staff, conceding, so, it appears that Han Fei indeed owes you a favor. However, if I release you, that favor will cease to exist. Wang Baiyu replied, that is only natural. Chapter 53. Can you show some respect? As the final half-hour approached, chaos erupted among the gathering. With less than 30 minutes remaining in the fishing trial, only the strongest dared to remain. Those who had been robbed found little recourse for their grievances. Most significantly, alliances formed at the beginning of the trial began to crumble. Originally, the fishing boats were tied together, but in the midst of this turmoil, some allies turned on each other, either through treachery or outright theft. Others, concealing their true strength, suddenly revealed their prowess, eliminating members of their own alliances to claim all the points for themselves. Consequently, more participants chose to withdraw, especially those whose alliances had disbanded while still holding a significant number of points, many opting to conclude their trials early. Conversely, there were those whose alliances grew larger, with one individual emerging as the leader, even amassing a fleet of over a dozen fishing boats. Typically, such individuals were prodigies who promised various rewards to attract others to their cause. Among them was the most notable, Xiao Wushuang from the Western District, who boasted a fourth-grade lower spirit vein, a clear indication of his rising prominence. Many sought to curry favor with him, offering points in exchange for assistance in accumulating more. On the other hand, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu occupied 4 fishing boats, brimming with points that would incite envy in any observer. If anyone from the Eastern District caught sight of Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, they would immediately retreat. However, Xiao Wushuang, hailing from the west, was unfamiliar with Han Fei. Though he recognized that Han Fei and He Xiaoyu could be formidable, he dismissed them, believing that as an 8th-grade fisherman with numerous subordinates, victory over them was assured. Since teaming up with Han Fei, He Xiaoyu felt secure in her position, convinced that reaching the top 100 was all but guaranteed, and she busied herself with snacks. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "A fleet is approaching." Han Fei replied, "I see it. It looks like quite a delivery." He Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, confused. Han Fei, with a smile, offered her a spirit-replenishing pill. "You handle the minions, and I will take care of the strongest." Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyu jumped up. "There are over a dozen minions, but only one strongest." Han Fei retorted, "He Xiaoyu, you are a 7th-grade fisherman. Can't you bear a little pressure?" Pouting, He Xiaoyu replied, "Even a dozen 5th-grade fishermen can wear down a 7th-grade fisherman. Besides, I just entered 7th grade. I lack your innate strength." Han Fei sighed, "Fine. We will split the spoils evenly. Does that suffice?" He Xiaoyu declared, "The strongest one is yours." Han Fei admonished, "You won't become a strong fighter with that attitude." He Xiaoyu countered, "I don't need to be a strong fighter. I just want to become a grand fisher. My father wishes for me to achieve that because he could never attain it himself. Once I become a grand fisher, I will be free." Han Fei was taken aback. "Your perspective is quite perilous." He Xiaoyu shrugged, "I don't care. Right now, you are stronger than me. You can even defeat an inspector. Your strength must be at least that of a 9th-grade fisherman." She gazed up at the sky, recalling how just a month ago, Han Fei was merely a 2nd-grade fisherman. In such a short span, he had gained the ability to contend with 9th-grade fishermen. If Tang Ge was a prodigy, could Han Fei also be considered one? Han Fei suggested, "Shall we tackle them one by one?" He Xiaoyu replied, "How can we do that? They will surely attack together. Perhaps we should withdraw from the trial. I believe you have secured a place in the top 10. Han Fei retorted, "If I've made it to the top 10, why not aim for the top 3? There are no rewards for places beyond the top 3. He Xiaoyu corrected him, "Actually, there are rewards. In the past, the top 10 could choose a battle skill." Han Fei scoffed, "What good battle skills could we possibly have from our village? I'd rather aim for the top 3. He Xiaoyu was tempted to shove him overboard. She was on the brink of anxiety while he remained so nonchalant. At the bow of the ship, Xiao Wushuang stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the pair. As the boat drew closer, he curiously inquired, "I find it amusing. Why are you not fleeing?" Han Fei responded, "We lack the manpower to operate the boat. Otherwise, we would have departed long ago." Xiao Wushuang's brow furrowed. "Have you been robbed?" Suddenly, Han Fei exclaimed, "Can you show some respect?" Xiao Wushuang was taken aback. Han Fei continued, "Release your hands. Speaking with your palms behind your back is quite disrespectful." Xiao Wushuang faltered, while He Xiaoyu felt like crying. Why was Han Fei attacking? Xiao Wushuang demanded, "Surrender your points, and I may spare your lives." Han Fei shot back, Are you even in the top 3 for points? Xiao Wushuang, momentarily speechless, pondered why communication with this individual proved so challenging. With patience, he replied, not quite. Han Fei's eyes lit up, then give me your points, and I shall not require any more. Xiao Wushuang frowned. It seems you are unwilling to comply. Han Fei declared, I will. Xiao Wushuang sighed with relief. Avoiding conflict was preferable. Yet, the next moment, Han Fei added, I'll give you a hammer. Before Xiao Wushuang could react, Han Fei leapt into action, his purple bamboo staff glowing with spirit energy. Boom. Xiao Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Spirit energy detonation was a technique reserved for those above 7th grade. Why did it feel more potent than his own? Xiao Wushuang hastily attempted to block with his staff, but realized he had foolishly left it behind in his earlier bravado. With a sudden burst of force, he propelled himself backward. Behind him, 6th grade fishermen reacted quickly, grabbing their staffs to red ollie. A loud crash echoed as all 4 collapsed, 2 of them unconscious and twitching. Everyone on Xiao Wushuang's side was stunned, utterly oblivious to the formidable opponent they had provoked. Before they could counterattack, Han Fei landed on Xiao Wushuang's boat, sprang forward, and aimed his strike. At that moment, Xiao Wushuang was gripped by alarm. Just as he grasped his staff, he found himself airborne, with no choice but to raise his staff in defense. Crash! Xiao Wushuang shattered the cabin cover and plummeted into the fish hold, leaving a spray of blood in his wake. Han Fei stood calmly by the fish hold, stating, I've said it before, do not act arrogantly. Show some courtesy and treat others equally. What gave you the audacity to keep your hands behind your back in the face of an enemy? From within the hold came a furious roar, followed by a flash of spirit light as Xiao Wushuang shot back out, barreling toward Han Fei. Boom. Quick to attack, quick to retreat. Xiao Wushuang found himself once more thrust into the fish hold. Han Fei exclaimed, what a racket. You can't even stabilize your body before using spirit energy detonations? Is that how your teacher instructed you? Pointing his staff at the young man, Han Fei warned, you there. If you dare to run another step, I will break your legs and toss you into the sea. The boy, face contorted in fear, dared not move again. Xiao Wushuang, a 4th grade lower spirit vein, 8th grade fisherman, had been taken down with just 2 strikes. What kind of person was this Han Fei? Unfazed by their thoughts, Han Fei called out to He Xiaoyu, gather the points. He Xiaoyu, in utter bewilderment, had prepared for a fierce battle. Yet this all transpired in such a brief span. Before I could even board their vessel, the battle has concluded? Who are you? Summer Wushuang, with blood dripping from her mouth, grasped the fish hold and gazed at Han Fei. Han Fei, with a grave expression, replied, I am the one you cannot defeat. Summer Wushuang. Chapter 54. The storytelling prodigy Xiao Wushuang's trial concluded prematurely, and the reasons were twofold. Firstly, he found himself utterly devoid of combat power. Secondly, one of his subordinates, a peak-level fisherman, was swiftly incapacitated with a single blow. Relying on the remaining 5th-level fishermen to carry out a robbery was hardly a viable plan. They were more likely to be robbed themselves. At this moment, Han Fei stood on the deck, troubled, and addressed He Xiaoyu. We can't possibly sail away with so many fishing boats. Han Fei asked, do you think we are in first place now? He Xiaoyu replied, you may be in first place, but I reckon I'll be lucky to land in the 100th position. Her frustration was palpable. She had barely prepared for battle when it ended, leaving her hesitant to ask Han Fei to share a couple of boats with her. Han Fei said, that won't do. I suspect my score is quite high. I could spare you one, or perhaps 2 boats. That way, you'd definitely make it into the top 100. He Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that a promise? Instantly, she brightened and prepared to select her boats, occasionally gasping in delight. Han Fei teased, take the green-shelled fish, the big yellow fish. Just don't take too many knife fish. He Xiaoyu could only respond with silence. As dusk approached, the colossal sun hung over the sea like a golden orb, appearing as if one could simply step forward and immerse oneself within it. Han Fei sat on the deck, gazing at the sun, muttering, no wine, no tobacco. What is tobacco? Having completed her selection, He Xiaoyu felt certain she would secure a place in the top 100. Chasing after the top 3, however, was beyond her reach. Han Fei remarked, have you noticed how beautiful this world is? He Xiaoyu replied, beautiful? My father says the ocean floor is beautiful, filled with countless colors that I can't even imagine. I long to see it. Han Fei shot her a disapproving glance. How disappointing. With such a magnificent sun, you've never taken the time to appreciate it? What is so special about the sun? She retorted. Han Fei chuckled. Have you never pondered why the sun is so immense? Isn't it fascinating? What holds such a colossal sun in its place? preventing it from crashing down upon us. He Xiaoyu looked at him as if he were a fool. Of course. It's the sea god. The great sea god captured the brightest star in the darkness, and thus, we have the sun. Han Fei responded, Oh really? Why doesn't he ascend to the heavens then? He Xiaoyu interjected, You shall not speak ill of the sea god. He created the ocean, brought us light, and fashioned all the beauty in the world. Han Fei, seemingly unfazed, asked, Have you ever seen a rainbow? He Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. Without delay, Han Fei grabbed a water jug and instructed her, Watch closely, look to the sky. He took a hearty swig from the jug and then began to spray water into the air. Ft, ft, ft. He Xiaoyu stared at Han Fei, dumbfounded, feeling a tinge of sympathy for him. He seemed a bit daft. Would he revert to the man he was a month ago? Suddenly, He Xiaoyu gasped in shock, rubbing her eyes vigorously, her mouth agape. Oh my goodness. Han Fei snapped, Shut up. What are you shouting about? He Xiaoyu tugged at Han Fei's arm, pointing skyward. The seven-colored light. The seven-colored light. It leads to the realm of the sea god. Han Fei retorted. Be quiet. Your ignorance is terrifying. He waved his hand until the rainbow vanished, then explained, That is called a rainbow, formed by sunlight passing through tiny spherical water droplets, causing dispersion and reflection. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Just know it's called a rainbow. He Xiaoyu gazed at him with bright eyes. No, it is the seven-colored light. Han Fei, you can create the seven-colored light. Tell me honestly, did you see the sea god a month ago? Han Fei scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Before He Xiaoyu could argue further, Han Fei interrupted. Look, fishing boats are approaching. As the fishing trial neared its conclusion, all the passing boats seemed eager to flee upon spotting Han Fei and his companions. Yet, a few boats boldly made their way toward them. Curious. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu wondered who possessed such audacity to venture into a trap. Prepare yourself. We shall seize them, Han Fei instructed. Understood, He Xiaoyu affirmed. As the boats drew closer, Han Fei recognized Tangu, who, in turn, spotted Han Fei. He Xiaoyu jumped up, waving excitedly. Tangu, over here. Han Fei exclaimed. Oh, you took them, did you? Tangu looked incredulous. You took them? I've only been gone for 20 days. Are you telling me you managed to seize so many boats during the fishing trial? He Xiaoyu pouted. It's all because of the treasures you left behind. Tangu. How much did you leave him? Did I leave behind a lot? Tangu questioned. What? Who killed the patrol officer? Han Fei wished he could shove He Xiaoyu's big mouth into the fish hold. They had barely reunited, and she had spilled everything. Han Fei pulled Tangu aside, saying, Don't be shocked. Besides what you left behind, I had other opportunities. While you were away, I was ambushed and spent 5 days and nights at sea. Then encountered an old man with a white beard who insisted on teaching me a technique. I refused, but he insisted. It was truly. Han Fei's words were laden with significance, but Tangu bypassed the mention of opportunity and, with a fierce expression, demanded, Who plotted against you? Han Fei laughed it off. It's a minor issue. For me, it's all small potatoes. Just don't let it slip that I claimed it was your treasures that allowed me to advance so rapidly. Tangu nodded. Right, we must remain discreet. But killing a patrol officer is serious business. Why? Han Fei explained. It must be a traitor from the Tiger Head gang infiltrating the patrol officers' ranks. Their cultivation level was not high, and I caught them off guard and dragged them into the sea, where the snakes devoured them. So technically, it wasn't me who killed them. Tangu gasped. You fell into the sea? Were you hurt? Han Fei dismissed his concern. I'm fine. Let us leave this matter to me. By the way, will you be home tonight? If so, I'll teach you that combat technique. In the mist. Fang Zhe shook his head, pondering the old man and the combat technique. What formidable figures could one possibly encounter in a small place like Tinshui village? Yet, this youth had progressed from a second-level fisherman to a seventh-level fisherman, truly resembling a person touched by fortune. But that was nothing compared to more exaggerated tales. In the city, there had been those who leaped directly from a fisherman to a deep-sea angler, a spectacle beyond words. Han Fei droned on. Let me tell you. This combat technique is called 108 Methods of Body Refinement. What did you say? Fang Zhe's sudden appearance startled all three. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, flustered. Oh, great angel. Han Fei fared better than He Xiaoyu, but pretended to be equally astonished, quickly bowing respectfully. Greetings, great angel. Fang Zhe nodded, his expression serious. What did you just say that technique was called? Han Fei replied. It's called 108 Methods of Body Refinement. Fang Zhe urged. Elaborate on your encounter with that old man. Han Fei fabricated a tale. That night, I was practicing, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough, yet sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, a white-bearded old man appeared before me. claiming my bones were too weak, and he pressed his hand to my forehead, and just like that, I learned it. Feng Zhe exclaimed, the divine method of importation. A top-tier body refinement technique. You encountered a revered level expert. Boy, your luck is truly extraordinary. Han Fei pondered. How powerful is a revered master? Is it comparable to the might of the divine angel? Feng Zhe chuckled softly. At your current level, it would be better for you not to know. Just understand that a revered master is the pinnacle of strength in the boundless ocean. He then inquired. You mentioned an incomplete manuscript? Is this technique not whole? Han Fei replied. Indeed, there are only 108 postures, and mastering them is exceedingly challenging, yet the results are remarkable. Feng Zhe nodded. That is to be expected. Tanggu, we should linger in Tianshui village for a few more days. It is imperative that we learn the 108 body refinement manuscript. Tanggu hesitated, but if a revered master has passed this technique to Han Fei, would it be inappropriate for me to study it? Feng Zhe reassured him. There is no harm. The revered master has only imparted the most fundamental methods of physical training, indicating it was a casual gift to him. If he possessed the entirety of the combat techniques, even if bestowed upon you and me, we would be unable to accept them. As he spoke, Feng Zhe scrutinized Han Fei, pondering why a revered master would choose to guide an ordinary fisherman. Did this young man possess some unseen potential? Chapter 55. May I take this fish? He Xiaoyu listened intently, as if captivated by a great tale, her expression reflecting the astonishment of uncovering a monumental secret. Feng Zhe had initially not intended to descend, yet upon his arrival, it felt remiss not to extend a greeting to these lesser beings. With a casual flick of his wrist, he produced 2 sea-red fruits, saying, very well. Our meeting signifies fate. Let these 2 low-grade spiritual fruits serve as a modest opportunity. He Xiaoyu stood there, momentarily stunned, receiving the fruits with disbelief. These were sea-red fruits, a delicacy reserved for the village chief, and now they had been casually bestowed upon her by an angel. Han Fei, taken aback for a moment, lowered his head, his eyes darting as he inhaled deeply and said, might I request a small favor from you, esteemed angel? Han Fei refrained from accepting the sea-red fruits. Much to Feng Zhe's surprise, it was unusual for an ordinary villager to resist such temptation. Even Tanggu had been rendered speechless upon his first encounter with the fruits. Feng Zhe inquired, oh, what is it that you desire? Although he acknowledged Han Fei's camaraderie with Tanggu, he would not part with the 108 chapters of body refinement for free. Han Fei replied, might you grant me a fishing boat? The usual boats are rather flimsy and become useless after a few battles. I fear I may linger here for an extended period. So a sturdy fishing boat would be far more beneficial than a spiritual fruit. Feng Zhe chuckled. Indeed, how intriguing. You possess keen insight. A good fishing boat holds far greater significance than a mere spiritual fruit. Feigning surprise, Han Fei exclaimed, ah? Feng Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall gift you a fishing boat. With a simple gesture, a pristine white fishing boat materialized upon the sea. Its sleek design and aesthetic far surpassing the humble 8-person boat everyone had been using. However, Han Fei's focus was not on the boat itself, but rather the manner of its appearance. Was this the so-called seeds of the universe? He pondered if it shared any parallels with his own method of refining the heavens and earth. Feng Zhe continued, your trial is nearing its conclusion. Be on your way. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Feng Zhe's departure, the village chief's voice resonated through the air. I declare the fishing trial concluded. Remain still and do not move recklessly. I shall survey from above. Any disturbances will result in disqualification. All inspectors were mobilized, and parents began to enter the venue, albeit only slightly, to witness the outcomes. After a brief period, an inspector arrived. Upon recognizing him, Han Fei was astonished. It was teacher Zhou Ding from the South Campus, the very teacher who had previously escorted him out of the area. Zhou Ding stood frozen upon seeing the numerous fishing boats, muttering to himself, are these the prodigies from that school? However, upon spotting Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, he could not contain his shock, exclaiming, it's you too? Han Fei responded respectfully. Han Fei greets teacher Zhou. He Xiaoyu added, He Xiaoyu greets teacher Zhou. Tanggu chimed in, Tanggu greets teacher Zhou. Zhou Ding, recognizing Tanggu, was no longer surprised by the multitude of boats present, understanding that as an angel's disciple, Tanggu could effortlessly claim the top spot, leaving no one to challenge him. Of the myriad boats that had entered the competition, only around 3,000 remained. These boats were now brimming with fish, and all staff at the departure port were summoned to tally the results. Scores were announced intermittently. Zhou Chong, total score, 481 points. Ding Dayu, total score, 389 points. Su Erling, total score, 501 points. Whenever a participant exceeded 500 points, cheers erupted, as it was believed such scores would secure a place within the top 1,000. Suddenly, a staff member exclaimed, Wang Baiyu, total score, 4,982 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many fishermen were left speechless, realizing how close he was to achieving a score of 5,000. A parent remarked, "This is clearly the second place." Another parent added enviously, "I've heard that the top 3 will receive the Angel's Grand Prize, the Gathering Spirit Technique, an exceptionally powerful combat skill." A parent scoffed, "What do you know? The Gathering Spirit Technique is no mere skill. It is a prestigious vocation. Those who learn it are called Gathering Masters." Some parents sighed. One should aspire to have a son like Wang Baiyu. Meanwhile, Han Fei, Tang Ge, and He Xiaoyu awaited their scores. Tang Ge was the first to be called. When the staff saw the multitude of boats, they were momentarily stunned, questioning, "Are all these yours?" Tang Ge pointed, that one, and that one, 5 in total. All mine. Relief washed over the onlookers. They had feared that all the boats belonged to Tang Ge. Soon after, another staff member exclaimed, "Tang Ge, total score, 5,882 points." Parents began to murmur in admiration. Indeed, he is the angel's disciple, effortlessly surpassing Wang Baiyu by nearly 1,000 points. One parent shook their head. Not just nearly 1,000. Had Wang Baiyu not had assistance from his family, he would not have scored nearly 5,000 points. Parents regarded it as mere conversation. While teachers compared notes, Wang Jie, Tang Ji's instructor, beamed with pride, knowing his student was likely to secure first place. No one suspected the angel's involvement. Such a minor event was hardly worthy of his attention. Had the angel intervened, a score of 50,000 would have been easily attainable. At the same time, He Xiaoyu was also being called for scoring. However, before her turn, a staff member announced, Hu Kuan, 1,299 points. Hu Kuan's heart raced. This 6-hour ordeal had been life-threatening. Even with his recent breakthrough to the 7th level, he had narrowly escaped encirclement multiple times. Hearing his score, he knew he had a chance at the top 100. Just then, he spotted He Xiaoyu, and his demeanor shifted when he noticed the 3 boats behind her. How had Li Hu not caught her? Moments later, the staff member stared in disbelief. He Xiaoyu, total score, 3,012 points. Hu Kuan could not contain his laughter, overwhelmed with joy. Nearby, a teacher complimented, "Old He, you have a remarkable daughter. Mr. He, your daughter, the great fisher, is bound for greatness. Mr. He, although my son's score is modest, he possesses an admirable countenance and noble demeanor. Perhaps you should consider him?" At that moment, Mr. He was too elated to heed such comments, thinking to himself, "Your son looks like a common fish, and you dare speak of nobility while eyeing my precious daughter?" As various parents admired He Xiaoyu's beauty, some secretly noted her down, contemplating having their sons pursue her. Hu Kuan was stupefied. 3,012 points. This was a blatant slap in the face. He had anticipated He Xiaoyu being caught by Li Hu. Yet here she was, surpassing him. Was it possible that He Xiaoyu was more capable than he? After He Xiaoyu's turn was complete, Hu Kuan saw Han Fei approach, and his spirits plummeted upon witnessing the countless boats trailing behind him. Finally, Han Fei's turn came for scoring. The staff member asked, "You are Han Fei, correct? Which boat is yours?" Han Fei replied confidently, "All of these are mine." The staff member stared incredulously. "Wait, what? All of these belong to you?" Han Fei nodded. "Indeed. They are all mine. With so many teachers present, would I dare deceive you?" Han Fei possessed a total of 21 fishing boats, which understandably left the staff incredulous. Who could possibly believe such a claim? During the tallying process, one of the staff members opened the fish hold of a certain boat and was immediately taken aback, for it was filled entirely with knife fish, devoid of even a single soft-shelled turtle. The staff member was momentarily dumbfounded, wondering if it was some sort of joke. In truth, Han Fei was aware that only 4 of his boats primarily contained knife fish, yet even that was a substantial quantity. Moments later, when Han Fei's results were announced, a staff member gasped in astonishment. All eyes turned towards her as she stammered while holding up her notebook. Han Fei. Total score, 13,208 points. Chapter 56. First place. Silence enveloped the venue. The atmosphere, once lively with chatter, dissipated the moment the scores were announced. Teachers and staff stood in stunned silence. The principal and the village head were equally taken aback, as was Wang Jie, Han Fei's teacher. Only Tang Ge wore a smile. While Han Fei himself looked around, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, It was inconceivable. He must have cheated. At that moment, Hukuin was overcome with excitement, utterly astonished by the figure displayed. Even if he were to multiply his score tenfold, he could not match it. The only explanation that came to mind was that Han Fei had cheated. Otherwise, how could such a high score be possible? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Young man, one must be accountable for their words." The village head interjected, "Young man, you indeed must substantiate your claims. Do you possess any evidence to accuse classmate Han Fei of cheating?" Hukuin, finding himself without evidence, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It must be Tengu. Han Fei and Tengu are close friends. Surely Tengu must have transferred his points to Han Fei. How else could he have achieved such a high score? Hukuin continued fervently, "You speak nonsense. Just a month ago, he was a second-tier fisherman. In such a short span, do you expect him to amass over 10,000 points in the fishing trial? Do you believe that?" The village head and others turned their gazes towards Han Fei, pondering the situation. A month ago, he was indeed a second-tier fisherman, yet now he appeared more akin to a seventh-tier angler. Han Fei, however, remained unfazed. Hukuin, everyone has their own opportunities. I have faced life and death numerous times. Is it not justifiable that I have gained some fortune? Yet you, with such a narrow mind, cannot even place within the top 10 with your score of over 1,000. Why do you seek to undermine me? Speak. Are you envious of me, resentful of my accomplishments? At that moment, a parent shouted, "Young man, why not share how you amassed those points?" Another voice chimed in, "Yes, enlighten us on how you achieved such a feat. How many competitors did you have to outpace to gather such points?" In an instant, numerous voices echoed, some genuinely curious, while others relished the spectacle. The village head admonished, "Silence. Parents, please refrain from speaking. The trial statistics have yet to conclude." Eventually, the noise subsided, and the village head cast a hesitant glance at Han Fei. "Classmate Han Fei, you may explain. I assure you, no one will trouble you." Han Fei replied, "Village head, may I trust in your assurance?" The village head's face flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean by may I trust?" "Of course, you can. Speak freely. No one will disturb you." Han Fei began. "It is quite simple. I had no intention of competing, merely wishing to be a quiet and handsome gentleman. Yet, many sought to challenge me. Among them were classmates Li Hu, Xiao Wushuang, and others I do not recognize. I simply seized the opportunity and claimed their points. In that moment, Han Fei revealed his true prowess. To an ordinary village, he was regarded as an extraordinary figure, yet to those of greater stature, he was inconsequential. If he could not even be deemed a prodigy within the village, how could he aspire for greater heights? Thus, he believed it was time to display his strength. "What? You defeated Li Hu? That cannot be true. Li Hu is a master of the 8th tier." The crowd buzzed with disbelief. "And Xiao Wushuang possesses a 4th-tier lower-grade spiritual vein. How could you possibly best him?" Hukuin continued to berate. "Both Li Hu and Xiao Wushuang are 8th-tier fishermen. How could you have taken their fishing boats?" Han Fei gazed upon him with a look of pity. "Is it truly so strange? They could not best me. Or perhaps they would like to come forward and speak for themselves." Unfortunately, neither Li Hu nor Xiao Wushuang could emerge at that moment. Li Ju was among the parents. His fists clenched tightly, barely containing his fury. His son had been nearly incapacitated, and he could not express his anger, instead feeling compelled to express gratitude for the mercy shown, while also seeking to compensate Han Fei to prevent further repercussions regarding the inspecting officer. Xiao Wushuang, too, was prideful. Aside from Tengu, he believed himself to be the strongest in Tianshui village due to his superior spiritual vein. How could he bear to lose to an obscure individual? Han Fei turned to the staff. "Can my points be confirmed?" The staff member glanced at the village head before nodding. "Classmate Han Fei, your total score is confirmed at 13,208 points. Should anyone contest this, they may do so at any time, but at present, we must not disrupt the ongoing scoring of other students." Unexpectedly, Han Fei showed no intention of departing, instead quietly inquiring of the staff, "Excuse me, may I take my fish with me?" The staff member replied. The point tally concluded swiftly, and before the sun dipped below the horizon, the results were finalized. The village head stood upon the fishing boat, suspended in the air, holding a list in hand. "I hereby announce the results of this fishing trial. First place, Han Fei. Total score 13,208 points. Second place, Tengu. Total score 5,882 points. Third place, Wang Baiyu. Total score 4,982 points. Fourth place, Xiangnan. Total score 4,356 points. Seventh place, He Xiaoyu. Total score 3,012 points. 10th place, Chen Qing, total score 222 points. As the top 10 were revealed, the scores of subsequent contestants began to plummet from the 11th place with 800 points down to the 100th place with 120 points. Hu Kuan, surprisingly, ranked 86th, a commendable achievement in itself, yet still insignificant when compared to the top 10. The final score for the 1,000th contestant stood at 496 points. While some rejoiced, others were disheartened. Those who secured a place within the top 1,000 were undoubtedly pleased, but the village head's subsequent remarks stirred deep emotions. Students, I trust you have come to comprehend the harsh reality of the fishing trial. It is but a microcosm of the real world. Such events unfold daily in first and second-tier fishing grounds. A somber silence fell over many students, and the parents too began to fall silent. In fact, from the very beginning, many parents had remained quiet, having yet to locate their children. A wave of emotion swept over the crowd, including Han Fei himself, who understood the loss. The empty fishing boats he'd claimed indicated that many had been eliminated. He recalled Yi Xiaoyu's words, Li Hu had killed. Those who had once formed alliances were the primary source of the fallen students. The village head continued, reality is indeed cruel. In total, 982 boats participated in this fishing trial. According to the final tally, the number of injured reached as high as 5,000, with some suffering permanent disabilities. I share this not to instill fear, but to make it clear that this is a predatory ocean. Those who do not wish to be abandoned or fall should strive with all their might. As long as one survives, there remains hope for life. Upon hearing these figures, Han Fei fell silent. This was merely a fishing trial within a village, yet the casualty rate was so staggering. What of the town? What of the city? For the first time, he grasped the brutality of this world, or more accurately, the brutality of cultivation. Among hundreds of ordinary individuals, how many could become fishermen? Among hundreds of fishermen, how many could ascend to the ranks of master fishermen? And how many masters would it take to produce a single angler? As mentioned by Yi Xiaoyu, to aspire to become a deep-sea angler like Feng Zhe, how many corpses would one need to tread upon? Han Fei glanced towards the parents on the periphery. No one bore a smile now. Some were in tears, while others offered words of comfort. Han Fei took a deep breath, for this was a battle for survival, a struggle against fate and humanity alike. Chapter 57. Throwing fish for fun in the evening. The marketplace in the east thronged with thousands of people gathered around the renowned barbecue stall. Li Gang, drenched in sweat, shouted amidst his grilling, "No need to rush. For the next 3 days, everything here is half price. Come whenever you like." He was so busy he hardly had time to take a sip of water. Yet his face radiated joy. This was the essence of life. In his past days as a thug in the Tiger Head gang, collecting protection fees had often drawn disdain from others. But now, the barbecue he prepared was in high demand, with customers eagerly tossing money into his hands. Meanwhile, at the cliffside of Han Fei's residence, Han Fei, Tang Ge, and Yi Xiaoyu were enjoying barbecue delicacies while pondering the fate of the dozens of fishing boats they had. The yield was substantial enough to significantly impact the seafood market. Each year, after the fishing trials, the prices at the Sky Island marketplace would plummet. And this year was no exception. Yi Xiaoyu's 3 boats had been disposed of by He Mingtang, while Han Fei had directly received 5 boats, leaving him with a total of 26. After organizing the available boats, he was left with 15, and even after giving Li Gang 3 boats, he still had 12 boats without a place to dock. Tang Ge savored a garlic shrimp and exclaimed, "Delicious. If we turn all our fish into barbecues, we can make quite a fortune." Han Fei replied, "It's too much. The fish we 3 have together exceeds 10,000 pounds, probably several 100,000 pounds." Yi Xiaoyu remarked, "In this weather, live fish can only last a day. Otherwise, they spoil." Tang Ge suggested, "Then let us sell them." He and Yi Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei in disbelief. Just days after their hardships, he was already suggesting such a thing? Han Fei pointed at their barbecue stall and said, "At this rate, we'll only consume 1 boat of fish tonight, and maybe 1 more tomorrow at most." He bit into a large shrimp and mused, "The sea feels so lonely. I merely wish to take them for a brief excursion above." Tang Ge and Yi Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled glances. Yi Xiaoyu quietly nudged Tang Ge and whispered, "Have you noticed? Although his strength is rapidly advancing, his mind sometimes seems a bit off." Tang Ge retorted, "Your mind is the one that's off. How could he grow so swiftly without being sharp enough to attract the attention of a revered master?" Tang Ge pondered, could this be Han Fei's true nature? Suddenly, Yi Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Do you think Han Fei is actually a fish in disguise? There are legends of fish that can transform into humans." Tang Ge scoffed, staring at her in disbelief. "I assure you, My brother has no issues. It's your mind that seems to be a bit unhinged. At that moment, Han Fei began tossing fish one by one, a blissful smile adorning his face, leaving Tengu and He Xiaoyu both bewildered. He Xiaoyu offered, "Let me help you throw." "Stay still," Han Fei chided, pointing at her. "What are you doing? A girl like you. Sit and enjoy the barbecue." Tengu chuckled. "I'll help you. You stay put." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Never mind. Wait for me a moment. This fish tossing isn't urgent. Let me teach you both the 108 techniques of body refinement." "Really? Can I learn?" He Xiaoyu gasped in shock. Han Fei waved his hand nonchalantly. "In these years, I have few friends. Besides Tengu, you're one of them. Would I forget you in a moment of good fortune?" As he climbed the cliff, he muttered, "I won't tell you it's because I feared you'd throw my fish that I'm teaching you." He Xiaoyu felt exhilarated. According to the angel Feng Zhe, this was a legendary technique only masters could wield. Tengu, too, had once thought Han Fei would falter, even fearing for his safety during the fishing trials. Yet now he was teaching them a combat technique. "Stand properly, focus on my movements, and try not to deviate even slightly," Han Fei instructed. "Okay, understood." The first movement involved leaning back, resting one hand on the ground while the other grasped a foot. Han Fei executed it effortlessly, but Tengu flushed. Thinking the move was somewhat challenging, He Xiaoyu simply collapsed onto the ground. "Can you manage, He Xiaoyu? Girls are generally more flexible than boys. Why are you lying on the ground?" Han Fei questioned. "It's too difficult," she replied. "Do you still want to learn?" He Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. "Yes. 1, 2, 3. Han Fei taught a total of 18 movements. By the 8th, both Tengu and He Xiaoyu were drenched in sweat, and after completing the 18th, they nearly collapsed. Han Fei wondered if he was teaching poorly, while he had once struggled through his own training. He had managed to complete 36 movements, marking a small milestone. In the sky, Feng Zhe observed the scene, nodding in approval. Indeed, this top-tier technique engaged every muscle in the body, and with consistent practice, one could achieve feats others found nearly impossible. He contemplated whether he should learn as well. But then again, if a few juniors learned, what would it matter? Tengu and He Xiaoyu, as if pulled from water, were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. As they slowly regained their composure, Tengu suddenly felt a shift. "Hey, I sense my spiritual energy limit has increased." "Really? Ah, that is amazing," He Xiaoyu exclaimed. As they prepared to share this good news with Han Fei, they discovered he had vanished. Peering over the cliff's edge, they saw Han Fei diligently tossing fish while humming a tune, a smile permanently etched on his face. Upon noticing their heads peeking out, Han Fei scolded, "You've stopped? Keep practicing until tomorrow morning. There is no time to waste." "What?" He Xiaoyu's face turned pale. After just completing the 18 movements, she felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Now he wanted them to practice until morning? Was he out of his mind? Tengu couldn't help but twitch his lips, uncertain if he could endure further training. Suddenly, Han Fei slapped his forehead. "Oh, Tengu, I have some iron fish body refinement liquid. I forgot to mention it. Just take a little, otherwise, you won't feel anything while training." I practiced for 3 days and nights. Instantly, Tang Ji's spirit surged as he stared at Han Fei in disbelief. Just completing those incredibly challenging movements was already a formidable task, and Han Fei had trained for 3 days straight. Moreover, he and team merely practiced these 18 movements. The full set comprised a staggering 108. Tengu's throat tightened. "He Xiaoyu, let us go practice." While Han Fei continued tossing fish, and Tengu and He Xiaoyu trained, He Mingtang approached Han Fei's residence with a fierce demeanor. His face darkened. Yes, Han Fei had aided his daughter during the fishing trials, but that didn't grant him the right to steal her away. Look at her now. She was learning to stay out overnight. Just as He Mingtang neared Han Fei's home, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. "Heavens, an angel!" Feng Zhe inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "Ah, it's about the girl named He Xiaoyu." He Mingtang nodded fervently. Indeed, He Xiaoyu was at Han Fei's residence. "Ah, the supreme technique. Yes, yes, I take my leave." Chapter 58. The awakening of talent. Han Fei had spent the entire night fishing, his hands now feeling somewhat sore. However, upon glancing at his status, a smile broke across his face. Owner, Han Fei level 7, superior fisherman, spirit energy, 38112-279, spirit vein, low grade level 2, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo staff. Main skill, void fishing technique part 1, hooking technique, common grade divine item. With less than an hour until dawn, Han Fei contemplated whether he should elevate his spirit vein level. If the awakening of talent was indeed tied to one's inherent potential, then the level of the spirit vein must hold considerable significance. Although he was aware that Feng Zhe was likely nearby, he pondered the possibility of remaining unnoticed. After much deliberation, Han Fei resolved to take the risk. Believing that Feng Zhe's status was not as exalted as others presumed, Tianshui village was merely a small settlement, overshadowed by towns and cities. If Feng Zhe was here to oversee the awakening of talent, did that not imply that other villages and towns had similarly powerful figures presiding over them? Even if Feng Zhe detected something amiss, Han Fei could concoct a tale to deceive him, and should that fail, he still had Tengu as a shield. Feng Zhe might not act against him. With this thought in mind, Han Fei climbed the cliff, only to find Feng Zhe seated atop his roof, casually enjoying a barbecue while holding a bottle of strong liquor. Upon spotting Han Fei, he remarked, "This delicacy is truly delightful. I never expected such exquisite flavor from the most basic spirit fruit. And this wine, how was it brewed? Do share the method with me later." Han Fei turned his head, his initial intention to elevate his spirit vein level dissipating at once. How could he attempt to enhance his spirit vein while Feng Zhe stood before him? The alchemy cauldron must remain concealed at all costs. Feng Zhe nodded slightly, then with a flick of his hand, an ancient jade pendant floated before Han Fei. "I shall not take advantage of you, little brat. I originally promised to reward the top 3 of this fishing trial with the gathering spirit technique. However, since you secured first place and contributed the 108 fragments of body refinement, this spirit book is now yours. It contains various methods for practicing as a gathering spirit master. As for your achievements, that depends entirely on your own efforts." Han Fei was taken aback. The transformation from the gathering spirit technique to methods for becoming a gathering spirit master? Was this akin to the path of a formidable warrior like those from the Wang family? "Thank you, esteemed one," Han Fei replied. Feng Zhe paid no further heed to Han Fei, who then joined Tengu and He Xiaoyu. The two were no longer simply drenched in sweat. They were enveloped in a mist of energy, the effects of whatever Feng Zhe had provided them evident. Han Fei could surmise what it was, for an alluring fragrance wafted from their vicinity, likely the recently consumed sea red fruit. Joining their practice, Han Fei did not intend to request any spirit fruits. He found the exchange of spirit fruits for fishing boats exceedingly worthwhile. As dawn broke, the sky was painted a brilliant crimson. Each time Han Fei beheld such a scene, he felt as if the world were a wondrous and fantastical place. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from He Xiaoyu, who appeared to be breaking through some form of restraint, releasing a torrent of unknown substances from her body. Refining essence and marrow? Han Fei recognized the phenomenon immediately. He too had experienced a similar transformation during his skill upgrade, the effects being far more pronounced, as his entire body had been enveloped in a thick haze. He Xiaoyu, having consumed only a single spirit fruit, likely would not match his results. "I have reached level 8? With a thud, He Xiaoyu collapsed, utterly exhausted after enduring a night of practicing 18 movements. A true trial for a girl unaccustomed to such arduous effort. In contrast, Tengu completed the final movement before rising slowly. Refreshing, Tengu grinned. "I feel that my spirit energy cap has increased by at least 30 points, and that was merely 18 movements. This 108 fragments of body refinement is exceptionally potent." Han Fei stared in disbelief. "How much did you increase?" 30 points. What about you?" Han Fei fell silent, unwilling to engage with Tengu any further. Was this truly the prowess of a genius with a level 7 spirit vein? He had completed all 108 postures, yet his increase seemed to hover around a mere 10 points. He Xiaoyu, filled with envy, exclaimed, "So much? Why do I feel I've only increased by about 10 points? Han Fei grimaced. "I had even less." "Ha ha." Feng Zhe's voice boomed as he appeared, laughter echoing. "This is the power of the spirit vein. A level 7 high-grade spirit vein is incomparable to a low-grade one. Indeed, once you master all 108 postures, Tengu, you may become invincible among your peers." Ha ha ha. At Floating Island, the most sacred location was, of course, the very center of the island. Even the village chief was unworthy of dwelling there, regardless of the grade of a floating island. The central area was always treated with utmost reverence. It was Han Fei's first time at the center of Tianshui village's floating island. Here stood a stone statue depicting a woman, one hand raised, clutching a fishing rod, with numerous offerings laid at her feet, seemingly just placed. "My daughter." He Mingyang had been waiting here, and upon seeing He Xiaoyu, Han Fei, and Tengu arrive, he exhaled in relief. He scrutinized He Xiaoyu closely, astonished. "Daughter, have you broken through to level 8 fisherman?" He Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. Father, please don't ask so much. Of course, I want to pry. As long as you know. Just don't tell me, He Mingtang replied, grinning broadly. It appeared that mingling with Han Fei and the others had its benefits. He believed that even Han Fei was merely a fortunate companion, granted the powerful techniques due to the benevolence of the esteemed one. All right. The three of you should hurry and pay homage to the sea god, then quickly form your team. You will be among the first to undergo the awakening of talent. So do not be negligent. Han Fei was taken aback. Isn't the sea god male? He Mingtang's expression darkened. Do not speak such nonsense. No ridiculous remarks are permitted during the offering. Han Fei muttered under his breath. In our corner, the sea god is a bearded man wielding a trident. This image is far more imposing. This one, holding merely a fishing rod, seems to lack grandeur. The offering to the sea god bore no specific rules. Han Fei followed the lead of He Xiaoyu and Tang Gu, retrieving his fishing rod, bowing his head against it in quiet murmurs. Unsure of what he was uttering, perhaps a prayer. After the homage to the sea god, the trio proceeded into the inner sanctum behind the statue. This was a pit approximately 200 meters wide, its bottom flat, adorned with intricate patterns that resembled a lavish swimming pool. Surrounding this grand pool were rows of steps, akin to those outside a stadium, now filled with people, a veritable sea of faces. Each year, many gathered to witness the event. Some came to cheer on their children, while others were simply there for the spectacle. At this moment, Han Fei spotted Wang Baiyu, Xiang Nan, and Qin Qing among others he did not recognize, all exchanging nods. After all, entering the top 10 meant these youths were extraordinary, among the most exceptional of the 600,000 inhabitants of Floating Island. Before the awakening of talent began, voices rose high, calling out the names of the top 10. Tanggu, Tanggu, Tanggu. Wang Baiyu, Wang Baiyu, Wang Baiyu. Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan, Xiang Nan. The cheers surged like waves, each cresting higher than the last. Indeed, figures such as Han Fei, the dark horse of the competition, evoke little recognition, as most are only just becoming acquainted with him, lacking any sense of identification. However, the situation is markedly different for Tanggu. The name Tanggu has become emblematic of Tianshui village. Even He Xiaoyu finds some admirers cheering for him. Among the voices of support, the loudest are those for Tanggu, Wang Baiyu, and Xiang Nan. Suddenly, a resounding roar halted the atmosphere, drawing the attention of all towards the individual who had called out for Han Fei. Chapter 59. The Awakening of Talent. As they turned towards the sound, the crowd beheld the presence of Xiao Wushuang, a figure who undoubtedly deserved a place among the top 10. At that moment, he was perched in the audience with his hands dangling, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of those around him, calling out, Han Fei. The atmosphere turned peculiar, with Xiao Wushuang being the sole voice repeating Han Fei's name. Well done. Suddenly, another voice erupted, drawing attention to Han Fei, who was waving towards the audience. Everyone was left bewildered. He Xiaoyu, Wang Baiyu, and others exchanged confused glances, wondering if they might bring shame upon themselves. Xiao Wushuang clenched his fists, realizing that everyone had underestimated Han Fei. He had personally experienced a power that no mere student in a fishing trial should possess. It was simply terrifying. Look, the public's eyes are sharp, Han Fei remarked. He Xiaoyu retorted, he might just be blind. Why is no one calling my name? People are likely preparing to introduce their sons to you in secret. If they call your name now, it would unwittingly create a rival, Han Fei teased. You're the worst. Tanggu chimed in. Being called out isn't great. I don't even know them. It just means you have high popularity. You are a role model, Han Fei pointed out. I think you could also become a role model, Tanggu replied. I can be a role model for girls, as I'm the only female in the top 10. He Xiaoyu added. Wang Baiyu, overhearing their conversation, felt exasperated. Aren't you all nervous? This is the awakening of talent. This could determine our futures. Han Fei, Tanggu. Remember to head towards the center later. There's an advantage in standing in the central area, Wang Baiyu advised. What's that large pit in the center for? Han Fei inquired. That's where the awakening liquid is released, Wang Baiyu explained. Han Fei nearly choked, astonished. Isn't there too much of this awakening liquid? That pool could wash thousands of people. That's diluted awakening liquid. Haven't you seen previous talent awakenings? Wang Baiyu replied. Of course I've seen them. I just haven't tried it myself. If only I could bathe here every day, Han Fei mused. After a brief moment, all the students ranked in the top 1,000 took their places. The village chief approached the crowd and called out, Silence, everyone. This year, the awakening of talent is about to commence. The rules are the same as in previous years. The top 10 will enter the pool first, followed by the top 100 after half an hour. and the remaining participants will enter after 1 hour. All awakened talent soul beasts must exit the pool immediately, without delay. Holding a list, the village chief announced, "Now, let the first place of this fishing trial, Han Fei, followed by second place Tanggood, and third place Wang Baiyu, He Xiaoyu, Jia Tong, Li Yuan, and Chun Qing enter the pool." The crowd stirred with excitement as the top few descended the steps, eliciting envy from those behind them. This was the privilege of the top ranks, as these individuals likely possessed the finest talents and thus enjoyed the best resources. Following them were the top 100, and thereafter, those with lesser talents would enter together. At this moment, the pool was devoid of the so-called awakening liquid, and Han Fei and his companions did not linger, making their way towards the center. They settled down about 10 meters from the large pit, spreading out. He Xiaoyu and Tangge sat on either side of Han Fei, approximately 5 to 6 meters apart. He Xiaoyu asked, "Han Fei, what do you think my talent soul beast will be?" "I'm so excited." Contemplating for a moment, Han Fei recalled only seeing teacher Wang Jie's large crab since arriving in this world, and Li Hu's did not count as a talent soul beast. Thus, he replied, "Perhaps a crab. That's hideous. I refuse to be a crab. A soul beast isn't necessarily something from an ordinary fishing ground. Many people's soul beasts are creatures we've never heard of. Some have even awakened corals." Han Fei responded, "What? Coral counts as a beast? Who knows? It probably doesn't. But those who awaken corals seem to have exceptional defenses. I'm just so eager to find out." He Xiaoyu replied, her face alight with anticipation. Han Fei, observing her enthusiasm, felt a sense of exasperation. Having any talent soul beast was already fortunate. Why be picky? Yet, he too was curious, as it felt akin to opening a treasure chest, with the prizes being creatures from the vast ocean, chosen at random. Wang Baiyu interjected, "Most people's talent soul beasts are familiar to us, but unique soul beasts are certainly remarkable." Just then, a geyser of water erupted. "Stay calm and focused. Do not lose your concentration," Tangge advised. The water rose swiftly, soon covering the entire 200-meter pool with a thin layer. Moments later, a green liquid began to pour from the large pit, instantly dyeing the water a vibrant grass green. Soon, the water reached their chins. "Hold your breath," Tangge instructed. Han Fei took a deep breath, but before long, the water engulfed his head, leaving everyone seemingly suspended at the bottom. Han Fei glanced at Tangge and He Xiaoyu, noticing that both had tightly shut their eyes, as did everyone else around him. Thus, he too closed his eyes. At that moment, Han Fei felt as if he had entered a wondrous state, akin to being submerged in a vast ocean, with gentle waves caressing his body, his mind adrift. If he were to describe the sensation, it was as though someone's extremely warm hands were soothing him, bringing immense comfort. In his mind, he found himself in a dark realm, surrounded by countless twinkling stars, which seemed to surge wildly into his being. Time passed, and as the shimmering particles faded, Han Fei felt as if he were traversing through intricate pathways, his body akin to a beam of light darting through, until he beheld a vast sea. Although he could not discern what lay beneath the water, he sensed its clarity, yet a thin membrane obstructed his view, preventing him from penetrating it. Suddenly, a small gourd materialized before him, and Han Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Is this the awakening of talent? And you decided to join the fray?" Yet, the gourd paid him no mind, beginning to spin leisurely. At that moment, Han Fei sensed a surge of fish approaching in droves, but they too could not breach the membrane, resulting in a flurry of fish continuously colliding against it. In the outside world, time had passed for more than half an hour. Suddenly, the water surface began to ripple, and someone exclaimed, "It's happening. The first successful awakening is Chun Qing." With a splash, Chun Qing's body quivered, and a swordfish materialized beside him, circling around him. "Ah, a swordfish. It's the most formidable fish in the first-level fishing ground, but it's rather common," someone sighed. "Do you even understand? A swordfish is still a fish from the first-level fishing ground. Most people awaken fish from ordinary grounds," another countered. The village chief glanced at the swordfish, shaking his head slightly. "This won't do. The swordfish is too ordinary. Far too many in the town have swordfish as their talent soul beasts. It lacks uniqueness." Soon after, another disturbance arose from the pool's depths, this time from Li Yuan, who found a large meat turtle floating beside him. The crowd erupted in excitement. "Wow, a large meat turtle. This is unprecedented." Li Yuan's father stood up in exhilaration. The large meat turtle signified immense defensive capabilities. His son acquiring such a soul beast meant he would never have to worry about falling in an ordinary or first-level fishing ground. The village chief silently nodded. recognizing that Li Yuan is indeed worthy of cultivation in the future. Shortly thereafter, Jiatong encountered a large blue crab, reminiscent of the impressive catches of Master Wang Jie. Unfortunately, this blue crab lacked the superior qualities of Wang Jie's prized catch, the exquisite jade crab that only appears in first-tier fishing grounds. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. Nevertheless, the audience remained unfazed. Some even expressed envy, remarking, "Ah, a crab, capable of both offense and defense. Its overall abilities are quite commendable." At this moment, the most anxious individual was He Mingtang. Typically, the longer one perseveres, the stronger the innate spirit beast they summon. With the last three participants already revealing their creatures, he pondered the identity of his daughter as spirit. To his surprise, it was Zhang Chang from the 6th-ranked school who first exhibited a response, summoning an ironhead fish. This brought He Mingtang immense joy, as he believed his daughter must possess superior talent, thus requiring a longer wait. However, the ironhead fish also elicited considerable cheers from the crowd. Despite the frequent banter regarding the ironhead fish, it boasted a robust constitution, with defensive capabilities rivaling those of the formidable meat turtle. The 5th participant unveiled a swordfish, while the 4th, Xiang Nan, summoned the first variant fish, albeit a rather common one, the pufferfish. This indicated that Xiang Nan would possess exceptional offensive prowess, even in the town. Few youths could summon a pufferfish. Suddenly, an unusual movement was detected beneath the water, originating from He Xiaoyu's side. Chapter 60. The white dragon-feathered spirit shrimp He Mingtang was instantly filled with excitement, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Jie cautioned, "Do not be overly excited. Xiaoyu has persevered until now, hence the soul beast she will summon can only be superior to the previous ones." He Mingtang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It must be so." With a loud exclamation, the village chief announced, "A rare fish, a rare fish." The audience rose in unison, their eyes drawn to a fish adorned in a striking pattern of red, black, and white, gasping in awe. "Such a fish. I've never seen anything like it before. Yet it is absolutely beautiful." Tears of joy streamed down He Mingtang's face as he exclaimed, "A rarity, it is a rare fish. Haha. My family has produced a unique soul beast." The village chief, equally elated, pondered how long it had been since a rare soul beast had graced their village. He could scarcely remember, perhaps several decades. If Han Fei were awake at that moment, he would surely be astonished by the lack of knowledge displayed by the crowd, many of whom could not even recognize a clownfish. Many people turned their gaze skyward, as if hoping to see whether Feng Zhe understood the significance of this fish. As anticipated, Feng Zhe stood suspended in midair, observing the clownfish beside He Xiaoyu. "This is a red sparrowfish, also known as an anemone fish," he explained. "It is highly territorial and aggressive, feeding exclusively on various sea anemones. It is quite rare, yet its growth potential is limited. Should it evolve into a black sparrowfish, this child would surely qualify for entry into the city." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many were left speechless, realizing the extraordinary nature of the fish that feasted upon sea anemones, and even more so, the possibility of entering the city. Surrounding He Mingtang were numerous teachers who congratulated him. "Congratulations, teacher He. You have given birth to an extraordinary daughter." He Mingtang humbly replied, "Oh, it is merely luck." One teacher chimed in, "I have a relative in the town. Perhaps you should consider." He Mingtang laughed, "Ah, my daughter is still young, still young." As a throng of well-wishers surrounded He Mingtang, those who had awakened their soul beasts before He Xiaoyu looked on enviously. At that moment, He Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, only to find a clownfish before her, its front half red and its rear half black, with a white mark on its head gazing back at her. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow. So adorable, so beautiful. Are you my soul beast? Come swim around and show me." The clownfish, seemingly aware of her delight, swiftly circled around her, moving with incredible speed, bringing her immense joy. The village chief cleared his throat. "Those who have acquired their innate soul beasts, please step forward." He Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the audience and promptly followed her father's instructions. With a thought, the clownfish darted into her brow and vanished. She glanced towards the bottom of the pool, noticing that Han Fei and Tengu were still submerged, likely enduring longer than she had, which surely meant they would summon even more remarkable soul beasts. "Oh, I wonder if my fish has a name. I must ask." As half an hour approached, only Han Fei, Tengu, and Wang Baiyu remained submerged. Wang Baiyu could hardly contain himself. Suddenly, a massive green turtle with a high, rounded back emerged from the depths. "Hiss. Is that a hard-shelled turtle?" Some were momentarily stunned. Any turtle is a formidable creature. If the great meat turtle is deemed invincible in a first-tier fishing ground, then the hard-shelled turtle is near the pinnacle of defense in both first- and second-tier fishing grounds. Its near invincibility stems from a legend that speaks of another exceedingly rare turtle in first-tier fishing grounds known as the stoneback turtle. As its name suggests, the stoneback turtle carries a stone upon its back, said to be embedded with a combat technique, though no one has ever seen one. Thus, the hard-shelled turtle has come to be regarded as nearly invincible. The ancestral figure of the Wong family observed intently, nodding slightly upon seeing the hard-shelled turtle. Good lad, truly worthy of the Wong lineage. If this hard-shelled turtle can advance further, it shall become a mysterious armored turtle, and at that point, my Wong family will produce another formidable armored master. Upon awakening and spotting the hard-shelled turtle, Wang Baiyu felt a tinge of disappointment but still patted its shell. He instinctively glanced underwater, realizing that Han Fei and Tang Gu had yet to awaken. Half an hour had already passed, and the pool's green hue had slightly diminished. The village chief continued to call out, "The top 100 participants, please enter the pool." With a splash, it resembled a crowd rushing into a bathhouse. Many eager to enter the water, fearing they would fall behind and absorb less of the awakening liquid than their peers. However, the audience was preoccupied with discussions about Tang Gu and Han Fei. One person remarked with a peculiar expression, "This Han Fei seems quite powerful. How else could he remain submerged for so long?" Another pondered, "Could he be a genius capable of rivaling Tang Gu?" Yet another shook their head, "That is unlikely. I heard that Han Fei only possesses a first-tier upper-grade spiritual vein. He may merely be lingering a bit longer, nothing more." Suddenly, the center of the pool erupted with a fervent commotion as a burst of crimson flames soared upward. Feng Zhe, who had been resting with his eyes closed, appeared instantaneously behind the statue of the sea god, his gaze ablaze with excitement. With a resounding splash, a slender creature, approximately half a meter in length, ascended into the air. This being was entirely red, engulfed in ethereal flames, save for a single white line extending from its head to its tail. Its back boasted red and white bone-like wings, and it also bore a pair of large pincers. Everyone was left in awe, the village chief dumbfounded. "What is this?" He Xiaoyu gaped, her mouth agape, and all the students awaiting their turn to enter the pool mirrored her astonishment. This rarity was indeed exceptional. The village chief could only shout rarity. In confusion, "Tengu! Tengu! Tengu!" The audience erupted with excitement. The spectacle was utterly miraculous. Witnessing flames blazing in the water, something unheard of, Tengu awoke and instinctively glanced at Han Fei, realizing he had not yet awakened and that he was now alone. He smiled and surfaced. Upon emerging, Tengu immediately spotted a shrimp. This shrimp looked remarkably peculiar, seemingly ablaze. Upon seeing Tengu awake, Feng Zhe's voice resonated throughout the crowd. "If I am not mistaken, this is the legendary white dragon feathered spirit shrimp. It is said that its pincers are as sturdy as divine iron. Alas, I have never encountered it before. This is merely speculation, so do not place too much importance on it." Feng Zhe felt that this visit had been immensely worthwhile. He was almost certain that soon Tengu would rise in the city, and as his guide, Feng Zhe's status would elevate alongside Tang Ji's burgeoning strength. Tengu murmured, "White dragon feathered spirit shrimp. But it is clearly red. Seeing you engulfed in flames, shall I call you little fire?" The white dragon feathered spirit shrimp promptly scuttled up to Tang Ji's head, lifting its pincers as if grasping the air. Amidst the envious gazes and cheers of the crowd, Tengu exited the water. Feng Zhe exclaimed, "Excellent. You are highly likely to have acquired a legendary shrimp soul beast." Although Tengu was exhilarated, he still turned his attention to the pool. Feng Zhe added, "Since your little brother can remain submerged for so long, he should not disappoint. Just wait and see." Everyone eagerly anticipated Han Fei, but moments later, hundreds of students who had entered later began to awaken their soul beasts, albeit to the disappointment of many. The principal called out periodically, "Chen Fei, awaken your knife fish soul beast. Qianyu, awaken your green armor fish soul beast. Sun Luo, awaken your knife fish soul beast." Han Fei felt a twinge of boredom as he observed the various marine creatures shift beyond the membrane before him, passing through in waves. Initially, a myriad of marine life approached, but as time passed, fewer appeared, yet those that did grew increasingly fierce. He even witnessed a large fish with razor-sharp teeth devour a vibrant green crab in a single bite, only to be pierced by an eel moments later. Could it be that my spiritual vein level is insufficient? Han Fei was consumed by his obsession. He could sense the currents of water surging around him. It appeared that Xiaoyu and Tengu had already concluded their endeavors. Was it not said that the longer one remained underwater, the greater the potential? Gourd. Could you please enhance my spiritual vein? The demon refining pot paid him no heed, continuing its solitary wanderings. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived a flash of white before his eyes. Through the membrane, he could vaguely discern a fish of gray, white, or perhaps black. In any case, a singularly colored little fish had emerged. Oh, with such a diminutive size, where are the promised giant lobster, colossal crab, and enormous turtle? Would this little fish be devoured in a single gulp? Yet, at the moment the fish appeared, the gourd began to whirl frantically, and the transparent membrane seemed on the verge of shattering, with the little fish pushing against it with its head. Outside, a vortex unexpectedly manifested around Han Fei. Someone gasped, "It is about to appear." Chapter 61. The twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, as everyone eagerly anticipated the nature of the gifted soul beast that would emerge as the champion of this fishing trial. Some speculated it must be an unusual species. After all, there was quite a commotion during the awakening. Others nodded in agreement, asking, "What kind of strange fish do you think Han Fei will summon?" One suggested, "I doubt it can surpass Tangji's." Another countered, "Not necessarily, he has been immersed longer than Tengu." At that moment, Han Fei felt a surge of excitement as he sensed the membrane about to burst. Could this mean that his gifted soul beast was this small fish? Suddenly, the membrane shattered, and he felt a radiant energy penetrate his mind. To his astonishment, it seemed there was not just one light, but two. In the outside world, a pure white fish abruptly appeared beside Han Fei and began to swim in circles around him. A spirit-swallowing fish. What? Just a spirit-swallowing fish? He thought incredulously. Is this a joke? I expected something extraordinary. The audience buzzed with confusion. How could such a significant event yield merely a spirit-swallowing fish? Then someone remarked, "Wait. This spirit-swallowing fish has long whiskers, a tail, and fins that are more ornate than the average one." An observant individual pointed out, "Look, this fish has a black spot on its forehead." The crowd turned their attention, confirming the presence of a round black dot on the fish's head. But what did that signify? It was still just a spirit-swallowing fish. One person shook their head dismissively. "That's quite ordinary. I once caught a spirit-swallowing fish with red fins, and it was still just a spirit-swallowing fish." Another chimed in, "True, I caught one with a black long tail. It only shows slight variations, but fundamentally, it remains a spirit-swallowing fish." The village chief glanced at the scene, feeling somewhat disappointed, yet he turned to Feng Zhe, hoping for an explanation. Han Fei and Xiaoyu also looked expectantly at Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe shook his head. "Perhaps this spirit-swallowing fish has undergone slight mutations. But it is not remarkable. Ordinary people may not comprehend its value. Yet even the least extraordinary fish possess strengths far surpassing their common soul beasts. This is something he must uncover gradually." Tengu asked, "Not remarkable?" Feng Zhe replied, "It cannot be deemed good, but it is not as poor as it appears." Upon hearing Feng Zhe's words, some felt disheartened, while others' eyes sparkled with intrigue, and yet some remained dismissive, though envy lingered among those who had not made it into the top 1,000. Someone scoffed, "What use is a spirit-swallowing fish? In terms of practicality, it can't compare to a green-armored turtle, which at least has a sturdy shell. This spirit-swallowing fish is merely good for making soup." Another attempted to defend, "Actually, it's still decent. After all, it is an unusual species, and at least it possesses more spiritual energy than other fish, right?" Someone else laughed derisively, "Come on. Aside from its slightly higher spiritual energy, it's only good for soup. The first-level fishing grounds are filled with spirit-swallowing fish. Otherwise, how could our 4 schools have so much spirit-swallowing fish soup?" Han Fei opened his eyes, surfacing from the water, immediately spotting a beautiful white fish with long whiskers and a long tail, marked by a black dot on its forehead. Beside this white fish was a black fish with long whiskers and a long tail, adorned with a white dot on its head. A stream of data materialized before him. Gifted soul beast, name, twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fish. Description, descendants of the ancient and mysterious yin-yang swallowing fish. These black and white fish coexist symbiotically. The white fish is gentle, while the black fish is ferocious. Their spiritual bodies are interdependent. If one survives, the other cannot perish. Level 0, quality, mysterious, stored spiritual energy, 100 points, diet, omnivorous, capable of consuming all. Remark, the black fish is invisible. It can only be perceived by its master and those endowed with the yin-yang divine eye born from heaven and earth. Han Fei's expression became vacant. What manner of fish had he awakened? The twin yin-yang swallowing fish sounded impressive, but what did mysterious truly imply? Come forth. Stop gazing. It's merely a spirit-swallowing fish. He thought. What are you all staring at? Even if it had a flower pattern, it would still be just a spirit-swallowing fish. The audience erupted in discontented murmurs. Han Fei chuckled to himself, thinking, these fools have no idea what extraordinary fish I have summoned. Nevertheless, he preferred to keep his remarkable secret to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Han Fei gazed at the black fish circling the white fish, his smile growing ever brighter. Indeed, no one could see it. With a mere thought, two beams of spiritual light entered his mind. After emerging from the water, Tangge, with a grave expression, patted Han Fei's shoulder. It's all right. At least it's an unusual spirit-swallowing fish. Moreover, it is said that each practitioner can form contracts with various fish species. Like the tiger-head fish of the tiger-head gang. In the future, we shall contract a powerful monster fish. He Xiaoyu reassured him, Han Fei. Do not mind those people. They are merely noisy. Perhaps your spirit-swallowing fish possesses unknown benefits. At that moment, Wang Ji approached Han Fei, affirming, indeed. In truth, you two have summoned an unusual fish. Although we often consume spirit-swallowing fish soup, you can awaken a spirit-swallowing fish soul beast. Just then, the village chief called out, Wu Lei, awaken your spirit-swallowing fish soul beast. Wang Jia paused, and Han Fei scowled, thinking, doesn't that hurt your pride? Fang Zhe also felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that this person, blessed by a venerable being, would summon a formidable unusual soul beast. Yet the outcome fell short of expectations. The crowd's spirits were low, but Han Fei smiled. What are the spirit-swallowing fish? Even if it is a spirit-swallowing fish, mine is the strongest in the boundless seas. The crowd was taken aback. Nearby, some youths who had yet to step into the pool rolled their eyes, muttering, the strongest spirit-swallowing fish in the boundless seas? Why not aim for the heavens while you're at it? Han Fei turned to Tangge. What did you summon? Tangge hesitated, unsure whether to discourage Han Fei. However, He Xiaoyu, in her innocent enthusiasm, blurted out, an unusual fish. A legendary white dragon feather shrimp that even Lord Angel has never seen. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Legendary? Tangge replied, it requires personal strength. One cannot solely rely on the soul beast. Han Fei sensed Tang Ji's reluctance to dampen his spirits and turned to He Xiaoyu. And you? Did you summon a giant crab? He Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks in indignation. What giant crab? I won't summon a giant crab. Look, my little red is quite beautiful. With that, a clownfish appeared before her, swimming gracefully in the air. Han Fei exclaimed, a clownfish? Slap. He Xiaoyu delivered a playful smack, declaring, Pfft. It's not a clownfish. It should be called a beautiful fish. Han Fei mused silently. Yet, what he perceived was not merely a clownfish. A stream of data emerged before him. Gifted soul beast, name, red sparrow fish, description, a rare species known for its strong territorial instincts and combat prowess. Feeding on various sea anemones and capable of digesting various toxins. Level, 0, quality, rare, stored spiritual energy, 100 points, diet, sea anemones, remark, if it evolves into a black sparrow fish, it will become an extraordinary species. Han Fei pondered the carnivorous sea anemones he had seen beneath the waves, feeling a sense of admiration. This fish was indeed formidable. He Xiaoyu proudly stated, yes. And its name sounds delightful, Red Sparrow. Han Fei queried, did all of you awaken unusual fish? How many have awakened unusual fish? He Xiaoyu remarked. It's just between Tangge and me. Wang Baiyu has summoned a formidable giant turtle. Your devouring spirit fish must be on par with that giant turtle. Han Fei understood that He Xiaoyu was merely attempting to console himself. How could the devouring spirit fish possibly rival a giant turtle? Even a large meat turtle would far surpass the devouring spirit fish in strength. As the individuals who entered the pool afterward began to activate their innate spirit beasts, their progress was remarkably swift, hardly lasting longer than a single incense stick. Not a single exotic fish was summoned, with the best outcome being a serpent. Subsequently, as the remaining 900 individuals entered the pool, the water within rapidly began to dilute. Their activation speed accelerated even further, and within the span of half an incense stick, all had successfully summoned their spirit beasts, with the best result being a mutated tentacle shrimp. When only a few dozen individuals remained in the pool, the green awakening liquid had been entirely depleted. Many among them were reduced to tears, lamenting, I exerted every effort to secure a position within the top 1,000. Only to have it all vanish just like that? Chapter 62, My aspiration lies in the boundless sea. Han Fei's abode had become an inviolable sanctuary. unapproachable even by the village elder within a kilometer's radius. 7 days elapsed. As twilight descended, Tengu, breathless and drenched in perspiration, leaned on his knees in Han Fei's courtyard. Despite his sweat-soaked state, Tengu chuckled. Finally, I've completed all 108 postures in one fell swoop. He Xiaoyu, still striving to perfect the 96th posture, her hair plastered to her face with perspiration, persistently inquired, Tengu, by how much has your spiritual energy ceiling increased? Tengu paused to reflect. I'm uncertain of the precise increment, but it appears to have plateaued at 299 points, defying further augmentation. He Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, 299 points. That's remarkably high. Does a level 9 fisherman truly possess such a high spiritual energy capacity? I believe I'm only at 199. Yet I sense that I can still augment it, provided I complete all 108 postures in a single sequence. Han Fei, what's your level? Han Fei examined his own stats. Master, Han Fei level 7, high-grade fisherman, spiritual energy, for 2892-299, spiritual vein, 2nd grade low quality, upgradable, innate soul beast, Gemini Yin-Yang spirit devouring fish weapon. Purple bamboo staff primary cultivation technique, void angling art 1st chapter hook kiss technique, mortal grade divine. Han Fei pondered. This 299-point threshold seemed to represent a barrier. However, Tengu, already a level 9 fisherman, only possessed a 299-point spiritual energy ceiling. He himself appeared to be at 199. Yet he sensed further potential for growth once he completed all 108 postures in a continuous sequence. Han Fei, what was his level? Feigning nonchalance, Han Fei grinned, serendipitously. I'm also at 199 points. He Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I shall soon surpass you. In recent days, Han Fei had refrained from cultivation and spiritual vein enhancement, instead focusing on practicing the 108 body tempering remnants alongside Tengu and He Xiaoyu. In truth, he had long ago attained the 299-point limit, realizing that further advancement was contingent upon a breakthrough. However, his impending breakthrough would undoubtedly generate considerable commotion, which he preferred to conceal from the outsider, Feng Zhe. Consequently, he diligently practiced the 108 postures repeatedly. Additionally, he frequented the plantation and the barbecue stall. The sole individual permitted to approach Han Fei's residence during this period was Li Gang, who invariably arrived with trepidation. As a petty gangster, he had nearly soiled himself upon encountering the ethereal presence of an angel for the first time. Fortunately, Feng Zhe recognized that Li Gang was merely delivering materials for the distilled liquor, preventing him from being summarily dispatched. At that moment, Feng Zhe marveled. A level 9 fisherman with a 299-point spiritual energy ceiling? How many in the city can boast of such an achievement? And this is before reaching the pinnacle. Upon reaching the zenith, will one directly surpass 300? It seems that only those at the angler level can accomplish this. What was my spiritual energy ceiling when I was a level 9 fisherman? 239 or 249, perhaps? Yet now, merely by practicing a top-tier combat skill remnant, even insignificant individuals like He Xiaoyu and Han Fei have attained 199 points. Truly remarkable. Descending from the rooftop, Feng Zhe glanced at Tengu and declared, "The time is nigh. Tonight, you shall have your freedom." Upon hearing these words, Tengu fell silent, contemplating the approaching departure. He Xiaoyu's eyes welled with tears. Lamenting the impending separation, she felt as though she had just made a new friend, only to have them depart so soon. Han Fei patted Tengu on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Tonight, I shall instruct Li Gang to suspend operations at the best barbecue in the world stall and dedicate himself to preparing a barbecue feast for us." Tengu added, "And liquor," Han Fei affirmed, "an inexhaustible supply." The two exchanged knowing grins, understanding each other without the need for elaborate explanations. As night fell, Li Gang scurried over, his eyes darting nervously and his movements cautious. His wife, Xiao Hong, on the other hand, gazed around with curiosity. Intrigued by the humble dwelling of the esteemed master Han Fei, Li Gang cautioned, "Hong, refrain from looking. It is imperative that you do not gaze about carelessly, lest you offend the celestial being." Xiao Hong responded meekly, "Understood." At that moment, Han Fei chuckled, "Gongzi, fear not. The celestial being is absent. Tonight, you shall be responsible for the barbecue, preparing an abundance of delicacies." Upon learning of Feng Zhe's absence, Li Gang visibly relaxed, his face breaking into a broad smile. "As you wish, master." They reveled in an evening of drinking, grilling, and convivial banter. Tengu remarked, I inquired of senior brother Fong Zhe, and he assured me that even from above, it is possible to descend. Once I grow stronger, I shall be able to return. Han Fei responded, fear not. If you cannot descend, I shall ascend to find you, and we shall share drinks and barbecue. It matters not. Tengu smiled. I am confident that you shall succeed. While others may believe that you rely on me, I know that is not the case. Your ability to advance to a level 7 fisherman in a mere month demonstrates your exceptional talent. He Xiaoyu glanced at Han Fei skeptically, but remained silent, focused on devouring the barbecue. Han Fei interjected, do the city dwellers not engage in offshore angling? If they do not, how do they grow stronger? Tengu explained. They do, but they do not need to ascend and descend daily. It seems that they possess some sort of teleportation array that allows them to appear directly at sea. Furthermore, it is said that they appear directly in second-tier fishing grounds. Han Fei replied, that simplifies matters. Second-tier fishing grounds? Perhaps I shall arrive there soon. Tengu shook his head. It is said that there are numerous second-tier fishing grounds in the city. Han Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a city encompassing countless villages and towns would naturally possess a multitude of second-tier fishing grounds. And so, the two brothers drank and grilled until they felt nauseated. Han Fei, his face flushed with intoxication, proclaimed, you shall ascend first, but my ascent is merely a matter of time. My aspiration lies in the boundless sea. And as a treasure hunter, there is no place in this world that I dare not venture. He Xiaoyu observed, he is intoxicated. Tengu concurred. This liquor is potent indeed. With that, Tengu rose, bowing to He Xiaoyu. He Xiaoyu, Han Fei has few friends, and you may be his only one. I implore you to take good care of him. He Xiaoyu protested, he bullies me. Tengu grinned, he shall not. He Xiaoyu conceded, very well. In consideration of his tutelage and the 108 body-tempering remnants, I shall look after him. Tengu announced, then I shall depart. He Xiaoyu inquired, so soon? Tengu affirmed, indeed. Tengu departed unceremoniously, leaving nothing behind. All banquets must eventually conclude, but he believed that they would reunite in due course. Han Fei lay on the ground, muttering incoherently, my aspiration lies in the boundless sea, and also an endless supply of treasure. Within the Tiger Head Gang's domain, Li Ju's countenance was grim, and his heart filled with dread. Li Yu had been crippled by Han Fei, and the tiger head fish had sustained grievous injuries, fortunate only that the contracted spirit fish possessed remarkable vitality, narrowly escaping death. He seethed with rage and longed to slay Han Fei, but he dared not, for as long as Tengu and Fong Zhe remained, he would not betray his intentions. Li Ju emerged. Li Ju trembled, realizing that his reckoning had arrived. He smiled bitterly, for he had foreseen this day since Li Hu's attempted robbery of Han Fei. In Fong Zhe's eyes, Li Ju, for all his prowess, was but an ant, a creature easily crushed with a single finger. At the entrance of the Tiger Head Gang's headquarters, Li Ju greeted, this humble one greets young master Tengu. Tengu made no attempt to conceal the malice in his eyes. Spare me the false pleasantries. I know what kind of person you are. You are filled with rage and desire to harm my brother. Li Ju demurred. This humble one would not dare. Tengu chuckled. I originally intended to simply dispose of you, but after witnessing Han Fei's progress, I realized that it was unnecessary. You, Li Ju, are only fit to serve as a stepping stone for my brother. Li Ju remained silent, but his clenched fists, their knuckles bone white, betrayed the fury raging within him. Tengu sneered, regardless of your rage, your Li family has repeatedly attempted to harm my brother. While I may spare you the death penalty, you shall not escape punishment. A chance presented itself, one demanding self-inflicted harm, a detriment lasting no less than half a year. A chilling glint flashed in Li Ju's eyes. Was Tengu truly intent on using him as a stepping stone for Han Fei? But was Han Fei worthy? Li Ju's lips bled as he spoke, almost without hesitation. I thank you, young Master Tengu, for sparing my life. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of points on Li Ju's body, his limbs, erupted in a bloody spectacle. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, Fong Zhe materialized silently beside Tengu, watching the scene with indifference. Tengu glanced at Fong Zhe, who nodded, confirming that Li Ju had fulfilled his part. On their departure, Fong Zhe inquired, are you certain Han Fei can truly overcome that stepping stone? Tengu replied, assuredly. He is no longer the Han Fei of old. Of this, I am certain. The former Han Fei was incapable, but the current Han Fei is undoubtedly ready.